Lord Hokage, the Scroll of Seals has been stolen by Naruto. A group of ninjas gathered in the Hokage's office, faces pale. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffed on his pipe, his expression solemn. Go find Naruto. Yes, sir. Dozens of ninjas quickly dashed out of the village. Among them were Iruka and Mizuki. The third Hokage stared at the crystal ball, watching Naruto running through the forest, muttering angrily. It's all that Mizuki's fault, telling Naruto the location of the Scroll of Seals. Naruto is in a very agitated state now. If he learns that technique and unseals the Nine Tails on his own, the consequences would be disastrous. At the edge of the village, deep in the forest, outside a small earthen hut, Naruto was panting heavily, looking left and right. After confirming no one was following, he plopped down on the ground. He carefully unrolled the Scroll of Seals, wiping the sweat from his temples, with his hand, the dirt on his fingers smudging his forehead. Let me see what jutsu are in this scroll. The first technique, multiple shadow clone technique. Ugh, it's the jutsu I hate most. Naruto held his head, feeling dizzy just seeing the words. Shadow clone. Having just failed the clone exam at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had developed a mental block against it. Not this one. There are so many other techniques on this scroll, he'll learn something else. Naruto looked at another section of the scroll and frowned. Impure World Reincarnation. Such complicated characters. A forbidden technique created by the second Hokage. It can summon the souls of deceased ninjas back to the world, resurrecting them as spiritual bodies. The resurrected can be controlled by the user. It requires a physical body as a medium. If forced, the summoned soul's power will be greatly diminished. What a powerful technique! He'll learn this one. After a few minutes, heavy footsteps approached Naruto. Iruka was drenched in sweat, his expression weary. Hey! Naruto, I finally found you, kid. Seeing Iruka, Naruto's face lit up with a smile. Iruka-sensei, you found me so quickly. I just learned a jutsu. Iruka froze at that sentence, looking at Naruto's smiling face. Was Naruto going this far just to gain recognition? But how did he know the location of the Scroll of Seals? Naruto, tell me, who told you about the Scroll of Seals? Naruto scratched his head. It was Mizuki-sensei. He said that if I got the Scroll of Seals and learned the techniques on it, I could graduate and become a real ninja. Iruka paused, realizing what was going on. Nonsense. That's the Scroll of Seals. The contents are very dangerous. You need to come back with me too. Before Iruka could finish, two kunai flew from above. Iruka pushed Naruto away, but his own legs were stabbed. Then dozens of shuriken flew from the darkness. Iruka deflected them with his kunai, but his shoulder and arm were injured. Iruka-sensei! Naruto shouted in panic. Mizuki stood on a thick branch, his expression turning gentle when he saw Naruto. Naruto, well done. Give me the scroll. Tomorrow at the academy, I'll arrange your graduation immediately. Naruto looked at the injured Iruka. Why did you hurt Iruka-sensei? You're a big liar. I will never give you the scroll. Naruto hugged the scroll tightly to his chest. Iruka leaned against a big tree, his voice weak. Naruto, run, go find the third Hokage. Mizuki's eyes turned vicious. If you want, give it, I'll take it myself. After I learn the techniques on the Scroll of Seals, even the Hokage won't be a threat. Mizuki held a shuriken and charged toward Naruto. You bastard, you won't succeed. Naruto clasped his hands together. Summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The earth in front of Naruto cracked open, kicking up large clouds of dust. 3 wooden coffins rose from the ground. The coffin lids opened one by one and fell to the ground. 3 figures emerged from the dust. As the dust settled, the people walked out, their faces becoming clear. They were unmistakably the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Iruka's eyes widened, his jaw dropped. These coffins, these Hokage robes, those black skara, it's Impure World Reincarnation. The first, second, and fourth Hokage, all reincarnated by Naruto. Mizuki's legs had gone weak. He collapsed to the ground, his mouth agape, but unable to speak. Ah! Impure. Tobirama looked around, noticing Hashirama and Minato beside him. Big brother, we've been reincarnated by Impure World. Who dares to misuse my technique? Hashirama looked at Minato. Who are you? Minato paused, then turned around, facing away from Hashirama. Senior, I am the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Hashirama immediately broke into a smile. You're the fourth. You're a handsome young man. I wonder how you've been managing the village. But it's a pity. You've experienced something that made you leave so young. Ah, Minato smiled awkwardly. I did run into some trouble, but the village is probably being managed by the third Hokage now. The situation should be fine. Hashirama then noticed Naruto beside the coffin. And who is this child? Minato, he looks just like you. Could he be your son? Tobirama looked impatient. Big brother, it's obvious. Minato felt a pang of dismay, slowly turning his head to look at Naruto. He quickly scanned the area, seeing only Iruka and Mizuki. Noticing the scroll in Naruto's arms, he instantly understood that Naruto had summoned him. Minato's feelings were complicated. Seeing Naruto's dirty appearance, his heart ached. Naruto was still in shock, staring at the three men in Hokage robes, his emotions churning. Are they Hokages? That robe is so cool. Naruto! Minato called softly. Naruto's thoughts drifted back at the sound. His gaze settled on Minato's face. Fourth Hokage, you. No, me. Naruto didn't recognize his father at first. Iruka watched from the side, his eyes moist. Minato didn't answer directly. He understood that Naruto didn't recognize him. He simply leaned down slightly and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, what trouble are you in? Meanwhile, the third Hokage sat in his office, staring intently at the crystal ball. The tobacco in his pipe had long burned to ash. Impure World Reincarnation. Without a medium, how did Naruto do it? Compared to unsealing the Nine Tails, the current situation is more terrifying. Naruto had not yet spoken, but merely cast a glance at Mizuki. The three Hokage immediately understood the general outline of the situation. Tobirama Senju spoke. Deceiving a child into stealing the scroll of seals, how dare you? As Tobirama finished speaking, an immensely powerful chakra erupted from his body. The air trembled, leaves scattered everywhere. Mizuki stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with terror. Hashirama Senju reached out to stop him. Using a child is indeed immoral. Brother, do not intervene. It would be more fitting to let this young man handle it. With that, the two turned to look at Minato Namikaze. Minato stepped forward and fixed his gaze on Mizuki. Mizuki was completely intimidated by the fourth Hokage's aura. He struggled to drag his limp, trembling legs backward. I didn't use him. He took the scroll of seals on his own. I came to stop him, Mizuki argued. Minato threw a kunai with a talisman toward Mizuki, and his figure vanished instantly. The next moment, a flash of yellow light appeared before Mizuki. Minato Namikaze. It is because of people like you that maintaining peace and stability in Konoha is so difficult. Naruto is my son. Touch him and you die. Mizuki opened his mouth to say something, but the kunai in Minato's hand had already pierced his forehead. A stream of red blood flowed down from his brow. The terrified light in Mizuki's eyes rapidly faded away. He then collapsed limply, completely losing his breath. Hashirama said to Tobirama, Brother, that young man just used the Flying Thunder God technique you developed, and it seems even stronger than yours. Tobirama's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, it is my Flying Thunder God technique. He has a high level of proficiency in both chakra concentration and burst. But brother, his flying thunder god is not as strong as mine. Hashirama laughed heartily and patted Tobirama on the shoulder. Brother, after all these years you are still so competitive. It is the era of the young now. We old bones should have long stepped aside. Tobirama did not answer, silently acquiescing. He gazed seriously at Minato Namikaze, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. Then he turned to look at Naruto Uzumaki. Brother, we were summoned by this child's Impure World Reincarnation. If his chakra runs out, we will vanish into thin air. Hashirama was not tense upon hearing this. Instead, he laughed joyfully. Interesting. The lives of 3 Hokage are actually in the hands of a child. How fascinating. Tobirama. Brother. At that moment Minato Namikaze approached. Both predecessors, please rest assured. Naruto possesses half of the Ninetales chakra within him, so there is no need to worry about depletion in the short term. A flicker of surprise passed through Hashirama's eyes. Using the dead demon-consuming seal to seal half of the Ninetales chakra inside him. And the other half is inside me, first Hokage, Minato Namikaze replied. Hearing this, Hashirama looked at Minato with great appreciation. So that's the reason. No wonder. He then turned to Tobirama. This young man is good. If future Hokage of Konoha all possess this kind of resolve, then long-term peace and stability for the village will be very promising. Tobirama nodded. Naruto, hearing the word Hokage, instantly became excited. This is the will of fire. He approached the 3 Hokage, thumping his chest. Even though I'm a last-place loser now, becoming Hokage is my dream. I will work hard to pass the exam. No matter what difficulties I face, I will never give up. I will definitely become Hokage one day. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged a glance. Then Hashirama said to Minato Namikaze, Young man, you have a wonderful son. Minato nodded respectfully, feeling deeply gratified. Naruto, hearing this form of address, was stunned. Son, the 4th Hokage, is my father. Naruto was silent, but a heavy stone seemed to fall in his heart, crushing him. He stared intently at the golden-haired man before him. Minato Namikaze nodded at him. Tears streamed down Naruto's face. He threw himself into Minato's arms and sobbed loudly. Seeing this, Minato's eyes were filled with pain. He could only hold Naruto tightly, gently stroking his back. Dad, I missed you so much, Naruto sobbed. Minato's heart suddenly ached. He instantly realized that Naruto must have suffered many grievances during his growth. He had once asked the 3rd Hokage to take good care of Naruto. As the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto would inevitably be ostracized by everyone. But seeing Naruto's reaction, Minato's heart clenched painfully. His arms tightened around Naruto, then he loosened the hold and carefully patted his back. Naruto, I'm sorry. Father made you suffer. From today on, I will never let you suffer a single injustice again. Minato's voice was firm and powerful. Naruto nodded vigorously. Iruka's injuries were not serious, but he had lost a lot of blood. His lips were pale, and he felt dizzy. However, seeing Naruto and the 4th Hokage reunited as father and son, he showed a relieved smile. Hashirama Senju instantly moved to Iruka's side. He gathered chakra in his hand and directed would release chakra into Iruka's wound. The chakra flowed into Iruka's bloodstream, automatically repairing damaged tissue, and the wound healed at a visible rate. Color returned to Iruka's face, and his mind cleared. Only then did he recognize the face of the 1st Hokage. First Hokage! Iruka quickly pushed himself off the ground, ready to stand, but several thick branches pressed him down. Hashirama pressed his palm downward, signaling Iruka to calm down. Young man, you are a good person. You protected the child, and in doing so indirectly protected me. Rest a little longer, your body has not yet adjusted to the wood-release chakra. Thank you for your contributions to Konoha. Iruka felt flattered by the first Hokage's concern. The most revered first Hokage of Konoha, one of the strongest in the ninja world Hashirama Senju, had just used would release to heal him. Iruka had admired the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi since childhood, and the first Hokage before him along with the second Hokage beside him were the third Hokage's teachers. Boundless reverence arose in his heart. "Lord Hokage, it is my honor to strive for Konoha." Hashirama nodded with satisfaction, patted Iruka, and walked toward Naruto. Iruka sat on the ground, his face full of happiness. Meanwhile Tobirama, who had been standing with his arms folded, suddenly spoke coldly into the dark forest. "Quite the big shot now, finally showing your face." All eyes turned toward the figure emerging from the shadows. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, approached slowly, his expression deeply complex. Upon seeing him, Hashirama Senju's face instantly lit up with joy. "Monkey! Long time no see. Huh? You've aged so much, you don't even look as youthful as I do." Hiruzen coughed awkwardly twice. "Master, I never imagined meeting you here again. Indeed, I've been gone for many years. Thanks to this young man named Naruto, we've been granted this reunion. By the way, how is Tsunade doing? What does she usually do these days?" At the mention of Tsunade, Hiruzen's gaze instinctively darted away. Hashirama, ever perceptive, pressed gently. "What is it? Has she caused you trouble?" "No, Tsunade is perfectly fine. She works primarily in medical services." Hiruzen reported only the good news, omitting the rest. In true Tsunade spent her days wandering gambling halls across nations, losing every time yet returning without fail. That very morning she had stormed into the Hokage's office demanding money to settle her debts. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Hashirama beamed. That's reassuring. I was worried she'd relapse into gambling and pile up mountains of debt. As long as she isn't gambling, all is well." Hiruzen fell silent. Tobirama, whose perception and insight were unmatched, saw through the lie at once, but chose not to speak. Even he could not resolve Tsunade's predicament. Iruka escorted Minato and the two Hokages back to Naruto's residence before returning home to rest. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Tobirama stayed temporarily at the third Hokage's residence. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily bewildered, yet unspoken and unanimous. Each heart quietly anticipated the coming day. The next morning, as roosters crowed, and the first golden rays of dawn spilled into Naruto's room, dark circles ringed his eyes. He had spent the entire night conversing with Minato Namikaze. More than once Minato gently reminded him to sleep. After all, as a spirit, he required no rest. Yet Naruto, as if his words had finally burst forth after years of silence, spoke endlessly, his enthusiasm boundless. He spoke of Ichiraku Ramen, of the Ninja Academy, of the Genin exams, and of his dream to become Hokage. Even a stray puppy by the roadside inspired him to share its charm with Minato without a trace of weariness. Naruto poured out every joyful moment of his life to Minato, who listened intently through the whole night, yet never heard a single word of his sorrowful past. At last Naruto drifted into exhausted slumber. Minato sat beside him, gazing upon him with quiet warmth. "This boy, surely he doesn't think he'll only be here one day. Why must he cram a lifetime of words into a single night? Delaying today's affairs would be regrettable." Just then Iruka's voice rang in from outside the window. "Naruto, no more sleeping in. Get up now. Today is the final day of the Genin exam. Naruto, if you don't leave now, you'll be late." Iruka's voice carried urgency. Minato opened the door. Seeing Minato, Iruka froze for several seconds, then recalled yesterday's extraordinary events. Had he not witnessed Minato with his own eyes, he might have believed the whole affair nothing but a vivid dream. "Lord Fourth Hokage, I nearly forgot you were staying here. Will you accompany Naruto to the academy today?" Iruka asked. Minato nodded and smiled gently at Iruka. It seems you've been looking after Naruto all this time. Thank you, Iruka. From today onward, I'll take him to school myself. Thank you. Not necessary at all. Naruto, he... Iruka paused mid-sentence. Minato tilted his head puzzled. Is there something else you wish to say? Please continue. Iruka finally spoke. It's nothing extraordinary. Just that Naruto loves the chakra ramen, especially the sweet and spicy variety. And he insists on extra chashu and vegetables, the soul of ramen he calls them. After eating, he always treats himself to a trio of dango, 3 colors 1 bite. Today's exam is the transformation technique. Please remind him to prepare thoroughly, or graduation may be jeopardized. Also tell him not to overeat beforehand, or he'll suffer stomach upset. And, watching Iruka's earnestness, Minato stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Iruka, I understand. Thank you for caring for Naruto. Iruka looked up at Minato, nodded, and prepared to leave. Minato, sensing Iruka's unspoken concern, added softly, Don't misunderstand. I'm only escorting him to school. I am not taking him from you. You two may still share ramen together, walk together, live fully together. Last night Naruto told me many things, among them that you are his dearest friend. Knowing you stand beside him brings me profound peace. Thank you. Minato thanked Iruka once more. Hearing those words, Iruka felt a sudden sting behind his eyes. He turned away, wiped quickly, then broke into a radiant smile. You're welcome, Lord 4th Hokage. Naruto is my dearest friend too. Then I'll head to the academy now. I look forward to seeing you there. Minato suddenly said, Would you like to join me for rice balls? I prepared them myself. Iruka stood frozen, torn, then finally replied, No thank you, Lord 4th Hokage. There's urgent work at the academy. I must go early. Another time, truly. Very well. Wishing you success in your work. Minato returned home calmly. After parting with Iruka, he watched him walk away, only for Iruka to immediately regret his decision. Iruka, is your mind truly mush? That was breakfast made by the 4th Hokage himself, a delicacy countless souls dream of tasting. Is academy business really that urgent? More important than the 4th Hokage's breakfast? Iruka, answer me. Tears streamed down Iruka's face as he walked the path to school, not from sorrow nor grief, but from sheer anguish at having missed the 4th Hokage's breakfast. After rushing about the ninja academy for some time, Iruka finally sat in the classroom to catch his breath, his stomach growling audibly with hunger. Just then Naruto ambled in, yawning, clutching a paper bag of rice balls. Iruka instinctively glanced toward the doorway, but saw no sign of Minato. Minato had departed via Flying Thunder God the moment he delivered Naruto to school. Iruka nodded, understanding, deepening his reverence for the 4th Hokage. After all, for one long deceased to reappear openly would inevitably stir unrest. The 4th Hokage's choice was not merely prudent, it was impeccable. Iruka-sensei, Dad sent these for you, breakfast. Naruto held out a plastic bag containing 2 generous rice balls. Iruka accepted the bag hesitantly. Naruto, I've already eaten. Oh right, Dad told me to pass along something else. Naruto cut him off. He said you worked tirelessly and got injured last night, so you need extra nourishment. He insisted you eat every bite. Refusing would mean disrespecting him. Iruka was on the verge of tears. He pinched his thigh hard, inwardly rebuking himself. Iruka, your age, how can you be so emotional? Crying nearly 3 times in one day, how disgraceful. He must not cry in front of Naruto. Iruka suppressed his touched and excited feelings, opened the plastic bag, and took a gentle bite. His eyes instantly widened. The rice ball was smooth and delicate on the tongue with a faint savory flavor. It was exactly his favorite taste. He could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. Turning away, he secretly wiped his eyes. Naruto looked at Iruka in confusion. Iruka-sensei, what's wrong? Isn't Dad's cooking good? It's delicious. It's so delicious. This is the best rice ball I've ever tasted, Iruka said excitedly with snot running down his nose. Realizing it was inappropriate, he quickly wiped it away. Naruto rolled his eyes. You don't have to be so dramatic. Iruka, embarrassed and annoyed, said, What do you know? This is a form of recognition between adults. Have you practiced your transformation technique? If you can't do it well, I won't let you pass. Iruka said, though in truth, he was the one who most wanted Naruto to pass the exam. Naruto made a funny face. Stingy Iruka-sensei, I've already mastered the transformation technique long ago. I was just hiding my strength. This time you watch, it'll be the best in the entire ninja academy. Iruka, then he'll be eager to see your skills. Don't make empty boasts. Naruto, just wait and see. The examination classroom. Uchiha Sasuke transformed into the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen almost identically. Iruka and the examiners highly approved of Sasuke's performance and gave him a perfect score. Sasuke is excellent. So far he has performed the best in this exam. The other examiners nodded in agreement. On the waiting seats, nearby Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke with admiration, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sasuke is indeed the coolest. And the strongest. Of course our Sasuke must be the best. An exam like transformation technique is a piece of cake for him. Yamanaka Ino said. Sakura was a bit angry. Who do you think Sasuke belongs to? He's mine, Ino retorted. You're lying. The two wouldn't give in to each other, almost coming to blows. Next examinee Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka announced. Hearing this, everyone's attention was drawn over. Sakura and Ino temporarily stopped their quarrel. That dead last, I don't think he even needs to take the exam. His performance yesterday was so poor. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't deserve to take the exam with us. Why does he get to go after Sasuke? Ino complained. Sakura also looked at Naruto with disdain. When Naruto saw Sakura, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart, as if he was somewhat attracted. But upon seeing the look in Sakura's eyes, he instantly lost interest. Women only slowed down my Impure World Reincarnation speed. After meeting Minato, Naruto's mind could no longer hold any other distractions. He only wanted to prove his strength, and not disgrace his father. As for romance, he would put it aside for now. In the corner, a girl with short black-purple hair and Byakugan eyes looked at Naruto, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Naruto! At Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. The three sat around a hot pot. Senju Hashirama scooped up a fish ball with a spoon, blew on it twice, and put it into his mouth. His expression was very satisfied. Monkey, it seems under your management Konoha has developed quite well over the years. Tobirama sat nearby without eating a bite. This probably doesn't comply with fire safety regulations, Hiruzen. Even if you are the Hokage, you can't break the village's rules. Hiruzen smiled. Sensei, this isn't burning charcoal. The flame below can be controlled in size with chakra. It's very safe. Tobirama immediately picked up a spoon. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hashirama. Hiruzen. Inside the classroom. Naruto concentrated, carefully recalling the appearance of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in his mind. Chakra gathered around him in a circle, enveloping him at the center. With a sound of breaking air, the classroom was enveloped in smoke. Iruka and the other instructors coughed repeatedly from the smoke. Sakura frowned. What kind of prank is Naruto pulling now? Sasuke said coldly. Dead last. Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto is really restless. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled. Amazing. Nara Shikamaru. That Naruto even taking an exam is so unconventional. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the vision of Iruka sitting at the front gradually became clear. A tall figure appeared in the smoke. Sunlight fell upon his silver-white long hair, the strands smooth and lustrous. He had crimson pupils, eyes deep and sharp, like blazing flames, exuding awe and calmness. The thought exploded like thunder in Iruka's mind. The sight before him made his ears ring. The examination hall fell into a deathly silence. Sasuke frowned. "Who is that?" "Sakura." "That face looks so familiar." Hinata's eyes lit up, her emotion stirred. "That's the second Hokage." Iruka coughed a few times to hide his shock. Naruto had actually transformed into the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Having only seen him once, Naruto had completely memorized the second Hokage's appearance and demeanor. This showed that Naruto had excellent observation and memory, and also great improvement in controlling chakra. Compared to yesterday's test, Naruto seemed like a completely different person. Iruka took a deep breath. It must be that the fourth Hokage had privately coached Naruto. That was the only explanation. The examiner beside Iruka was emotional. "This is Lord Second Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto actually replicated the second Hokage," the examiner said loudly. Sakura. "What? The second Hokage? That's absolutely impossible. That Naruto absolutely cannot." Sasuke stared at Naruto with a serious expression. Although he had never seen the second Hokage in person, judging by the examiner's reaction, Naruto's replication must be very accurate. That is to say, Naruto was excellent. A flicker of jealousy passed through Sasuke's heart, but it was replaced by curiosity about the transformation technique. He would definitely ask Naruto for advice after the exam. The exam ended. Iruka held a notebook and announced the results. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Hinata, and others all graduated successfully. "Naruto is the first place in this graduation exam. He scored 99. 9 points, breaking the record of the Ninja Academy's history." Naruto beamed with joy, surrounded by a group of people next to his seat. Shikamaru. Naruto, that transformation you just did, the second Hokage, how did you manage that?" Ino Yamanaka with starry eyes. "That's so cool, Naruto. When did you become so strong?" Naruto grinned, showing his teeth. "No way, just luck." At that moment, a figure slowly approached, drawing everyone's gaze. Sakura Haruno. "Sasuke, you'll always be number one in my heart." Ino Yamanaka. "Could he be coming for me? I'm so nervous." Then Sasuke walked through the crowd and stopped in front of Naruto. Sasuke slowly spoke. "Dead last. Ahem. Naruto, may I ask, how did you become so strong overnight?" Sasuke's tone had changed from his usual coldness, now showing a hint of humility. Sakura. "Sasuke, what are you doing? Why are you treating him like—" Sasuke gave Sakura a cold glance and didn't respond. Naruto scratched his head, thought seriously for a few seconds, then rested his chin on his hand, and said, "The secret to becoming strong overnight is—" "Why should I tell you, Sasuke? I heard you call me dead last." Sasuke coughed lightly twice to hide his embarrassment. "Dead last, don't go too far. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, you tell me the secret." Naruto naturally didn't back down. He stepped on his chair and stood on the table looking down at Sasuke. "Fine. Then what if you lose?" Sasuke, not to be outdone, also stood on the table facing Naruto. "Name your terms." Naruto thought for a few seconds. "All right. If you lose, you treat me to a month of Ichiraku ramen. Every meal the premium version." Sasuke paused, considering his wallet balance. "I'll just eat potatoes for a month." "Fine. I agree." Although Naruto had already learned the Impure World Reincarnation technique, Minato had told him last night not to abuse it, or it would cause chaos in Konoha. And he had already accepted Sasuke's challenge. Without using the Impure World Reincarnation, Naruto would probably lose to Sasuke. Iruka didn't stop their duel. He just announced the team assignments. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were assigned to Kakashi Hitachi's squad. That being the case, Sasuke proposed to have the duel tomorrow when they meet, and Naruto readily agreed. This way, he would have time to learn some jutsu from Minato, so he wouldn't lose face against Sasuke tomorrow. At the third Hokage's residence, Hashirama Senju was lying on the tatami mat looking bored.
Brother, it's so boring here at the monkey's place. Do we have to keep hiding like this? I feel like going back to the Pure Land.
Tobirama Senju was standing in the empty living room, practicing his footwork rhythm.
Big brother, can you rest assured with the current situation in Konoha?
Hashirama blinked in confusion, sitting up from the tatami and looking at Tobirama.
What's so bad about the current situation?
Tobirama's expression turned serious.
The scroll of seals was stolen, yet the Konoha military police didn't arrive in time. There's a problem with their work ethic.
Hashirama.
Brother, I know you've always had a grudge against the Uchiha, but the monkey is in charge now. Let him handle it. We're two people who have already passed away. Why bother meddling in these matters?
Tobirama.
Big brother has a point, but the fourth Hokage's son Naruto has mastered the Impure World Reincarnation. He is still immature. If he misuses the forbidden technique and resurrects that man, it will be trouble.
Hashirama heard this, and began to think seriously. For a moment, he hadn't recalled that Naruto knew the Impure World Reincarnation. The three Hokages all had the sense to avoid crowds and stay out of sight. But if Naruto resurrected that man, with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the ninja world would surely fall into chaos. Therefore, the top priority was to stop Naruto from using the Impure World Reincarnation again. Hashirama.
Let's go to the Hokage's office and find the monkey. This matter needs his intervention.
Tobirama.
I was about to say that.
At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking exhausted as he stared at the reports in his hand.
This Hokage job, even a dog wouldn't do it. Thousands of reports every day. How can anyone survive? When I was young, I was fit and could endure it, but now I really can't handle it anymore. Sigh.
Sarutobi's complaints filled the Hokage's office, which was now empty except for him. The next moment, a gust of wind blew the papers off the desk, scattering them on the floor. Sarutobi's blood pressure shot up at the sight, and he almost swore.
Where did that wind come from? He'll have to reorganize everything. Damn it!
Before he could finish the curse, Sarutobi saw the two Hokages before him. Tobirama, arms crossed.
Third Hokage, your temper has improved.
Hashirama stood by and laughed heartily.
Brother, stop teasing him. You've both been Hokage, you know how tedious these materials are. The monkey is older than both of us now, his body can't take it.
Sarutobi felt a pang of bitterness hearing these words. After decades of hard work for Konoha, someone finally understood his hardships. And that person was the teacher he had missed for so long.
Both of you teachers, why aren't you resting at home? What brings you to the Hokage's office? It's dangerous if you show yourselves.
Hashirama.
What's there to fear? Konoha is my home. If I really want to come back, no one can stop me.
Tobirama gave Hashirama an approving look. Sarutobi.
You're right, Sensei.
Tobirama.
We came to see you about Naruto.
Sarutobi nodded.
Don't worry. I've already informed Kakashi. He will keep an eye on Naruto's every move and step in to prevent him from losing control at critical moments.
Hashirama.
I told you the monkey handles things. We don't need to worry.
Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. Sarutobi.
Besides, Minato lives with Naruto, so you can rest assured.
Hashirama and Tobirama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tobirama's expression turned serious.
The Konoha military police has many rotten elements inside. I need to go discuss this with the Uchiha.
Just then a ninja burst into the Hokage's office. He fell to his knees, panting heavily, his expression panicked. Seeing the three Hokages standing together, his jaw dropped to an exaggerated degree. He quickly rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw only the third Hokage in the room.
Sarutobi, what happened?
The ninja gasped.
The Uchiha, all dead? What?
Tobirama jumped down from the ceiling, his emotions stirred. Hashirama stepped out from behind the bookshelf, his expression equally serious.
Second Hokage. First Hokage. Am I seeing ghosts?
Overwhelmed by shock and physical exhaustion, the ninja fainted from lack of oxygen. Tobirama and Hashirama exchanged a glance, then their figures vanished instantly. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood still, holding his forehead.
Trouble. Medical unit.
Two medical ninjas rushed over, lifted the unconscious ninja onto a stretcher, and took him to the medical department. In the Uchiha clan's residential area, Tobirama, a thick stench of blood. Hashirama, I can no longer sense the chakra of the Uchiha clan. Tobirama's expression was extremely grim. Despite his dislike for the Uchiha, Konoha was founded by his brother and Madara Uchiha. Though he despised them, they did not deserve death. Tobirama, it seems that Hiruzen is hiding something from us. Hashirama stood still, his emotions unable to calm for a long time. The peace and stability of Konoha was the ideal he had pursued his entire life. Returning now, he had finally felt the happiness and security of the later generations. And now it was shattered just like that. Hashirama gritted his teeth, grinding them audibly. I want to know who had the audacity to do this. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from Hashirama's body, and countless branches sprouted from the ground, gently covering the scattered corpses on the street. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi, who had not yet left, furrowed his brow. Such powerful chakra. He quickly fled the scene, escaping toward the outskirts of the village. Only Sasuke was left behind, crying alone. He couldn't understand why his brother had done this. In his mind, Uchiha Itachi had become his greatest enemy. By the time Irika and the other ninjas arrived, the bodies of the Uchiha clan had already been covered with white cloth and laid out neatly. Seeing this scene, Irika was utterly shocked, no less than the emotional turmoil he had felt when he witnessed Naruto's Impure World Reincarnation. A Chunin remarked the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan were wiped out overnight, leaving only that kid from Fudoka's house. Irika then noticed Sasuke crouching on the ground. He walked over, knelt in front of him, opened his mouth slightly, but didn't know how to comfort him. Sasuke's eyes were red, his tears having dried up. Irika-sensei, don't worry about me. I'm fine. He turned and left, returning to his room. Irika watched Sasuke's stubborn back inside. Seeing Sasuke's plight reminded him of Naruto, but unlike Naruto, Sasuke had witnessed the death of his parents and clan. For someone his age, it was a devastating blow. At Naruto's house, Naruto and Minato sat at the dining table eating the char siu noodles Minato had learned to make that afternoon. Naruto's expression was full of satisfaction while Minato gazed out the window, lost in thought. Dad, what are you thinking about? Naruto lifted his head from the bowl and looked at Minato. Minato snapped back to reality and turned to Naruto. Naruto, you told me last night that you have a classmate named Uchiha Sasuke, right? Naruto nodded. Yeah, that reminds me. I'm going to duel him tomorrow. Teach me some powerful jutsu later. Minato paused, then said slowly, Naruto, Sasuke doesn't have parents anymore. Hearing this, Naruto was stunned. Sasuke's parents. A few days ago, on the way home from school, he had seen Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto buying groceries. Naruto didn't react for a moment. Minato continued, the chakra of the Uchiha clan has vanished, leaving only a faint one, probably Sasuke's. I can sense that this chakra is filled with sorrow and anger. Naruto's expression suddenly turned serious. He realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly shouts came from outside the door. Naruto rushed to the window.
Several ninjas were walking down the street yelling at the house's enemy attack. All villagers lock your doors and windows. Don't go out tonight. Naruto, agitated, opened the window and shouted to the ninjas outside what happened. What happened to the Uchiha? The ninjas were taken aback by the question, then all looked at Naruto. How does he know it's something to do with the Uchiha? One Chunin asked his companion in confusion. News travels fast in Konoha. There are no walls that don't let wind through, the companion explained. Close the window. It's dangerous out there. The ninja shouted at Naruto. Minato stood beside Naruto, waved apologetically to the ninjas, and closed the window. The ninjas paused for a few seconds, then looked at each other. That man looks familiar. He resembles the fourth Hokage on the Hokage Rock. You're seeing things. The fourth's been gone for years. Maybe? The next morning in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat wearily in his chair. Tobirama spoke sternly. Hiruzen, why did you wipe out the Uchiha clan? Hashirama stood by the window gazing into the distance, silent. Hiruzen replied innocently, Sensei, I had nothing to do with it. I checked with my crystal ball. It was Uchiha Fudika's eldest son Itachi. Tobirama slammed the desk in anger. Nonsense. Unless someone was pulling the strings behind him, how could he commit such a heinous atrocity of slaughtering his own clan? Don't play dumb with me. Hiruzen didn't respond but kept glancing at Hashirama for help. Hashirama turned around. Brother, don't jump to conclusions. Hiruzen is not that kind of person. Tobirama's tone grew heavier. Without the authorization of the third Hokage, who in Konoha would have the audacity? Hashirama, Hiruzen, is there anyone in the village's higher-ups who has always harbored hostility toward the Uchiha? Hiruzen Sensei Shimura Danzo. He has repeatedly proposed at high-level meetings to uproot the Uchiha. This incident is most likely related to him. Tobirama, that Danzo kid. Hashirama, what department does Danzo currently oversee in Konoha? Hiruzen, the Umbu training department. Hashirama, order an investigation of all Umbu personnel. Every single one, no exceptions. Hiruzen, yes, Sensei. Learning of the Uchiha incident, Naruto had no mood to ask Minato for jutsu instruction. He was just worried about Sasuke's condition. During the day, Naruto arrived at the meeting spot Kakashi had designated, a clearing in the middle of a forest. There Sakura sat on the grass looking at Sasuke with a face full of worry and sympathy. Sasuke's eyes were hollow and vacant, as if he hadn't slept all night. Just then Kakashi walked up to the three of them. As per tradition, let's start with self-introductions. Name and goal. Sakura spoke first. I'm Haruno Sakura, and my goal is to become the top medical ninja in the village. Kakashi nodded. A good goal. Next. Naruto's gaze kept flickering towards Sasuke, and he said firmly, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and my goal is to become the 5th Hokage and protect Konoha. A strange light flickered in Kakashi's eyes. The 5th Hokage. You're young, but you sure have big ambitions. The midday sun blazed oppressively, drenching Naruto in sweat. Yet around Sasuke the air felt unnervingly cold. Sasuke stirred faintly from his reverie, and spoke, voice low and sharp, Uchiha Sasuke, killer of Itachi. Kakashi remained silent. From Sasuke he sensed a searing, unrelenting hatred. His left eye, the one concealed beneath his forehead protector, throbbed with a dull, insistent ache. Kakashi then introduced himself briefly before instructing the 3 genin in foundational ninjutsu. Throughout the entire session words were scarce, only relentless, precise motion filled the air. Naruto hurled kunai toward the target with frantic intensity, until his arms burned with exhaustion, and he finally ceased. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering diligence, Naruto seized another kunai in his left hand, and launched it, only for it to trace a wobbly arc through the air before clattering onto the ground. Missed. Sasuke, by contrast, struck with both hands in swift succession, each throw landing with uncanny precision. Kakashi stood nearby, his gaze drifting deep into the forest beyond.
Three figures stood motionless among the trees. Hashirama Senju turned to Minato Namikaze and said, "Young man, what brings you here?" Minato bowed slightly in deference. "Lord First Hokage, I am here to oversee Naruto, ensuring he does not misuse the Impure World Reincarnation technique." Well-reasoned Tobirama Senju nodded approvingly. Minato asked, "Then what brings you both?" Hashirama's expression grew grave. "You must already know of last night's tragedy within the Uchiha clan. We have come to watch over their last surviving heir, and to observe Naruto as well." Minato gave a quiet nod. Tobirama watched the two youths across the field. These young men carry a fierce volatile energy between them. Sasuke and Naruto silently competed, throwing kunai thousands of times until at last they collapsed breathless and spent. Their clothes clung soaked through with sweat. Sakura watched them helplessly. Was this some kind of training contest? It was utterly terrifying. The rivalry between men ran deep. Sakura glanced at Sasuke. How could he train so fiercely today, mere hours after such devastation? Her heart ached for him. "Hey Sasuke, this is all you got?" Naruto suddenly called out. Sasuke blinked, momentarily stunned by the abrupt challenge. "Didn't you say you'd fight me? Then get up, and throw again." At those words Sasuke surged upright like lightning igniting. "Your arms can barely lift, yet you dare boast." Naruto's brow furrowed faintly, his hand trembled hidden behind his back. Thousands of throws had left his muscles screaming. Without lunch, hunger gnawed at him. Fatigue weighed heavy upon his limbs. "If I say we compete, we compete. No more talk." With that, Naruto snatched up a kunai and hurled it once more toward the target. His movement now lagged, slower, heavier than before. Hours slipped past. Eventually both boys halted again, spent and still. Their efforts ended in perfect deadlock. Hashirama murmured, "What vigor these youths possess. Such unwavering dedication in training foretells greatness." "Brother speaks truly," Tobirama affirmed. Minato watched Naruto in quiet reverence. "My son, you are extraordinary." This simple kunai drill stretched from noon to dusk. The sky softened into twilight, heat yielded to cool whispering breezes. Naruto exhaled deeply, soothed at last. Kakashi approached, calm and measured. "Enough for today. You've both met your limit, call it a draw." Neither would concede defeat. Kakashi stepped beside Naruto, placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, and leaned close, voice hushed. "Naruto, come with me." Surprised, Naruto followed Kakashi behind a towering ancient tree. There Kakashi's demeanor shifted, grave, uncharacteristically solemn. "The third Hokage has told me everything about you. Would you do me a favor?" Naruto frowned, puzzled. "Sensei, what is it?" Kakashi glanced left and right, ensuring no eyes or ears lingered nearby, then whispered, "Could you use the Impure World Reincarnation to bring someone back? His name is Obito Uchiha. There are things I must say to him." Naruto hesitated. He wasn't certain he could succeed, but if Kakashi asked, he would try. "I can't guarantee success, but I'll give it everything I have." Kakashi nodded, eyes alight with quiet hope, his gaze flickering repeatedly toward where the three Hokages stood concealed. Naruto pressed his palms together. Summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Instantly the earth shuddered, then split open, as a stone coffin erupted upward. Kakashi's expression twisted, raw anticipation tightening his features. He rushed forward, breath catching. Slowly the coffin lid began to rise, then crashed down with a hollow thud. His eyes widened, unbelieving. Inside the coffin lay nothing. His voice trembled. "Impossible. How could this be? Obito, are you not resting in the Pure Land? Did you never die?" Naruto stared blankly at the empty casket. Could the Impure World Reincarnation even produce an empty vessel? He had yet to master the forbidden art, so this anomaly came as no small shock.
Around him and Kakashi the air grew still, charged. The three Hokage now stood beside them. Tobirama's voice held icy reproach. Kakashi, you did not prevent Naruto from using this technique. Instead you exploited his power for your own ends. Hashirama stood impassive. Kakashi, you were entrusted with Minato's deepest faith. Is this how you repay it? Minato remained silent, watching, not judging but weighing. Kakashi's shock melted into quiet resolve. Slowly he lifted his forehead protector, revealing the crimson Sharingan embedded in his left Ibito's eye. Forgive me, it is a wound I carry within my soul. I swear before you all, I shall never repeat this transgression. Hashirama's gaze sharpened, astonishment flickering across his face. Tobirama mirrored his brother's disbelief. Hashirama asked, how did this come to pass? Kakashi replied, first Hokage, the tale is long. Ibito transferred this eye to me before his death. Hashirama instantly perceived the dissonance, the contradiction lying beneath those words. His eyes drifted back to the hollow casket. Was Ibito meant to lie within this coffin? Hashirama asked. Kakashi nodded slowly. Perhaps he never perished. Minato paused, thoughtful, recalling the strange chakra fluctuation he'd sensed last night when the Uchiha clan's presence vanished. Could it be? Sasuke occasionally glanced at Naruto, unable to shake off the memory of Naruto's transformation technique displayed during the exam. That annoying guy Naruto, I will never bow down to him again. At the border of Konoha, in a dim and damp cave, Orochimaru discarded a dead white lab mouse into a corner, where the bodies had piled up, emitting a foul stench. Yet Orochimaru greedily inhaled the air, murmuring, I can smell it, 3 chakra signatures not belonging to this era. Then he broke into a sickly laugh, his body incredibly flexible, as he walked over to a nearby shelf, revealing 3 empty coffins behind him. This is truly intriguing. The bodies of the 3 Hokage have vanished. In the forest, a man wearing a mask shaped like a yellow whirlpool, dressed in a black robe adorned with red clouds, said to a tired-looking man beside him with faint lines on his face, Itachi, you have committed such a grave sin. Your life is destined to never return to Konoha. What are your plans for the future? Itachi Uchiha sat on a large rock, his eyes hollow and devoid of spark. I don't know. The masked man patted Itachi's shoulder, which startled him into nearly releasing a genjutsu. Don't be agitated. How about joining my organization and doing something great together? Itachi looked at the red clouds on the masked man's attire and paused for a few seconds. The Akatsuki organization is powerful and poses a potential threat to Konoha. The higher-ups had previously hinted for Itachi to join Akatsuki and provide intelligence for Konoha. Little did he expect that, after he was instructed by the higher-ups to cleanse the Uchiha clan, they would turn around and label him as the #1 rogue ninja. Itachi Uchiha initially aimed to protect the peace of Konoha, yet he now found himself transformed into Konoha's true enemy. It would be impossible not to feel hurt. That night Itachi replayed countless times in his mind, trying to pinpoint where he went wrong. Shimura Danzo earnestly told himself that by eliminating the Uchiha, he could protect his younger brother and provide him with a peaceful environment free from disturbances. He would help Itachi clear his name. But this old man turned against him in an instant. Itachi Uchiha, who had always been gentle and refined, was now filled with rage. He was determined to confront Danzo for an explanation. After pondering for a long time, Itachi slowly raised his head and locked eyes with the masked man. I can join Akatsuki, but under one condition. The masked man asked with interest. What condition? Kill Danzo. The masked man hesitated for a few seconds, clearly conflicted, but still pretended to be casual as he replied, Okay, but it cannot be Akatsuki that takes action. Itachi was quite confused. Why? The masked man replied, Regarding this massacre incident, everyone knows you left a seed in the Uchiha clan. If you want it to grow into a robust tree, it needs nourishing fertilizer. And who better than Shimura Danzo as the ready fertilizer? Let the seed deal with Danzo, it would be most fitting.
Itachi nodded, feeling the masked man's reasoning was sound. Thinking of Sasuke, who was living alone, Itachi couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, but he couldn't show it in front of the masked man. In Akatsuki having people, he cared about men having vulnerabilities. Itachi had to sever his emotions, remaining as cold and indifferent as a demon to protect Sasuke. As the sun set, all members of Team 7 were exhausted from training. They each concluded their training for the day. Naruto hurried to Ichiraka Ramen, where Irika had been waiting for a while.
Irika Sensei, why are you off work so early again? Is ninja school really that easy? You always arrive at the ramen shop before I do. That's because I work diligently and finish quickly. Besides, I didn't leave early, I finished on time.
Naruto's eyes were glued to the ramen, his stomach growling loudly and saliva dripping.
My favorite Ichiraka ramen. I'm about to dig in.
The two laughed as they enjoyed their ramen, this moment being one of Naruto's happiest times of the day, second only to being escorted to school by Minato. After indulging in the ramen for a while, Irika suddenly looked up, his gaze drifting, as he hesitated before saying,
Naruto, now that you've learned this jutsu, have you thought about what you want to do in the future?
Naruto lifted the bowl and drank the remaining broth in one go, then took a napkin to wipe his mouth.
I've thought about it for a long time. Irika Sensei sat up straighter, listening intently to Naruto. His answer was crucial. The usage of Edo Tensei not only concerned Naruto's growth, but also the peace of the ninja world.
Naruto, who usually spoke without thinking, paused for a long time this time.
Irika Sensei, to be honest, I thought about having my father help me pass all the exams, using his power to quickly advance to Jonin. If luck permits, I could even become the youngest Amu ninja. Everything would go smoothly, and it would even be much easier to become Hokage.
Hearing this, Irika's expression froze, his hands tightly gripping his pants. Naruto sighed, then a slight smile appeared on his face.
But that's not the ninja way of Uzumaki, Naruto. I want to obtain what I desire through my own abilities. If it's not achieved through strength, no one will recognize it, not even the Hokage.
Naruto's tone was resolute and sincere.
I will strive to grow, surpass my father, and become the strongest Hokage of Konoha. Yes, become the strongest Hokage.
Irika's eyes brimmed with tears. At this age, Naruto had already experienced more grievances and loneliness than most, causing his mental growth to outpace that of ordinary children. Yet, what he had just said broke through Irika's understanding once again. A person who did not fall in darkness, when the dawn arrives, how high will they stand? Irika was already eagerly anticipating it in his heart. Naruto was the strongest child he had ever seen.
Irika Sensei, why are you becoming such a crybaby?
Naruto's voice echoed. Irika snapped back to reality, feeling quite embarrassed, and he landed a hard punch on Naruto's head.
Teacher, this is an ability to empathize with others. Ouch.
Naruto clutched his forehead in pain.
Irika Sensei is a crybaby.
Naruto ran out onto the street, shouting at the top of his lungs. He wanted everyone in Konoha to hear it. Irika hurried out, awkwardly explaining to passers-by.
This is Naruto's prank. Yes, I will stop him right away.
A pair of women carrying vegetable baskets exchanged glances and then smiled.
His eyes are all red from crying, and he still won't admit it. Young people really care about their image. Isn't that right?
Irika panted as he chased after Naruto, the street filled with whispers and laughter. P.S. There are still 2 chapters today. After returning home that evening, Naruto asked Minato to teach him a few ninjutsu. Minato was pleased to see Naruto's thirst for knowledge, but most of the techniques he mastered were highable, requiring chakra control beyond Naruto's current ability. Thus most were unlearnable. He could only teach the Rasengan first. Naruto initially struggled to form the sphere, but under Minato's guidance, he gradually grasped the method of chakra control. After a night of hard training, he finally achieved a modest success. After learning the Rasengan, Naruto clamored to learn Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Minato patiently explained why he couldn't master it yet, but Naruto insisted. Helpless Minato still explained the principles and techniques of the Flying Thunder God. The next day, Naruto, still sporting dark circles under his eyes, headed to the forest to meet up with Kakashi and the others. Haruno Sakura.
Naruto, those dark circles are so ugly. Ha 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 ha.
Naruto had no time to respond and directly laid down on the grass to catch up on sleep. Sasuke appeared from the side with his hands in his pockets, staring coldly at Naruto.
Idiot!
Kakashi, witnessing this, raised his right hand to his forehead. He was somewhat speechless. He said to Haruno Sakura,
"Sakura, wake him up."
Naruto had ignored her earlier, and she was already fuming. Seizing this opportunity, she decided to settle the score. She gathered chakra in her right fist.
"I've gathered my strength. Naruto, wake up!" Boom! This fist struck directly at Naruto's forehead. He sat up abruptly, as if from a deathbed, sensing danger, just as the fist was about to land on his face. He snapped open his eyes and rolled to the side.
Sakura's fist hit the ground, causing a violent tremor, and several cracks appeared. Naruto shouted like a startled cat.
"Sakura, I was just sleeping. Are you trying to kill me?"
Sakura's earlier monstrous strength
was no joke. She had put all her might into it. Had he taken that blow in his sleep, he might have slept until next month.
Hearing Naruto's shout, Sakura snapped back to reality, and the chakra in her arm gradually faded. Realizing she had gone too far, she lowered her head and stood beside Kakashi. When Naruto saw Kakashi, he immediately grinned.
"Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. What training tasks do we have today? I've been training hard all night, and I'm super confident now." Even after just a short nap, Naruto's spirit had mostly recovered and his dark circles had faded to nearly invisible.
Sasuke's eyes flickered with a strange glint. Naruto had trained all night. He was a worthy opponent. Sasuke said nothing. Kakashi finally spoke.
"I'll get straight to the point. Today I'll take you on a mission escorting Tsunade back to the Land of Waves. The mission difficulty is crank.
Your training progress has been fast, so you can use this mission to practice. If it goes smoothly, I'll recommend you for the Chunin exams afterward."
Haruno Sakura's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
Chunin. Yamanaka Ino had always been jealous that Sakura and Sasuke were assigned to the same team. If she could go on a mission with Sasuke, foster feelings, and become a Chunin, what would Ino the pig have to compete with? Thinking this, Sakura couldn't help but giggle. Sasuke noticed her strange expression, his lips twitching slightly, but he made no sound. Idiot. Then Naruto suddenly asked Kakashi.
"Kakashi-sensei, for escort missions, how do you determine the difficulty level?"
Naruto had hit on a crucial point. Kakashi nodded slightly in approval, then leaned down and said to the three,
"Escort missions are indeed hard to classify. Simply put, if no attack occurs during the escort, the mission is crank."
"What if there is an attack?"
Sasuke asked. Kakashi said gravely,
"If attacked, the difficulty rises at least rank, at most rank. If you're unlucky, you could die."
Sakura panicked, stepping back a few paces.
"Kakashi-sensei, can we skip such a dangerous mission?" Before Kakashi could reply, Naruto stepped forward.
"This mission is dangerous. Sakura, you don't have to come. Just wait for good news from Sasuke and me."
Sasuke said coldly from the side.
"When did I ever agree to go with you?"
Naruto taunted.
Scared Sasuke the coward.
"I'm not scared. Am enough on my own? You idiot will only hold me back," Sasuke retorted with a cold face. Kakashi, standing nearby, kept a close watch on the three's reactions. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke kept bickering, neither willing to give in. Kakashi helplessly glanced into the depths of the forest. Senju Hashirama was leaning against a tree laughing so hard he bent over. Senju Tobirama looked at him with utter confusion. "Big brother, what are you laughing at?" Namikaze Minato stood nearby, his gaze fixed on Naruto, in the distance unaffected by Hashirama. Senju Hashirama clutched his stomach, turning back to Tobirama. "These two young men remind me of myself when I was young, always sparring with words endlessly. Only when you grow up do you realize that being able to bicker with someone is a precious form of friendship." Senju Tobirama crossed his arms. "I beg to differ." Minato looked at Naruto's lively demeanor, a hint of worry in his heart. Why was this child so energetic? He had trained day and night, yet still had the energy to argue. Was it because of the Ninetales chakra? Minato and Kushina were well liked in the village, mainly due to their easygoing and amiable personalities. But their son Naruto, why did he seem like a thorn wherever he went? Minato's gaze grew somber. Naruto seemed to desperately need the attention and recognition of those around him. Why was that? Sarada by Sensei. After a brief preparation, Team 7 met Tsunade at the village gate and headed toward the land of waves. Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and the others concealed their chakra and followed at a distance. Minato and Tobirama had strong perception, so they didn't stay too close to Team 7. On a small boat, Sasuke held a kunai, his face serious as he scanned the surrounding woods, on guard against enemies attacking from any direction. Kakashi, holding a copy of Make Out Paradise, sat upright at the bow, looking very unnatural. After all, under the supervision of 3 Hokage, he couldn't afford to be too carefree. Kakashi had been a ninja for many years, and had been through countless high-pressure missions, but this was the most anxious moment of his career. He looked at Naruto. If anything happened to either Naruto or Sasuke, Kakashi would surely be held accountable. Thinking this, he secretly sighed. Sakura sat curled between Kakashi and Sasuke, arms tightly wrapped around her knees, trembling faintly. Naruto and Sasuke had both ranked among the top graduates in the Genin entrance exam, whereas Sakura's placement fell squarely in the middle. Should danger arise, she doubted anyone would have the presence of mind to protect her. At that moment, Kakashi Sensei was her only anchor. Instinctively, she edged slightly closer to him. Her gaze drifted toward Naruto, seated nearby with eyes closed in meditation. He sat motionless at the stern like a statue, yet upon closer inspection his abdomen rose and fell with slow, deliberate rhythm. Naruto focused intently on channeling chakra within his body, gathering it in his abdomen, directing it outward to his limbs, then drawing it back inward to complete a seamless cycle. He practiced chakra control with unwavering concentration. A magpie alighted upon his shoulder, its feathers brushing gently against his cheek, yet he remained undisturbed, wholly absorbed in his cultivation. Kakashi stood with arms crossed, concealing a copy of Ika Paradise inside the crook of his elbow, completely invisible from the outside. His eyes slowly lifted from the book, settling on Naruto's still figure. His gaze lingered, thoughtful. Rumors had long circulated about Naruto during Kakashi's tenure at the academy, an irrepressible, restless force, incapable of focus, forever devising pranks and mischief. Yet the Naruto before Kakashi defied those rumors. During yesterday's training, though he debated fiercely with Sasuke, each shuriken throw grew more precise, his accuracy climbing steadily. And today, on this escort mission, Naruto displayed remarkable composure, calm, unhurried, wholly immersed in his practice, utterly unlike the mischievous delinquent described by other instructors. Kakashi's gaze shifted into the distance. Thick mist blanketed the river, erasing all trace of their path backward. Though he sensed no chakra signature from Minato, Kakashi trusted, absolutely, that he was near. Perhaps it was Minato's presence that had eased some quiet yearning within Naruto's heart, ushering in this profound shift in demeanor. A Jinchuriki bearing the Ninetales chakra, son of the still-living 4th Hokage, now cultivating steady maturity. Naruto's rate of growth promised to be nothing short of extraordinary.
Not far away, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju reclined comfortably aboard a grass-woven boat, savoring the scenery and sipping tea. Minato sat beside them, lost in quiet contemplation. No one rowed, but the boat glided forward with effortless momentum. Closer inspection revealed a massive crimson toad propelling it beneath the water's surface. "Young man," Hashirama said, peeling a segment of tangerine and popping it into his mouth, "we owe this leisurely journey entirely to your summoning beast." Minato smiled faintly. Gamabunta was reluctant at first, but the moment he learned you two were aboard, he surged with energy as if injected with adrenaline. Tobirama's lips curved in the faintest, almost imperceptible smile. As the first and second Hokage, carved into the Hokage rock itself, it would be disingenuous to claim no pride at all. Even a summoning beast revered them so deeply. The prestige of the Hokage title needed no further validation. Gamabunta kicked diligently underwater, careful not to overexert himself lest he destabilize the vessel. Muttering under his breath, serving 3 Hokage at once. "When I return to my Aboku Mountain, I'll stride through the streets like royalty. What an unparalleled stroke of fortune. I'll be the star of the summoning world. Finally, I've broken into the inner circle." Minato coughed twice, feigning embarrassment, unaware that every word had carried clearly across the mist to the 3 Hokage aboard the grass boat. Minato offered. Gamabunta gets carried away when excited. He speaks without filter. Please don't take it to heart. Hashirama laughed heartily. What a charming little toad. I quite admire his spirit. Compared to that taciturn slug, his presence makes things infinitely more lively. Tobirama, brother, speaking ill of others behind their backs isn't appropriate. Hashirama, so what? Tobirama. Brother, you're the first Hokage. Your words and conduct carry symbolic weight. Must you behave so recklessly? Hashirama frowned, shooting Tobirama a sidelong glance. When I was Hokage, I had to wear solemnity like armor. As a grandfather, I must play the gentle elder. Now finally free of oversight, must I still perform for you 2 old men? He glanced at Minato, who looked distinctly uncomfortable. Hashirama quickly added, of course, I'm speaking from our timeline. In your era, Minato, you're likely approaching middle age. Roughly speaking, roughly. Tobirama, roughly is putting it mildly. You're conflating him with us. Minato is in his prime. Minato scratched his head, like a boy listening quietly to elders. Please speak freely. I'm perfectly at ease. As their banter warmed, Tobirama suddenly stiffened his expression, turning sharp and grave. Hashirama and Minato instantly fell silent, turning their full attention to him. Strange. There's an unfamiliar chakra signature aboard the Uchiha boys' boat. Minato nodded. I sensed it too. An anomalous chakra, yet seemingly bodiless. Its position aligns precisely with Naruto's own. A sudden realization lit Minato's eyes. Could it be? Team 7 had traveled far down the river. Kakashi's eyes, strained from prolonged reading of Ika Paradise, ached faintly. He rubbed them absently, then glanced toward his students, only to freeze his gaze locking onto Naruto. Crimson chakras surged from Naruto's forehead, swirling briefly in midair before coalescing around him into a shimmering red barrier. Above his head floated 2 fox-shaped chakra ears. Within the crimson aura, Naruto's face contorted in agony and fierce resistance. So deeply immersed in sensing his own chakra, Naruto had unknowingly drawn nearer to the Nine-Tails, causing their energies to resonate, intertwine, and merge to a startling degree. Yet the Nine-Tails chakra proved overwhelming. It spilled uncontrollably outward, and the 6 fox-like markings on Naruto's cheeks blazed with golden light. Sasuke and Sakura noticed simultaneously, turning to Kakashi with wide-eyed confusion. Kakashi's expression hardened. Chakra flared in his left hand. Blinding light erupted, accompanied by a shrill, dissonant alien shriek, as he lunged forward, arm outstretched toward Naruto. Chidori. Lightning bolts hurtled toward Mingren with unstoppable force, leaving Zhuozhu and Xiaoling utterly aghast. They could never have imagined Kakashi would actually strike at Mingren. In her panic, Xiaoling let out a piercing scream. Zhuozhu's face grew grim, and he dared not even breathe. Yet something unexpected occurred. The lightning halted the very instant it neared Mingren's body. Two hands formed of crimson chakra appeared before Mingren, catching the attack. Mingren's condition grew even more unstable. He seemed gripped by fear, struggling to open his eyes, yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move. The fox-shaped chakra appeared to be vying for control of Mingren's body. Kakashi's thousand birds distracted it. In the next instant, Kakashi withdrew his left hand and formed hand seals. Earth-style earth flow wall. The boat suddenly began to shudder violently, and the river's current grew restless. Mingren's body swayed as two long tails of crimson chakra extended from his back, bracing against both banks to stabilize him. Then 4 earthen walls rose abruptly, bursting through the water surface, and enclosed the boat, carrying Team 7, sealing it off airtight. Mingren's chakra was leaking out. If the members of the Akatsuki organization sensed it, it would be an immense danger to him in his current state. He must be stopped from releasing more chakra. The earth flow wall proved effective. The long tails behind Mingren and the hands on his chest retracted, returning to their original state. Mingren too was struggling to control the chakra within. Although Shui Men and Fei Jian could sense the abnormality, Mingren's vital signs were not in any danger, so they refrained from intervening rashly, merely waiting for Kakashi to take action. At that moment, Mingren, enveloped in the crimson chakra, struggled to open one eye. His lips twitched slightly. 9 tails! Mingren forced out these 2 words. Kakashi was drenched in sweat. The situation was extremely delicate. If he mishandled it, Mingren's life would be in peril. Wave Wind Shui Men intently sensed the chakra fluctuations, his expression growing increasingly grave. He rose to his feet, ready to use Flying Thunder God to teleport to Mingren's side. Back at home, Shui Men had placed markers on all of Mingren's belongings, so he could teleport to him at any moment. Yet the next second, Shui Men suddenly halted, his expression relaxing, and he sat back down. Zhu Jian looked at Shui Men in confusion. "Why aren't you going? He must be in danger, right?" Fei Jian said quietly. "That child has succeeded." Shui Men nodded. Mingren has gained control over the Nine-Tails chakra. Kakashi sat on the boat, panting heavily, as the earthen walls around the small vessel collapsed with a crash. The crimson chakra around Mingren calmed, gradually fading and turning into a warm orange-yellow. Mingren took a deep breath, then exhaled freely. He looked at Kakashi again, a glint of golden light in his eyes. "Kaka's this inside. I think I can control a part of its chakra now." Kakashi appeared calm as still water on the surface, but 1,000 thunderclaps roared within his heart. The Nine-Tails chakra had been on the verge of spiraling out of control, yet Mingren had suppressed it through his own ability. For a fleeting moment, he sensed Wave Wind Shui Men's chakra, which then faded as Mingren stabilized. "Mingren, do you feel any discomfort?" Kakashi asked. Mingren stood up and stretched. "I feel like I've slept for a very, very long time, and now am extremely clear-headed." Kakashi remained silent. Suppressing the Nine-Tails chakra, let alone exchanging a few blows with it, would drain a tremendous amount of one's own chakra. Yet this kid Mingren had somehow managed to overpower the Nine-Tails chakra. Perhaps from a different perspective, the Nine-Tails chakra had never truly lost control. It was testing Mingren's mastery. That would make more sense. Otherwise, a ninja fresh out of the academy would never have the strength to contend with the Nine-Tails chakra. Mingren added, "I feel like there's an extra surge of power inside me." Kakashi nodded without speaking. Having survived this ordeal, Mingren would undoubtedly grow much stronger. Zhuozhu seemed to sense Mingren's transformation, 100 questions whirling in his mind. Why had Ming Ren's chakra suddenly become so powerful? It was utterly different from what he had felt during yesterday's training. At this moment Zhuozhu himself might not be a match for Ming Ren. Fully aware of this reality, Zhuozhu's gaze toward Ming Ren involuntarily held a trace of timidity. But who was Zhuozhu? The son of vengeance burning with a desperate thirst for power. Seeing Ming Ren's progress would only spur his own growth. Only a powerful opponent was worthy of Uchiha Zhuozhu. Several kilometers away high in the sky, the empty air suddenly warped, forming a vortex of wind. Then a dark figure emerged, and the vortex vanished into the eye of the masked man.
Strange, I clearly sensed the Ninetales chakra just now, but it's suddenly gone.
The grass boat. Shui Min sat on the cabin floor, his breathing slightly quickened. When Ming Ren's state was extremely unstable, Shui Min had secretly used Flying Thunder God to bring Gamabunta beneath Ming Ren's boat. Gamabunta, though confused, followed Shui Min's instructions and accelerated. As a result, Ming Ren's boat had now moved several kilometers away from its original location. Shui Min and the other two suppressed their chakra, and the masked man in the air did not notice anything amiss. Senju Jian's expression gradually turned serious.
That chakra just now, it had a space-time nature. Someone is looking for Ming Ren and the others.
Senju Jian said coldly.
They're after the Ninetales. They possess space-time ninjutsu, and are no ordinary foe.
Wave Wind Shui Min nodded, a worried expression on his face.
It's an extremely powerful space-time ninjutsu. We don't know their purpose in approaching Ming Ren, but Ming Ren is in great danger.
Such a powerful space-time ninjutsu. If it wasn't Flying Thunder God, then it was most likely a special dojutsu. If they were after the Ninetales chakra, then Ming Ren as the Jinchuriki would become a clear target. Shui Min was deeply worried about Ming Ren's safety, hesitating whether to accompany him at all times to protect him as he grew. Senju Jian saw through his thoughts, and gently patted his shoulder.
Young man, no need to worry. Their origins are unknown, but as long as the three of us are here, how many in the entire ninja world could forcibly take Ming Ren away?
Fei Jian nodded. Given the combat power of the three Hokage present, even if all the other nations united to attack, they might not achieve a favorable outcome. After all, these three were among the most elite forces of their respective eras. With them backing Ming Ren, it could be said that no one could truly threaten him. Such was the confidence of being a Hokage. After advancing several kilometers, Gamabunta was summoned back to his straw boat by Minato. Team 7 continued onward. The sky darkened as the sun sank low behind the hills. Naruto lay with his hands beneath his head and said, "Sensei Kakashi, how much farther do we have to go? My stomach's practically caving in." As if on cue, his belly let out a loud rumbling growl. Sakura sat nearby, weary and famished. Sasuke remained vigilant, scanning for potential threats. Yet, after an entire day on watch, his vision had begun to blur. Kakashi, by contrast, radiated unflagging energy. He had just closed his eyes for a brief nap, and now felt fully refreshed. Kakashi turned to Naruto, and said, "Stay sharp. The moment when vigilance wanes most during escort missions is precisely when ambushes strike hardest. Never lower your guard." Sakura still felt a flutter of anxiety, yet gradually acclimated to the tension, her resolve growing firmer. "Sensei Kakashi is right. The mission has only just begun. We must protect Mr. Tsunoda with our lives." Her words buoyed the team's spirits. Though Sasuke could not voice such sentiment himself, hearing it stirred within him a quiet surge of strength. He blinked hard several times, refocusing his gaze, and resuming his watch. Then Naruto's voice rang out suddenly, "Make out." Heaven! How could Sensei Kakashi possibly be reading something like that? All attention instantly shifted toward Naruto. At those words, Kakashi's face darkened. He lunged forward, hand outstretched to snatch the "Make out heaven" from Naruto's grasp, but Naruto twisted and writhed, evading every attempt. Sakura looked bewildered. What on earth is make-out heaven? A second later realization dawned. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she swiftly averted her gaze from Kakashi. Sasuke scoffed coldly beside her. So even the legendary A&BU prodigy harbors vulgar desires. Kakashi stammered mid-sentence, flustered and breathless, snatching futilely, while insisting ahem. It's my personal freedom, Naruto. Give it back. Not a chance. I know you're a pervert, Sensei Kakashi. Ha ha ha. Naruto shouted gleefully. Kakashi grew increasingly frantic, lurching wildly to reclaim the book, yet restrained himself, wary of injuring Naruto. The scene erupted into chaotic intensity. Suddenly Kakashi feigned inspiration. He froze, pointed sharply behind Naruto, and cried out, Naruto, watch out behind you. Startled, Naruto instinctively whirled around, eyes locked warily on the direction Kakashi indicated, only for searing pain to erupt from behind him. Kakashi's voice dropped to a devilish whisper. SS strength secret technique. 1000-year kill. Each syllable fell like a hammer strike. Sasuke and Sakura recoiled at the sight of Kakashi's hand seals. Believing Naruto's antics harmless, they never imagined Kakashi would deploy an SS rank jutsu. Kakashi's hand shot forward, and in the next instant Naruto unleashed a shriek like a slaughtered pig. The make-out heaven flew from his grip. Kakashi's eyes flashed. Then in one fluid motion, he caught it midair and tucked it deep into his inner vest pocket. Naruto collapsed to his knees, clutching his rear in agony. Sasuke buried his face in his palms. Sakura blushed fiercely, then burst into laughter. Kakashi leaned back, legs crossed, exuding triumph. Only Naruto remained stranded in suffering. Fine, Sensei Kakashi, you win. Tsunade, who had watched the spectacle with quiet amusement, chuckled aloud. With Naruto aboard, the journey's tension had dissolved into warmth. But the ease shattered when Sasuke spoke, his eyes shifting into a single Tomo Sharingan fixed rigidly ahead. Enemy approaching. Kakashi too spotted the figure atop the bridge, a man bearing a colossal blade upon his back. Sakura clenched her hem, lips trembling faintly. Naruto shed all levity, his expression hardening, as he stared intently toward the bridge. As distance narrowed, the figure resolved clearly, jet black, cropped hair sharp and immaculate, no eyebrows, eyes cold, piercing, merciless. His forehead protector sat askew, leftward, and white bandages tightly swathed his face below the nose. His demeanor radiated ferocity and lethal precision. His broad, powerful frame conveyed raw, overwhelming might. Most striking was his massive cleaver. Its broad, heavy blade gleamed with icy, blood-flecked sheen. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto Tsunade, behind Naruto. Tsunade recoiled in terror, darting behind Kakashi. He's a shinobi of Kirigakure, sent to assassinate me. He must be. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura did not recognize him. They simply glanced at Kakashi, awaiting guidance. Kakashi stated flatly, he is Zabuza Momochi, one of the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist, a rogue ninja famed for mastery of water release and the executioner's blade. A seasoned killer. Sasuke swallowed hard and drew his kunai, pathetically small and frail, against Zabuza's monstrous cleaver. Naruto's eyes flickered. Then, summoning courage, he stepped boldly to the fore and called out toward the bridge. Whether you're one of 7 or 9, I don't care. Tsunade is under my protection. Touch him, and I'll show you no mercy. His voice rang with ironclad conviction, his presence commanding. Witnessing Naruto's resolve, Sasuke's nervousness eased, his focus sharpened, unwavering. Zabuza merely sneered. Then, with a surge, a towering geyser erupted from the river, hurling their boat violently onto the bridge. Sakura tumbled sideways from the force. Naruto and Sasuke staggered but regained footing. Kakashi barely swayed, steadying Tsunade as they landed firmly. Zabuza declared to Tsunade, "You dare hire a pack of brats from Konoha to escort you? How utterly insulting!"
In reply, a kunai streaked toward Zabuza's brow. He tilted his head just in time. Then his gaze locked onto Kakashi. Eager to die so soon. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, voice glacial. Fight, or leave. Zabuza's temper flared, coiling like smoke. Rude one-eyed wolf, if you crave death, I'll grant it gladly. With that, Zabuza swung the executioner's blade in a brutal arc toward Kakashi, who met it with a kunai steel ringing against steel. Boom! A deafening clash of metal echoed across the bridge. Kakashi blocked the blow, but agony seared up his arm, bones grinding, likely fractured. The atmosphere of the night was incomparably tranquil, as moonlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a glow on the faces of several individuals. Kakashi held a kunai in his right hand, supporting it with his left, trembling slightly under the pressure of the large sword. If Zabuza did not strike with that sudden heavy blow, even Kakashi could not take it without injury. Seeing Kakashi in such a passive state, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zabuza's eyes. Immediately, he took a half-step back, retracting the large sword to his waist, then using his hips to exert force, his whole body began to spin. The force of the blade was immense, causing a sound of air being cut as the edge sliced through the atmosphere. This time Kakashi was prepared, revealing his Sharingan, which was obscured by his forehead protector. Although Zabuza's movements were extremely quick, to Kakashi it appeared as if they were in slow motion, allowing him to clearly see the trajectory of his movements, even the flow of chakra within Zabuza. In the next moment, the giant blade slashed towards Kakashi's neck, and Kakashi slightly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blow. Zabuza paused momentarily, continuing to slash at Kakashi. However, every subsequent strike seemed to miss by just a hair, as Kakashi managed to dodge each time. It was then that Zabuza noticed the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye.
What does your eye look like?
Before Zabuza could finish his question, a burst of blue light shot forth, the intense sound of electricity piercing through Zabuza's eardrums. Kakashi conjured a mass of lightning in his hand, and thrust it towards Zabuza's abdomen. Lightning blade. The action was swift, and Zabuza could not evade in time, forcing him to place the large sword in front of him to withstand the blow. Moments later the lightning dissipated. Zabuza stood in place, unscathed, only feeling a slight numbness in his hands. The earlier lightning blade was mitigated by his large sword, absorbing most of its force. Sakura and Tsunade hid by the edge of the bridge, not daring to distance themselves from Kakashi too much. If Zabuza chose to chase after Tsunade, being too far away would make it difficult for Kakashi to provide support. Sakura's lips had turned a shade of purple from fear, her legs trembling involuntarily, yet she still forced a smile in front of Tsunade, saying,
Mr. Tsunade, please rest assured Kakashi Sensei is one of the best ninjas in Konoha. He will surely protect you well.
Tsunade, initially panicking, felt slightly reassured upon seeing Kakashi and Zabuza exchanging blows, and hearing Sakura's comforting words. Sasuke stood atop the bridge tower, observing the battlefield from the highest point, searching for an opportunity to intervene. Suddenly his gaze froze on Zabuza's back. He saw Naruto rapidly approaching Zabuza, and in his hand was a pulsating mass of chakra. Sasuke frowned.
What kind of jutsu is this?
Naruto thrust his hands towards Zabuza's back, and Kakashi's gaze shifted. He noticed Naruto behind Zabuza, and instantly focused his attention on Zabuza's eyes. In that moment Zabuza felt the world spinning, Kakashi's figure appearing to flicker erratically, his body twisting in a bizarre manner. In the next second a tearing pain shot through his back. Naruto's Rasengan hit Zabuza squarely. Sakura let out a scream of excitement upon witnessing this moment. Sasuke, on the other hand, wore a serious expression, his emotions complex. He never expected that the underachiever he had always looked down upon possessed such powerful strength. Sasuke regretted not understanding Naruto better at the Ninja Academy, and had treated him coldly. Naruto's rate of improvement was so rapid that it left him in disbelief. However, after the Rasengan penetrated Zabuza's body, the anticipated victory did not arrive, a dense fog suddenly enveloped the spot where Zabuza stood. Moments later the fog dissipated, revealing an empty space with only a section of a tree trunk remaining. Kakashi's expression turned serious.
It's a substitution technique.
In the next instant a chilling wind swept through behind Naruto. Sakura's expression turned to one of sheer terror as she shouted,
Naruto! Behind you!
Naruto sensed a strong killing intent. Acting on instinct, he decisively crouched down, narrowly avoiding Zabuza's large sword as it swung past. A flicker of surprise crossed Zabuza's eyes.
This little brat without Sharingan actually dodged my strike.
Zabuza paused momentarily in his perception. Among the few in front of him, only Kakashi had some skill while the others were mere fodder. Yet this blonde brat had evaded his most confident strike from behind. It must have been luck. Not far away Minato stared intently at the dense fog ahead, visibility unclear, but he could sense Naruto's movements within it. Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly.
To conceal one's body within the fog, that ability is quite troublesome.
Tobirama looked at Minato, who appeared worried.
Young man, if you are truly concerned, I can directly use the Flying Thunder God technique to blow up their side.
Having said that, Tobirama prepared to use the Flying Thunder God to teleport to the anchor point previously set on the small boat. Minato reached out and grabbed Tobirama's arm.
There is no need for that second Hokage. Even if we aren't here, this is a challenge Naruto must face. Intervening rashly might cause him to develop a reliance on others. Let us observe a while longer. I have faith in Naruto.
Upon hearing Minato's words, Tobirama sat back down, continuing to sip his tea. He had no intention of truly intervening. He merely wanted to see Minato's stance, and Minato's answer greatly satisfied Tobirama. Hashirama was closely watching the fog, saying,
I envy your ability to sense. So far I can't see anything clearly at all.
Tobirama coldly replied,
Elder brother, you are oblivious to your own fortune. I envy your would-release technique instead.
Upon hearing this, a hint of pride appeared in Hashirama's brow.
What are you talking about, little brother? With your outstanding research abilities, wouldn't it be easy to develop a jutsu even stronger than would-release?
Tobirama's eyes also revealed a hint of arrogance. Minato listened to the two praise each other, recognizing their strengths, but he felt a bit speechless. On the bridge the fog thickened. Sakura and Tsunade could no longer see the figures of the others, while Sasuke stood atop the tower, barely able to see Naruto, and Kakashi yet unable to locate the man with the large sword. The disappearance of the enemy's presence made Naruto anxious, a creeping fear of the unknown spreading within him. Meanwhile, Kakashi was seriously sensing the abnormal movements of chakra. Suddenly a scream from Sakura pierced the air.
Help!
Kakashi and Naruto rushed over quickly. Bang! A violent impact sound echoed, and amidst the fog Sasuke's figure trembled violently, hands gripping a shuriken tightly, desperately holding back Zabuza's large sword. Tsunade and Sakura were already panicking.
Sasuke!
Kakashi looked at Zabuza in front of Sasuke, and suddenly realized something was amiss, shouting excitedly,
It's a trap!
Scatter quickly.
In the fog, Zabuza's deep voice enveloped the group.
Water prison jutsu. Zabuza, standing before Sakura and Dasna, transformed into a puddle and dissipated at the spot, while Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto's bodies were instantly imprisoned in a water prison. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape from the watery confinement. The figure of Zabuza slowly reappeared, walking towards Sakura and Dasna.
Foolish Konoha ninja, how dare you expose your backs to me?
As she watched Zabuza approach, Sakura's lips turned purple, her legs felt weak, and she was nearly unable to stand. Her gaze helplessly turned to Kakashi and the others in the water prison. An unprecedented sense of terror surged through every nerve in Sakura's body. She never expected that on her first mission, she would have to die alongside Sasuke. Given her and Dasna's physical capabilities, even if they had wings, they could not escape from this place. Daza, cowering behind Sakura, saw the helplessness of the three in the water prison and understood his fate. Daza felt an endless sorrow. He had only aimed to help the land of waves become better, yet he was set to die on this return journey. It was impossible not to feel regret. Sakura looked at Sasuke, her eyes already brimming with tears, but she did not want to appear so weak in front of him. Even in death, she wanted to die with dignity. Sakura gathered chakra in her hands, her emotions flaring as she shouted, "You are nothing but a despicable and lowly person. All you do is bully the weak. In my eyes you are nothing." Hearing Sakura's words, Zabuza suddenly froze in place, seemingly pondering her statement carefully. Bullying the weak. Despicable. Zabuza felt a moment of confusion. He even thought Sakura was right. But who was Zabuza Momochi? A rogue ninja. A reaper who had killed countless people while wandering the world. Did this woman really think she could morally bind him? Zabuza felt a surge of irritation quickening his steps as he raised the beheading sword in his hand. At that moment all he wanted was to cut down these two people and clear the obstacles from Konoha, so he could return to seek his reward from Kato. Thinking this, his emotions eased considerably. To morally bind a rogue ninja is truly a foolish woman's act. Go to hell and complain. He swung down directly, while Sakura concentrated all her chakra to meet the giant blade with her hands. Overcome by fear, her eyes slightly closed. Kakashi in the water prison was extremely worried, as there was no way Sakura could withstand this blow. A sense of helplessness and sadness flashed through Sasuke's heart. Sakura's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. All she wanted was to die with dignity. With a dull thud, the beheading sword was surprisingly suspended in midair. Sakura opened her eyes in shock, only to see a figure wrapped in orange chakra standing before her, firmly catching the heavy blow with one hand. Sakura widened her eyes, feeling extremely perplexed by what was happening. Naruto! How did you do that? Naruto, without turning back, said, It doesn't matter, just protect Uncle Dazna and yourself. A strange wave of emotion surged in Sakura's heart. The most unreliable Naruto in everyone's eyes had stepped in to protect her at the most critical moment. A unique sense of security surged within her. Yeah, you be careful too. Zabuza was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He completely could not understand how Naruto had escaped from the water prison. He turned to glance at the water prison that had contained Naruto, only to find that his figure had already vanished, leaving behind only a kunai tied with certain symbols. It was a space-time ninjutsu. A strong sense of crisis surged in Zabuza's heart. He quickly jumped away, distancing himself from Naruto, for both the space-time ninjutsu and the orange chakra enveloping Naruto were extremely dangerous signals for him. At that moment, he had no chance of victory left. Kakashi in the water prison was extremely excited, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration for the ninjutsu Naruto had just used to escape. Was precisely the Flying Thunder God technique, which his teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, excelled at. The Flying Thunder God technique demands a very high level of chakra control from its user. Even Kakashi finds it difficult to perform it in actual combat, yet Naruto managed to do it. It seems he has truly learned something valuable from Minato. In the other half of the water prison, Sasuke's feelings were extremely complex, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief mixed with a hint of hope. When did Naruto master such powerful ninjutsu? From being first in the transformation exam to successfully controlling the Ninetales chakra to using a space-time ninjutsu he didn't even know the nature of. Sasuke felt a deep sense of awe towards Naruto. If he truly had to fight Naruto in a life-and-death duel, he feared he would be utterly defeated. In light of this, Sasuke's gaze became serious and determined. He must desperately chase after Naruto's footsteps. In the boat, Senju Tobirama looked at Minato with great interest and said, The Flying Thunder God technique, though executed with some flaws, is more than enough to deal with that rogue ninja.
Minato, it seems you have not been stingy in your favoritism towards Naruto.
Senju Hashirama added.
That boy Naruto has great talent.
Minato, appearing somewhat embarrassed, felt immensely proud inside, as he said,
I never intended to teach him the Flying Thunder God at Naruto's age. It was almost impossible for him to master it. He insisted on learning, and I never expected he actually learned some of the basics. Tobirama's gaze lingered on the teapot as he said,
Naruto is a genius. If the opportunity arises in the future, I could guide him a bit. Minato was taken aback.
If Naruto could receive guidance from the second Hokage, he would surely be the luckiest child in Konoha.
Tobirama rarely displayed a smile genuinely. Senju Hashirama added,
You two, father and son, are truly enviable. Naruto is progressing rapidly. I think he should skip the ninja school exam and directly enter the Umbu for training.
Tobirama suddenly interjected.
Big brother, no, that would disrupt his original path of growth. Moreover, the Uchiha situation has yet to be clarified. The Umbu cannot be trusted.
Hashirama felt Tobirama's words made sense, and decided not to pursue it further. Minato silently gazed at the foxfire in the dense fog, feeling immensely gratified. He did not deny that he had helped Naruto grow, but seeing his son be capable on his own was truly something to be proud of. On the bridge, Zabuza spat blood, leaning against the beheading sword stuck in the ground, gasping for breath, his face filled with confusion and pain. Just now Zabuza had been brutally beaten by Naruto. The combination of Ninetales chakra and the Flying Thunder God technique not only landed heavy blows, but also shattered Zabuza's arms and ribs. Under Naruto's assault, Zabuza needed more chakra to counter him, causing his water prison technique to become exceedingly weak. Kakashi and Sasuke exerted a slight force and successfully broke free. At this point, the situation had turned decisively in their favor. Kakashi stepped forward ready to deliver a finishing blow, while Zabuza gazed at his unconscious arms holding a kunai in his mouth, his eyes fixed intensely on Naruto. Kakashi did not act immediately, but turned to Naruto, who was slowly approaching. Zabuza said, Who exactly are you? Naruto's gaze was resolute, exuding an aura of dominance. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage of Konohagakure. He firmly believed in his destiny to become Hokage. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Sasuke's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Surprisingly, Zabuza seemed to believe him wholeheartedly. I see no wonder being defeated by the Hokage is a dignified way to die, Zabuza said with a sense of resignation. But his expression quickly changed, revealing a ferociously sinister glare. But even the Hokage will get hurt, right? The next moment the river became extremely turbulent, and in an instant 3 towering water columns formed, twisting and swaying in the air, transforming into 3 massive dragons. Water-style water dragon jutsu. Zabuza spat blood. This attack was his final desperate move. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, preparing to replicate Zabuza's jutsu, but Naruto reached out to stop him. In an instant, Naruto's figure vanished, reappearing right in front of Zabuza, a kunai poised just above Zabuza's forehead, a mere hair's breadth from piercing him. Zabuza's pupils dilated. The 3 water dragons instantly collapsed, returning to the river. Zabuza was thoroughly defeated, utterly crushed. Kakashi and Sasuke appeared grave. Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was executed with such mastery, it was an extremely terrifying thing. Zabuza collapsed to the ground, his eyes clouded. Is this the power of the Hokage? Even at such a young age, his strength is worlds apart from mine. I have trained so hard for so many years, yet I cannot defeat a mere kid. Zabuza's tone was filled with despair. Naruto gradually approached, crouching down to say, Everyone has their own ninja way to become the person you aspire to be. You must bear the corresponding burdens. The burdens I carry may not be something you would wish to bear, Naruto continued. Upon hearing this, Zabuza seemed like a deflated balloon. He was completely crushed. Before him, Naruto not only possessed strength far superior to his own, but his psychological maturity far exceeded what was expected for someone of his age. Zabuza dared not imagine the burdens behind him. Suddenly a figure appeared beside them. It was a slender long-haired individual wearing a mask. Zabuza's eyes widened at the sight of her, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Cough! Haku! What are you doing here?" A female voice came from beneath the mask. "Lord Zabuza, I'm sorry I'm late." Zabuza urged, "You must leave now. These people are not something you can handle." Haku replied firmly, "If we must die, let us die together." Seeing this scene, Naruto felt a pang of sadness, for he understood this bond. Their relationship resembled that of Naruto and Iruka. At this moment, Sasuke and Kakashi felt tense. The previous water prison had already consumed a significant amount of chakra to resist, leaving them uncertain against this unknown opponent. Sakura and Tazuna supported each other, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Regardless of the outcome, they were forced to accept their fate, hoping only that Naruto would secure victory soon. Naruto said, "Your injuries are beyond saving. In your next life, be a good person." Zabuza was not one to fear death, but with Haku by his side, dying now would cause her great pain. Haku also felt a sense of surprise looking at the battered Zabuza, and then at the unharmed Naruto. She instantly understood. The opponent's strength was far beyond that of the two of them. Zabuza was completely crushed. Against Naruto, Haku saw no hope of victory. Yet Zabuza cautiously asked Haku, "What do you hope I will do?" Haku choked back her emotions and said without hesitation, "I just wish to live alongside Lord Zabuza." Zabuza understood the meaning behind her words. His emotions stirred. "Cough. Haku, I'm sorry. I've always been too selfish, ignoring your feelings." Haku did not respond, but merely nodded slightly. In the face of death, a person's words are sincere. Zabuza decisively said, "Future Hokage, I will no longer hinder your path, but there is one thing I wish to ask of you. In my final moments, allow me to spend a little more time with Haku." Zabuza spoke with determination. Upon hearing this, Haku felt a pang in her heart and crouched down to support Zabuza. "Lord Zabuza, I will always be by your side." The two exchanged glances, saying no more. Naruto nodded. Zabuza's life was now on a countdown, while Haku bore no hostility, wishing only to quietly accompany Zabuza on this final journey. Naruto glanced at the bridgehead not far away, observing the figures moving within, then turned to Haku and asked, "Can you handle the group of people?" Haku felt a moment of shock, then turned to the thick mist, carefully sensing. For a few seconds she spoke, "I should be fine." Naruto said, "Let's go until we meet again." "Thank you. Until we meet again." Zabuza expressed his gratitude. Sasuke and Kakashi followed Naruto's lead, while Sakura supported Tazuna as they returned to the small boat, leaving the dying Zabuza and the emotionally shattered Haku behind. Zabuza stood up with Haku's support. The two bowed slightly towards Naruto. As the small boat moved several hundred meters, the sounds of commotion erupted from the bridge. Haku's figure weaved through the crowd, enemies collapsing one by one as easily as if cutting through vegetables. Soon all enemy movement ceased. Zabuza's life came to an abrupt stop. At the moment he lost his breath, Haku removed her mask, holding Zabuza's lifeless body, and leaping directly into the river. Moments later, Haku's chakra disappeared. Kakashi looked at Naruto, remaining silent. In this operation, Naruto was clearly the absolute leader. Sasuke sat nearby, unable to utter a single word. He felt Naruto's aura was so overwhelming that he hesitated to say anything. Sakura and Tazuna cautiously observed Naruto. Sakura tugged at Naruto's sleeve, speaking gently, "Naruto, I previously held a prejudice against you, and even spoke ill of you behind your back. I'm sorry." Naruto's serious expression changed as he beamed. "Sakura-kun, it's okay, I've gotten used to it long ago." Seeing Naruto's open demeanor, Sakura felt even more guilty, silently making a resolution in her heart. This time Naruto had saved her life. He was her lifesaver. Therefore, no matter what rumors arise in the future, Sakura would never participate again, but would strive to protect Naruto. As the boat continued to sail, suddenly with two dazzling bursts of light, three figures appeared on the boat. After the fierce battle with Zabuza, Naruto's team continued their journey by boat for several kilometers, when with the appearance of a yellow and a blue flash, three figures stood upon the small vessel. Seeing these three figures, everyone was taken aback. Sasuke and Sakura immediately tensed, drawing their kunai and readying for battle. Tsunade quickly shrank behind Kakashi. Although Naruto was also surprised, he relaxed upon recognizing their faces. Kakashi, three predecessors. Why have you appeared? At the sight of the three familiar faces from the Hokage rock, everyone except Naruto and Kakashi was left dumbfounded. Tsunade murmured, "These people look so familiar. I feel like I've seen them somewhere." "You are?" "The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage," exclaimed Sakura excitedly. Sasuke frowned deeply, remaining silent. Why would these three, who had already departed to the Pure Land, appear here? Something abnormal must be afoot, something serious must have happened. Hashirama spoke. "We saw your performance just now. You were all brave, especially Naruto." Hearing this, Naruto glanced at Minato beside him, scratched his head, and felt a thrill of secret joy. Even the usually defiant Sasuke had no objection, for this escape was almost entirely Naruto's doing. "I see the shadows of my past selves in you. In my day." Hashirama began to reminisce. "Cough, big brother, get to the point," Tobirama interrupted. Minato remained silent. Hashirama, "In the days to come you will face unrest. A mysterious organization has set its sights on you, and their power is exceedingly formidable. Therefore we will train you three, helping you rapidly enhance your strength. But the outcome depends on yourselves." Naruto's interest peaked at these words. "This is great. I want to learn the first grandpas with style." Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged an awkward glance. Minato said, "Naruto, you don't have the wood-release bloodline limit, so you can't learn with style ninjutsu." Sasuke held his forehead. "Still the same idiot." "Naruto, shouldn't we first think about why the three Hokage have returned from the dead?" Sakura chimed in. "Sasuke is right. We need to understand why the three Hokage are appearing before us." Naruto looked at Minato, who signaled him with his eyes not to speak. At that moment Kakashi stepped in to mediate. "I summoned the three Hokage using a special method. As for how, it's beyond your understanding. Let's hear what the first Hokage has to say first." Hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura and Sasuke found it reasonable, and stopped pondering, turning their attention to Hashirama. A flicker of approval for Kakashi inadvertently appeared in Hashirama's eyes. By taking the initiative to admit it, Kakashi actually protected Naruto. Hashirama said, "These days, I've received much intelligence. Among it, One Piece is extremely dangerous. Someone is secretly tracking the tail beasts, plotting a massive conspiracy. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto is the most critical link among the tail beasts, and will inevitably face extremely perilous attacks. For the peace of Konoha, we will observe you from the shadows, but not protect you. Remember, you must resolve dangers on your own. However, if unreasonable individuals or events appear, we will intervene at our discretion." Kakashi nodded. While not interfering with Naruto's natural learning trajectory, intercepting unknown threats and providing guidance on this basis would not only accelerate Naruto's progress, but also invisibly ward off certain unpredictable factors. The first Hokage's considerations were indeed thorough. After speaking, the three Hokages swiftly departed without lingering. Sakura and Tsunade fainted on the spot, and Sasuke, his consciousness fading, also collapsed. Only Naruto and Kakashi remained standing. Naruto looked at Kakashi's 3-mo Sharingan and instantly understood. Kakashi had used Jinjutsu. The earlier scene felt like a dream to the others, its reality uncertain, thus preventing any leakage. Even if it were leaked, no one would believe it. The two awakened Tsunade and safely escorted him back to Wave Country, then returned to Konoha. Halfway, Sasuke and Sakura woke up dizzy and disoriented. How did I fall asleep? Sakura rubbed her eyes. Sasuke's head ached severely, and he looked at Kakashi, realizing it was him who had done something.
Kakashi-sensei, why did you do that?
Although Sasuke had some awareness, his memories of the three Hokage had become hazy, as if they were there, and yet not. He vaguely sensed something unusual, but quickly dismissed the thought. Sasuke had no time for matters unrelated to becoming stronger. Kakashi ignored his question, simply pulling out, "Make out paradise," without even pretending otherwise. Sakura and the others had grown accustomed to Kakashi's reserved personality, and showed no particular reaction. Kakashi told them to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams, then everyone went home. At Naruto's house, Minato, wearing a home cook's apron, placed a large platter of assorted sashimi on the table. Naruto's weary spirit was instantly rejuvenated as he gazed excitedly at the sashimi.
"Dad, you can even cut sashimi,"
Naruto said excitedly. Minato gave a light snort, a hint of pride in his expression.
"Of course your dad knows many things. Then Mom must be very happy,"
Naruto said while eating a slice of raw fish. At the mention of Mom, Minato's smile froze on his face. Naruto continued,
"Dad, if I use Impure World Reincarnation again, can I summon Mom? Then the three of us could travel together. Just thinking about it makes me happy." "No, Naruto,"
Minato said firmly. Naruto stopped eating, looked up at Minato, his eyes full of confusion.
"Why? Impure World Reincarnation cannot be used carelessly. It requires a vast amount of chakra, as well as a corpse or chakra as a medium. And since you have already used it twice, your own chakra can no longer support it. You are essentially relying on the Ninetales chakra to sustain yourself. That is why the Ninetales chakra has leaked out prematurely."
Naruto nodded thoughtfully, as Minato's analysis was accurate.
"If the Ninetales goes out of control with my current bonus ability, I cannot seal it again. Konoha will surely fall into chaos. Also, and crucially, rashly using Impure World Reincarnation would affect causality, leading to many unknown dangers."
Naruto suddenly interjected.
"But since you have already been reincarnated, hasn't the causality already changed?"
Minato shook his head.
"We three are a special case. Because in the small hut beside the place where you performed the Impure World Reincarnation, I found clothing imbued with my chakra along with the bodies of the first and second Hokage. This indicates that someone was preparing to reincarnate us using the same technique. In other words, our resurrection was inevitable."
Watergate placed his hand atop Naruto's head.
"Naruto, remember this. Do not use it rashly. Yet when the moment calls for it, and your heart tells you it must be done, then act without hesitation. But be prepared to bear the cost. To forcibly draw a soul from the Pure Land without any medium inflicts harm on anyone involved."
Naruto nodded solemnly. Time swiftly passed until the day of the Chunin exams. Inside the instructor's office, a tall, graceful woman stood by the window. She held a cigarette between her fingers.
"Kakashi, I hear your mission was upgraded midway." "Indeed. A rogue ninja intercepted us en route."
Kakashi gazed steadily into Yui Kurenai's crimson eyes, speaking with effortless calm.
"You speak so lightly of Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist."
At that moment, a man with a thick beard interjected.
"We both know Kakashi's strength. It should pose no challenge to defeat him." "Asmara, how many times must I tell you? Do not interrupt me while I am speaking."
Kurenai's cheeks flushed faintly as irritation flickered across her expression.
Kakashi said, "Truthfully, I contributed little to this mission."
Kurenai's eyes widened in disbelief.
"You contributed nothing? Then do you mean to say it was your Chunin team, your 7th squad, who defeated Zabuza Momochi?"
Kakashi remained silent, but gave a slight deliberate nod. Asmara's gaze snapped toward them.
"Impossible. Zabuza was an elite jonin of Kirigakure, masterful in taijutsu, proficient in water release, and peerless in assassination techniques. How could those brash golden-haired boys possibly stand against him? Kurenai added. Precisely. Even if Uchiha Sasuke awakened, his triple Tomo Sharingan victory over Zabuza would still be uncertain. Speaking of Sasuke, he is indeed a tragic child. Kurenai's voice softened with quiet gravity. Kakashi shook his head, weary and resigned. Kurenai and Asmara's assessment was entirely sound. Had Kakashi not witnessed it himself, he too would have refused to believe it. It wasn't Sasuke, it was Naruto. He defeated Zabuza almost single-handedly and utterly dominated him. Kakashi spoke with uncharacteristic solemnity. At Kakashi's grave tone, Kurenai and Asmara rose instinctively to their feet. Kakashi, are you serious? Asmara demanded, voice edged with disbelief. Kakashi shook his head. Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Yet his performance at the academy was unremarkable, Kurenai remarked. Kakashi cast her a cold, piercing glance. What era do you live in? Still clinging to such outdated notions. Academic excellence means nothing. Once you step into the real world, you'll be battered down regardless. When you meet Naruto yourself, you'll understand. Anything is possible, Kakashi declared. A quiet pride shimmered beneath his words. Naruto had become his most cherished disciple, his future limitless, his potential incalculable. I'll see for myself just what kind of prodigy this Naruto truly is, how he transformed overnight, Kurenai said. I hope your words hold true, Asmara replied. We shall see. The Chunin exam waiting area. Ninja candidates from across the nations gathered in one place, chaotic, clamorous, alive with restless energy. Dosa introduced the 9 Konoha participants to the broader landscape, numbers, affiliations, rival villages. Naruto shrugged indifferently. No matter how many there are, I'll beat them all. Sasuke, tense and unsettled, glanced away. Idiot, why say that out loud? Instantly every eye in the hall turned toward Naruto. Shikamaru approached, exasperated. What a pain! Don't go provoking everyone like that. Kiba glared, furious. Naruto, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Hinata murmured softly. It's all right. Kiba turned, baffled. Hinata, whose side are you on? Hinata twisted the hem of her sleeve, tongue-tied. Sakura, trembling slightly, instinctively edged closer to Naruto's side. Don't scold, Naruto. Let's all just focus on passing the exam, Sakura pleaded. Yamanaka Ino strode forward at once. Sakura, why are you defending him? He's the dead last, yet you actually take his side. Sakura flushed with embarrassment, but faced Ino with rising indignation. Naruto is our teammate. Defending him is only natural. And you, Inapig, what business do you have barging over here? Stay away from Sasuke. Sakura shot back. Ino, stunned, found herself speechless. No retort came to mind. Naruto's voice cut through the air. Hey, you called who the dead last? Ino turned, and met Naruto's unwavering gaze, his presence suddenly commanding, intense. Proud Ino faltered, silenced by the sheer weight of his aura, her feet retreating imperceptibly. Ugh, scaring a girl like that, she muttered under her breath. It was you, Inapig, who insulted him first. Sakura jabbed a finger toward Ino. Ino stepped forward, ready to argue, then caught sight of Naruto approaching, slow and deliberate, his killing intent unmistakable. I hate it most when people call me the dead last. His voice dropped low, resonant with quiet menace. Kiba suddenly interjected. Hey Naruto, picking on a girl. That's no feat. If you got guts, come at me, the great Kiba. He turned to the Ninken perched on his shoulder. Akamaru, tell me, isn't it true? He dares not challenge us. He only bullies helpless girls. Honestly, he's just a fraud. Hearing this, Sasuke sighed, turning away. Kiba had never seen Naruto face Zabuza,
and now could only pray Naruto wouldn't erupt here. Naruto's stern expression melted, replaced by a radiant sunlit grin.
Kiba, I've decided. You're first on my list.
He spoke still smiling. Shino murmured.
This boy has lost his mind.
Hinata whispered.
Naruto. Kiba, please don't. This is only an exam. There's no need for this. Ugh, two idiots. Don't start bickering in front of everyone.
Shikamaru groaned, brow furrowed. Choji tucked his empty snack wrapper back into one pocket, then pulled out a fresh bag from another bulging one, crunching contentedly as he watched the spectacle unfold. Kiba sneered at Naruto.
A fool who can't even master the shadow clone technique. What right do you have to threaten me? If anyone's doing the beating, it'll be me beating you.
Just then a stranger's voice sliced through the din. A man from Otogekure, head wrapped in bandages, drawled.
Ah, so we're looked down upon by Konoha ninja.
Others glared, fierce, predatory, locking onto Naruto and Kiba poised to strike. Shikamaru quickly stepped forward and waved his hands to calm everyone.
Don't take it to heart, those two fools can't represent Konoha.
The next second the ninja from the Sound Village, who had spoken earlier, moved swiftly to Kiba Inuzuka's front and drove a punch toward his abdomen. Kiba barely had time to react, instinctively raising his arm to block. The punch seemed to carry little force, and Kiba caught it steadily. Just as he felt triumphant, a sharp pain exploded in his abdomen, and he vomited out his breakfast in one go. Akamaru, perched on his shoulder, seemed affected, as well, retching repeatedly. Everyone was stunned. Was this taijutsu? In the next instant the Sound Ninja darted to Naruto, aiming at the same spot with an even more powerful blow. Sakura cried out in alarm.
Naruto! Dodge it!
But Naruto stood motionless, taking the full force of the punch. The group was bewildered. Kiba's taijutsu was far superior to Naruto's, yet even he had collapsed after that hit. Why didn't Naruto evade? Shikamaru averted his gaze, sensing the scene would be brutal. Ino Yamanaka was a little frightened, but since Naruto had just scared her, she felt a flicker of satisfaction. Trying to threaten me. Someone will teach you a lesson. When the Sound Ninja's fist connected with Naruto's abdomen, he frowned. He could sense that his punch had done no damage at all. Suddenly a strong wind arose inside the room. In Naruto's other hand a sphere of swirling chakra materialized, a Rasengan. Sensing the power of the wind-released chakra, the Sound Ninja tried to retreat, but his arm was firmly grasped by Naruto, rendering him immobile. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone, the Rasengan struck the Sound Ninja's abdomen. The muscles there twisted grotesquely, his expression contorted in agony, and with a dull thud, the ninja was blasted into the wall. The room erupted in murmurs. Shikamaru.
What? What kind of power is that?
Choji.
Such an incredible jutsu.
Sakura.
Great job, Naruto.
Ino stood frozen. She looked at Kiba, who was gasping on his knees.
Kiba. Naruto seems to have become really strong.
Kiba forced himself to stand, his eyes betraying a flash of surprise quickly replaced by stubbornness.
Just luck. When we meet in the arena, you'll know how formidable I am,
he said to Naruto. Shikamaru was exasperated again.
Brother, the Sound Ninja is already embedded in the wall. He can't even be pried out. Why are you still threatening him? You're so ungrateful.
Sasuke watched from the side, envy in his eyes.
Naruto is invincible. Am late.
A rough, booming voice came from the doorway. A man with a scarred face entered the exam hall, followed by a group of Konoha ninjas. He scanned the examinees, then noticed the Sound Ninja embedded in the wall. He stared at him intently, his overwhelming presence dropping the temperature in the room to freezing. Everyone stared at him, afraid to speak or move. Kabuto whispered to Naruto and the others.
That's the chief examiner, Ibiki Marino. He's extremely harsh with students. Don't get on his bad side.
Rock Lee nodded, lips pressed tight. Choji put away his snacks. After a few seconds, Ibiki spoke again.
Who did this?
All eyes instinctively turned to Naruto. Ibiki looked at Naruto, then at the grimacing Kiba, and roughly understood the situation, but he couldn't fathom how Naruto had managed it. He walked toward Naruto. Despite some nervousness, Naruto showed no fear, meeting Ibiki's gaze with neither arrogance nor timidity.
In my venue, Konoha ninjas are not allowed to fight among themselves.
He glanced at Kiba and Naruto.
If it happens again, it'll disqualify both of you. Chief Examiner, I swear it won't happen again.
Kiba apologized repeatedly. Naruto remained indifferent. Ibiki turned and walked to the podium.
Get that man out of the wall. If anyone else causes trouble in this room, he'll kill you.
Ibiki's low gravelly voice made it clear he wasn't bluffing. He would really kill. Everyone returned to their seats, obediently waiting for Ibiki to announce the rules.
This year's exam rules have changed. There will be no written test. We'll proceed directly to the Forest of Death. 26 teams, each randomly assigned either a Heaven or Earth scroll. Within 5 days, you must acquire a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the central tower to pass. Elimination conditions: giving up midway a teammate's death or peeking at the scroll. Meaning any one of these results in failure.
After explaining the rules, Anko Mitarashi led several Konoha squads to the outskirts of the Forest of Death and briefly described the conditions inside. Outside the forest.
Naruto Uzumaki, in the Forest of Death, you won't have room to be willful. It's not just dangerous ninja. There are venomous insects and ferocious beasts. Will you still be able to smile then?
Anko teased. She had witnessed the earlier conflict between Naruto and Kiba. Though Naruto's Rasengan was impressive, this was a team exam, and every member mattered. Too many people had died in the Forest of Death from acting alone or trying to be a hero. And Naruto seemed exactly like that kind of troublemaker. Naruto replied nonchalantly,
Thank you for your concern, Teacher Anko. I hope you'll be there when I reach the central tower in 5 days. Such a big mouth.
Anko dismissed Naruto's words entirely. In her eyes, he was just an ordinary person, ordinary and likely to die at any moment. So his words were utterly unworthy of belief. Sasuke watched Anko coldly, saying nothing. Just then Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi arrived with the 8th and 10th teams. Anko looked surprised to see them.
What brings you two seniors here?
Kurenai raised her voice.
I came to see the famous Naruto Uzumaki.
Her tone was dripping with sarcasm. Asuma appeared more easygoing. He studied Naruto carefully, then said,
Indeed, you're different from the rest, Naruto. I look forward to seeing what you can do.
Hino was puzzled by this, and said to Asuma,
Teacher Asuma, why are you being so polite to him? He almost attacked me earlier.
Asuma raised an eyebrow.
Are you sure he was about to hit you? Or did you say something unpleasant?
Hino was instantly speechless. Though Asuma hadn't been present, the staff had already reported the incident to him. Shikamaru crossed his arms.
For Asuma-sensei to think so highly of you, you must be a lucky guy.
Kiba was defiant.
Who does he think he is? Once we're in the Forest of Death, he'll beat him until he surrenders.
Shino Aburame remained expressionless, but if a fight broke out, he would unquestionably side with Kiba. Kurenai laughed unashamedly.
Kiba, you should go easy on him, or he might not be able to handle it.
Hinata watched with a complicated expression. Naruto. At that moment Naruto stepped forward and looked at Kiba.
I've changed my mind.
Kiba immediately became arrogant, believing Naruto had been intimidated by his presence and was now coming to appease him. Kiba's chin practically tilted to the sky.
Kneel and apologize to me, and they'll let you off the hook,
Naruto said coldly.
You've misunderstood. What I mean is I want to kill you.
The tension in the air was on the verge of ignition. Sensing the situation, Asuma quickly pulled the two apart. Kiba Inuzuka was agitated like a mad dog. How could a loser like Naruto dare to compete with him? But every time Naruto spoke he overshadowed Kiba, which infuriated him. He wished he could have Akamaru bite Naruto to death right now. Kurenai Yuhi noticed Naruto's demeanor, and wore an intriguing expression. Naruto indeed seemed different from the others. Kiba Inuzuka, however, was a standout at the Ninja Academy, a rare genius, who already possessed a summoning beast at such a young age. As for Naruto, he was notoriously the dead last. He had only performed well in the Genin exam, breaking records, but his overall strength could not possibly surpass Kiba's. What was strange was that Naruto showed no fear at all, which made Kurenai ponder. Because she had seen that look before, in the eyes of Kakashi Hatake. It was the attitude of a true powerhouse. With the sound of a gunshot, the barrier opened wide, and all participants surged into the forest of death. Naruto's team headed straight for the central tower. Without any obstacles, it would only take 2 days and 1 night to reach. Sasuke ran beside Naruto.
Naruto, I suggest we hide first, wait for the Heaven Scroll to appear, then seize it in one go.
Obviously Naruto's team had the Earth Scroll. Sakura nodded, agreeing with Sasuke's view. Naruto's gaze froze as he fell into thought. This exam was a mix of talents, with many former students retaking it, and ninjas from other villages, whose abilities were unknown. If they advanced recklessly, they might be ambushed. Sasuke's reasoning was sound. To ensure Sakura and Sasuke's safety, Naruto agreed to his proposal, and the three found a large tree hollow to hide in. Naruto sat cross-legged with closed eyes, continuing to practice chakra control, while Sasuke and Sakura set up many traps around the tree hollow. Once an enemy approached, the traps would immediately block them and relay information to the trio. Watching the silent Naruto, Sakura felt an unprecedented sense of security. Sasuke didn't overthink it, but subconsciously, he had already regarded Naruto as the backbone. The direction of the exam from now on would depend on Naruto's guidance. On the other side of the forest of death, mushroom-haired Rock Lee darted among the giant trees, his expression excited.
I'm already looking forward to fighting strong opponents. I wonder if Sakura is in danger. It's really worrying.
Niji Hyuga.
Lee, can you think about your own team first?
Tenzin.
Exactly. This forest of death is no joke. If you want to flirt, do it after the exam.
Lee scratched the back of his head sheepishly.
Sorry, I wasn't thinking. What should we do next?
Niji paused for a few seconds, then said,
Split up to gather information. Everyone returns to this spot in 20 minutes to share intel. Don't engage in prolonged battles.
Then the three figures disappeared in different directions, leaving only a kunai embedded in the soil. Outside the exam venue, Anko Mitarashi was savoring a new char siu bun from Ichiraku Ramen, her expression filled with satisfaction.
I really love every dish from Ichiraku. Each bite heals my mood for the whole day.
Suddenly a breeze swept up, a flurry of fallen leaves drifting down before Anko. A leaf ninja rushed over, his expression tense.
Lady Anko, it's bad. We found 3 bodies outside the forest of death. Please come take a look.
Anko frowned upon hearing this. The exam had just begun, and there were already 3 bodies outside. Without further thought, she followed the ninja to the scene. She saw the bodies of 3 grass village ninjas lying on the ground. Anko's heart trembled. The black curse mark on her neck began to appear, and intense pain surged through her body, making her unable to straighten her back.
Lady Anko, what's wrong? I'm fine. Go report to the 3rd Hokage and have him send some Umbu members.
Anko said, clutching her neck in pain.
Yes.
Several ninjas vanished with a body flicker. This feeling. No doubt. It's him. Anko entered the forest of death, moving swiftly toward the depths.
I must make it in time.
The tree hollow where Team 7 was. Naruto breathed deeply, allowing the Ninetales chakra within him to merge highly with his own. As he exhaled a breath of stale air, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. His mastery over the Ninetales chakra had advanced even further. Sasuke seemed to notice Naruto's change, his gaze frequently drifting in his direction. Sakura, on the other hand, was feeling drowsy and began to doze off. Suddenly rustling sounds came from around the tree hollow. Someone seemed to be hiding in the large clump of grass. Naruto's eyes snapped open. His heart trembled, and he grew tense, for this unfamiliar chakra was filled with killing intent. Sasuke also sensed something amiss. Seeing the tense expressions on Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura panicked and pulled out a kunai from her tool pouch, assuming a combat stance.
"Sasuke, Sakura, you two retreat first,"
Naruto suddenly said. Sasuke and Sakura were stunned.
"Retreat? What about you?"
Sasuke asked. Naruto's tone was firm and unquestionable.
"The enemy is strong. He'll hold him off. Get as far away as you can."
"But?" Sakura hesitated. If she left Naruto alone, wouldn't she be abandoning her teammate?
"Go! Now!"
Naruto's voice was urgent. Sasuke grabbed Sakura and pulled her out of the tree hollow, moving away from the enemy without hesitation. 5 seconds later, a long-haired man wearing Grass Village attire approached Naruto. His body seemed incredibly supple, moving among the giant trees with an eerie smoothness. Cold sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead, and the sweat on his hands soaked his sleeves, making the kunai slippery and hard to hold. The man walked toward Naruto expressionlessly, occasionally flicking his long tongue. Naruto tried to move, but his body felt as if rooted to the spot, unable to budge. His pupils trembled and his lips quivered. Such powerful chakra. The long-tongued man said,
"Kid, not bad at observation. Letting your teammates flee first, what a pity. I almost had all of you."
Naruto ignored him, striving to make his body move. The chakra inside him was restless, as if in fear of something. Naruto's gaze sharpened.
"With this level of chakra, you're not a participant, are you?"
Hearing this, the long-tongued man's eyes lit up, and he studied Naruto with interest.
"Quite clever. You're the first to guess correctly. In that case, it'll make your death quick."
Naruto gritted his teeth. Anger and unease surged within him, but ultimately unease prevailed. The enemy's strength was far above his own. As the long-tongued man drew closer, Naruto gradually made out his features. He seemed to be wearing a human skin mask, completely expressionless. The next second, the man tore off the mask, revealing a gaunt, pale face beneath.
"I am Orochimaru. Fate has brought us together. A pleasure to meet you. Taking your life, that's only fair, isn't it?"
Deep within the forest of death, Sasuke and Sakura darted swiftly among the branches, their expressions taut with tension, as a colossal creature pursued them relentlessly from behind. Sakura's voice trembled.
"Sasuke, I'm so tired, my legs have no strength."
Sasuke decisively hoisted Sakura onto his back and continued moving forward, not daring to pause for a single moment. After carrying Sakura on his back, Sasuke's movement speed slowed considerably, allowing the brown giant python behind him to rapidly close in. Its massive body slithered between the giant trees, and its swift movement caused leaves to fall in droves, creating a rain of falling foliage. A suffocating sensation gradually spread to Sasuke's chest. The dense curtain of falling leaves obscured his vision, making it momentarily impossible to discern direction. The next moment, a violent squeezing sensation struck Sasuke's abdomen. The giant serpent had already encircled the two of them, coiling its body around them. Sakura and Sasuke coughed repeatedly, struggling to breathe. Sakura was tightly constricted by the giant serpent, tears streaming involuntarily from her eyes, as she gazed at Sasuke with a face full of terror and helplessness. Sasuke's condition was little better. The rapid escape had already consumed much of his oxygen, and now the situation was even worse. His consciousness grew hazy, and he was on the verge of fainting. The next moment, the giant serpent opened its gaping maw and swallowed the two in one gulp. Inside the serpent's belly, Sakura and Sasuke had not yet reached the digestive area. Their bodies were tightly wrapped in the serpent's esophagus, unable to move. Sakura was at the peak of terror, her pupils and lips trembling uncontrollably. Sasuke stabbed the serpent's belly with a kunai, but it was useless. He struggled for a moment, then, enduring the pain of oxygen deprivation, he retrieved another kunai from his tool pouch. Sakura's eyes held a hint of confusion. What was Sasuke doing? Two kunai, wouldn't they have the same effect? Sasuke forced out a word.
We can only rely on Naruto.
The next moment, the talisman on the handle of the kunai glowed, and Sakura finally noticed the peculiarity of this kunai. Instantly, a burst of orange-yellow light exploded within the serpent's belly, and both Sasuke and Sakura shut their eyes. When the light dimmed, and they slowly opened their eyes, they suddenly saw Naruto, who had appeared instantaneously before them. Naruto was enveloped in an oranger chakra, and a pair of fox ears had extended from his head. Naruto smiled slightly.
"Am late."
Sasuke forced out a smile.
"You came just in time."
Seeing this, Sakura felt as if she had seen a savior, and tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. Naruto's tone was firm and resolute.
"I'll get you out of here right now."
Red and blue chakras swirled in his hands, merging and gradually coalescing into the shape of a Rasengan. Different from before, this Rasengan seemed to have fused with the Ninetales chakra. The next moment, Naruto hurled the Rasengan directly into the giant serpent's stomach. The giant serpent's abdomen instantly swelled. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The three of them escaped successfully. Sakura and Sasuke knelt on the ground, greedily breathing in oxygen. Naruto, however, seemed unscathed. Sakura's heart was filled with the joy of survival, and she looked at Naruto with deep gratitude.
"Naruto, thank you. Luckily you were here, or we wouldn't have made it."
Sasuke said nothing, just coughing repeatedly. After all, his body had nearly reached its limit, and he needed a moment to recover. Naruto flashed his trademark smile.
"Protecting comrades doesn't warrant thanks."
Before the tree hollow, Orochimaru stood frozen, his mind churning with disbelief. He could not possibly have mistaken it. The technique Naruto had just used was none other than the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Naruto seized a fleeting opportunity, activated the Flying Thunder God, and teleported to a previously set anchor point. It was just a Chunin exam. Orochimaru had come with a casual attitude, intending to pick some promising seedlings. But he had never imagined that anyone would use the Flying Thunder God. The difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was hellish, yet Naruto had applied it proficiently in actual combat. Orochimaru furrowed his brows. In his decades of wandering the world, he had never encountered such an extraordinary genius ninja. At that moment, three ninja wearing the headbands of the Hidden Sound Village approached Orochimaru, led by the bandaged man from the exam. The bandaged man, perplexed, asked,
"Lord Orochimaru, what happened?"
Orochimaru's voice was low, and he didn't turn around.
"Cancel the operation. Withdraw immediately." "Why? I haven't even started having fun yet."
A spiky-haired boy beside him suddenly spoke. The next moment, Orochimaru's neck elongated rapidly, stretching right in front of the spiky-haired boy. The scene was horrifying. The girl beside him flinched away in fright. Orochimaru, his face bloodless, said,
"This exam has been infiltrated by an extremely dangerous person. If you encounter him, dying 100 times wouldn't be enough."
Orochimaru's tone was deadly serious. The spiky-haired boy was so frightened that his pupils trembled, and he slowly opened his mouth.
"Yes."
"Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Several figures swiftly departed, leaving the forest of death behind. A few minutes later, Anko Mitarashi found the tree hollow. As she looked at the traces of the serpent's movement on the ground, the curse seal on the back of her neck felt a burning sensation, but it quickly faded. Anko frowned.
Strange, his scent seems to have vanished.
She had tracked Orochimaru's chakra all the way here. But for some reason, the others seemed to have left the forest of death. A few seconds later, 3 Anbu ninja appeared beside Anko. "Anko, what's the situation?" said a masked Anbu ninja. Anko's gaze was grave. "An extremely dangerous person has infiltrated here, but for some reason, he has already left." "Who is it?" "Orochimaru." Hearing this, the 3 Anbu ninja were startled. "I'll immediately report to the Hokage and put the entire village on lockdown." "No need. He's already left. A lockdown at this point is meaningless. If he wants to achieve some goal, no one except the third himself could stop him," Anko said. "But the Hokage ordered that once Orochimaru appears, the village is to be locked down immediately." The Anbu ninja hesitated. "Then call him over," Anko said. The 3 Anbu quickly vanished with a body flicker. Anko remained where she was, her mind unable to calm for a long time. Originally, she had planned to chase after Orochimaru and use the twin snakes' mutual death technique to kill him along with herself. But now Orochimaru had left. Given his nature, he would not easily give up without achieving his goal. This incident was extremely abnormal. Anko frowned, looking at a kunai left behind in the tree hollow. Feeling something strange, she reached out and picked it up. On the handle of the kunai there were faint talismans, but they seemed to have been torn, making it impossible to see the full pattern. An extremely complex emotion welled up in her heart. Anko Mitarashi stared intently at the kunai in her hand, muttering, "Who would leave talismans on a kunai?" In an instant, as if a thought struck her, Anko's pupils dilated, and 2 streams of cold sweat quickly slid down her forehead. Her lips trembled slightly as she slowly spoke. "Could it be? Has he returned?" In the death forest inside an unknown haystack, 3 figures hid, not daring to make a sound. Ino, growing impatient, said to the side, "Shikamaru, how long are we going to crouch here? My legs are numb." Shikamaru looked helpless. "What can I do? Is there any team weaker than us in this exam? If we don't lie low, it's a question whether we can even survive out there. And all you do is eat." Shikamaru glanced at Choji Akimichi, who was hugging a bag of snacks and eating potato chips. Choji grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into his mouth, looking zen. "I think Shikamaru is right. Since we're the weakest, we should hide." Then he took out a few chips and offered them to Ino and Shikamaru. "Try this new flavor, Sichuan pepper spicy, it's great." Ino punched Choji's large belly. "What time is it? You're still eating? Eat till you die." Choji looked aggrieved, withdrew his hand offering chips, and continued eating. Shikamaru looked disgusted. "How troublesome." Ino suddenly thought of something. "Naruto's team seems weaker than us, right? Only Sasuke is a genius, the other 2 are dead weight." Shikamaru suddenly interrupted. "If it's only Sasuke, he's indeed nothing to fear. But Naruto's demeanor in the exam hall seemed like a different person. I think he might have gotten stronger." Ino looked displeased. "How is that possible? He's always the dead last, far weaker than Sasuke. In the crowded exam hall, he was definitely putting on an act." Shikamaru rolled his eyes and ignored her. His specific strength was unknown. Recklessly seeking them out would incur great risk. Moreover, the type of scroll they had was still uncertain. In any case, they should not take the initiative to attack. Ino crossed her arms. "Annoying, you 2 cowards." Shikamaru was about to retort when suddenly a strange sensation washed over him. He immediately made a gesture signaling everyone to be quiet. Ino and Choji saw this and stopped what they were doing. About 5 seconds later, a clear, cold voice came. "Come out." The voice was imposing, impossible to refuse. Shikamaru and the others stood up reluctantly from the grass, seeing a boy with white eyes in front of them. "Niji, what a coincidence meeting you here," Shikamaru said nervously. Ino took off her hairpin, letting her hair fall, and winked at Niji Hyuga, softening her voice to ensure gentleness. "Nijini, I really like you. Want to have dinner together." "Get lost," Niji replied coldly. Ino was stunned. Her peerless beauty had earned her a get lost in front of him. Ino was furious but dared not say anything. She only pointed at Niji's back and cursed him silently.
"That posture of yours, do you want to fight me?"
Niji said without turning his head. Ino quickly withdrew her hand. Shikamaru smoothed things over.
"No, no. You came for the scroll, right? I have the earth one. I'll give it to you."
With that, Shikamaru prepared to throw the scroll marked earth to Niji.
"I don't want things from the weak. Get as far away as you can,"
Niji said coldly.
"Yes, bro."
Shikamaru and the other two quickly left the scene and hid behind another haystack nearby. Ino was so scared she could barely breathe.
"He's so scary. I mean, are we really going to keep hiding like this?"
Shikamaru scratched his head.
"Sigh, how troublesome. Since we can't beat anyone anyway, maybe we should go find Naruto and the others and see how things are."
Ino agreed excitedly, and they began their journey to find Naruto. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on his chair, expression serious, still holding a pipe in his mouth. 3 Umbu ninjas stood respectfully to the side awaiting orders.
"No need to seal off the village. Since he has left, he shouldn't pose a threat. To ensure safety, I will go to the Death Forest myself."
The Umbu ninjas bowed in acknowledgement and left the office. From behind the huge bookshelf, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju emerged. Tobirama said,
"Orochimaru, what is he up to by infiltrating the Chunin exam?"
Hashirama said.
"I can't understand."
Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke slowly.
"Maybe he's looking for someone. Intelligence shows that Orochimaru is wandering between countries searching for young blood. His motives are not good."
Tobirama's eyes were cold.
"Most likely he's developing ninjutsu, but targeting young people is despicable."
Orochimaru's philosophy and methods had similarities with Tobirama's, leading Tobirama to speculate that Orochimaru was conducting experiments on living humans to develop ninjutsu. This speculation was not without reason. Hashirama said,
"Naruto is participating in this exam. I wonder if he will be in danger. How about we call Minato and go to the site together?"
Tobirama and Hiruzen nodded in tacit agreement. In the Death Forest, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino Aburame were sitting around a large tree, each holding an apple. With Akamaru's sense of smell and Shino's Kakashi bug, searching for food in the Death Forest was much easier for them than for other teams. As they were resting, sounds of fighting came from not far away. Kiba and Izuka went over to check. He saw a red-haired boy carrying a huge gourd standing before 3 ninjas from the Rain Village. All of their attacks were useless against him. The sand surrounding him seemed alive, diligently protecting him. Behind him, a man in a black trench coat with purple markings on his face said,
"Gaara, that's enough. We've got the scroll. No need to kill them all."
The 3 Rain ninjas lay on the ground, barely breathing. Gaara's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion.
"I said on the first day I came here that I would kill everyone I meet. What gives you the nerve to boss me around?"
With that, Gaara reached out his hand, gathering sand toward Kankuro. Kiba's brow furrowed. This red-haired boy actually spoke to his teammate like that. A tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, carrying a huge 3-star fan weapon, seeing the situation, said,
"Gaara, you two don't be like this. We're all teammates. We should unite against outsiders."
Kankuro's pupils trembled, his teeth clenched, not daring to say a word. To him, all opponents were less terrifying than this demonic teammate. Gaara's strength was extremely terrifying, but even more terrifying was that he would kill without hesitation. Even though Kankuro was Gaara's older brother by seniority, at this moment, he could only swallow his pride. Just as Kiba was about to leave, Gaara suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Kiba's hiding spot.
"Don't even dare to show yourself, you leaf rat."
Upon hearing these words, Kiba and Izuka's legs seemed to be cast in plaster, locking him firmly in place. The little dog Akamaru on his shoulder, trembling with fear, shrank into Kiba's clothing, its body quivering. Not far away, Hinata activated her Byakugan, observed Kiba's predicament, and immediately came to his aid with Shino Aburame. Since they had already been discovered, the three had no choice but to step into the open clearing and face Gaara and his team directly. At that moment, Gaara raised his hand without hesitation, formed a single-hand seal, and the sand beneath his feet rapidly ascended into the air, condensing into sharp spikes aimed at Hinata and the others. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino's pupils widened slightly, their unease palpable. Gaara's chakra was far more formidable than the combined power of the three of them. Gaara didn't even need to deliberately execute a jutsu. With a mere thought, he could command the sand to bury his opponents alive. Temari spoke up. Gaara, we've already collected both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Stop the killing. After all, they don't seem hostile. Let them go, and head straight to the central tower. Temari's tone carried a hint of pleading. Kiba realized that the other party was interceding for him. His breathing quickened as he awaited Gaara's decision. Gaara seemed to have lost interest. The suspended sand spikes crashed down in a thunderous collapse, and he turned and strode toward the central tower. Seeing Gaara relent, Temari and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no further trouble had been stirred up. At the same time, they felt fortunate for the Leaf Ninjas. After Gaara and his team departed, Kiba collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, while Akamaru whimpered in his arms. Akamaru, if you knew he was that strong, why didn't you tell me earlier? Kiba's tone held no reproach, only a question. Akamaru whimpered a few times. Only Kiba could understand, roughly meaning that he was too scared to speak. Hinata and Shino also broke into a cold sweat. Hinata said, Kiba, can you please not act alone from now on? It's too dangerous. Shino Aburame, I second that. Kiba's cheeks flushed with shame. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. 300 meters outside the central tower. The tower was now clearly visible, but Naruto still hadn't obtained the Heaven Scroll. With only the Earth Scroll in hand, even if the three of them reached the central tower, they wouldn't pass the exam. So they had to quickly find an enemy holding the Heaven Scroll, and snatch it by any means necessary. On the way, they encountered Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto showed no hostility. Instead, he patiently shared intelligence about the Forest of Death with Naruto and his teammates. This information was extremely critical. The area around the central tower was riddled with countless traps and candidates lurking in the shadows. One careless move would lead to a deadly trap and eternal doom. After traveling together for half an hour, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly spoke. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, I'll accompany you only this far. You'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own. Naruto looked up, puzzled. Huh? Are you coming into the central tower with us? Sasuke remained silent, only feeling an itch on the back of his neck. Kabuto Yakushi cast a meaningful glance at Sasuke. I have something to take care of. I'll join you at the central tower once I'm done, he said slowly, his eyes behind the lenses never leaving Sasuke. Naruto didn't press him further. After Kabuto left, Sasuke's neck began to show signs of abnormality. He suddenly collapsed in pain, clutching his neck with his left hand, letting out an agonized scream. Sasuke. What's wrong? Sakura rushed over to check. 3 black spots had appeared on Sasuke's neck. Naruto, when did these appear? Sasuke propped himself up with one hand on the ground, kneeling on one knee, his body trembling uncontrollably. When Sakura and I were swallowed, I had a moment of dizziness. Perhaps that's when I was ambushed and the mark was left. Naruto frowned deeply. Orochimaru's abilities were unfathomable. It was impossible to guess how he had done it. The brownish-yellow giant serpent was clearly connected to Orochimaru. If Orochimaru was proficient in certain techniques that could achieve instantaneous movement, it wasn't impossible. The reality was that Sasuke had been branded with a curse mark. Sasuke felt dizzy, and a strange voice echoed in his mind. Sasuke, for the sake of power, you will come to me. Orochimaru's words repeated in Sasuke's ears. Just then a ninja wearing a metal mask appeared. Naruto. Watch your back. Sakura shouted, pointing behind Naruto. The next second the enemy plunged a kunai deep into Naruto's back. Sasuke and Sakura's pupils dilated in shock. Naruto. Instantly the body impaled by the kunai turned into a log and fell to the ground. Naruto's figure appeared behind the opponent. The Rasengan tore through the enemy's clothes and pinned him to the ground. Within 3 seconds the opponent lost consciousness and his heaven scroll dropped to the ground. Naruto picked up the scroll, a bright smile spreading across his face. Lucky me. Sakura and Sasuke recovered from their shock, and seeing the scroll in Naruto's hand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Sasuke's curse mark had faded, and he returned to normal. Time was running short, and they almost couldn't obtain the Heaven Scroll. Yet someone had come seeking death, and coincidentally held the Heaven Scroll. Naruto suddenly felt as if everything had been orchestrated. No time to waste. Let's head to the central tower, Naruto said. Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Hiruzen stood on a giant tree not far away watching Naruto. Minato said, I never thought Naruto would grow so much in just a few days. Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his beard, his voice hoarse. It seems that in the third exam Naruto must be the first to take the stage. Hashirama looked at Hiruzen. Monkey, what's wrong with your voice? Hiruzen coughed twice. I've been busy lately, haven't slept for 3 days straight. My throat is inflamed. Hashirama's face showed concern. You're old, your body is already in decline. Why not retire early and let Tsunade take over your work? Hiruzen nodded, opened his mouth to speak but said nothing. He wanted to retire more than anyone, but only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were qualified to inherit the title of Hokage. Orochimaru's ideology was too extreme, and he had become a rogue ninja. Jiraiya was the most suitable. Hiruzen had approached him many times to discuss succeeding as Hokage, but Jiraiya had flatly refused. Because Jiraiya was a freedom-loving man who couldn't stand the confines of an office. As for Tsunade, she wandered far and wide, frequenting casinos across the land, making a living by gambling, and burdened with worries. In Hiruzen's eyes, she was not fit to be Hokage. Moreover, Tsunade would never agree. Tobirama's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He saw through the third's concerns at once. Brother, the reason Monkey hasn't retired might be because none of the most qualified candidates are willing to take over. Hiruzen felt as if he had found a kindred spirit, and Tobirama's words warmed his heart. Hashirama pondered for a moment, then looked at Minato Namikaze. In that case, Minato, could you recommend someone? Minato paused for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly found an answer. Senior First Hokage, if I may offer my opinion, there is indeed one person who is quite suitable to succeed as Hokage. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Hiruzen asked almost simultaneously who. The three Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, all turned their gaze toward Namikaze. Minato, curious about the person he was about to name. Minato said slowly, Itachi Kakashi. Hashirama and Tobirama were not familiar with Kakashi, their expressions slightly bewildered. Hashirama, is he the one in charge of Naruto's team? Minato nodded. Exactly. Tobirama, what is your reason for recommending him? Minato, Kakashi is my student. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and was promoted to Jonin at 12. He is an exceedingly rare prodigy in the Hidden Leaf Village, and even throughout the entire ninja world. Moreover, he is proficient in multiple chakra natures. Most critically, he transplanted Obito Uchiha's left eye, granting him the ability of the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Tobirama grew uneasy. His breathing became noticeably more rapid. Tobirama said to Minato, with such talent and conditions, he indeed has the potential to become a Kage. After a long deliberation, Hashirama said to Hiruzen, since such a suitable candidate exists,
Why didn't you promote him to the next Hokage?
Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds.
Kakashi is undoubtedly talented, but he is still young. If he were to assume the role of Hokage hastily, he might not be able to control the situation. Moreover, he is currently Naruto's teacher. With his guidance, Naruto's growth will be much smoother,
Hiruzen said. Minato and Tobirama exchanged a glance and said no more. Hashirama also found it reasonable, so he hastily ended the topic. Is there ever a truly perfect candidate? Only those with intricate minds. Central Tower. After Team 7 entered the tower, they discovered that all 9 members of the Hidden Leaf's young elite had passed the exam. In the hall there were also some outstanding individuals from other villages. Among them, the gaze of Gaara made Naruto feel very strange. Kiba saw Naruto and walked straight toward him.
What a pity! I don't know where you were hiding. I searched the entire forest, but couldn't find you at all.
Kiba Inuzuka said pretentiously. Hinata averted her gaze. Shino Aburame also turned away, pretending not to see. Naruto noticed this and said coldly,
If you're so eager to die, I can grant your wish right now.
It seemed that passing the second exam had boosted Kiba's confidence, and he looked down his nose at others.
A coward who only talks big. In the third exam, do you dare to fight me, unknown?
Sasuke covered his face and shook his head. Kiba Inuzuka was truly a fool who didn't know his place. Before Naruto could reply, Sasuke spoke up.
Hey Kiba! If you want to challenge Naruto, you have to get past me first. If you can't even defeat me, then you're not qualified to challenge Naruto,
Sasuke said. The crowd erupted into commotion upon hearing this. Shikamaru frowned.
Is he saying that deliberately to protect Naruto?
Ino was also perplexed.
It must be that. Sasuke is truly kind. Even though Naruto is annoying, he still protects him. I'm so moved I could cry.
Choji was eating chips, his eyes narrowed into slits. Kiba froze for a few seconds, then burst into a scornful laugh.
No way, Naruto. Are you so cowardly that you need Sasuke to defend you?
Sasuke's eyes turned cold, and he interrupted.
Kiba, I'm serious.
Seeing Sasuke's determination, Kiba stopped pestering, and found an excuse to return to his team. After all, he wasn't stupid. Sasuke was almost unmatched among his peers, and fighting him unknown would be a huge disadvantage. He wondered what trick Naruto had used to make Sasuke stand up for him. In any case, Kiba deeply despised Naruto, believing him to be a weak and useless waste. Sakura looked at Sasuke without saying a word. Ino walked over to Sakura, leaned close to her ear and whispered,
Forehead girl, what did Naruto give Sasuke to make him defend him?
Sakura's expression turned cold.
Inapig, don't call me forehead girl. Alright, don't get upset.
Ino relented slightly. Sakura's mood softened and she said,
What Sasuke said is true. He's not protecting Naruto, he's protecting Kiba.
Ino's eyes widened. One sentence from Sakura left her confused twice. First, that Sasuke's words came from the heart, unaffected by any external influence. Second, protecting Kiba. Ino couldn't understand this at all. Facing a dead last like Naruto, Kiba needed no protection. But in Sasuke's eyes, things were completely different. Ino looked at Naruto. She saw that his expression was calm, his gaze sharp, and when he looked at Kiba, there was 3 parts chill, 4 parts contempt, and 93 parts utter indifference. When did Naruto's aura become so formidable? Ino realized that too many words would only cause trouble, so she fell silent, and quietly returned to her team. Hinata, however, seemed able to see through the chakra flow within Naruto's body. Her expression was one of extreme shock. Her face flushed red, and she dared not look any longer. Seeing Hinata's reaction, Kiba was full of question marks. What was so shocking about that brat Naruto? Just then the silent Naruto suddenly spoke.
Kiba, I will fulfill my promise.
Kiba was stunned for a moment, not immediately understanding what Naruto meant. The next second his expression changed drastically. Naruto wanted his life. Kiba sensed a hint of danger at that moment, but he couldn't lose face in front of everyone. He said,
"No one believes the words of a loser."
Naruto suddenly let out a cold laugh. At the sight of that smile, a chill ran down Kiba's spine. The red dog in his arms began to whimper, filled with unease. Naruto's eyes were a fiercely wild blood red. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared before everyone, briefly introducing the content of the third exam. Since the third exam involved the competition between the Land of Fire and other nations, the final list of participants would be determined through a preliminary round to decide the official competitors, who would fight to the death. Everyone arrived at a spacious indoor arena. In the center was an open space surrounded by 10-meter-high walls, above which were the spectator seats and the judges' area. The atmosphere in the arena was frozen to ice. Everyone wore grim expressions, even Sasuke felt a bit nervous. Only Naruto and Gaara had different demeanors. Gaara's eyes were filled with murderous intent mixed with absolute confidence in his own power. Naruto, on the other hand, was utterly relaxed. He was not worried about the outcome of the match, nor did he care about his opponent's strength. Because by now Naruto had mastered the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique, and had perfectly merged the Ninetales chakra with his own. He was unmatched. A broadcast voice cut through the silence of the arena.
"Next we announce the first match of the third round of the Chunin exam. Kiba Inuzuka versus Naruto Uzumaki."
Two names like thunderous peals struck the young ninjas of Konoha. Hinata was tense, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves, biting her lower lip at a loss. Her teammate Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki were actually matched in the first round. Following that, the announcer continued to disclose the rest of the groupings. They were Sasuke versus Kankuro Temari versus Rock Lee Shikamaru versus Niji Hyuga Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka, and Gaara versus one of the Sound Five. The match began. Kiba's lips curled upward.
"I've finally been waiting for you, Naruto."
Naruto's expression was relaxed as if it were entertainment. But Akamaru's expression was not good. He sniffed Naruto's scent carefully, then grimaced in pain, his body trembling slightly. Kiba, noticing Akamaru's abnormality, also sensed something off, but he didn't take it to heart. He merely reached out to stroke Akamaru's fur, and said in a gentle tone,
"Bear with it, Akamaru. He must not have bathed, so his smell is so strong. I'll make this quick."
Akamaru whimpered twice, then endured the discomfort and climbed back onto Kiba's shoulder. Kiba could concentrate chakra in his nose to enhance his sense of smell and ability to detect chakra. On Naruto's body, there was an extremely strong stench, different from ordinary chakra odor, but not like the smell of not bathing. The scent was complex. Kiba didn't take it to heart, only intending to finish Naruto quickly. What he didn't know was that he was the only one present who could smell that odor. Naruto's calm and unhurried demeanor inevitably stirred a trace of worry in Kiba. Boasting before the match was understandable, but why did Naruto's state not change at all once on the field? Kiba assumed his stance.
"I don't know what scheme you're up to, but today it'll settle the grudge between us here and now, Naruto. I won't go easy on you."
Naruto yawned after hearing that.
"Go easy. You don't have the right."
The next second, Akamaru crawled out from Kiba's jacket and leaped onto his back. Kiba took a soldier pill from his pocket and stuffed it into Akamaru's mouth. Akamaru's fur instantly stood on end, its color changing from white to red.
"Beast imitation ninja art."
With a furious shout, Akamaru on Kiba's back instantly transformed into Kiba's likeness. Before Naruto, two identical figures suddenly appeared.
"What did he feed Akamaru?"
Shikamaru asked Choji with a puzzled look. Choji replied seriously,
"It's a soldier pill given to troops on the battlefield. It can temporarily boost chakra volume and power. Not only that, it also has a sedative and analgesic effect. After taking it, a soldier can fight continuously for 3 days without rest. Isn't that just a doping agent? He's cheating.
Shikamaru's emotions were agitated. Hinata looked worried.
Naruto.
Asuma.
Now Kiba and Akamaru's abilities have doubled. Compared to the initial state, Naruto is essentially facing for Kiba and Izuka's at once. His situation is dangerous.
Kurenai Yui.
Even if there were only one, Kiba, Naruto might not be his match, let alone two, with double combat power.
She revealed a sinister smile.
I want to see how you'll handle this.
On the field, the two Kiba simultaneously threw a punch at Naruto.
Four-legged technique.
In an instant, Naruto dodged away. Kiba's fist landed on the ground, cracking the sandy surface into a circle of fissures. Storm-like attacks rained down on Naruto's position, but each time he dodged perfectly, and he did not counterattack.
Just dodging Kiba's attacks has already consumed most of his chakra. At this rate, defeat is only a matter of time,
Kurenai said. Kiba's breathing became rapid after taking the soldier pill. His body felt scorching hot, with endless power.
Just dodging, coward,
Kiba said to Naruto, his tone full of mockery. Naruto glanced at him impatiently.
Is that all you've got?
Kiba was taken aback, then enraged.
Arrogant.
He and Akamaru charged at Naruto in sync, spinning their bodies to form two silver-gray tornadoes. Naruto frowned.
He turned into a spinning top.
Bang! Two smoke bombs dropped in front of Naruto, instantly bursting into purple smoke that obscured his vision. The next second, the two spinning tops surged rapidly through the smoke, colliding into Naruto within the thick mist. Kiba's assault battered Naruto like a violent storm. Sakura's eyes showed worry.
I can't see anything. Naruto, you should be okay, right?
Ino's pupils dilated, her emotions slightly agitated.
Well done, Kiba. Give him a good beating.
Shikamaru sighed softly beside them, not understanding Ino, only finding her troublesome. The attack continued for a full minute, until the smoke was about to dissipate. Both Kiba leaped out of the smoke, panting heavily. As the smoke cleared, the entire audience was stunned, because in the smoke there was no trace of Naruto. Kiba's pupils trembled.
This. Impossible.
A clear voice came from behind him.
It seems you only have this much strength.
Kiba whirled around to see Naruto walking toward him, step by step, a Rasengan gathering in his hand. His body was completely unharmed, not even a speck of dust. Shock enveloped Kiba. Even after taking the soldier pill with its sedative effect, his body trembled uncontrollably. It was a fear born of instinct. When prey encounters a predator, instinct releases a dangerous hormone, warning it to flee quickly. And in the eyes of everyone present, the prey had become Kiba.
I don't know what trick you used, but your speed is definitely not faster than mine. No matter what ninjutsu that is in your hand, it won't hit me,
Kiba said. In terms of speed, Kiba had absolute confidence. Naruto let out a cold laugh, and his body vanished instantly along with the chakra of the Rasengan. Just as everyone was searching for Naruto's whereabouts, he descended from the sky. The Rasengan swirled the air, its powerful chakra nearly tearing the space, and headed straight for Kiba. Bang! The violent collision stirred up a powerful gale, disrupting the air throughout the arena. The spot where Kiba stood was blasted into a giant crater. Thick smoke billowed, and the audience coughed repeatedly. Kakashi.
Ah.
Sakura looked at Kakashi with concern.
What happened?
Sasuke crossed his arms, his eyes cold.
That Naruto guy. Too unexpected.
As the smoke slowly dissipated, figures in the giant crater gradually emerged. Kiba lay on the ground, covered in blood, unconscious. In front of him, Kurenai stood there, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She was also covered in blood, her arms hanging limp, at her sides seemingly broken. Under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Kurenai fell to her knees and fainted. The power of Naruto's descending Rasengan attack far exceeded the limits of Kiba and Izuka's endurance. If he were to withstand this blow, he would likely die on the spot.
In desperation, Kurenai Yuhi-shun shined in front of Kiba, channeling all her chakra into her hands to forcefully intercept the assault. But the Rasengan's might was overwhelming. Kurenai's hands fractured, and even the shockwave alone sent Kiba into unconsciousness. Seeing the blood trickling from their lips, they must have suffered internal injuries of varying degrees. Naruto stood aside gazing at his own hands. Had his strength truly progressed to this level? The audience erupted in uproar. The proctor of the third exam, Genma Shiranui, looked utterly stunned and decisively shouted,
"Medical ninja, hurry and save them!"
Several figures dashed down and moved to Kurenai and Kiba's side, administering emergency treatment. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils constricted as he swallowed hard. Although Kakashi had anticipated the Rasengan's power, he still found it terrifyingly beyond expectation. What astonished him most was that Naruto held nothing back. His Rasengan was lethal enough to kill. Thanks to Kurenai's timely intervention in absorbing the primary damage, Kiba's body was spared from being shattered, but his current injuries were still dire. Sakura was initially exhilarated, but realizing the gravity of the situation, she suppressed her emotions. Sasuke inadvertently broke out in a cold sweat, his hair-covered eyes revealing shock and unease. Naruto was too strong. Everyone was rendered speechless. Temari muttered worriedly,
"That Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha is incredibly powerful. If we encounter him in the later rounds, I will kill him,"
Gaara interrupted. Kankuro noticed that Gaara's gaze had turned deadly serious. Thus, it was certain that Naruto was one of the strongest participants in the entire arena. The result was undoubtedly Naruto's victory, but now the proctor's greatest concern was the safety of Kiba and his instructor Kurenai. Behind the main proctor, a handsome young man, with a Sound Village headband, was extremely agitated, his lips trembling with excitement.
"Naruto Uzumaki, you seem even more intriguing than Sasuke."
Amid the chaos caused by an instructor personally protecting a student during Naruto and Kiba's match, Hiruzen promptly altered the rules. All instructors were prohibited from assisting their students during matches. If a participant sensed danger, they could immediately surrender, and the proctor would step in to halt the fight. Naruto returned to the waiting area with a calm expression, but inwardly he was also electrified. A genin with a single Rasengan had knocked a jonin senseless. Who wouldn't be thrilled? After all, this was the Chunin exam. The gap between a jonin and a chunin was no small matter, yet in just one exchange Naruto had completely dominated a jonin. Kakashi, holding intimate violence, looked at Naruto with a complex expression. In the chakra Naruto had just unleashed, Kakashi sensed no interference from the Ninetales chakra. That meant Naruto had used his own chakra entirely. Though he knew the Ninetales chakra could enhance Naruto's base chakra to some extent, it was still terrifying. Amid the crowd's shocked and admiring gazes, Naruto returned to his seat, ready to watch the next match. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered softly in Naruto's ear,
"Naruto, you're amazing."
Perhaps unaccustomed to praising others, Sakura shyly turned away. Naruto flashed his trademark grin.
"Compared to what it takes to become Hokage, this is nothing impressive."
Sakura paused. She slowly turned her head, looking at Naruto with a complicated expression. In the past, she would have thought he was daydreaming when he said that. But now Sakura felt that Naruto really could become Hokage. Naruto's voice suddenly cut through the silence.
"Intimate violence. Kakashi Sensei, you're really passionate about studying the mysteries of the human body. I must learn from you."
Naruto's voice boomed, drawing everyone's attention. Kakashi, who had been engrossed in intimate violence, was instantly petrified, wishing he could crawl into a hole. He punched Naruto on the head.
"Naruto, why shout so loud? You want to die." "Damn."
Shikamaru rolled his eyes.
"Oh, the genius Jonin Kakashi Sensei has such a hobby."
Ino asked curiously.
"Shikamaru, what is intimate violence?" After Shikamaru explained, Ino's fair cheeks turned as red as a hawthorn.
Ugh, annoying. Kakashi-sensei is a pervert.
Seemingly hearing Ino's remark, Kakashi glanced at her with a dark expression, then crouched down, hiding behind the spectator seat's backrest, revealing only a tuft of white hair.
Sasuke. Idiot Naruto, always with such lowbrow tastes.
Naruto grinned. Teasing Kakashi was so much fun. Sasuke just didn't get it. The matches continued. Temari vs. Rock Lee. Temari wins. Shikamaru vs. Neji. Shikamaru forfeits. Neji wins. Sakura vs. Ino. Sakura wins. Sasuke vs. Kankuro. Sasuke forfeits due to the curse seal and is taken away by Kakashi. Now only Gaara from Suna and the bandaged sound ninja remained on the field. Naruto focused intently on Gaara. Gaara had already caught his attention because when their eyes met, the Nine-Tails chakra inside him stirred restlessly, as if drawn by something. Gaara's perception was even more acute. From the moment he saw Naruto, the Shikaku's chakra inside him had never been calm, extremely unsettled. This was also why Gaara's mood was somewhat somber. Shikaku's power was a cheat-like existence in this minor Chunin exam. It should have crushed everyone. Yet upon encountering Naruto, it felt fear. That feeling kept Gaara's cold face from ever softening. He glanced at Naruto in the audience, meeting his gaze. Suddenly Gaara's body trembled as he saw Naruto's blood-red pupils brimming with boundless killing intent. In the eyes of the battle-hardened Gaara, this was a formidable foe he had never seen before. Gaara clenched his fist, breaking out in a cold sweat.
Hey, your opponent is me.
The sound ninja opposite spoke slowly. Gaara snorted coldly.
Small fry, you have no right to speak here.
Hearing this, the sound ninja's eyes sharpened, and he charged straight at Gaara. He concealed a blade in his sleeve, concentrated chakra in his hands, and struck toward Gaara's heart. Everyone watched Gaara intently, revealing astonished expressions. Facing the sound ninja's attack, Gaara stood motionless. What is he thinking? That sound ninja's attack is not as simple as it appears, said Chunin. Mingren carefully watched Wei Luo, seeing that within the gourd on his back there was a violent surge of chakra. Sand drifted out from the gourd and quickly formed a barrier in front of Wei Luo. The sound ninja's punch was like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly ineffective. He widened his eyes. What? What kind of ability is this? Shouju Wei Luo's absolute defense is too powerful. No one can harm his true body. Ken Jiolong, that's right, I've never seen anyone touch his body. In every battle, Wei Luo completely crushes his opponents. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place in this year's Chunin exam will be Wei Luo. Kakashi had already brought Zuoju back to the audience seats, and saw that around the cursed seal on Zuozu's neck there was an additional ring of sealing. Kakashi took out the intimate violence from his pocket, but didn't open it. Instead, he was attracted by Wei Luo on the field. The sand seems to have a life of its own, automatically recognizing danger and forming a defensive barrier. Kakashi's eyes turned cold. A very troublesome ability. Zuozu's state was calm and his attention was completely drawn to the field. The sound ninja threw dozens of shuriken at Wei Luo from all angles, but Wei Luo remained standing still. The sand on his body kept swirling, deflecting the rain of attacks. The sand barrier grew thicker and thicker, eventually forming a sphere that encased Wei Luo tightly. Inside the dark hollow sand sphere, Wei Luo's lips curled upward. Outside the sphere, the sand floated in the air, converging into an eyeball. The crowd instantly erupted in uproar. Lu Wan wrapping his true body, then using sand to form an eyeball for vision. There's absolutely no weakness. Ding Xi, holding a bag of chips, paused with his hand near his mouth, his eyes serious. This red-haired guy from Sha-In seems to counter me. Jing Yi's such a freakish ability, counters all of us. Mingren sat in the audience, his mood very complex. His own ability was undoubtedly powerful, but facing such a monster with impenetrable defense, he couldn't think of a way to counter it for a moment. Soon the examiner's announcement came from the field. A thick sand spike pierced into the opponent's body, and the opponent completely lost all signs of life. Wei Luo wins. As the staff finished cleaning the arena, the chief examiner spoke next. I will announce the groupings for the next round. The advancing contestants are Rishiang Ningxi Qin Jiolong Xuanhua Mingren Wei Luo Chu Niang and Shou Ju. Everyone was on edge. No one wanted to face the two monsters Wei Luo and Mingren. Especially Qin Jiolong. If he had to choose, he would pick Mingren. After all, Wei Luo's tail beast power was enough to sustain an entire nation. Even with all his strength, Qin Jiolong was no match for Wei Luo. Xiao Ying's face was uneasy because among the successful candidates, everyone seemed stronger than her. No matter who she faced, it would be hard to win. Mingren looked at Wei Luo and found that the other was also looking at him. Their eyes engaged in an intense, invisible contest. At the far edge of the audience, three figures sat vaguely. Seeing this, Feijian, with hands in his pockets, looked at Mingren. This kid Mingren, drawing his blade against the strong, has the same style as I did back in the day. Zhu Jian said seriously. That kid from Sha'in, his aura feels so familiar. It's like the one-tailed Shoha. Feijian and Shuimen's attention were both drawn. Shuimen, at such a young age, he has mastered the tail beast chakra to such a refined level. It seems Mingren has met his match. Feijian, nothing to worry about. I trust this kid Mingren. The opponent is a one-tailed Jinchuriki. He is the Nine-Tails. What's there to fear? Shujian, brother, the Nine-Tails' power is indeed stronger than the One-Tails, but Mingren's current body cannot fully release the Nine-Tails' power, while that kid called Wei Luo seems stronger. Shuimen's face was grave. He never expected that a Chunin exam would be so full of hidden talents, with Jinchuriki from two nations appearing. Mingren's situation was dangerous. Wei Luo was definitely one of the strongest opponents he had ever faced. The next groupings: Rishiang Ningxi versus Shou Ju, Chu Niang versus Qin Jiolong, Xuanhua Mingren versus Wei Luo. Faced with such groupings, the venue erupted in uproar. Xiao Ying naturally forfeited the match, and Qin Jiolong got a bye. In the match between Ningxi and Shou Ju, Ningxi demonstrated the powerful ability of the Byakugan, not only able to see through the opponent's chakra flow, but also possessing superb taijutsu. Shou Ju had no chance of winning and chose to surrender during the battle. Now the entire audience's attention was focused on the fight between Xuanhua Mingren and Wei Luo. Kakashi crossed his arms, observing the two with sharp eyes. The significance of this battle was extremely special. Mingren was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, while Wei Luo was the One-Tailed Shiz Jinchuriki. The clash of two Jinchuriki not only set a new precedent for tail beast chakra competition, but also represented an undercurrent struggle between Mai and Sha'in. The outcome of this match concerned the fate of the nations. Shou Ju looked at Mingren. Wei Luo's strength is top tier throughout the entire ninja world. No matter who the opponent is facing Wei Luo, they cannot put up a fight. Qin Jiolong's expression was proud. Although he can be really annoying at times, even making me want to stay away from him, when it comes to the glory of Sha'in, seeing Wei Luo step up is quite exciting. Qin Jiolong knew the One-Tailed Shiz ability all too well. If Wei Luo fully unleashed its power, the entire Mai would likely suffer a massive impact. He glanced at Mingren, who was opposite Wei Luo. Xuanhua Mingren, if you're smart, you'll know when to surrender. On the other side, Chu Niang looked at Mingren with concern. The opponent's defense is almost flawless. How can Mingren break through? Kakashi, it's indeed hard to harm the opponent. Even using Wind Release Rasengan may not be able to tear through Wei Luo's sand shield. Zuozu's eyes were gloomy. When did Sha'in produce such a powerful opponent? The chakra inside Zuozu's body began to stir slightly, a natural excited reaction upon encountering a strong opponent.
Even though Zuo's current strength was inferior to Mingren's, it still couldn't stop his desire to challenge the strong. With the sound of a gong, the match began. Wei Luo and Mingren faced each other, both displaying extreme killing intent in their eyes. To have made it this far, no one was an easy opponent. Mingren and Wei Luo were surprisingly in sync, both waiting for the other to strike first. Time ticked by second by second. Wei Luo's brows furrowed and his fists trembled. What I hate most is waiting. If you want make a move, then I will. Wei Luo struck first, condensing the chakra in his hand, as the surrounding sand levitated, swirling and shifting in the air with his hand movements, ultimately forming dozens of sand spikes. After adjusting their direction, he shot them all toward Mingren. Mingren's pupils quivered slightly, as he quickly ran toward the edge of the arena, dodging the incessant sand spikes while circling around the center. The sand spikes came like a violent storm. Those that missed struck the wall, shattered, and were then drawn back by Wei Luo to form new sand spikes. Endless. Mingren kept evading. With a body flicker, he moved behind Wei Luo, and then threw 3 shuriken. But Wei Luo, with his back to Mingren, had the sand behind him automatically predict the shuriken's trajectory, forming a barrier to protect his back in advance. Swish. Swish. All the shuriken were blocked. Mingren frowned slightly, continuing to dodge the unceasing sand spikes. The spikes moved at incredible speed, yet each time, they were barely evaded by Mingren. Wei Luo grew agitated. Are you just going to run? Is this your strength? He roared, trying to provoke Mingren into a frontal battle. But Mingren wasn't fooled. In an instant, he moved right in front of Wei Luo and swung a punch at his nose. Wei Luo's gaze sharpened. Sand rapidly gathered on his face, but due to the close distance, the sand was a step slower than Mingren's fist, only managing to block his arm. Yet this was enough for defense. Mingren's fist stopped just 2 centimeters from Wei Luo's nose, frozen in place, firmly restrained by the immense force of the sand. This was bad. Mingren tried to pull his arm free, but the sand held it tight. Dozens of sand spikes had already formed beside him, instantly thrusting toward Mingren. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Mingren. After a saturated assault, Mingren's figure slowly emerged from the dust. He stood there panting, with a few cuts on his back, but nothing serious. Mingren used his other hand to form a Rasengan and slammed it toward Wei Luo. As if wary of the Rasengan's power, Wei Luo quickly channeled chakra to block its impact point, while the sand binding Mingren's right hand loosened, allowing him to break free instantly. A cold sweat dripped from Wei Luo, a diversionary tactic. It seems you do have some brains. In the audience, Kanjulang's expression shifted from frivolous confidence to seriousness, as things were taking a troubling turn. On the surface, Wei Luo seemed to be overwhelming Mingren, but Mingren's taijutsu far exceeded everyone's expectations, and his chakra could even make Wei Luo cautious. After prolonged sand spike attacks, Wei Luo had expended a great deal of chakra. Sweat of exhaustion kept pouring out, slightly dampening the collar around his neck. Shoju and Kanjilang had never seen Wei Luo in such a difficult state. Meanwhile, Mingren showed no signs of fatigue beyond a few scratches. His chakra seemed to be still at full capacity. Shoju crossed his arms, his expression serious. Mingren's taijutsu has reached such a level. Chu Nying was startled and turned to Shoju. Are you saying Mingren has been dodging all attacks without using any chakra? Shoju nodded. Chu Nying looked at Mingren as if he were a monster swallowing hard. Just days ago, Mingren was still at the bottom of the transformation test. What had he gone through in these past few days? Both his taijutsu and ninjutsu had undergone earth-shattering changes. If not for Mingren's quirky personality, Chu Nying would hardly believe that the person before her was the same as before. Jingye spoke with some concern. Mingren seems to be in trouble. Dingxi looked at her in confusion. Jingye, why are you worried about Mingren's safety? Weren't you hoping he'd lose? I'm not worried about him. Of course, I want him to lose. Jingye fidgeted, her voice dropping. I'm just worried that if Mingren loses it will have a big impact on Konoha. Luan suddenly interrupted. Hey, what makes you think Mingren will lose? Can't you see he's testing his opponent? Testing? Jingye and Dingxi turned simultaneously. On the field, Wei Luo's offensive was clearly less intense than at the start. Both the number of sand spikes and their speed had decreased. At this point, Mingren didn't even need to run back and forth. With just a slight adjustment of his stance, he could easily dodge. Wei Luo frowned, breathing heavily. How do you do it? How can you always precisely dodge my sand spikes? It seems you're even more familiar with the sand spike attack pattern than I am. Mingren's lips curled up slightly, and his demeanor relaxed. The sand spikes are indeed fast. An ordinary person would find it hard to dodge them. Mingren's eyes turned cold. But your sand spikes have a fatal flaw. What? Wei Luo's expression turned serious. Mingren remained silent. The speed and number of the sand spikes could indeed cover a wide area, but once they started moving they were like arrows loosed from a bow traveling through the air by inertia. They could no longer be controlled. So for Wei Luo, making an accurate prediction at the very start was the key to this technique. Mingren exploited this very point to precisely predict the trajectory of each sand spike and evade them successfully. Yuanfei risen. Mingren is so perceptive. Buofeng Shuimen looked blankly at the arena. The Mingren before him seemed unfamiliar. In private, Mingren was cheerful and hard-working. He was a promising ninja. But the Mingren facing Wei Luo was like a battle-hardened veteran, with extremely mature and meticulous thinking and lightning-fast reactions. It was no exaggeration to say that Mingren in this match had reached the level of an elite jonin. The more Kakashi tried to understand Mingren, the more incomprehensible he became. This young man bore the shadow of Shuimen Sensei, not the young Shuimen, but the Shuimen from the Hokage era. Suddenly the situation changed. Mingren had thrown numerous shuriken, with attached talismans during his movements, so the arena was now littered with shuriken, even a few within the range of Wei Luo's sand shield. Wei Luo's pupils contracted as he stared at Mingren's actions. What was Mingren up to? Even if it was a test, did it need to take this long? Wei Luo abandoned his earlier arrogance and began to analyze the situation cautiously and seriously. Mingren's lips curled up slightly. The next second he threw 5 shuriken. Wei Luo raised his hand. To block such attacks can't hit me. Mingren's voice came coldly. When did I ever say these shuriken were meant to attack you? The spirits of everyone present were highly tense, holding their breath, and focusing intently on every movement of the two individuals on stage, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Naruto's cold words were heard by many. At that moment, the 5 shuriken rapidly split upon touching the sand shield, transforming from 1 into 3, totaling 15. In an instant, these 15 shuriken took the form of Naruto in midair, and in each Naruto's hand there was a spiraling sphere. Suddenly Naruto was surrounded by a circle of Narutos holding spiraling spheres. The sand around Gaara was chaotically shifting, seemingly unsure of where to go. Gaara's eyes narrowed. It was merely an illusion. Among these numerous Narutos, only one was his true self. Even if the others hit him, the power of the spiraling sphere would be significantly diminished and pose no threat. Gaara mobilized all his chakra, instantly forming a sand ball around his body, encasing him completely within. All of Naruto's spiraling spheres struck the sand ball, yet they stirred not a ripple. Subsequently, sand dispersed from above Gaara's head, forming an eye that observed Naruto's position. Yuta and Neji, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat upon witnessing this scene. Gaara's absolute defense seemed to counter Neji's gentle fist with extreme efficiency. If it were him facing Gaara, defeat would be inevitable. Shikamaru remarked once again, this technique of absolute defense proves
to be a troublesome ability. Temari sneered, no matter how high you jump you ultimately cannot break through Gaara's absolute defense. If you can't hit, your final outcome will only be failure. Kankuro stated it's time to put an end to this farce. The audience gasped as they all saw the spiraling spheres could not break Gaara's sand shield. This seems to be the strongest attack ninjutsu of the Leaf Ninjas. The outcome is determined soon. A ninja Gaara will win soon, said an observer. It's a pity Uzumaki Naruto is quite strong, but his luck is just a bit off encountering a monster like Gaara. Everyone believed Naruto was going to lose. Even Kakashi felt a surge of tension. Hyuga Neji activated his Byakugan, peering into the situation inside Gaara's shield. He saw Gaara laughing maniacally. Naruto, is this all the strength you possess? I've had enough of playing house with kids, now let me end your life. He reached out his hand within the sand shield. The sand outside the shield rapidly converged onto Naruto's body, completely binding him, and then lifted him high into the air. Naruto's expression was one of pain as he struggled against the overwhelming pressure of the sand. Gaara whispered in a demonic tone, "Sand burial." He clenched his fist tightly. The sand enveloping Naruto violently contracted, squeezing Naruto's body. Sakura shouted anxiously, "Kakashi Sensei, hurry and stop the match. Naruto won't last much longer." Kakashi, feeling tense, but maintaining his composure, tried to reassure Sakura before walking towards the examiner. It's indeed time to stop the match. Gaara's sand burial is a force even a Jonin might not withstand. At this moment, Neji, sitting beside, suddenly spoke up, "Kakashi Sensei, I suggest not to stop the match." Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke all turned to look at Neji. "Why?" Kakashi asked, instantly noticing Neji's eyes. Neji's temples were bulging with veins, and his Byakugan seemed to see through everything. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi felt curious as he understood the Byakugan's ability to see through a certain range, and Neji must have seen the situation within the sand shield. Neji exclaimed with excitement, "That guy Naruto seems to be a genius. Quick, tell me what happened to Naruto. Don't waste time." Sakura urged anxiously. Neji's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Don't you see? The one outside in the sand isn't Naruto." Everyone's gaze instantly turned to the sand ball in the air, only to see Naruto's body become soft like clay, blending into the sand. Within the arena, aside from Gaara's sand shield, Naruto's figure was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi's pupils contracted, his heartbeat quickening. Naruto's body isn't visible to the naked eye. Could it be? Neji suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting. So interesting. I didn't expect Konoha to have a genius like Naruto. That guy is currently hiding inside Gaara's sand shield." Everyone, including Danzo and the three Hokages at the edge of the audience, heard Neji's shout. All looked shocked at Gaara's sand shield. Hinata saw the same scene as Neji, her hands nervously clenching her clothes, her cheeks flushed. "Naruto, you actually can do something like this. So amazing." Within the sand ball, Gaara tightly shut his eyes, relying on the eye hovering outside the ball to search for Naruto's trace. The eye darted frantically, but couldn't find Naruto's shadow. 2 lines of cold sweat trickled down Gaara's forehead as he spoke anxiously. "Where is he? Why can't I find him? This is impossible. Could he have forfeited? Or is he hiding in some corner? Yes, he must be hiding in a corner. I need to search a bit more carefully," Gaara muttered to himself. Suddenly an unsettling voice appeared in Gaara's ear. "No need to look, him right here, Gaara." Naruto's voice flowed into Gaara's ear like a specter, akin to a devil's whisper, instantly eroding his soul. Gaara stood frozen in place. Clearly within his absolute defense, yet he felt as though he were in an abyss poised to face eternal damnation. Gaara was unwilling to believe, but the truth lay before him. Naruto had entered his sand ball. Gaara's lips trembled violently, his legs quaking. "You? How did you do it?" Naruto chuckled coldly. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." In the next second, Gaara's sand ball violently expanded and exploded outward.
The entire arena was stunned. Amidst the scattering sand, Naruto suddenly appeared in Gaara's position, while Gaara was left battered and bruised. Naruto didn't employ any ninjutsu. Instead, he rained down punches, striking Gaara's face hundreds of times. Even though Gaara had already lost his senses and dropped his absolute defense, Naruto's punches showed no sign of stopping, while he continued to pummel Gaara, saying, "Don't you enjoy saturated attacks? Then you must also love my saturated punching." Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's fists fell like raindrops upon Gaara's face, and Gaara's face was already unrecognizable, covered in bruises, and bleeding profusely from his nose. Kankuro and Temari scrambled to find the main examiner, almost shouting hoarsely, "We surrender. Surrender. Please stop him. Hurry. 5 more chapters remaining." The scene fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to believe what had just transpired. The formidable Gaara, reputed for his absolute defense, was being held like a stray dog in Naruto's grip, utterly powerless to fight back. Only when they heard Temari's tearful cry did they realize it was all real. As the chief examiner stepped in, halting Naruto's actions and ordering medical personnel to carry Gaara's body away for treatment, everyone's consciousness gradually returned from its daze. Thunderous applause erupted instantly. Hiruzen Sarutobi was so agitated he nearly leaped from his chair, but for the sake of decorum, he forced himself to remain composed. Naruto had won, and in a crushing, overwhelming fashion. This was not merely Naruto's victory, but also a triumph for Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Konoha he governed. It meant that the Land of Fire would henceforth hold an unassailable dominant position in the future world, one that none could challenge. The Suna representative, however, wore a grim expression, his face dark with despair. They turned and left the venue, directly heading for the medical ward. Gaara's defeat was already unexpected, but no one had imagined it would be so disgraceful. Naruto had not unleashed any ninjutsu, he had simply knocked Gaara unconscious with his fists. A disgrace, an utter disgrace. The Otogakure ninja beside Hiruzen trembled uncontrollably, his human face mask loosening to reveal a pale, gaunt visage beneath. Orochimaru's eyes blazed with a burning flame as he stared at Naruto with intense excitement. Originally, he had come to observe Sasuke's performance, but now his interest in Sasuke had vanished entirely. His gaze was fixed solely on Naruto. "I'm not mistaken. That technique was a masterful flying thunder god. If I could obtain this body? Just thinking about it is thrilling." Orochimaru's murmur startled Hiruzen Sarutobi, who abruptly turned toward the source of the voice. But Orochimaru's position was already empty, he had left the examination hall. Hiruzen frowned slightly, exchanged a few words with the ANBU ninja beside him, and several ANBU operatives swiftly departed the scene. Hashirama Senju stood up excitedly. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I never imagined Naruto would not only display such outstanding prowess, but also finish his opponent with such creativity. Where will Tsunade's pride go now? Ha ha ha." Tobirama hastily pressed Hashirama back into his seat. "Brother, don't get so worked up. Representatives from all the nations are here. If you're exposed to them, it will cause trouble." Hashirama coughed twice, as if realizing his own indiscretion, and said, "I know you don't need to remind me. Konoha having a genius like Naruto is worth celebrating. Minato, your family is truly the pride of our Konoha," Hashirama said to Minato. Minato's expression was respectful, but inside his joy was already overflowing. "The first Hokage thinks so highly of you, Naruto. You've really brought honor to your father." As if sensing something, Naruto's gaze drifted toward the spot where Minato was meeting his eyes, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Hiruzen followed Naruto's gaze, and immediately turned pale. These 3 Hokage were really asking for trouble. Just as the audience's attention was also drawn, wanting to see what was there. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke a hymn. "Silence. The outcome of this match is already clear. Konoha. Naruto wins. Next, the final round. A ninja ran up to Aruzen and whispered a few words in his ear and then left. A flicker of barely perceptible joy passed through Aruzen's eyes. As he continued, Tsunade's Kankuro has voluntarily forfeited. The final match will be between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. Sakura jumped up in excitement. Naruto, you're amazing. You're my pride. Cheering for you. Naruto responded with a radiant smile. While praising Naruto, Sakura couldn't help but glance at Ino, putting on a smug and triumphant expression. Ino had initially been delighted by Naruto's victory, but upon seeing Sakura's demeanor, her expression instantly soured back into disgust. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. Shikamaru wiped the sweat from his brow. Ino, you're lucky you didn't get into a direct conflict with him, otherwise you'd really be dead. Choji stuffed a large handful of chips into his mouth and mumbled, you're just realizing that now. Didn't you see how badly Kiba was hurt? It's uncertain whether he'll survive, and their team's teacher looks pretty injured too. Ino felt a chill of fear. She would never dare to cause trouble for Naruto again. This was no dead last. This was a force of nature. Ino suddenly forced a smile and shouted to Naruto, Naruto, you're so handsome. Ino will always support you. Naruto paused upon hearing this, then sighed. He had never intended to make things difficult for Ino, only to warn her. But that ungrateful Kiba had jumped in halfway, and he wondered if Kiba had regained consciousness yet. Everyone took a 10-minute break, then their attention focused on Naruto and Hyuga Neji in the arena. The elders of the Hyuga clan watched with grave expressions. Neji was the most talented candidate from the previous exam. Against Naruto, he should have at least a 50-50 chance. But the abilities Naruto had displayed against Gaara were so terrifying that the Hyuga clan dared not miss a single detail. If things went wrong, they would stop the match immediately to protect Neji's safety. After all, the Hyuga clan head was grooming Neji as his successor. They couldn't afford any mishap in this mere Chunin exam. Within the arena, Hyuga Neji sized up Naruto and said slowly, your performance earlier was indeed impressive, but don't think I'll be easy to defeat. My abilities may not let you gain any advantage. Naruto naturally dared not be complacent. The reason he had triumphed over Gaara was largely due to his space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, which countered Gaara's absolute defense. By defeating his opponent through spatial manipulation, Hyuga Neji was a user of the Byakugan. Before the battle, Naruto had specifically sought out Minato to brush up on the subject. In the ninja world, there were three major types of ocular bloodline limits: the Byakugan, the Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. Both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan possess formidable offensive capabilities. As far as Naruto knew, the Byakugan seemed more oriented toward functionality. It excelled in reconnaissance, but was weaker in attack. Thus, Naruto only needed to be wary of Neji's special techniques to secure an easy victory. Hyuga Neji's Byakugan seemed to see through everything, including Naruto's thoughts at that moment. He frowned slightly. Naruto, don't underestimate me. The Byakugan is merely one of my least remarkable assets. Naruto snorted coldly, I never underestimate any opponent. I will only give my all to defeat you, nothing more. Hyuga Neji's eyes sharpened. He extended his left hand, bent his knees slightly, and assumed a fighting stance, then bring it on. The arena fell into silence once more. Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, wore a grave expression as he stared at the unfolding battle. Originally, they had come to witness Hyuga Neji bringing glory to the clan, boosting the morale of the younger members, and solidifying Neji's position to ensure a smooth succession in the future. But Naruto's appearance shattered that plan. The collapse of Gaara, the Sand Village's ace, had plunged Neji into an unprecedented crisis. Hayashi now worried less about victory or defeat and more about how the fight would end. If luck favored them, the two would draw. If not, Neji might suffer severe injuries. Neither outcome was desirable, but the die was cast. If they withdrew now,
the Hyuga clan would lose all face, and their prestige within the village would plummet. Reluctant to fight yet compelled to do so. At that moment a young junior beside Hayashi said,
"Clan leader Nijinai is the strongest young man in our clan. If he loses to that Uzumaki Naruto, does that mean all of us are inferior to him?"
Hayashi was taken aback by the question. After deep thought, he realized the battle's impact on the younger generation was too great. He had to intervene in the outcome. Hayashi turned and said,
"Niji's fight indeed concerns the clan's honor, but that does not mean you are less capable. Whether he wins or loses, you still have the potential to bring glory to the Hyuga clan." "Yes, I will work hard, clan leader."
The boy, encouraged, felt his previously dim eyes brighten. Hayashi looked at Niji. Feeling the intense gaze, Niji glanced at Hayashi in confusion. Hayashi mouthed a few words, then straightened his posture, returning to a stern expression. Niji paused, then nodded respectfully. His gaze toward Naruto grew more complex, for Hayashi had silently instructed Niji, after exchanging only 2 moves regardless of the outcome, immediately end the match, citing physical discomfort. Though Niji wished to fight to the end, he could not defy the clan leader's command. He had to comply.
"Distracting yourself during a match is not a good habit."
Naruto's voice came coldly.
"Enough talk."
Niji charged directly at Naruto. Having observed Naruto's battle with Gaara, Niji understood his fighting style and seized the initiative. Seeing Niji's aggression, Naruto did not dare to be careless and immediately focused.
"Bakugan!"
Niji's eyes erupted with immense ocular power, veins bulging around them, revealing Naruto's chakra in full view. When Niji saw Naruto's chakra, he froze, halting in his tracks. He looked at Naruto's abdomen in confusion. The chakra within was not the usual blue, but a blend of blue and red, forming a deep purple of high concentration. The chakra network was incredibly complex. Naruto possessed an immense amount of chakra.
"Your chakra has merged with the Ninetales chakra."
Naruto paused, then replied,
"As expected of the Bakugan. You saw through my chakra at a glance. That ability is indeed troublesome."
With that, Naruto quickly hurled 3 shuriken at Niji. Learning from his experience with Gaara, Niji did not let the shuriken fly freely. Instead, he gathered chakra into his hands and thrust them toward the incoming shuriken. The expelled chakra directly altered the trajectory, deflecting all 3 Rin-inscribed shuriken back. Niji pondered silently. Did those 3 shuriken count as the first move? Niji sprinted to Naruto and engaged in close combat. Naruto did not retreat. They exchanged blows, dodging and striking in turn. Naruto, lacking formal martial arts training, struggled against the skilled Niji. His movements were always anticipated, while Niji's strikes were elusive and unpredictable. Suddenly, Niji's finger tapped a pressure point on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto jolted, immediately retreating to create distance. He looked down at his hands. That single finger strike from Niji had sealed his chakra pathways, preventing him from gathering chakra. In other words, Naruto could no longer perform jutsu. Caught off guard, Naruto grew tense. Kakashi noticed this, immediately put away his Ika violence and focused intently on the situation.
Using the Bakugan to locate pressure points, then engaging in close combat to actually seal the chakra channels. A very clever strategy.
Hyuga Hayashi saw this and smiled.
"Well done, Niji."
Hyuga Hinata watched Naruto with concern.
"Naruto, be careful."
Though Niji was her cousin, Hinata could not go against her own feelings. She wanted Naruto to win. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai was helped out of the medical bay and returned to the spectator stands. Her hands were bandaged, and her expression was weary and pained. Asuma looked at her with concern.
"Kurenai, how are you? Can't you see for yourself? Damn, you still like asking the obvious. You haven't changed at all after all these years."
Kurenai rolled her eyes, then winced in pain, letting out a soft cry. Asuma said,
"You're badly injured, but not fatally." You'll recover. How's Inuzuka Kiba? At the mention of Kiba's name, Kurenai's expression darkened instantly. His life was saved, but his spine was severely damaged. Even if he wakes up, he'll likely be a vegetable. Asuma's eyes grew heavy as well. Hinata and Shino, overhearing, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. It seems Kiba really provoked Naruto. He didn't hold back at all. If I hadn't taken the blow for him at the last moment, he might have died horribly. Kurenai sighed. She deeply regretted not stopping Kiba from offending that demon Naruto. She couldn't believe Naruto had intended to kill Kiba. But what was done was done. She could only warn her team never to provoke Uzumaki Naruto again. People could really die. Kakashi glanced at Kurenai symbolically but without sympathy. In his mind, Kurenai and Kiba had provoked Naruto verbally first, and the consequences were of their own making. On the field, though Naruto could evade Niji's attacks with nimble footwork, without chakra reinforcement, he revealed many openings. To Niji, those openings were golden opportunities. Naruto gathered his strength, seized the opportunity, and swung a punch at Niji's waist. Niji, however, did not dodge. He stood still, revealing a cold sneer. The fact that I stand before you should tell you I am no ordinary opponent. Rotation. Instantly, Niji's chakra erupted, forming a spinning spherical barrier around his body, like a top directly deflecting Naruto's punch. The immense recoil tore the sleeve of Naruto's right arm, exposing his pale limb. Naruto frowned, seemingly in pain, as he was flung several meters back, clutching his arm and panting heavily. Sasuke. He possesses such an ability, using chakra to create a barrier that shields himself while reflecting physical attacks. This jutsu rivals Gaara's absolute defense. Sakura was astonished. In her understanding, Niji Hyuga was a prodigy of the previous year, but not stronger than Gaara of the Sand. Yet Naruto seemed injured. Niji Hyuga was far stronger than he appeared. Naruto frowned deeply, his heart racing, as he stood still contemplating his next move. With his chakra sealed, he could not perform ninjutsu, and his physical attacks would be rebounded, a dire situation. Only by forcibly breaking the restriction and allowing chakra to flow could he have a chance. Naruto immediately focused, recalling the sensation of resisting the Ninetales chakra in the small boat during that escort mission. Niji Hyuga would not miss this opportunity. He vanished and reappeared before Naruto, rapidly striking 64 chakra points on Naruto's body with swift palm attacks. Naruto could only dodge with all his might. The scene turned into Niji chasing Naruto, who was utterly defenseless. The audience's hearts were in their throats. Naruto-sama is being chased by Niji Hyuga. Could he be even stronger than Gaara? Remarked a Leaf Ninja. That is the Hyuga clan's specialized palm technique, the 8 trigram 64 palms. It attacks the chakra points to build up power. If he lands all 64 strikes, Naruto would likely spit blood and collapse, said an Umbu ninja. Hayashi Hyuga watched in astonishment, never expecting that Niji's single-finger seal to cut off Naruto's chakra would trigger such a chain reaction. Could Niji possibly win? Though Naruto dodged swiftly, he was no match for Niji's speed. He had already been struck 63 times. One more blow, and he would lose all compatibility. Even if you defeated Gaara, that doesn't mean you can underestimate the Hyuga clan's power. Niji roared as he delivered the final palm. All eyes were on Niji. If this strike landed, Niji would win and the Hyuga clan would earn immense glory. The final winner of this Chunin exam would be named Niji Hyuga. But just as the last palm was about to hit Naruto, Naruto suddenly smirked. In the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Naruto's body burst into a cloud of white smoke. He vanished into thin air. Niji Hyuga froze on the spot. He immediately turned toward Hayashi Hyuga, intending to raise his hand and signal. But before he could extend his arm, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Naruto stood before Niji completely unharmed, his arm wrapped in a swirling red chakra that pierced through Niji's body.
The entire arena was stunned. Stunned, utterly stunned.
Niji Hyuga fought all that time against a shadow clone.
Shikamaru nearly cursed. Shino Aburame broke into a cold sweat.
My Kakashi didn't detect it at all. When did it happen?
Kurina Yuha's arm ached and dripped with sweat. Her expression pained and slightly aggrieved. She said,
"This match has taught me a profound lesson."
Niji's body stiffened. He opened his mouth, but could not speak. When Naruto smiled, Niji finally understood Naruto's strategy. No wonder he had seen purple chakra inside Naruto from the start. That was Naruto's camouflage using the Ninetales chakra. The enemy he had been facing all along was merely a shadow clone. Niji Hyuga now wanted to know one thing: where was Naruto's real body? Seeing Niji's bewildered expression, Naruto flashed his trademark grin.
Niji, you are indeed strong, but don't try to compare yourself to me. You can't.
Niji's eyes grew vacant, his consciousness fading until he noticed the piece of cabbage leaf stuck between Naruto's teeth. Then he understood. Wasn't that cheating? Niji lost consciousness and collapsed. The examiner Hei Gecko shined to his side and caught him. Naruto's real body had never been in the arena. From the moment Niji activated his Byakugan, only a shadow clone disguised with Ninetales chakra remained. Meanwhile, Naruto's real body had used a preset marker to teleport with Flying Thunder God to Ichiraka Ramen, where he devoured a huge bowl of char siu noodles. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw through Naruto's trick, but did not intervene. He glanced at the astonished faces of the representatives from other nations in the viewing stand and smiled with satisfaction. As long as victory remained in the leaf, Sarutobi would not interfere, no matter who won or by what means. Hiashi Hyuga approached Sarutobi, his expression furious.
Lord Hokage, Naruto's real body left the arena, and only a shadow clone fought. Is that really within the rules?
Sarutobi said coldly.
The Hyuga clan's prodigy, giving his all, not only failed to see through a shadow clone, but was also kept at bay for so long. If this truth were made public, are you prepared to face its consequences?
Hiashi Hyuga clenched his teeth, weighing the pros and cons, and understood the third Hokage's reasoning.
But
he tried to argue for Niji. Sarutobi raised a hand to cut him off.
No more buts. Don't you see yet? Niji was defeated by Naruto with a single blow.
Sarutobi's tone was irritated. Hiashi paused, then suddenly understood. Even though Naruto used some tricks, judging by the final move that finished Niji, his power far exceeded Niji's. The shadow clone was merely Naruto giving Niji a chance to showcase his strength. Hiashi looked at the seemingly naive Naruto and broke out in a cold sweat. In just a moment, Naruto had made the decision most beneficial to the Leaf's prestige. Such cunning was truly terrifying. As Sarutobi declared Naruto the winner and promoted him to Chunin, the farce came to an end amidst the uproar. After this battle, Naruto's fame spread far and wide across all nations. Almost everyone knew of this genius among geniuses, this monster among monsters from the Leaf. This information naturally reached the ears of the Akatsuki organization. In the Rain Village, the air was perpetually humid and warm. Amidst the incessant drizzle, the streets were nearly deserted, with only a few sparse figures passing by occasionally. Inside a hidden giant tree, the masked man entered. The tree hollow was vast and empty, with only a colossal mechanical device in the center upon which sat a gaunt red-haired man. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman with bluish-purple hair. The red-haired man said weakly to the woman, "Conan, please step outside for now." The woman called Conan glanced at the masked man with a hint of worry, but she still walked out of the tree hollow. Before leaving, Conan said to the masked man, "Nagato's body is very weak now. Please keep it brief and don't talk too long." The masked man nodded. He then slowly approached Nagato, studying the black rods piercing his back, and couldn't help but sigh. "Nagato, is it really worth it to let your body become like this for that goal?" The masked man tested.
Nagato sighed softly. If you came here to mock me, you can leave. You know my goal better than anyone. To achieve it, I can bear any cost. Nagato's voice trembled with emotion, and he coughed. The masked man's tone turned serious. Good. To carry out our plan, we need an unwavering will. That is the key to success. Now tell me, what intelligence have you gathered? Nagato asked. Though the masked man and Nagato were deep collaborators, the former rarely showed up in person, usually communicating through intermediaries. His arrival today indicated he had extremely critical information to share. The masked man could barely contain his excitement. Yesterday, during an exam in Konoha, the chakra of two-tailed beasts appeared simultaneously. They were the one-tailed Shikaku and the nine-tailed fox. At the mention of the nine-tailed fox, a glint flashed in Nagato's eyes. So it's the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts. Indeed, Konoha has sealed the nine tails in a young man. According to intelligence, the nine tails chakra is highly harmonized with that youth named Naruto Uzumaki, the masked man said. Nagato paused. The surname Uzumaki. He then asked Madara, with the current capabilities of the Akatsuki, what do you think are the chances of successfully capturing him? The masked man addressed as Madara pondered for a few seconds before replying. Barring any mishaps, the probability of success for the tail beast capture plan is 90%. Nagato's pupils trembled slightly. Then, what is the remaining 10%? The masked man's voice grew grave. That 10% chance of failure comes from unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps an unexpected person intervenes, or the Jinchuriki fully releases, the tail beast losing control completely. In short, it depends on luck. Nagato nodded. He'll send some suitable members to Konoha to test the waters. As for Shikaku, well, capture it on a good day. Cough. Having spoken so much, Nagato broke into a cold sweat, feeling extremely weak. Nagato, you're a smart man. Dealing with you doesn't require too many words. That's what I like most about you, the masked man said. With that, the masked man left the tree hollow. Before leaving, he glanced at Conan outside the door, but paid her no heed. Conan's gaze wavered, clearly wary of the masked man's power. After all, he bore the name of Madara, one of Konoha's founders. Uchiha Madara, owner of the world's most powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, equal to the first Hokages Senju Hashirama. Either of them could rule a nation. Who in the world didn't know him? Conan walked over to Nagato, took a towel soaked in warm water, and placed it on his forehead. Conan, thank you. Without your care, I wouldn't have survived this long, Nagato said, looking at her. Don't be so formal with me. Are you delirious from fever? Although Uchiha Madara has established a deep cooperative relationship with the Akatsuki, I always sense something off about him, Conan said. I feel that beneath his mask hides a lie that might cost us our lives. Conan's voice was faint, as if afraid of being overheard. Nagato was stunned, then lowered his head. No matter his true intentions, we have no turning back now. The path we chose must be walked, even if we have to crawl, Nagato said. Conan remained silent, merely wiping Nagato's arm gently. The reason I can always stay by your side is because of this quality in you. Bravely making choices, and steadfastly bearing the consequences, good or bad, Conan said. Nagato nodded, lifting his gaze to the sky obscured by the giant tree. After our plan succeeds, perhaps one day, the world will achieve true peace. It will, Conan said. In the third Hokage's office. Tobirama said, I say, monkey, do we have to meet in the office every time? All these piles of documents are annoying. Hiruzen frowned. What can I do? If you three living gods show up anywhere, it'll cause a stir. Hashirama said, monkey has a point. We must strictly conceal our whereabouts, and silently support Naruto from behind. Tobirama rolled his eyes. Brother, are you really treating yourself as Naruto's follower? Hashirama paused. Isn't that so? Naruto summoned us through Impure World Reincarnation, and he has control, but he never forces us to do anything. We're completely free. I'm more than happy to have such a partner. Minato smiled faintly.
Naruto really impressed him. When had there ever been a precedent of all 4 Hokages gathering just to discuss a single young man? Moreover, every Hokage cared for and acknowledged Naruto. Even as the 4th Hokage, Minato couldn't help but feel envious. A few days after the Chunin exam ended, Naruto decided to take a walk alone to clear his mind. After all, so much had happened recently, and the sudden surge of pressure left him feeling stifled. As Naruto passed by the bathhouse, a man in a red coat with spiky white hair sat at the entrance, peeking through the curtain of the door. Naruto was taken aback. In broad daylight, someone dared to peep at the bathhouse. "Hey, are you that brazen about peeping?" Naruto said coldly. The man's body jolted dramatically as if his nerves were taut, and he was startled. He stormed up to Naruto and covered his mouth, whispering, "Keep your voice down. Am gathering inspiration, understand? Don't let them find out." Outside the bathhouse, Naruto and a white-haired man stood together, exchanging glances.
"To seek inspiration by peeping on others while they bathe? What kind of perverted artist are you?"
Naruto said with a mocking expression. "Gaining inspiration by observing scenery, reading biographies, and studying life is quite normal. Writers and artists often do this." However, this robust man clearly did not resemble an artist. Instead, he looked like a huge pervert. Ahem. The man cleared his throat, took out a book titled The Paradise of Passion, and introduced himself.
"I am Jiraiya, the author of this book. You can also call me the Toad Sage."
Seeing the book in Jiraiya's hand, Naruto's eyes widened. "Isn't this the lewd book that Kakashi Sensei loves to read?"
"So this book is written by you?"
Naruto exclaimed, somewhat excited. After all, he lived an ordinary life, and had never encountered an artist before. This was his first time meeting a living author. Jiraiya, noticing Naruto's reaction, felt a surge of pride. "It turns out my work is already so popular."
"That's right, you may not know me, but you must have read my books,"
Jiraiya said proudly. He then took out another book titled
The Violence of Passion,
and slowly introduced it to Naruto.
"Not only is The Paradise of Passion my representative work, but this The Violence of Passion is also one of my favorites. It just hit the shelves a few days ago. You might not have seen it yet." "I have seen it. Kakashi Sensei has both books,"
Naruto replied.
"Kakashi. I see."
Jiraiya paused for a moment, then revealed a smug smile.
"Of course. With my works being this popular, it's completely normal for them to fly off the shelves right after release. So how about it, young man? Would you like a copy?"
Jiraiya coaxed. Naruto's face looked as though he had eaten bitter melon. He didn't expect this huge pervert to have such thick skin, even trying to dig into his wallet. The wicked, lecherous sage.
"I don't want your filthy book. What kind of upright work can come from someone who depends on doing shameful things to spark inspiration?"
Naruto criticized.
"Oh, little yellow-haired brat, you have quite a temper. You can insult me, but you absolutely cannot insult my works. Otherwise you will regret it,"
Jiraiya said. Naruto clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "If this for sale doesn't work, will he start threatening me with force? The man's physique is so robust, and his aura is powerful. He looks quite formidable. If a conflict broke out here, I might not fare well. But who is Naruto? A natural rebel with 90 pounds of defiance in his 100-pound body. Threatening a rebel. What were you thinking?" Naruto took a deep breath.
"Despicable. Lewd. Shameful. Vulgar. Rural. Filthy. Wretched."
Naruto launched into a tirade of continuous insults. Jiraiya was instantly filled with rage, feeling blood rush to his head, and he felt dizzy. By the time he regained his composure and wanted to teach Naruto a lesson, Naruto had already run far away. Jiraiya held his forehead, his face flushed, his lips turning purple from anger, and shouted into the corner.
"Minato, look at the good son you raised, so disrespectful towards my hard work.
After confirming that there was no one else around, Minato slowly walked out from the corner with a smile.
Jiraiya Sensei, that kid Naruto is carefree. Calm down, don't take it to heart. Humph. Of course, I once stooped to his level, but he has slandered my work. I plan to halt updates for a while to let him see the enthusiasm and strength of my readers,
Jiraiya said angrily. Minato stood awkwardly beside him. It was truly absurd for a seasoned ninja in his 50s to seriously argue with a young man who had just passed the Chunin exam, which left Minato as a student speechless. Moreover, the young man was his own son. Minato said,
"This measure is too drastic. Stopping updates rashly will only harm your readers."
Jiraiya was still fuming but realized that Minato's suggestion made a lot of sense.
"Then just stop updating once and continue the next day,"
Jiraiya said. Minato soothed Jiraiya's emotions as if he were calming a child. In the team leader's office.
"What? The Paradise of Passion is going to stop updating?"
Kakashi sprang up from the sofa.
"How can such an influential work suddenly stop without warning? What is the reason? What is the justification?"
Kakashi muttered to himself in agitation. The Paradise of Passion was the only hobby Kakashi had during his work years. An interruption meant that Kakashi's only source of joy was gone. How could he possibly bear that? Asuma looked at Kakashi curiously.
"I've never seen you so excited before."
Hinata blushed, saying,
"Idiot Kakashi, all your hobbies are these inappropriate things."
Kakashi's tone was somewhat aggrieved.
"I've been chasing it day and night for 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years?
To keep up with the updates, the Kakashi who despised waking up early set the alarm every day and always arrived at the bookstore before it opened the first one inside to check if the Paradise of Passion had released a new work. In order to get first-hand information, Kakashi even spent a fortune donating hundreds of books to the bookstore owner to build a good relationship. The plot of the Paradise of Passion consumed Kakashi's thoughts day and night, keeping him tossing and turning. But now you're telling me it's stopping. It's like being in a 3-year relationship with a girl, and she suddenly tells you, let's pause our relationship for a while and come back later. Furious, Kakashi even considered skipping work to find the author for an explanation. Naruto had no idea that his reckless action would have such a profound impact on a fan like Kakashi. Outside Konoha village, Uchiha Itachi walked slowly, with a tall man with a shark-like face.
"Kisame, this mission is primarily for testing purposes. Do not engage in prolonged battles, understand?"
Itachi said seriously. Kisame, however, looked excited and didn't seem to listen.
"It's not every day we get to come to Konoha for a mission. You can't let me have some fun before we go back."
Itachi sighed and said,
"The waters in Konoha are very deep. Even if you're a good swimmer, you may not be able to navigate freely in this pool. If you're not careful, even a meter of water can drown a seasoned swimmer."
Kisame looked at Itachi with a puzzled expression.
"You're speaking so cryptically, I don't understand. What pool? I just want to fight fiercely."
Itachi fell silent. He could not understand why Nagata would send a hothead like Kisame to act with him. Was it just to exploit Kisame's combative nature to provoke Naruto and test the latter's strength?
"Hey, lecherous sage, didn't you say you are the Toad Sage? Where's the toad?"
Naruto asked Jiraiya while chasing him. Upon finishing his words, Jiraiya climbed over a wall and looked towards the hot spring pool inside. Naruto nimbly followed him. He smiled at Jiraiya and said,
"Summon one for me to see. I want to know the difference between this and Impure World Reincarnation."
Hearing the term Impure World Reincarnation, Jiraiya froze in place, then slowly turned his head back, incredulously asking,
"The one who used Impure World Reincarnation is you. Who else would it be?"
Naruto retorted. Jiraiya stood frozen. When he encountered Minato in the bathhouse, he realized someone had used Impure World Reincarnation to summon him, most likely the work of Orochimaru, but he never expected the caster would be Naruto. Complex emotions swirled in Jiraiya's heart. Minato's son not only had the Nine Tails sealed within him, but had also learned the forbidden technique of Impure World Reincarnation. If it weren't for Orochimaru's actions, things would have been much more manageable. Jiraiya returned to Konoha, this time after receiving intelligence about Orochimaru as well as reports of the theft of the first and second Hokage's bodies, which was likely done by Orochimaru. Orochimaru's collection of these bodies was shrouded in mystery, but Jiraiya was certain that he harbored a grand conspiracy.
Hey lecherous sage, what are you thinking about?
Are you still going to summon a toad? If not, just say so. I'm hungry and going to eat ramen.
Naruto urged impatiently.
Jiraiya, who had previously been resistant towards Naruto, now warmly invited him to eat ramen, and he would treat. Naturally, Naruto was delighted to accept the offer. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto devoured his meal, his desire for food outweighing his conversation with Jiraiya. Jiraiya casually asked,
Naruto, how many times have you used Impure World Reincarnation?
Jiraiya needed to confirm whether Naruto had misused the ninjutsu. Summoning someone who shouldn't appear would be a disaster for the ninja world. Naruto casually replied,
That's a secret. I know you have already summoned the fourth Hokage, Minato. What I want to ask is, have you summoned anyone else? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto paused with the bowl to his lips, his expression puzzled.
How do you know?
Naruto was unsure of Jiraiya's intentions, and couldn't fully trust him yet. He just wanted to get home quickly, and ask Minato for his opinion. In terms of relationship, I am your mentor, and today I met your father,
Jiraiya said slowly. Naruto halted. A mentor is essentially a teacher of one's father. If his father willingly exposed himself to Jiraiya, it indicated that Jiraiya was definitely a trustworthy person. After pondering for a moment, Naruto stopped hiding and got straight to the point.
I reincarnated the first, second, and fourth Hokages.
Jiraiya paused, his eyebrows raised, completely unable to hide his astonishment.
You really are my ancestor. You even managed to bring back the first and second Hokages.
Jiraiya was utterly shocked simply because of the overwhelming power of the first and second Hokages. If not controlled properly, it could lead to a catastrophic disaster. But thinking of Minato's calm demeanor during the day indicated that these two Hokages were handling things well, seemingly without causing any chaos, so he didn't need to overthink it. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said,
I can teach you summoning techniques.
Naruto gulped down the remaining soup and excitedly jumped down from his chair, saying,
Let's go, I can't wait any longer. By a small river in Konoha, Jiraiya explained the principles of summoning techniques to Naruto and demonstrated it by summoning Toad Winta.
Naruto, filled with curiosity, immediately began to practice. At first, due to his unfamiliarity with the chakra operation of the summoning technique, he only summoned a small tadpole. However, in the next few attempts, that small tadpole quickly grew, reaching half a meter tall in just 3 summoning intervals. Jiraiya was taken aback. What level of chakra resonance is this? Naruto, at such a young age, actually fused the Ninetales chakra profoundly within himself. Since the growth speed of the summoned beast is influenced by the chakra of the contract ninja, Toad Winta's son Toji, who had just been born, had grown into a tremendous creature within a few hours. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in shock, his brows furrowed.
Naruto, that's enough, you've already mastered it.
Jiraiya interrupted Naruto, who was preparing to summon again. Toad Winta watched as Toji's body grew larger, feeling increasingly unsettled. If Naruto continued, Toji would soon outgrow Winta. To prevent Winta from being unable to accept this fact, Jiraiya stopped Naruto, citing that it was getting late as a reason to bid farewell. On the way, Toad Winta said,
Naruto is truly a terrifying monster.
Jiraiya replied,
Perhaps the youngest cage-level ninja in Konoha's history is about to emerge. Toad Winta nodded, then seemed to remember something.
By the way, I knew that the first and second Hokages had returned a few days ago, but forgot to tell you.
Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was instantly furious. He punched Winta on the head saying, "Why didn't you wait until I was dead to tell me?" With such slow transmission speed in the intelligence community, you could be sentenced to death, do you know that? Toad Winta also felt a bit angry. "Why did you hit me? Who told you not to summon me earlier? Whose fault is it that the information transmission is slow? Huh? Look me in the eye. Answer me," Winta demanded with an imposing presence. Jiraiya relented and said no more. At Myoboku Mountain, Winta looked at Toji, whose size was about to surpass his own, with a confused expression. Toji was born only this afternoon, and Winta was still immersed in the joy of becoming a father. After just a few hours, he was to become a grandfather. Despite Toji's rapid physical growth, his psychological age had not caught up. He looked at Toad Winta with naive eyes, and called him Dad. Winta suddenly found it hard to accept. This wasn't just having a son, it was like having a brother. He looked at Toji with concern, revealing the worries of an old father. This child, having just been born, has made a contract with someone like Naruto. Among humans, it seems that future days will be anything but peaceful. But every loss brings a gain. Toji's growth speed will surpass that of most toads in Myoboku Mountain. Perhaps it won't be long before the leader of Myoboku Mountain turns into his own son Toji. With this thought, Toad Winta felt a little better. At 4 in the morning in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with deep dark circles under his eyes, earnestly reviewed the documents on his desk. Hashirama and Tobirama had no need for sleep, but they still forced themselves to rest with their eyes closed for a few hours just to give Hiruzen a period of peace. Hashirama rummaged through Hiruzen's cabinet and found a precious tea, his face lighting up with delight. "You sly old monkey, keeping such fine tea hidden away. Why didn't you bring it out sooner for me to taste?" Tobirama's attention was also drawn to it. Although he was not particularly fond of tea, if his elder brother liked something, he naturally wished to try it as well. Hiruzen suddenly grew agitated, springing up from his Hokage chair, his eyes fixed on the tea. "That was a gift from Kushina. It must not be casually consumed." Hashirama and Tobirama looked bewildered. "Who is Kushina?" Hiruzen sighed. "She is Minato's wife." Upon hearing this connection, Hashirama silently placed the tea back into the cabinet, and even pushed it further inside, fearing it might fall. After returning, the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama had listened to Hiruzen recount the major events of these years. Kushina and Minato were the greatest contributors to sealing the tailed beasts. They had heard of them, but had not remembered the names. Once the memories matched, Hashirama and Tobirama developed a deep respect for the name Kushina, and the tea she left behind was naturally more than just tea. It was the lifelong longing of Naruto and Minato. Tobirama seemed to recall something, gazing at the tea as he said, "The Impure World Reincarnation that summoned Naruto is not exactly the same as the one I developed. The reason you and I were summoned is that our remains happened to be near Naruto." Hashirama's eyes narrowed. "I know. Minato found our remains, Tobirama, but there were no remains of Minato. In the other coffin, there was only clothing infused with Minato's chakra. That means—" Hashirama and Hiruzen's eyes widened simultaneously. Hiruzen spoke slowly, his voice trembling. "That means as long as there is residual chakra, Naruto can summon his true form." Tobirama nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on the tea canister. Hashirama, too, had a sudden realization. If the tea canister carries residual chakra from Uzumaki Kushina, perhaps Naruto could summon his mother. Hiruzen immediately performed a jutsu, setting up a barrier around the cabinet, one that no one but himself could break. Everyone understood what this meant to Naruto and Minato. It must be protected at all costs. Just then a knock came from outside the office door. "Enter," Hiruzen said. Hashirama and Tobirama concealed their presence, hiding in their usual spot behind the bookshelf. An ANBU operative wearing a cat mask entered. Lord Hokage, after the Chunin exams, many Sand Shinobi have appeared in the village over the past few days, lingering without any intention of leaving.
Hiruzen frowned slightly. What was Tsunade plotting?
Summon 3 ANBU members, and accompany me to the scene to investigate. Yes.
After the ANBU operative left, Hashirama asked,
Monkey, do you need us to come along?
Hiruzen's expression was grave.
Sensei, something major is about to happen in the village. I implore you both to protect Naruto at all costs.
Tobirama sensed the gravity of the situation, walked over, and patted Hiruzen on the shoulder.
Leave it to us. Be careful. Understood.
After the Chunin exams, due to Naruto's exceptionally brilliant performance, Orochimaru set his sights on his body, abandoning Sasuke. At that moment, a large number of Sand Shinobi swaggered through the streets of Konoha, drawing everyone's attention and causing some unrest and unease. Orochimaru, meanwhile, stood atop the roof of a tiled house overlooking the village, his long tongue protruding, his expression both excited and sinister.
Sarutobi Sensei, do you truly believe you can protect Naruto?
With the sound of footsteps, Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly walked before Orochimaru. He ordered the ANBU operatives to stand guard on the perimeter, and not to engage on the front line, for they were no match for Orochimaru, and would only throw their lives away. Seeing Hiruzen approach, Orochimaru said excitedly,
Long time no see, Sarutobi Sensei.
Hiruzen's eyes were cold.
How dare you return? Do you know the bounty on your head in Konoha?
Hearing this, Orochimaru burst into laughter.
What meaning does a bounty hold for me? Don't you know that in all of Konoha, how many can stand against me?
Orochimaru's words were extremely arrogant, but Hiruzen did not deny them. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru had been a top-tier shinobi since his youth, reaching cage-level strength early on. Had his ideology not been so extreme, Hiruzen once believed Orochimaru to be one of the most suitable candidates to succeed as Hokage. Now that Jiraiya and Tsunade were both absent, aside from Hiruzen, there was indeed no one in the village who could match Orochimaru.
If only your mind were a bit more sound, you might have been my proudest disciple,
Hiruzen said regretfully.
You stubborn old fool, who would ever want to be your disciple forever?
Orochimaru's tone turned icy, laced with a hint of hatred. He slowly approached Hiruzen, his movements serpentine.
I, Orochimaru, am destined to become the strongest in the entire shinobi world. What right do you, a mere transitional Hokage, have to address me as a master and disciple? In the vast river of history, I, Orochimaru, am the greatest existence. And you are nothing.
Orochimaru whispered into Hiruzen's ear. Hiruzen's emotions rippled slightly, but he did not show it. His eyes were filled with regret, feeling that Orochimaru had completely lost his way, his sanity consumed by obsession.
No matter what grand plan you have, if it threatens the peace of Konoha, I will stop you, even if it costs me this old life.
Hearing this, Orochimaru recoiled.
As expected of my dear third Hokage Sensei, your mind is filled with nothing but blind loyalty to Konoha. Outdated ideologies will eventually be swept away by the torrent of a new era. Then you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, will be nothing more than a passing sentence in the history books.
Orochimaru said contemptuously.
Enough talk.
Hiruzen Sarutobi roared.
Fire style fire dragon bullet.
A blazing fireball erupted from Hiruzen's mouth, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru curled his lips, not even flinching. The flames consumed Orochimaru's body, but it dissolved into a pool of brown mud, merging into the ground. Hiruzen's gaze froze. Orochimaru's body slowly rose from the tiles. He mocked freely.
Sarutobi Sensei, such a low-level jutsu can't even touch me.
Hiruzen gritted his teeth and immediately formed hand seals.
Fire style fire dragon flame bullet.
A fireball of even higher temperature and fiercer intensity erupted from his mouth, its color far deeper than before, its power undoubtedly greater. As if sensing the formidable power of the fire release, Orochimaru, no longer as arrogant as before, concentrated his attention and dodged to the side. The center of the dragon flame bomb did not hit Orochimaru directly, but the spreading flames around him still grazed his body. In an instant, his clothes were burned into a hole, and his face bore traces of burns. Orochimaru's expression grew heavy.
As expected of the third Hokage, the power of your fire release can actually injure me.
While speaking, Orochimaru tore at the skin on his face. His face peeled off, like a thin membrane, revealing a more delicate and youthful visage beneath. This face was completely different from Orochimaru's original appearance, yet the extreme obsession and stubbornness in its eyes were exactly the same as his. Hiruzen frowned deeply, his gaze fixed.
You? Who are you?
Orochimaru burst into laughter.
I am Orochimaru teacher Sarutobi. It seems you are growing old and blind. You can't even recognize me standing right before you.
Hiruzen's pupils trembled slightly.
That face of yours. Could it be that forbidden technique? That's right, the living corpse reincarnation. Lord Hokage, aren't you envious? I will forever possess a youthful appearance and organs while you can only decay day by day.
Orochimaru's voice dripped with smugness. Hiruzen snorted coldly.
I didn't expect you to complete the jutsu after all. Eternal life goes against the logic of heaven and earth. What you are doing is only the beginning of destruction.
Orochimaru shook his head, his expression disappointed.
What a cliché way of thinking.
Then his demeanor turned utterly fanatical.
Eternal life is the truth. Hidden shadow snake hands.
Dozens of venomous snakes surged from Orochimaru's sleeves, darting towards Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Earth release, earth flow wall.
Hiruzen instantly summoned a wall of earth, trapping the snakes outside. Then Orochimaru formed hand seals again, and even more snakes crawled out from his sleeves, while a larger python emerged from his mouth. These venomous snakes did not attack Hiruzen immediately. Instead, they circled in place, seeking an opportunity. Hiruzen exhaled flames, burning most of the smaller snakes to death, while the large python remained still, glaring intently at Hiruzen.
Earth release, earth flow river.
Orochimaru froze, as the tiles beneath his feet suddenly turned into soft mud. His legs sank into the mud, and his body was carried along with the shifting earth. Then the muddy ground rose abruptly, forming a wall of mud that slammed directly onto the giant snake, burying it beneath the earth.
As expected of the professor of ninjutsu who masters all techniques, this kind of attack cannot defeat you,
Orochimaru said. Then he pressed his palms together.
Summoning jutsu.
A massive figure appeared instantly. A serpent as huge as a building loomed before Orochimaru, staring menacingly at Hiruzen. Hiruzen gave a cold laugh. Summoning jutsu? Who couldn't do it?
Summoning jutsu Enma.
A towering, robust figure standing like a small mountain covered in thick, tough white fur appeared with a thunderous presence. He looked at Hiruzen.
So this day has come. You should have listened to me and dealt with Orochimaru long ago.
Enma's tone carried a hint of reproach. Hiruzen took a deep breath and said,
This time I will not be soft-hearted. I must destroy this evil creature.
Enma smirked.
I've been waiting to hear that from you for a long time.
Then Enma leaped into the air and rapidly transformed into a golden staff. Hiruzen grasped it in his hand, and with a single swing it stirred up gusts of wind. Orochimaru's eyes burned with resentment.
That stubborn, rancid monkey.
The next moment the giant serpent opened its massive maw and charged at Hiruzen, who without flinching swung the golden staff and struck. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Each strike landed squarely on the serpent's head. Enma possessed a body of diamond hardness, and the golden staff he transformed into was incredibly dense, shattering the serpent's skull. The giant serpent recoiled in agony.
Useless creature.
Orochimaru sighed and dismissed the summoning. Then Orochimaru's neck stretched rapidly, darting toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen swung his staff, but Orochimaru nimbly avoided each strike. In an instant Orochimaru bit down hard on Hiruzen's neck. Hiruzen winced in pain, pried open Orochimaru's mouth, and then punched him squarely in the face. Orochimaru winced and withdrew immediately. Hiruzen was about to speak when a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. He covered the wound with his hand.
"How dare you place a curse mark on me?"
Hiruzen said angrily. Orochimaru smirked.
"To be honest, I really didn't want to bite you, old man. Even if the curse mark succeeds, I wouldn't take over your decrepit body, because you are already a dead man with one foot in the grave."
Hiruzen quickly focused chakra at his fingertips and pressed it onto his wound. Instantly a ring of black sealing marks appeared around the injury. The influence of the curse mark vanished immediately. Orochimaru frowned.
"I forgot about your sealing techniques. What a troublesome opponent."
It seemed he had no choice but to unleash that technique. Orochimaru pressed his palms together.
"Summoning Jutsu Manda."
In an instant a colossal figure emerged, as massive as a small mountain, nearly 100 meters in length, its body covered in purple-black scales and stripes, with a head shaped like a sharp battle-axe. Manda's eyes gleamed with green light as he fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, his killing intent palpable. Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat, for this summoned serpent possessed an immense chakra. Enma reverted from his golden staff form to his original state, his expression grim.
"It's the leader of the Snake Clan from the hidden village of Ryukido Cave, who never leaves that place. Orochimaru has actually formed a summoning contract with it."
Hiruzen looked at Enma.
"What are your chances against it?"
Enma snorted.
"I can't guarantee victory, but I can guarantee not losing,"
Hiruzen said.
"Enma, my chakra is running low. Let's finish this quickly."
Enma nodded. The next moment both of them vanished and charged toward Manda. Orochimaru seemed to have sensed that Hiruzen's chakra was nearly depleted, so he ordered Manda to keep them at bay without wasting chakra. Manda swiftly retreated into the distance, with Hiruzen and Enma in pursuit. After gaining some distance, Manda unleashed a powerful blast of breath toward the villagers' houses, causing them to collapse in ruins. Seeing this, Hiruzen sensed trouble.
"Enma, go after it. It'll protect the villagers." "Got it."
The tremendous commotion had long alarmed the villagers of Konoha. Under the leadership of Kakashi, Irika, and others, everyone had fled to the shelters. Meanwhile, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato were with Naruto. Hashirama's expression was grave.
"The third Hokage's disciple is so brazen, destroying so many of our houses. It'll kill him,"
Tobirama said.
"Elder brother, no."
Minato looked at Naruto, reached out, and patted his shoulder, then asked softly,
"Naruto, what do you want to do?"
Naruto clenched his fist, his emotion surging.
"I want to help Grandpa Third."
Minato paused for a few seconds.
"Do you know why Orochimaru came to Konoha?" "It's for me, isn't it?" "I don't know the exact reason, but the first and second Hokage appearing at our house at this time, without thinking, it's because of me,"
Naruto said. Minato nodded.
"His target is you. Do you still want to face him?" "Yes. Grandpa Third Hokage is fighting to protect me. How can I stand by and do nothing?"
Naruto answered without hesitation. A peculiar gleam flashed in Minato's eyes. He paused, exchanged glances with Hashirama and Tobirama, then nodded.
"Then go."
In the forest outside Konoha, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame sat on a patch of ground by a stream, each holding a grilled fish. The campfire crackled, illuminating the dark woods. Kisame bit off half the fish in one mouthful and mumbled,
"Itachi, can you feel that powerful chakra?"
Uchiha Itachi nodded.
"I can feel it. Something big is happening in Konoha. It's not the right time to move."
Kisame sighed.
"We finally get a mission and this happens. Some idiot is delaying my schedule."
Itachi glanced at him and said flatly,
"There are 2 cage-level fighters there. If you really want to go, I won't stop you."
Upon hearing
"Cage level,"
Kisame nearly choked on a fishbone. He fell silent and muttered,
"Cage level. Could someone else be carrying out the tailed beast capture plan?"
Itachi was puzzled and looked at Kisame.
"How are you sure it's the tailed beast capture plan? You said there are 2 cage levels. One is the capturer, the other must be the Jinchuriki,"
Kisame said impatiently. Itachi remained silent, just staring at Kisame. So Kisame had mistaken Naruto for a cage-level opponent. Despite his rough exterior, Kisame was actually lacking confidence in this mission, so much so that he hadn't even listened to the intelligence properly, and didn't know the Ninetales Jinchuriki was a young junior. He even imagined Naruto as a formidable adversary. At this thought, the corners of Itachi's mouth lifted slightly. During the Chunin exams, Itachi's Crow clone had witnessed everything, and naturally he had seen Naruto's performance. He thought that with such a powerful teammate, Sasuke would grow much faster. Under the flickering firelight, a meaningful smile appeared on Itachi's face. Under Hiruzen's protection, damage to the residential area was greatly reduced, but it also consumed the last of his chakra. Orochimaru's eyes turned ruthless.
"Almost time, now!"
Manda, who had been entangled with Enma, suddenly shifted its target and charged straight at Hiruzen. Enma sensed danger and shouted to Hiruzen,
"It's coming for you!"
Hiruzen sighed. He had no chakra left. His eyes grew dim, and he leaned against an earthen wall, sitting down on the ground. His mind was filled with memories of the past, Hashirama and Tobirama raising him together, becoming the teacher of Jiraiya, and the others serving as Hokage, his first retirement being reinstated, seeing the outstanding Naruto, and witnessing the reunion of Minato and his son. The scenes of his memories flashed before his eyes like a lantern. He was immersed in those memories, barely feeling Manda's intense killing intent, having lost the will to resist. He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come.
"Konoha, I have given you everything."
Suddenly a dissonant voice reached his ears.
"Grandpa, third him here."
Hiruzen opened his eyes instantly, and saw the young man with blonde hair beside him.
"Naruto, what are you doing here? Go home. It's extremely dangerous."
Hiruzen's voice trembled with emotion. His chakra was depleted, and he could barely protect himself, let alone Naruto. Without looking back, Naruto walked toward Manda.
"If I die here, then it means I deserve to die. Don't grieve for me."
Hiruzen's heart trembled, and he was utterly awestruck by Naruto. Was this the resolve of a young man who had barely experienced the world? Naruto bit his finger and pressed his palm to the ground.
"Summoning technique."
With a puff, Hiruzen looked at the dense mist before him, but saw no massive figure. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Although Naruto had signed a contract with a summoning beast, given his chakra capacity, the beast he could summon wouldn't be too powerful. Compared to the snake leader Manda, it would be helpless. However, as the mist cleared, Hiruzen's eyes widened.
"What is?"
The mist dissipated completely. Naruto stood firm, and on his shoulders were 2 distinct figures. One figure in a red Hawari landed beside Hiruzen.
"It's the Elder Toads of Mount Mayaboku Fukasaku in Shima."
Hiruzen turned around in surprise, only to see Jiraiya flashing a bright smile.
"Long time no see, Sensei."
Hiruzen was stunned, then slowly composed himself.
"Jiraiya, it's been a long time."
This familiar face, which Hiruzen had longed for, had returned to his side at the moment of his death. Jiraiya's tone was calm.
"I have many things to say to you, but let's talk after Naruto defeats Orochimaru."
Hearing this, Hiruzen's gaze rested on Naruto's back, and a relieved smile spread across his face.
"I never thought Naruto would grow so fast, able to summon a creature of this level."
Jiraiya nodded.
"Trust him."
Orochimaru's lower body was connected to Manda's head, and his pupils constricted instantly.
"What is this chakra?" "Manda, stop."
Sensing something wrong, Orochimaru immediately ordered Manda to halt and scout the situation ahead. Naruto walked over.
"Orochimaru."
Naruto bellowed, and the two toads on his shoulders Fukasaku and Shima began to chant. The sound waves flooded into Orochimaru's ears. His body trembled, and he tried to break free, but could not move no matter what. Beneath him Manda was also frozen in place, its eyes glazed over. Not far away Kakashi and Irika, after settling the villagers, left the shelter to be ready for support at any moment. Seeing Naruto's figure, Irika's hair stood on end.
That figure is Naruto. How could he be here in such a dangerous battle?
Kakashi stared at the summoned beasts on Naruto's shoulders, his shock beyond words.
Naruto has grown too fast. Irika looked at his shoulders.
Irika saw the two small toads, but as a Chunin, he had no idea of Fukasaku and Shima's strength. He looked at Kakashi in bewilderment.
What kind of summoned beasts are those?
Kakashi replied.
Among ninjas, those two toads are equivalent to Jiraiya.
Irika was startled. Naruto could summon creatures of this level. Did that mean Naruto's strength had reached cage level? Orochimaru and Manda's consciousness were trapped in a Jinjutsu barrier by the chanting, unable to move. Orochimaru struggled desperately. To break the Jinjutsu, Manda's summoning technique came to an abrupt halt. In the Jinjutsu barrier, Orochimaru concentrated all his chakra in his head, striving to find a sliver of escape. But Fukasaku and Shima's Jinjutsu chant was too powerful. Even Orochimaru, strong as he was, could barely break free. His consciousness gradually grew hazy. Then his eyes widened.
No! I cannot fall here. I still have grand plans to accomplish.
A cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's body. He slowly moved his hands, trying to form hand seals to dispel the Jinjutsu. Seeing this, Fukasaku and Shima intensified their chanting. Orochimaru's consciousness became even more blurred, nearly to the point of fainting. In the final moment, he parted his lips slightly, placed his tongue between his teeth, and, with a fierce look, bit down hard, biting off the tongue to break the Jinjutsu. Intense pain shot through him. Orochimaru's consciousness grew clearer, and he immediately formed hand seals to dispel the Jinjutsu. Shima,
biting off the tongue to break the Jinjutsu.
What kind of determination is this?
Fukasaku,
Orochimaru and Jiraiya are on the same level. They will pay any price to achieve their goals. Panting heavily, Orochimaru instantly transformed into a small white snake, trying to flee. But Naruto grabbed him. A Rasengan slammed into Orochimaru's head. Seconds later, Naruto stood still.
He still got away.
The next moment, Minato and Jiraiya appeared before Naruto. Jiraiya,
good courage, but your judgment needs improvement. If Orochimaru had fought back desperately and left a curse mark on your neck, it would have been dangerous.
Naruto curled his lips.
Is that so?
Boom! Jiraiya was stunned. This Naruto was a clone. Naruto's real body walked up from behind Jiraiya, a smug expression on his face.
Can't even tell a shadow clone, pretty sage. It's really like a 200 UN shirt sold for 180.
Jiraiya and Minato both frowned, confused.
What do you mean?
Jiraiya asked.
It's 90 of the original price, buddy.
Naruto burst into laughter. Jiraiya stood there, still not understanding. Minato caught the hidden meaning, turned his head slightly, and suppressed a laugh.
What does selling clothes at a discount have to do with this battle?
Jiraiya asked in bewilderment. Naruto sighed and continued.
In other words, if a pawn had 10 lotus flowers, and now only one is left, what does that mean?
Naruto asked. Jiraiya thought seriously for a few seconds, then applying the pattern from the first riddle confidently answered.
It's 10 of the original price, right?
Naruto shook his head with a mysterious expression.
It's picking 9 lotuses, buddy.
Only then did Jiraiya realize that Naruto was using a pun. His face turned purple. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to punch Naruto, but considering the age difference, he couldn't bully the younger. So Jiraiya sought another way to vent his anger.
You little brat, you're infuriating me. I'm going to stop updating for another week.
Jiraiya roared. Kakashi, who had been watching, froze on the spot, then instantly teleported before Jiraiya. Jiraiya saw Kakashi kneeling on one knee before him, his eyes lighting up.
Oh! Kakashi, what brings you here?
Kakashi's eyes were moist, his tone pitiful.
Uncle, please don't stop updating, I beg you.
Minato almost couldn't hold back a laugh, but with his strong self-control, he managed to suppress it. Beside him, Hiruzen chuckled softly. Jiraiya frowned. When two nations go to war, it's the civilians who suffer. He felt sympathy for Kakashi, but words once spoken are like water spilled. He couldn't go back on his word. Jiraiya reluctantly helped Kakashi up.
I've made up my mind. I said I'd stop for a week, so I will.
Hearing this, Kakashi's heart sank halfway.
However, I can give you some hidden versions, the ones that publishers wouldn't approve. Very explosive, you know,
Jiraiya said with a sly smile. Kakashi's life was suddenly filled with hope again. His eyes sparkled.
Really? Don't lie to me.
Jiraiya patted his shoulder.
I'm not lying, not lying.
Like a happy child, Kakashi then noticed Naruto's narrowed eyes and realized his inappropriate behavior. He coughed twice and pretended to be serious.
No one is allowed to tell anyone about today, or he'll die to prove it.
After Orochimaru's plan failed, Konoha quickly returned to normal. Shikamaru's team, Niji's team, Hinata's team, and leaders at all levels of the village heard about the incident. Naruto's prestige grew higher, and he accumulated a large number of fans within the village. Some suggested directly promoting Naruto to Jonin, and some even proposed that he become the next Hokage. Sasuke practiced ninjutsu alone in the forest, drenched in sweat.
Naruto has already reached this level. I must desperately catch up to him,
Sasuke muttered to himself. Sakura sat on her single bed at home, hugging her knees, lost in thought. Her mother's voice came.
Sakura, come downstairs and help me wash the vegetables.
Sakura shouted downstairs impatiently.
Wait, I'm busy right now. Busy, when are you ever not busy?
Her mother grumbled. Sakura ignored her, repeatedly replaying the name Uzumaki Naruto in her mind. Her pink hair fell over her shoulders, her cheeks slightly flushed. Naruto is truly an outstanding boy. At Ino's family flower shop, Ino carefully selected from the scattered flower baskets, picking out a few of the most vibrant and plump petals to place in a separate basket.
I wonder what kind of flower Naruto likes.
Although Ino's family had run a flower shop since she was a child, she had never given flowers to any man before. Through her recent experiences, she had developed a great fondness for Naruto. Naruto had a good personality, good character, and strong abilities. He seemed like a reliable man. At this thought, Ino unconsciously smoothed her soft hair. The Hyuga clan. Niji lay in bed, recovering, his body still not fully healed from the previous battle. Hinata sat beside him, her expression worried.
Brother, are you all right?
Niji snorted coldly, his tone somewhat reproachful.
I'm fine. You must be very happy that your sweetheart beat me like this.
Hinata stammered awkwardly.
Not at all. Although I hoped he would win, I also hoped you wouldn't get hurt.
Hinata's feelings were written all over her face. Niji naturally knew her true thoughts. He could only sigh softly. Sonogakure. Gaara lay in the medical room of the village, dimly lit, with old tungsten lamps casting faint shadows. After losing to Naruto, Gaara slept for 3 full days before waking. He opened his eyes to the dark ceiling and said fiercely,
Naruto, I will definitely avenge this defeat. Achoo!
Naruto sneezed at home.
Why does it feel like someone is cursing me again?
He muttered to himself. Minato's voice came from outside the door.
Naruto, time to eat.
Hearing the word,
eat,
Naruto instantly perked up and excitedly headed to the living room.
Dad, what's for dinner today?
Minato.
Braised pork trotters.
Naruto let out a happy monkey-like cry.
I'm going to eat a whole bowl of rice today.
Minato replied warmly.
Eat up.
Konoha Medical Room. Jiraiya sat beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes somewhat melancholic.
Master, after taking off the Hokage robe you look much older.
Hiruzen nodded. The Hokage had usually hidden his white hair, but now it was fully exposed.
Jiraiya, am old enough. It's time to retire. Would you be willing to become the Hokage?
Hiruzen asked, his eyes full of expectation. Jiraiya shook his head.
Sorry, Master, I can't make a choice that goes against my heart.
Hiruzen's eyes dimmed. Oh well, Jiraiya had his own pursuits, and now bore the mission of investigating the Akatsuki organization. Promoting him directly to Hokage was not a good idea. Just then a cheerful female voice came from outside the door.
It'll be the Hokage.
Jiraiya and Hiruzen both turned their gaze toward the entrance. A tall, voluptuous woman, with an alluring figure and fair skin, walked in. She had light yellow hair flowing, like a golden waterfall over her delicate shoulders, with a blue-purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Her lips were like rosy petals, sensual and captivating. Jiraiya's face flushed instantly, and his heart raced. The woman walking in now was none other than his lifelong dream goddess Senju Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade, Hiruzen's dim eyes regained their sparkle.
Tsunade, why are you back?
Jiraiya exclaimed in amazement. In recent years Jiraiya and Tsunade had not met, though Hiruzen occasionally saw her. Tsunade said cheerfully,
Of course, I came to ask the Hokage for money to pay off my gambling debts.
She finished with a sly smile. Hiruzen smiled approvingly. He knew she was joking. In fact, as soon as she heard the news, Tsunade had rushed back overnight from a gambling house in Amigakure. Many gamblers tried to stop her. To return to Konoha in time, she overturned 36 gambling tables, smashed 3 casinos, and knocked out 24 fanatical gamblers. All to return to Konoha. She had made up her mind to succeed as Hokage and live a new life. Hiruzen's eyes showed a hint of pain. He knew that Tsunade's addiction to gambling was her way of coping with the loss of her loved one. Dangata's death had changed Tsunade completely. Hiruzen said slowly,
Tsunade, you said earlier you wanted to become Hokage. Are you sure?
Tsunade's eyes were firm.
Yes. Great. I can finally retire. Let's hold the handover ceremony today.
Hiruzen wept with joy, his eyes moist. The entire village was summoned to the square to witness the new Hokage's inauguration ceremony. Tsunade took the new Hokage hat from Hiruzen Sarutobi and placed it on her head. Then she faced the crowd and said in a clear voice,
I am the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade. Pleased to meet you all.
Thunderous applause erupted. The midday sun shone on Tsunade, casting a striking silhouette. Naruto stood in the square looking at Tsunade curiously.
By her age, she should be old enough to be my grandmother. But why does she look so young, like a 20-year-old girl?
Minato, wearing a mask and hat, whispered,
She has mastered the Byakugan no Jutsu, which gives her the ability to regenerate cells, making her appear so young. Not only that, her lifespan is also extended.
Naruto's face lit up with envy, his eyes fixed on Tsunade.
Such an amazing ability. I want to learn it from her.
Minato chuckled, thoroughly approving of Naruto's eagerness to learn. Sakura looked at Tsunade with admiration. This was the only female ninja among the legendary Sannin, and now the 5th Hokage. How cool. Ever since she saw Sasuke injure, Sakura had developed a strong interest in medical ninjutsu, and Tsunade was exceptionally skilled in that field. She was the perfect mentor for Sakura. Just thinking about receiving Tsunade's guidance made her feel ecstatic. Sakura's cheeks flushed. Shikamaru,
Konoha's first female Hokage. She must be incredibly powerful.
Ino,
She's so beautiful.
Niji,
I see a confidence in a woman that surpasses that of men.
Suddenly Tsunade's voice rang out again, and the crowd fell silent, everyone waiting attentively for her speech. Tsunade scanned the crowd, then her gaze settled on Naruto's position.
Uzumaki Naruto after the ceremony come to the Hokage's office to see me.
Her tone was gentle and dignified. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Naruto.
The Hokage's first act is to summon Naruto to her office. I'm so jealous. To be able to get close to Lady Tsunade. If I could just see her beauty up close, I'd die happy. Naruto is the top star of Konoha now. It's only natural for the Hokage to want to get to know him. They'll surely work together often.
Sakura stared at Naruto, not far behind her, utterly puzzled and immensely envious. Naruto stood there bewildered. The next moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him, drawing astonished gazes from the crowd.
Tsunade said gently, Naruto, are you free now? Let's go to my office right now.
Tsunade's office. Tsunade removed her Hokage hat and robe, wearing her original green coat.
This Hokage robe feels so awkward, I don't even feel like myself.
Tsunade complained.
Have a seat, Naruto.
Naruto, for no particular reason, found a chair and sat down. A woman with long black hair followed Tsunade, her expression respectful. Tsunade said to her,
Shizen, please step out for a moment. Don't let anyone approach without my permission.
Shizen nodded and immediately left, closing the door. She didn't ask Tsunade the reason for this order, she simply carried it out without hesitation upon receiving it. This was also a major reason Tsunade had chosen her. Tsunade leaned against the Hokage's desk, looking at Naruto with great curiosity. Her moist, beautiful eyes were filled with light. Unexpectedly, at his age, Uzumaki Naruto had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and merged the Ninetales chakra. Not only that, but his combat intelligence was also terrifyingly high. Tsunade had never met Naruto before. She had only heard that Konoha had produced an once-in-a-century genius ninja. Initially, she thought it was a star-making plan, implemented by Konoha to expand its influence. When she returned to Konoha and met the first and second Hokage, hearing their extremely high praise for Naruto, Tsunade finally believed that a true prodigy had emerged in Konoha. Most importantly, calling Naruto to the office today was about that matter.
Naruto, what level of mastery have you achieved with the Edo Tensei?
Tsunade, sitting on the Hokage's desk, asked. Naruto had a certain expectation that Tsunade would seek him out about the Edo Tensei, but he hadn't expected the first sentence to bring it up. Tsunade was truly a direct woman. Naruto told Tsunade everything about his experience summoning the three Hokage, including the incident of summoning an empty coffin. After listening, Tsunade's eyes were filled with astonishment. Her gaze was full of hope as she looked at the blue pendant around her neck.
So Grandpa and the others weren't lying to me. You really can reincarnate the deceased using their residual chakra,
Tsunade said excitedly. Naruto smirked slightly.
Tsunade, Aunt, if you need any help, just say the word. I'll do my best to make it happen.
Hearing the term,
Aunt,
Tsunade's face instantly fell. The pressure in the room rose sharply, making Naruto feel a bit short of breath.
Don't be angry, don't be angry. Age-wise, I could be his grandmother. Calling me aunt is already a compliment,
Tsunade muttered to herself. She forced a gentle, beautiful smile toward Naruto.
Naruto, at work you should call me Hokage-sama or Tsunade-sama, but in private you can call me Big Sister. Don't call me aunt or grandma anymore, got it?
Tsunade's tone was gentle, but her authority was palpable, as if an invisible aura surrounded her. Naruto nodded. He could only nod. Tsunade picked up the Hokage hat, put it back on, adjusted her posture to appear more dignified.
Now I am commanding you as the Hokage. Resurrect Kato Dan. That is an order.
Tsunade's voice weakened slightly. Because immediately after speaking she hesitated. Was it appropriate to forcibly bring back someone who had died many years ago from the Pure Land based on her personal emotions? Would it disturb his peace? Would he have long forgotten her, ready to be reborn into a new life? And what if after summoning him back, she didn't know what to say? But she truly missed him. However, Tsunade suddenly changed her mind, turning around and saying,
"Maybe don't reincarnate him yet. I don't think I'm ready to face him."
The next second a magnetic, refreshing voice rang out.
"Are you, Tsunade?"
Tsunade froze in place, afraid to turn around. Because that voice was the one she had dreamed of day and night, the most familiar voice of all. Her heart rate accelerated rapidly, and her eyes grew moist, tears threatening to fall uncontrollably at any moment. Tsunade slowly turned to face him.
"Dan, it's me."
Tears struggled in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. The man called Dan had long blue hair, delicate features, and bright, piercing eyes. Even the limitations of the Edo Tensei could not conceal his handsome appearance. Kato Dan was overjoyed, his eyes lighting up, as he excitedly embraced Tsunade's shoulders.
"You've actually become the Hokage."
Seeming to realize his action was a bit forward, he withdrew his hands. The next second Tsunade hugged Kato Dan tightly.
"Dad, I've missed you so much."
Tsunade burst into tears, holding back no longer, and completely released her emotions. Shizen heard the commotion outside the door, greatly puzzled. Could Naruto have actually made the strong-willed Tsunade cry? Her hand rested on the doorknob, hesitating several times, but in the end, she let go and did not intervene. Kato Dan paused, then hugged Tsunade back, his tone gentle.
"I'm sorry I broke my promise. Why were you so obsessed with becoming Hokage? If you had listened to me from the start and given up that dream, you wouldn't have died in that battle."
Tsunade's tone was full of reproach and resentment, then replaced by intense sorrow. If the two of them hadn't rushed to the front lines in that war, but stayed behind in the rear of the ninja army waiting to rescue comrades, Dan wouldn't have died. But what was done was done. It was too late to say anything. Dan looked at Naruto in the office, then at the pendant around Tsunade's neck, surprised, and then understood why he was here. He soothed Tsunade's emotions and said gently,
"It's okay. Everything that happens is destined in some way. I was destined to die, and you were destined to become Hokage."
Dan looked tenderly into Tsunade's eyes, reached out to gently wipe the tear stains from her cheek, and said,
"Tsunade, after all this time, you are still as beautiful as ever."
Tsunade pushed Dawn's hand away and turned around. Her emotions calmed down slightly.
"Stop with the sweet talk. I've long passed the age where I can be easily fooled."
Tsunade's tone was a bit harsher, but it was clearly feigned. Hearing this, Dawn's expression stiffened slightly, and the light in his eyes dimmed. In Dawn's eyes, the battle that led to his death felt like it had happened just yesterday, still fresh in his memory. But in Tsunade's world, many years had passed. She had experienced too many new things, met too many special people. Perhaps the past had already faded with time. Kato Dawn's body was gradually becoming transparent. Tsunade's pendant had been worn for far too long, and the chakra left by Kato Dan upon it had been mostly worn away by the passage of time. Seeing Kato Dawn's fading form, Tsunade's heart ached sharply. Her parched eyes welled with hot tears once more.
"Dan, thanks to Naruto, I got to see you one last time. I am content."
Kato Dan nodded, looking at Naruto with gratitude.
"Thank you, Naruto."
Naruto did not reply, only nodded. He did not wish to disturb their final moments together. Dan gently stroked Tsunade's hair, his eyes full of adoration.
"Be good. Take care of yourself from now on. Don't get angry so easily. You're older now, you can't afford such strong emotional swings. And I know you've always clung to my dream of becoming Hokage. Today it seems that dream can be laid to rest because you have already fulfilled it for me. Tsunade, I regret nothing of all we experienced together. If there is a next life, I will still cast my vote for your proposal in that meeting."
Tsunade buried her head in Kato Dawn's chest, her hands beating against him repeatedly.
"Idiot."
Then they embraced tightly. Moments later, Kato's dawn body vanished with a smile. Tsunade quickly composed herself, tidying her appearance to hide her disarray. She looked at Naruto with some embarrassment.
I'm sorry, Naruto. I really couldn't control myself. I must have looked foolish.
Hearing this, Naruto shook his head gently, a warm smile on his face.
Sister Tsunade, you are a very, very good person.
Naruto's eyes were sincere and fervent. Tsunade was taken aback. Then she lowered her voice and said,
A Hokage doesn't need a child's pity. Thank you, you may leave.
Naruto smiled and left without another word. On her first day, as Hokage, Tsunade had to maintain her dignity and image. Naruto understood this well, so he left the office directly. Tsunade watched Naruto's retreating figure, her thoughts drifting far away. Her lips moved slightly.
A very, very good person.
Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto had just left full when two tall figures entered the shop. Kisame and Itachi had changed into casual brown-green outfits to avoid drawing attention.
I have something to take care of. Stay here and eat first. Wait for me.
Itachi left a single sentence and vanished.
Even a fool knows where you're going,
Kisame muttered to himself.
What a homebody.
Kisame talked to himself. Even he could immediately figure out that Itachi had gone to see Sasuke. During the Chunin exam, Orochimaru had left a curse mark on Sasuke's neck, and since then Itachi had been worried about Sasuke's safety. Taking advantage of the opportunity to return to the village for business, he went to check on Sasuke. The Uchiha district. Itachi walked down the street, where only a few scattered people were present. The entire block was silent, devoid of life. Ever since the Uchiha massacre, the street where Itachi and Sasuke grew up had changed drastically. After the Umbu cleaned up the scene, the village posted notices that people could move into the Uchiha district at low cost or even for free. Even so, few were willing to move in. After all, such a terrifying event had occurred there. Just passing through the district was enough to strike fear in people's hearts. They feared sleepless nights haunted by the lingering spirits of the Uchiha. The only residents were the lowest, most marginalized members of the village. Mostly addicts and criminals. Itachi looked grim, his heart heavy. Was the choice he had made truly the right one? Thinking of Sasuke living in such a place, Itachi felt a pang of guilt. Soon he reached Sasuke's house. The gate was open. Itachi stood outside looking in. In the yard there were many scarecrows. Some were stuck full of shuriken and kunai, some were scorched, others had half their bodies cut off. The scarecrows' deaths varied, but they all shared one thing: the chakra attached to them, the chakra of his own younger brother Sasuke. A glimmer of sorrow flashed in Itachi's eyes. After that incident, Sasuke had indeed been striving desperately to become stronger. It seemed the hatred he had left behind was beginning to take root. Though a storm raged within Itachi's heart, since he had come he certainly wanted to see Sasuke. But Itachi would not do so. Wait a little longer. When Sasuke is strong enough to face him, then it will be time to meet. Since I have chosen this path, I must bear all the consequences. Even if it means dying by Sasuke's own hand. Itachi left. Inside the bedroom, Sasuke was sweating profusely, completely focused on practicing chakra control. His mind was filled with the scenes of Naruto defeating Neji and Gaara. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, stood up, and opened the window to look outside. The sky was empty. Sasuke frowned, because he faintly heard the cawing of crows, a very familiar sound. Outside the ramen shop, the crowd was in an uproar. Villagers were fleeing in panic. Itachi walked slowly, looking puzzled. At the center of the commotion, Kisame was brandishing his spiked greatsword, Samahata swaggering in the street. Beneath his feet lay two severely injured Umbu members. He shouted emotionally,
"Leave! Is this all the strength of your Umbu? Dare to face me in open combat. Stop sneaking around with these petty tricks. I, Kisame, hate cowards more than anything." In the shadows, a leaf Chunin quickly slipped away, running toward the Hokage's office. As he passed through an alley, a flock of crows suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. A figure materialized. The Chunin said anxiously, "Don't block the way. I have urgent news for the Hokage." He suddenly noticed the other's blood-red pupils froze in place, his eyes wide, lips trembling. "Those eyes are—" The next moment, the Chunin's consciousness drifted away from the world. He slowly opened his eyes to find his body strapped to a wooden stake. A blood-red moon hung in the sky. Everything he saw was tinged with crimson. Surrounding him were countless versions of himself, all in the same predicament. He was completely panicked. A man in a black robe decorated with red clouds appeared before him, holding a kunai, his expression cold. And those eyes, they were unmistakably the blood-red eyes of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's lips parted slightly, and a cold voice rang out. "Genjutsu Tsukuyami." The body of the Chunin could not move, his eyes filled with fear and shock. For before him stood Itachi, the one who had personally annihilated the Uchiha clan. Itachi directly stabbed a kunai into the abdomen of the Chunin. At first, the Chunin felt nothing, a reaction driven by adrenaline. As Itachi repeated the motion several times, a piercing pain surged into the Chunin's nerves, and in his agonizing struggle, he lost his life. At this moment, in a dimly lit dead end in Konoha, the Chunin's corpse lay quietly there with not a single wound on his body. Itachi's figure had long since vanished, leaving only a few black feathers of a crow behind. The whereabouts of Kisame and Itachi had been exposed. If they lingered, Konoha's elite would soon arrive. At that time, escaping would become extremely difficult, especially for Kisame. Itachi's crow clone was enough to allow him to leave gracefully even when surrounded. Itachi suggested that Kisame halt their actions and wait for him at the rendezvous point in the forest outside the village, while he went to find Naruto alone. Kisame was very reluctant, but when he saw the serious look in Itachi's eyes, he gave up the argument and chose to follow Itachi's plan. At this moment, at Naruto's home, a steel pen was embedded in the wall, leaving only the tail exposed. Minato stood nearby, his gaze complex. Naruto practiced his ninjutsu and control over chakra every day, and his proficiency with the Rasengan and Flying Thunder God technique had become extremely high, almost effortless. Yet Naruto did not become complacent. Building upon his mastery, he was seriously researching variations. He attempted to change the way chakra functioned to create new launching forms for ninjutsu. In simple terms, Naruto was developing new ninjutsu. The steel pen firmly stuck in the wall was a result of his new attempt at ninjutsu. He attached Rasengan chakra to the pen, and then threw it, causing the Rasengan to shoot out along with the pen's trajectory, the immense force driving the pen into the wall. There was no doubt that Naruto had mastered the ability to throw chakra over long distances. Minato watched Naruto, growing increasingly alarmed. It would not be long before Naruto grew into a solid shadow-level ninja. At this moment, neither Minato nor Naruto knew that before his retirement, Hiruzen had arranged for a stand-alone two-story courtyard for Tobirama and Hashirama, and the location was right in the same area as Minato's home. The straight-line distance was less than 100 meters. Tobirama and Hashirama could conceal their chakra traces, aiming not to disturb Minato and Naruto's lives. At this moment, Itachi was quickly approaching Naruto's home. The crow sensed an unusually strong chakra, and quickly relayed the location to Itachi. This chakra, located in a civilian area, was most likely Naruto's. Itachi showed no signs of concealing his whereabouts. He swiftly arrived outside the home, where the crows had reported. He pushed the door open. Instantly, a powerful chakra surged toward him. Itachi was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. Why were there two such powerful chakras? Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and thick branches suddenly sprouted in the courtyard, as if alive, tightly wrapping around Itachi's body. Itachi was horrified. It would release.
Immediately after, several kunai inscribed with runes flew from above Itachi, embedding themselves in the branches binding him. Blinding white light exploded forth, a wave of heat surged over Itachi's body. Bang, bang, bang. Itachi's position was suddenly engulfed in a series of explosions. The figures of Hashirama and Tobirama slowly approached.
"You have some nerve to dare intrude into our home,"
Tobirama said. In a moment of panic, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning a red skeletal armor to protect himself within. Seeing this scene, Hashirama's eyes widened.
"It's Susanoo."
Tobirama also became serious, turning to Hashirama.
"Brother, are you saying that this person is from the Uchiha clan?"
"But weren't they exterminated not long ago?"
Tobirama suddenly thought of something and realized.
So it was the mastermind behind the massacre, Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha massacre had always been an unresolved knot in Tobirama's heart. He could not understand why Uchiha Itachi would be so ruthless toward his own clan. And now the actual person stood before him. It was a good opportunity to ask. Tobirama shouted toward the figure within the skeletal armor.
"Uchiha Itachi, why did you kill your clan?"
Itachi pondered for a moment and replied,
"My answer is meaningless. No matter what I say, it will not change the answer in your heart."
Hashirama spoke.
"You may say whatever you wish, we need the truth."
Itachi sneered.
"If you want to know the truth, you may not be able to bear it."
Tobirama and Hashirama expressed their willingness to believe Itachi's words. Itachi then said without hesitation,
"My actions were sanctioned by the higher-ups." "It was Danzo, wasn't it?"
Hashirama asked. Itachi remained silent, only revealing a cold smile.
"The outcome is already evident. You simply do not wish to believe it, deceiving yourselves all along." "But he has already retired. After completing this final mission, he will wash his hands of it and enjoy his old age, which is indeed his style."
Hashirama and Tobirama's expressions stiffened, their gazes gradually turning fierce. Tobirama shouted angrily,
"Do not try to sow discord."
In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting in front of Itachi, ready to use the explosive tag to blow the skeletal armor to pieces. But in the next moment, the armor instantly vanished and Itachi's figure transformed into a swarm of crows flying toward the sky. A crow turned back to look at Hashirama and Tobirama, its eyes filled with mockery. Tobirama wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Hashirama.
"There's no need to pursue, it is meaningless,"
Hashirama said.
"Brother, leaving such a person behind is a threat to Konoha. Why not chase?"
Tobirama asked, anxiously confused. Hashirama closed the courtyard door, scanning the air around the yard, and saw the faint purple glow of the chakra barrier. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. This house had a chakra barrier set up by Hiruzen. As long as they stayed in the courtyard, all traces of chakra would be erased. Even if a fierce battle had just occurred in the courtyard, nothing unusual would be visible from the outside. Thus Hashirama could use would release freely without worrying that the massive roots would attract the attention of the villagers, especially Minato and his son. Hashirama's gaze became serious.
"Itachi is targeting Naruto. His intentions are clear. Then why not deal with him immediately?"
Tobirama was even more puzzled. Hashirama looked at Tobirama sternly and slowly said,
"He did not display any murderous intent this time. It feels more like a test." In his eyes, I saw a certain reluctance and resolute emotion, as if what he was doing was not of his own will.
Hashirama said in a low voice,
"Brother, do you not realize?" Tobirama paused. "Realize what?" Hashirama's expression was extremely serious. "This Uchiha Itachi is deliberately concealing his strength. I see the shadow of Madara in him."
Uchiha Itachi swiftly departed from the courtyard of the first and second Hokage, completely unprepared for the sudden encounter with these two legendary figures. The current situation posed the greatest obstacle to the Akatsuki organization's tailed beast capture plan, rendering it nearly impossible to complete. However, for Itachi, it was of little consequence. He had never fully agreed with Nagato's perspective, and in the time that followed, he only cared about Sasuke's growth. Approaching Naruto's home, Itachi did not transform back into his original form, but instead flew to Naruto's window in the guise of a crow to investigate. He saw a man with yellow hair standing in the bedroom staring intently at a pin stuck in the wall. The crow's red eyes narrowed instantly as Minato noticed it. Itachi's heart trembled, and he decisively led the flock of crows away from Konoha. Minato, seeing the crows, felt puzzled but did not pursue them, as there was no malice in the crow's gaze. In that case, he would not act rashly. Minato's thoughts quickly returned to Naruto, his gaze resting on the peacefully sleeping boy. That kid Naruto at home spends all his time eating, sleeping, and training. One wonders where he finds the motivation to progress so diligently. Could it be that he truly desires to surpass himself? No, he truly aims to surpass all past Hokages of the Land of Fire, and become the strongest in history. Minato shook his head slightly, looking at Naruto with some heartache. If Kushina were here, she would surely feel a deep sorrow seeing Naruto like this. The next day, atop a giant tree at the edge of Konoha, Sasuke sat alone against the trunk, dirty and covered in mud, breathing heavily. Under the nearby tree, two rips appeared, each about half a meter in diameter. Just as Sasuke attempted to gather chakra again, Kakashi appeared, stopping his actions.
I teach you, Chidori, not to let you risk your life. You can use it a maximum of twice a day. That's your limit now. If you force it, your chakra will be depleted and you might die.
Kakashi's tone was serious. Sasuke hesitated, and upon realizing the severity of the situation, he gave up on trying to use it again. He looked at Kakashi with an unwavering gaze, red veins visible in his eyes.
Kakashi-sensei, if I grow up a bit more, will I not have so many troubles?
Having lost his parents at a young age, with his entire clan slaughtered, and witnessing his own brother committing these acts, he left the village and became a rogue ninja. After entering the Ninja Academy, he was admired for his exceptional talent, but then Naruto, who always seemed a step ahead, appeared. Sasuke now felt utterly useless and in great pain. Kakashi saw through the resentment and despondency in Sasuke's eyes. Slowly he said,
"Growing up is just a matter of children being pushed along by time, forced to play various roles in society. In reality, everyone is just a child who hasn't grown up."
Kakashi's words were laced with so many personal insights that Sasuke couldn't quite grasp them. He stared blankly at Kakashi.
"What are your troubles, Kakashi-sensei?"
Kakashi paused for a few seconds, seriously contemplating the answer before slightly raising an eyebrow.
"If I were to speak about it, I might not finish in 3 days and nights."
Kakashi looked up at the sky, reminiscing about the past. Parents who died in wars, comrades who fell before him, Rin whom he killed with his own hands, and his teacher Minato, and his wife Kushina, who perished sealing the Nine Tails. What are troubles? These are the inner demons that Kakashi cannot let go of. But what can he do? He can only watch everything unfold while suffering alone. Kakashi's tone grew slightly impatient.
"Right now, I only care about the present. For instance, my biggest trouble today is that I haven't gone to the bookstore to buy the latest chapter of Intimate Paradise, but instead came to stop you from being a stubborn fool."
Sasuke's brows knitted together.
"But right now, all I can think about is killing my brother. I want revenge."
As he spoke, Sasuke's tone grew fierce. Kakashi turned and walked towards the bookstore, not looking back as he said,
"I've seen many people obsessed with revenge, but their outcomes are invariably tragic. If you insist on doing so, no one can stop you, because this is your fate."
Outside Konoha, by a small stream, Kisame sat cross-legged, but mosquitoes kept buzzing around his ears, making him frown repeatedly. Finally, unable to stand it, he drew his samahata and swung it wildly at the air.
"Annoying, so annoying. Am annoyed, just go die,"
Kisame shouted angrily. At that moment, a flock of crows flew in from the distance, gathering around him and transforming into Itachi. Seeing Itachi, Kisame's expression instantly shifted to excitement and curiosity.
So how was it? The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales should be easy to deal with, right? Can we complete the task today?
Upon seeing Itachi's serious expression and his prolonged silence, Kisame began to feel anxious.
What happened?
Kisame asked. Itachi's voice slowly came through.
The tail beast capture plan is going to fail.
Kisame was taken aback.
What? Itachi, do you know what you're saying? That Jinchuriki is just a little kid. He can't possibly master the chakra of the tail beast. Moreover, the Akatsuki has so many elite members, even if the Ninetales appears, we can subdue it.
Kisame spoke passionately. Itachi raised a finger to his nose, signaling Kisame to be quiet. The next moment Itachi turned and said resolutely,
The 2 Hokages of the Senju clan have been reincarnated through Impure Reincarnation. They seem to be guarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki. By the way, the Hokage skilled in the flying Raijin technique is also there. I will report to the organization first. You should hurry back.
With that, Itachi's body transformed into a flock of crows, flapping their wings vigorously as they sped away into the distance. Kisame stood frozen in place, his jaw dropping. After a long time, he finally spoke.
The sky is about to change.
Kisame walked alone into the depths of the forest. In the Hokage office, Shizune entered holding a stack of intelligence documents, sweating profusely and nervously saying,
Tsunade, 2 suspicious individuals appeared in the village, attacked 2 members of the Konoha Anbu, and killed a Chunin. Tsunade sat in the Hokage chair, her hands crossed on the desk, her expression serious.
And then someone saw them change into black cloaks with red patterns and then leave. Shizune continued. Tsunade fell silent, deep in thought. Black cloaks with red patterns, it was clearly the mark of the powerful rogue ninja organization Akatsuki. Tsunade had long known that this organization had ulterior motives, but why did they infiltrate Konoha at this stage? Tsunade looked up and said to Shizune,
Notify Jiraiya, tell him to come see me.
Minato was carefully studying the beef in front of him, unsure of how to handle it. While focusing on the ingredients, he called out towards the bedroom, Naruto, stop training. Someone is looking for you outside. Upon hearing that someone was looking for him, Naruto immediately walked out of his room and opened the door. To his surprise, there was no one outside, leaving him a bit puzzled. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly saw a figure walking out from behind a nearby wall. Naruto was momentarily stunned. It was Sasuke. Sasuke also noticed Naruto, feeling a bit surprised that Naruto knew he was coming to find him. Hey Sasuke, what are you doing around my house? Naruto asked. Sasuke got straight to the point. I want to duel with you. Hearing this, Naruto immediately showed impatience and turned to close the door, boring. I'm serious, Sasuke insisted firmly. Naruto opened the door again, looking at Sasuke. I know you don't like me, but considering the gap in our strengths, you should understand why you want to seek trouble. Seeing Naruto's disdainful tone, Sasuke clenched his fists. Naruto was right in terms of strength. Sasuke was no match for Naruto at all, but he wanted to see just how great the gap really was. Who says that a gap in strength means we can't duel? Besides, I don't think you're that much stronger than me, Sasuke said, trying to act tough. Naruto was at a loss for words, ready to refuse, when Minato suddenly said from the kitchen, Naruto, since he has come all this way, he must be sincere. Just agree to it. Hearing his father Minato say that, Naruto stopped making excuses and agreed with Sasuke on the time and place for the duel, which would be by the water tower in Konoha 2 hours later. Sasuke was very happy, though he appeared extremely cool on the outside. Before they left, Minato specifically reminded Naruto not to use his full strength and to hold back, which Naruto understood well. Sakura had already noticed Sasuke's return, and upon his arrival asked him what had happened. Sasuke directly told Sakura about the situation. Upon hearing this news, Sakura immediately panicked.
She hurriedly ran towards Kakashi's office to inform him. After all, with Naruto's strength, he could probably make Sasuke die 10 times over. If Naruto got emotional during the duel and attacked with full force, Sasuke would undoubtedly die. Sakura did not want to see anyone get hurt. In Kakashi's office, he was sitting seriously at his desk, confirming that his colleagues would not return to the office for a while. He excitedly took out the latest edition of Intimate Paradise from his pocket and began to examine it closely. Just when he was looking at the most crucial part, Sakura suddenly burst and agitated and said, "Kakashi-sensei, hurry and stop Naruto and Sasuke. They have arranged a duel by the water tower." Kakashi's slightly flushed face turned dark, and the immersive enjoyment of art in his mind was instantly shattered. Endless fury surged in Kakashi's heart. He almost cursed out loud, but upon seeing it was Sakura, he could not vent his anger, and could only bang his fist on the table in frustration. These two brats, when will they ever let me relax? Kakashi's tone was extremely angry, causing Sakura to shiver at his sudden shout and take 2 steps back. She had never seen Kakashi so furious, while only Kakashi knew where this anger came from, discreetly hiding Intimate Paradise in the drawer with his other hand. "Let's go find them." Under the water tower, Sasuke and Naruto faced each other, tension palpable. What was supposed to be a private unknown duel unexpectedly attracted a crowd. Most of the spectators were villagers who admired Naruto and Sasuke. "Oh my god, Uchiha Sasuke is actually going to duel with Uzumaki Naruto, what great courage. What should I do, everyone? I like both of them, and no matter who gets hurt, my heart will ache. It looks like neither of them will back down. This seems like an evenly matched duel. Sasuke is so handsome, but I still think Naruto looks more charming. After all, I only pursue the strongest man." The scene instantly became lively, and both Sasuke and Naruto heard the crowd's discussions, feeling quite uneasy. Minato stood on a nearby high tower watching Naruto and Sasuke, while also observing the unusual situation around them. Naruto currently had astonishing popularity, and Sasuke was no slouch either. They were the most influential ninjas of the younger generation in Konoha. Whenever their figures appeared on the streets, many young and beautiful girls would gather around to watch. The figures of Hashirama and Tobirama suddenly appeared beside Minato. Hashirama explained, "Brother, your flying thunder god technique is really useful. It's so much more convenient than the body flicker technique. From now on, use flying thunder god to send me whenever you go out." Tobirama looked speechless. "Brother, my flying thunder god requires a prior mark. It's not like I can just teleport wherever I want. Besides, aren't my chakra also chakra?" Hashirama patted Tobirama's shoulder. "Who are we between brothers? What's yours is mine, and what's mine? What's mine? If I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to handle it. It has to be me who uses it," Hashirama said. Minato couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Tobirama immediately looked frustrated, crossing his arms and turning away in anger. On the scene, Sasuke's expression was serious as he said to Naruto, "Naruto, in this duel I hope you will go all out and not hold back. I will also do my best to defeat you." Naruto shook his head. If he went all out, considering Naruto's current strength and the degree of fusion with the Ninetales chakra, everyone present would likely be affected, and Sasuke would have no chance of survival. After all, the last person who took his Rasengan Hiden was still lying unconscious in Konoha's emergency room. However, since Sasuke made this request, Naruto would not refuse out of respect. "All right, I will give it my all," Naruto replied. Sasuke's mouth curled up, clearly satisfied with Naruto's response. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared between the two, holding a copy of Intimate Violence. Even though he had already finished reading this book, revisiting it in the midst of Naruto and Sasuke's battlefield wasn't a bad idea. Naruto looked at Kakashi. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, are you not even pretending to act?" Kakashi ignored him and simply said, "Since you two idiots want to fight, I will reluctantly act as a referee to prevent you from killing each other."
At this moment Sakura, standing at the front of the crowd, was suddenly dumbfounded, and yelled at Kakashi, "Wait! Kakashi Sensei, aren't you here to stop them? Why are you joining in?" Kakashi's lips curled up slightly. "Stop. Am I even capable of stopping this?" Both Naruto and Sasuke were Kakashi's students, and he had a thorough understanding of their temperaments. They were both as stubborn as mules that even 10 oxen couldn't pull back. He could only try his best to hold them back. Moreover, Kakashi was also curious about how far Naruto and Sasuke's current strength had reached. This was not only a contest between two prodigies of the present age, but also an excellent opportunity for the past prodigy, Kakashi, to gauge the power of the younger generation. He wanted to see among geniuses who truly reigned supreme. Given the chance, Kakashi would also like to join in and test Naruto and Sasuke's abilities, but now was clearly not the right time. He would have to wait for the opportune moment. Sakura was utterly despairing. She fell to her knees, her face filled with frustration. She was now seriously considering going to the Hokage's office to report to Lady Tsunade. This would be a perfect excuse to get closer to Tsunade, and perhaps even become her apprentice. The more Sakura thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. She immediately got up and headed for the Hokage's office. After all, Kakashi was already on the scene, so whatever happened next, there would at least be some guarantee. She could rest assured and go find the esteemed Lady Tsunade. In the corridor of the Hokage's office, Sakura had just explained her purpose to Shizune, when a white-haired man with a spiky haircut walked out of the office, his expression stern. Jiraiya saw Sakura and immediately broke into a gentle smile.
"Isn't this Naruto's classmate Sakura? What brings you here?"
Sakura was a little afraid of this seemingly unserious man. She shrank closer to Shizune, not daring to speak. Shizune noticed Sakura's discomfort and stepped forward to say,
"Lord Jiraiya, since you've finished your work, please leave, and don't interfere with ours."
Jiraiya left with a flourish, muttering under his breath before he went,
"Naruto sure is surrounded by beauties, and truly envious."
Sakura stared blankly at Jiraiya's retreating figure. Could this slick-talking man really be the legendary Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary shinobi of Konoha alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru? And he even knew Naruto. A flicker of shock passed through Sakura's eyes. Appearances could be deceiving. Naruto had actually forged such a powerful connection. Sakura's reverence for Naruto grew even deeper. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, she pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, and immediately saw Tsunade, the woman she admired most. At that moment, Tsunade sat behind the Hokage's desk, scrutinizing a case file in her hands. The Hokage's hat rested on the table. Her posture was dignified, her aura extraordinary, and she exuded elegance. Sakura stood frozen in place, unable to collect herself for a long time.
"What brings you here, Sakura?"
Tsunade's voice came softly. Sakura snapped back to reality and walked up to Tsunade. Her expression was astonished.
"Lady Tsunade, you actually know me?"
Tsunade said nonchalantly.
"Of course. After taking office, I went through everyone's files. Your father Haruno Kazashi often goes grocery shopping with your mother, and he's well acquainted with many jonin. And your personality seems to have been inherited from your mother, quite fiery."
Sakura's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, Tsunade was her idol. She wanted to make a good impression on their first meeting, but the other party had already sized her up like that, and the worst part was that she was right.
"Well, Naruto and Sasuke are fighting. I was afraid they'd get hurt, so I came to see you,"
Sakura said cautiously. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked at Sakura.
"Why are they fighting? And what about Kakashi? Did he take the day off? It was Sasuke who challenged him. As for Kakashi Sensei, he's already there, but he doesn't seem to be planning to stop them."
Tsunade paused, then nodded.
"I see. He'll go over there.
Sakura's mood lightened considerably. She bid farewell to Tsunade. After Sakura left, Shizune entered.
Naruto and Sasuke are the most sought-after ninjas of this generation. A fight between them might cause a commotion. Should I arrange for some Anbu to keep an eye on them?
Shizune said worriedly. Tsunade waved her hand.
No need. I'll go myself.
Shizune paused, then nodded.
By the way, that Haruno Sakura seems to admire you greatly. According to the records, her talent for monstrous strength seems to match yours perfectly,
Shizune remarked. Tsunade nodded, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
It seems I should consider taking on an apprentice.
Shizune understood and left the office. Under the water tower.
They're locked in a stalemate just using taijutsu for so long. No, it's Sasuke who's been attacking all along, but he hasn't landed a single hit on Naruto. It's really unexpected. Naruto's taijutsu is this formidable. Even a genius like Sasuke can't land a single blow. Truly, there is always someone better.
Sasuke launched dozens of attacks at Naruto, each one easily evaded. His eyes were filled with impatience and confusion. Why? Why couldn't he even touch Naruto? Had the gap between them grown so vast? Sasuke's eyes hardened as he began to form hand seals.
Fire-style fireball jutsu.
A blazing orb of fire hurtled toward Naruto. The fireball was massive, covering a wide area, leaving Naruto unable to dodge with taijutsu alone. In the next instant, Naruto threw a kunai to the side and instantly teleported to its location. The fireball slammed into the water tower, causing it to cave in slightly and blackening its surface.
Sasuke's fireball jutsu has such a huge area of effect. If Naruto hadn't dodged in time, he'd have been burned to a crisp. I underestimated Sasuke's strength. Sasuke is an Uchiha prodigy with the Sharingan bloodline. Today he's facing Naruto. Anyone else would have been crushed long ago. You're missing the point. The key is that Naruto dodged it. And it was almost instantaneous. That's not the same as the body flicker technique taught at the academy.
The crowd buzzed with excitement. By now Tsunade had reached a vantage point where she could see the scene. She had long heard that Konoha had produced a peerless genius, and she was eager to witness Naruto's brilliance firsthand. When she had used the Impure World Reincarnation to summon Kato Dan in the Hokage's office, Naruto had seemed like nothing more than a mentally mature child showing no sign of combat prowess. This was a perfect opportunity to see what he could do. Shizune stood beside Tsunade, her expression shocked as she pointed at Naruto and said,
"Lady Tsunade, what kind of jutsu is that?"
The spiraling sphere in Naruto's hand resembled a miniature black hole, stirring the surrounding air into a frenzied turmoil, creating a gust of wind that swept through the scene. Those nearby felt as if the oxygen was being drawn away by Naruto, making it difficult to breathe. Tsunade was taken aback, her pupils constricting. Naruto was using the Rasengan. She was all too familiar with this jutsu, as it was one of Jiraiya's signature techniques. It appeared harmless at first glance, yet its lethality was extraordinarily potent. In battle, its seemingly weak appearance often lulled enemies into a false sense of security, only to unleash tremendous destructive power, defeating opponents with a single blow.
"It's the Rasengan,"
Tsunade said solemnly. Shizune suddenly became flustered, unsure where to place her hands, and hurriedly said,
"Isn't the Rasengan one of the 3 legendary ninjas jutsu created by your former companion Jiraiya?"
According to the records, this jutsu is classified as a rank. Shizune was both panicked and confused. How could someone like Naruto possibly wield an rank jutsu? Setting aside where he obtained the resources to learn it, the sheer difficulty of mastering the Rasengan would eliminate 99% of ninjas. Could it be that Naruto is truly an unparalleled genius? A glimmer of vigilance flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He had witnessed the power of the Rasengan during the Chunin exams. It seemed unremarkable, yet possessed formidable, penetrating, explosive power. Inuzuka Kiba's bloody injuries were a vivid example. He absolutely could not be hit by this technique. Sasuke focused intently, his eyes turning blood red with two black tomo hovering in his pupils, exuding a fierce killing intent.
That is the Uchiha clan's exclusive bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Look, Sasuke's Sharingan has actually evolved into a double tomo. To grow double tomo at such a young age, it won't be long before he reaches 3 tomo. Very few in the village will be able to contend with him then. Such truly terrifying talent,
Kakashi remarked with a serious expression. Using the Sharingan rapidly consumes chakra, and if Sasuke activates it now, he will likely lose the battle due to insufficient chakra soon enough. Yet against Naruto's Rasengan, he truly had no way out without using his full strength. At this moment Naruto shifted his stance, stepping forward ready to charge at Sasuke. Sasuke focused intently on Naruto's legs. To evade the Rasengan, he needed to predict Naruto's foot movements in advance, making a calculated dodge at the moment Naruto moved, exerting all his effort to escape. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead as he nervously swallowed. In the next moment Naruto's pupils widened as he charged forward at high speed. Sasuke paused. It was from the left. He exerted all his strength to dodge to the right, completely disregarding the movements in midair and how he would land. Even if he fell and shattered his bones, it was still better than being hit by that Rasengan. However, he still underestimated Naruto's speed. As Sasuke's body tilted, the Rasengan had already reached half a meter from him, crashing directly into Sasuke's left shoulder. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and he almost instantly formed a hand seal. Boom! The impact point of the Rasengan transformed into a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and her gaze towards Sasuke held a hint of curiosity and approval. This Uchiha child was able to execute the body replacement technique in such a short time, evading that attack. It was truly perilous. Tobirama's expression turned cold.
It's clear that Sasuke has exhausted all his strength to avoid that attack.
Minato looked worried, fearing Naruto would kill Sasuke. Seeing the Rasengan hit the wooden stump, Minato let out a sigh of relief. Had that stump been Sasuke's body, his internal organs would have surely ruptured and killed him. At the scene, Sasuke leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, his expression pained. Blood was seeping from a large area on his left shoulder. The Rasengan had struck his left arm. Had he not used the body replacement technique in time, he would undoubtedly be a corpse by now. His left arm had already lost sensation, and the intense pain nearly made Sasuke pass out. Seeing this, Kakashi prepared to intervene and halt the match. However, Sasuke shot him a fierce glare, signaling him not to do so. Although Kakashi was extremely worried about Sasuke's safety, he chose to respect Sasuke's wishes and retreated into the crowd. Sakura's eyes were moist as she reproachfully said,
"Sasuke,
why are you doing this? Why must you challenge Naruto, knowing full well what the outcome will be?" In Sakura's view, Sasuke had no chance of defeating Naruto. This was an objective and correct assessment. Yet Sasuke remained resolute in challenging Naruto, leaving her perplexed about his thoughts. Is the desire for victory between men truly that significant? So much so that they would not fear death? Naruto glanced at Sasuke, a moment of compassion flashing in his heart, but it quickly reverted to a cold and ruthless state. The greatest respect he could show Sasuke was to give it his all. The previous Rasengan had been executed without the Flying Thunder God technique. He had merely run faster. Even so, it still hit Sasuke, but it had not inflicted a fatal injury, which was the best possible outcome. Sasuke clenched his teeth, his expression pained, yet his gaze was resolute and fierce as he looked at Naruto, saying,
"Naruto, unleash your full strength and let me see the true extent of the gap between us."
Naruto sighed, nodded, and then assumed a stance, preparing for battle. Sasuke gathered chakra, amassing a large amount of lightning chakra in his right hand, causing a dazzling blue-white light to erupt, accompanied by a cacophony of bird cries.
Lightning release Chidori.
Sasuke's legs powered up, and he shot forward instantly, his speed so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, he appeared before Naruto, attacking towards Naruto's abdomen without hesitation. Shizune suddenly exclaimed, "So fast! Naruto won't be able to dodge. He will die." Tsunade furrowed her brows, quickly moving towards the scene, trying to stop Sasuke's actions. Sakura also sensed something was off. Sasuke's killing intent was too strong, and his speed was too fast. If he hit Naruto, he would undoubtedly die.
"Sasuke! Stop!"
Sakura shouted. Kakashi gathered chakra in his feet, and shot out, rushing to stand in front of Sasuke, reaching out to try to catch him. But in an instant Kakashi's pupils constricted, frozen in place. At that moment Tsunade had arrived at the scene, and was left dumbfounded by what happened next. Naruto had firmly grasped Kakashi's arm, while Naruto's body was suddenly positioned behind Sasuke. Sasuke's Chidori surged towards the water tower before him in a flash, and with a violent crash a fist-sized hole was punctured in the structure, causing water to gush out. He turned his head in shock, and discovered Naruto's kunai aimed directly at his forehead, just a centimeter away from piercing him. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out.
"Enough! Stop, Sasuke! You have lost!"
The killing intent in Naruto's eyes instantly dissipated, and he felt fortunate for Sasuke. Had Kakashi spoken just a second later, the kunai would have pierced Sasuke's forehead, potentially blinding him if luck had favored him. One must admit Kakashi's judgment is remarkably sharp. Tsunade was already profoundly shaken. She cleared her throat to compose herself, and then feigned seriousness, saying,
"You may fight, but damaging my water tower will cost you."
The crowd then noticed Tsunade's sudden appearance and erupted in excitement. However, given the serious situation, no one dared to approach her, fearing her wrath. Due to the excessive use of chakra, Sasuke's legs had grown weak. He struggled to stand upright, and looked at Tsunade with an apologetic expression, saying,
"I'm sorry, Lady Hokage. I will compensate for the damaged water tower at its full value."
Tsunade walked past Sasuke with a dismissive look.
"Who needs your measly compensation? In talking about Naruto."
Sasuke was taken aback, turning to look at Naruto, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth agape, as he stared blankly behind Naruto. He saw that the water tower behind Naruto had been completely reduced to rubble. The entire structure had been shattered, with debris scattered far and wide. Even the water stored inside was sprayed into the air by the immense force. It was that Rasengan. Sasuke was thoroughly convinced, bowing down completely. Naruto awkwardly asked,
"How much does this tower cost?"
Tsunade revealed a sly smile, looking ready to extort a hefty sum from Naruto. Naruto instantly grew anxious, more so than during battle. Even though his father Minato was the fourth Hokage, he was now considered retired with no income at home. Both father and son relied on the compensation from the Hokage's office for their daily expenses. He simply didn't have the money to compensate such a large amount. If he were to pay for a water tower, he would need to take on numerous missions. Minato, watching Naruto's embarrassed expression from a distance, furrowed his brow, unsure of what had transpired. Tsunade, with a cunning glint in her eyes, leaned into Naruto's ear and whispered,
"Since you helped me last time, this time, I won't pursue your responsibility."
Naruto paused, instantly understanding Tsunade's intention. What she had just said was merely for the villagers' ears, as there were rules to uphold. As the new leader, he couldn't blatantly favor his own. However, for Tsunade, seeing Naruto successfully confront Kato had already made him feel more like family. Naruto nodded and declared loudly,
"Got it, Lady Hokage. I will pay the fine on time."
Tsunade nodded, casting an approving glance at Naruto. Truly, he was a remarkable representative of the new generation in terms of both ninjutsu and intellect. Naruto stood out vividly. His ability to understand her intentions with just a few words reflected a maturity beyond his years, which was incredibly precious. Shizune, following Tsunade's orders, arranged for numerous workers to handle the water tower situation while Tsunade left the scene amidst the crowd's adoration. Hashirama gazed in the direction Tsunade had left, exclaiming,
"My granddaughter has grown to become a capable Hokage. Tobirama, I must say, she truly possesses the qualities of a Hokage."
Tobirama nodded, looking at the raucous crowd.
"Tsunade's temperament has always been unique since childhood. Though she has some bad habits, it does not detract from her being an incredibly charismatic kunoichi."
Minato remained silent. In his view, the three disciples of his predecessor Hiruzen, whether it be his teacher Jiraiya, the gambling Tsunade, or the twisted Orochimaru, were all among the top ninjas in the shinobi world. If the Land of Fire were to hold a famous ninja election, Tsunade and Jiraiya would undoubtedly rank high. Of course, Minato's ranking would naturally not be low. As the fourth Hokage, Minato felt justified in thinking this way. However, it seemed that Naruto, the unexpected dark horse, was set to achieve even greater accomplishments. With that thought in mind, Minato couldn't help but smile. Hashirama noticed Minato's expression and remarked,
"Naruto is a rare gem of exceptional quality. As for what kind of masterpiece he will be sculpted into in the future, it will require your focused attention, Minato."
Tobirama nodded, his tone becoming more serious as he said to Minato,
"Do not take this as mere flattery, my brother speaks seriously. We all care deeply about Naruto's growth. To be blunt, he is the hope of Konohagakure.
Therefore we must ensure that nothing goes wrong." Minato understood, feeling a strange wave of emotions rise within him. These two Hokage predecessors he had never met in terms of seniority were already Naruto's ancestors, yet they stood before him, their words and actions exuding care akin to that of family. "Naruto, you have become such an important figure in our hearts, you no longer need the validation of everyone. Be bold and be yourself, and there will surely be those who love you." After much contemplation, Minato finally spoke.
"There are many paths of a ninja in this world, and each person has their own unique way of being a ninja.
And Naruto's path as a ninja seems to require little intervention from me. I have a premonition that he will carve out a legendary road paved with flowers and thorns. This path may surpass everyone present, including these Hokage." Deidara propped his chin, long unable to comprehend what Itachi had said.
"Itachi, you mean this Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, revived the three Hokage?" Itachi nodded. Deidara was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of ninjutsu was this?
As a member of the Hidden Stone Village, Deidara had been immersed in his own art creation since childhood, unable to extricate himself, completely indifferent to the abilities of other ninjas, let alone those of other countries. Thus, he was utterly unaware of the existence of the Impure World Reincarnation technique, merely perceiving it as some kind of divine power, perhaps a mysterious gift from the art god designed to ignite his inspiration. Thinking of this, Deidara's body trembled involuntarily. A man with delicate features beside him said,
"Deidara, what's wrong with you?" Deidara exclaimed excitedly,
"An artist, if unable to find greater stimulation, will never have the inspiration to create great artworks. This Naruto, he intrigues me."
Deidara's eyes widened, his expression somewhat fanatical. Uchiha Itachi gave a cold snort.
In his eyes, Deidara was merely a madman obsessed with his own hobby, utterly unaware of his own limitations. The masked man with green pupils, Kakuza, turned to the masked man and said,
"Obito, Toby, what do you think?"
The masked man had joined the organization under the alias Toby, but he often inadvertently revealed his perspectives and assertions as Madara, leading everyone to believe that Toby was Madara and Madara was Toby. They had no doubt about his identity, for who was beneath the mask mattered little to a group of outlaws. The masked man, Toby said,
"This matter is indeed complex. I have some understanding of the Impure World Reincarnation technique.
You can think of it as a summoning technique that requires a sacrifice to activate, and the target being summoned is a person."
The group listened intently to Toby's explanation, their brows slightly furrowed.
Toby stepped to the center of the group, looking around, and continued.
"Then the question arises, according to the data, Naruto, is merely a chunin who has just been promoted. How did he learn this forbidden technique of the leaf? Moreover, how did he find the remains of the 3 Hokage? As far as I know, the soul of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is still inside the Death God. Whether it is the mastery of the technique, the conditions for its use, or the requirements for the user, nothing is simple. This Naruto person is extremely baffling. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a long silence. The strength of the Land of Fire was well known to all, and the sealing techniques of the Land of Fire were undoubtedly powerful enough to stir up the entire ninja world. Extremely destructive. But now, with Naruto mastering such a level of technique in the leaf, it might be tolerable for others, but Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If the Nine-Tails within him were to go out of control, causing him to recklessly unleash forbidden techniques, then a calamity would befall the world. No one could understand why the leaf's high-ranking officials would permit such behavior. After all, such an unstable element would be executed or imprisoned in the respective countries of the Akatsuki members to eliminate future troubles. Just as everyone was perplexed, Nagato, who had remained silent all along, slowly spoke. At Naruto's age, with his experience, it's impossible for him to have found all these sacrifices simultaneously. Someone must have assisted him in secret, and perhaps that person did not do it intentionally. As for the matter of the 4th Hokage, we need to invest effort to investigate, as it concerns the working mechanism of the dead demon-consuming seal technique. If the sealed person can still be reincarnated by the Impure World Reincarnation, then either the dead demon-consuming seal has a problem, or the Impure World Reincarnation has a problem. Regardless of which technique it was, both had exceedingly high research and mastery value. And this child named Naruto had clearly possessed abilities that others did not have. The Hidden Sound Village. In a concealed cave within a valley, Orochimaru was surrounded by piles of coffins and corpses. His mood was extremely agitated, and he occasionally smashed bottles and jars on the ground. It shouldn't be. Orochimaru looked bewildered. Why can he do it while I can't? It's the same method. Orochimaru had long known that it was Naruto who used the Impure World Reincarnation to summon the 3 Hokage. These days, Orochimaru had been studying the logic behind Naruto's reincarnation of Minato. After all, reincarnating the 1st and 2nd Hokage could be considered a stroke of luck, picking up his slack. But how did summoning Minato Namikaze through chakra sensing work? On the day of his battle with the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru had clearly sensed Minato's chakra, which was identical to the keepsake Minato had left behind, only even stronger. At that moment, he was convinced that the Impure World Reincarnation could reincarnate souls through chakra sensing, even if that soul was sealed inside the Death God's body. Theoretically, as long as the user's own chakra was strong enough and abundant enough, forcibly pulling the soul back from the Death God's belly was not a zero probability event. After all, the Death God was non-omnipotent. It too could be influenced by forces beyond reason. Orochimaru was nearly going mad, scratching his head and ears, his mood extremely agitated. So close to grasping the truth. At Naruto's home, Naruto was sound asleep in his room. In the living room, Jiraiya, Tsunade, as well as Hashirama and Tobirama were sitting on the sofa. With so many venerable seniors at his home, Minato felt somewhat uneasy. But they were discussing an important matter: who would teach Naruto. Jiraiya: I've already taught him the summoning technique. My mastery of the Rasengan is very high, and I can refine his wind release abilities. It's only fitting for Naruto to learn from me. Hashirama: Indeed, it seems you are the most suitable to be Naruto's teacher among us. Tobirama, however, was dissatisfied. He believed Naruto should learn to develop techniques from him in order to elevate a single technique to its maximum potential. Tsunade shook her head, her tone assertive. Jiraiya, Naruto has already learned most of your tricks. Following you, I'm afraid he won't make much progress. In my opinion, he should follow me.
He'll first teach him the 100 Healings technique. With the 9 Tails chakra reserves inside him, he can achieve an immortal body.
Hashirama took a deep breath.
Little Tsunade seems to have a point. Naruto currently lacks a self-defensive technique.
Although Tobirama was disgruntled, he still relatively agreed with Tsunade's argument. Naruto had gained great fame and henceforth would inevitably face ill-intentioned enemies. To become a legendary ninja, ensuring one's own safety was paramount.
Among the 4 present, 3 believed that Naruto should study under Tsunade, leaving Jiraiya with a look of frustration. He was not one who delighted in teaching others, but after spending a few days with Naruto, the two had grown close and resonated on many levels. This stirred within Jiraiya a strong desire to continue instructing Naruto. From another perspective, Naruto was now recognized by all Hokage as the strongest representative of the new era. If he could become his mentor, then when Naruto eventually rose to the pinnacle of the ninja world, he as the teacher would inevitably rise with him. At that time, his masterpiece, the Makeout series, would undoubtedly become the most popular bestseller in the ninja world, propelled by Naruto's influence. And thus Jiraiya would become a world-renowned artist. This investment was sure to pay off handsomely. But now everyone's gaze turned to Minato Namikaze. They knew that the final decision rested with Minato. He found himself torn, for he believed Naruto could benefit from learning under any of them, yet many concerns weighed on his mind. If Naruto were to follow Jiraiya, he feared that Jiraiya's mannerisms and worldview would influence him. If he were to follow Tsunade, he worried that Naruto might adopt her fiery temper. Moreover, Minato himself wished to teach Naruto. But since they lived together, he could impart any secret techniques to Naruto privately while he was at home. Thus, it would not occupy the position of a formal mentor. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. Kushina, what choice should I make? Just as the room fell into a silent stillness, Naruto emerged from the bedroom, rubbing his eyes. Everyone was startled. Minato said awkwardly, "Naruto, why are you awake?" Minato's expression resembled that of someone caught doing something wrong. Naruto wrinkled his nose in disdain and said, "What are you all whispering secrets?" Everyone exchanged glances. During this meeting, they had all tacitly kept their voices low, hoping Naruto wouldn't hear. They feared that if Naruto knew how many people wished to become his teacher, he might grow arrogant and fail to respect them in the future. But it seemed the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Naruto had heard everything. Not to be rude, esteemed seniors, but who says a person can only have one teacher? Everyone paused. "Why don't all of you become my teachers? That way I can learn more techniques," Naruto said calmly. They were taken aback, their expressions growing uneasy. Because what Naruto said made perfect sense. Whoever said a shinobi could only have one teacher? The gathered masters suddenly felt that their intelligence was inferior to that of a young man. Shame washed over them. Hashirama, a master of handling any situation, spoke up. "Right. That's exactly what we meant." Tobirama narrowed his eyes. He wanted to retract his admiration for his elder brother. It seemed that to control the room one needed a thick skin. They chatted idly before finally concluding the matter, deciding to adopt Naruto's suggestion. All of them would become Naruto's teachers simultaneously, but to avoid disrupting his training focus, each would only teach one technique for now. The next day, Sasuke sought out Naruto once again. He stood outside the door hesitating for a long time, before finally mustering the courage to knock. 3 knocks sounded. Naruto opened the door and saw Sasuke standing there. "Huh? What are you doing here? Want another round? Let me be clear, I don't have money to pay Tsunade this time. If you break anything, you're covering it," Naruto said seriously. Sasuke's eyes wavered, but he forced a firm tone. "I'm not here to fight again. I came for something else. But if you insist on fighting, I won't back down." Naruto frowned deeply. Sasuke had always held a strong grudge against him. If he wasn't here to spar, then why? Then what are you here for? Want to become my disciple? Naruto teased. Sasuke's pupils dilated. He had actually guessed it. Naruto had seen through his intentions in an instant. Sasuke thought to himself that coming to see Naruto had not been a mistake. Sasuke was a bit stubborn, unwilling to completely let go of his pride, and spoke in a twisted manner. I want you to teach me the technique you used to defeat me in the end. The one in the Chunin exam where you instantly moved into Gaara's barrier. Sasuke's demeanor was both humble and strained, causing Naruto to burst into laughter. While Sasuke was still bewildered, Naruto walked behind him and pushed him into the house. Sasuke, completely baffled, was guided to the sofa. What was Naruto doing? He had brought me into his home. Was he planning to beat me up where no one could see? There was no one else here. If something went wrong, no one would come to my rescue. What a sinister fellow Naruto was. What should I do? Naruto, however, sat casually across from Sasuke and called out toward the kitchen, Dad, someone's here to see you. Sasuke was stunned. Wasn't Naruto's father supposed to be dead? The next moment, Minato emerged from the kitchen in an apron, holding a fish. Seeing Sasuke, Minato paused, then realized this was Naruto's decision. He stopped hiding, put down the fish, wiped his hands, and approached Sasuke. Hello, Sasuke. Am Minato Naruto's father? Sasuke was utterly flabbergasted. The man before him was the youngest Hokage carved into the Hokage rock, Minato Namikaze. He was still alive. Seeing Sasuke's confusion, Minato explained his presence, but did not reveal that the first and second Hokage had also been summoned. Sasuke was astounded, not by Minato's appearance, but by the fact that Naruto had mastered the forbidden technique Impure World Reincarnation, something he had never even heard of. Naruto was truly too powerful. Unconsciously, Sasuke's gaze toward Naruto began to carry a hint of admiration. He wants to learn the Flying Thunder God, Naruto said to Minato. Sasuke nodded, looking at Minato with eager anticipation. Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, had mastered the Flying Thunder God to an extraordinary degree, even refining its usage and developing a second-stage technique. Learning from him would undoubtedly elevate Sasuke's strength immensely. Hearing Naruto's words, Minato gave a faint smile and said to Sasuke, sorry, but I won't teach you. Sasuke's heart sank halfway. He was well aware of the principle that one does not let good fortune flow outward. Minato's refusal to teach the Flying Thunder God to an outsider was perfectly natural. He was such an idiot. He had lost all face, and would never be able to hold his head high in front of Naruto again. The more Sasuke thought about it, the worse he felt. Suddenly Naruto's voice came, Dad, stop teasing him. He can't take a joke. A joke? Sasuke looked up. Minato's face broke into a warm, friendly smile. If you want me to teach you the Flying Thunder God, I have one condition. Suoshu never expected a turn of events. Having been utterly disheartened, he now clung to it as if it were a lifeline. A spark of light returned to his eyes, and he addressed Shuemin. Senior, what are the conditions? Suoshu had already made up his mind. As long as Shuemin's condition wasn't his death, he would agree to anything. To gain power, some sacrifices were necessary. Shuemin said, once I finish cooking this fish, stay for a meal, and they'll teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. How about that? Suoshu's mind went blank, but his mouth had already agreed without a second thought. A few seconds later, he came to his senses, his excitement unable to calm for a long time. Shuemin had already returned to the kitchen to continue preparing the fish. Since Mingren was willing to reveal himself to Suoshu, it meant that the latter was a trusted comrade. As Mingren's father, he would naturally support his son's decision without hesitation, and by extension his son's friends as well. It just so happened that Mingren and Suoshu had some unresolved conflicts. Taking this opportunity, he hoped to ease the tension between them. At the dinner table, Suoshu was initially reserved, but soon he was drawn in by Shuemin's humorous and relaxed manner. The three chatted about everything under the sun, sharing many anecdotes and experiences they had encountered. They also had an in-depth exchange of insights on ninjutsu training. Suoju's worldview was reshaped, and his understanding of Shui Men and Mingren became more multidimensional. The same was true for Mingren regarding Suoju. The superficial differences between them belied untold stories behind each. Before they knew it, they were like old friends, who hadn't seen each other for years, discussing many profound topics. After the meals, Suoju and Mingren sat on reclining chairs in the courtyard enjoying Shui Men's newly learned signature drink, Shui Men's handmade lemon tea. As the cool tangy sensation slid down their throats, both Mingren and Suoju showed expressions of satisfaction.
The fourth Hokage isn't just a great cook, his drinks are absolutely amazing too, Suoju exclaimed. Mingren, who had somehow put on a pair of sunglasses, said,
"My old man is a genius. No matter what he does, he quickly achieves results."
Pride was written all over Mingren's face. Having such an outstanding father. Truly enviable. Suoju looked at Mingren. Wasn't Mingren himself a genius as well?
At the same age as Suoju, he had already mastered the rank technique Rasengan, the strength technique Flying Thunder God, and had highly absorbed and fused the Ninetails chakra, able to control it freely. At this point, Mingren was far beyond what any kid his age should be capable of. What Suoju didn't know was that Mingren could also summon toads from Mount Myaboku. If Suoju saw that, he would surely be startled. Shui Men walked over slowly.
"Young masters, how does the lemon tea taste?"
Suoju quickly stood up and said respectfully,
"Senior fourth Hokage, this is the best drink I've ever had in my life." Mingren, on the other hand, showed a disdainful expression.
"Suoju, I've never seen you so respectful to elders. Is the sun rising from the west today?"
Suoju didn't reply. Mingren looked at the empty cup and said seriously,
"Dad, for this tea I can only give you 82 points. The rest he'll give you in the form of 666.
Shui Men frowned slightly. Being praised with 72 points was already satisfying enough for him. But what did 666 mean? Was it a way for young people to express approval?
A smile curled at the corner of Shui Men's mouth. He said to Suoju,
"Come, I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God technique."
Suoju's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded repeatedly. Shui Men explained the theory of the Flying Thunder God technique and demonstrated it a few times. Theoretically, Suoju understood it completely. All that remained was practice. Mingren, wearing his sunglasses, watched intently from the side. The second stage of the Flying Thunder God that Shui Men inadvertently demonstrated sparked Mingren's thoughts. Using the Flying Thunder God consecutively, if applied in actual combat, could make one appear as elusive as a ghost, leaving opponents baffled. By relying on extreme mobility, one could bait out the enemy's ninjutsu, deplete their chakra, and then finish them off. This was completely different from the Flying Thunder God. The first stage of the Flying Thunder God was merely an enhanced body flicker technique, but the multistage Flying Thunder God, that was the true godlike technique. Mingren's gaze froze as he watched Shui Men, who handled everything with ease. His own father was truly a formidable player who hid his strength. Hokage office.
"Lady Gangsho, you've been working at your desk all night. Please have some health tea and take a rest." Jingyin placed a pot of tea she had brought from home beside Gangsho. Gangsho, with dark circles under her eyes, had a large pile of draft papers in front of her.
The papers were covered with strange irregular patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could make out the names of certain ninjutsu.
"I really am not suited to be a teacher,"
Gangsho said weakly. In order to create a perfect teaching plan, Gangsho stayed up all night listing all the ninjutsu she knew, their casting methods, and the corresponding conditions. She also consulted a large number of ninja teaching books, trying to determine the most suitable learning sequence for Ming Ren to ensure teaching efficiency and quality. Having wandered outside for many years, Gang Shou suddenly found herself sitting in an office facing mountains of documents and intelligence, which was truly a headache. Even though her recovery ability was far stronger than that of ordinary people, mental fatigue could not be resolved in a short time. Jing Yin looked at Gang Shou with a worried expression, but in her heart she was filled with envy and jealousy. Having followed Gang Shou for so many years, she had never seen such a variety of ninjutsu. Yet Ming Ren, after only knowing her for a day, had made Lady Gang Shou invest so much effort. Jing Yin was extremely envious. But then she thought Ming Ren was an absolute genius. After all, the heights he could reach were certainly beyond her own, so it was only reasonable for him to receive more resources. Konoha Medical Ward Emergency Department. Quan Zhongya lay on the hospital bed, with his eyes closed. Chu Tian and Ji Nai stood by looking worried. After exchanging a few words with the medical ninja, Shiri Hong entered the ward. Chu Tian looked up at Shiri Hong, her voice very soft. "Teacher Shiri Hong, can Quan Zhongya still wake up?" Shiri Hong sighed, took out a cigarette, and lit it, but then realized it was inappropriate, so she threw it on the ground and stamped it out. According to normal predictions, Quan Zhongya is basically not going to wake up. His spine has sustained severe damage, and he is very likely to become a vegetable. Chu Tian and Ji Nai's hearts trembled. Ming Ren actually injured Quan Zhongya so severely. However, the 5th Hokage, Lady Gang Shou, is a top-tier medical ninja. If she is willing to step in, Quan Zhongya can still be saved. Shiri Hong said, a glimmer of light in her eyes. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a warm glow on Chu Tian's fair skin. In truth, the Rasengan Naruto used against Kiba and Izuka was not infused with the Nine-Tails chakra, it was merely his own chakra poured into the technique. Even so, as in a ranked jutsu, the Rasengan's power was still not to be underestimated. Naruto had no intention of killing Kiba. He only wanted to teach him a harsh lesson, and to show everyone present that those who tried to bully him with words would face dire consequences. At the edge of Konoha, Sasuke had spent the entire night training the Flying Thunder God technique alone, in a clearing, leaving kunai marks on tree trunks, branches, and even leaves. Sasuke held his breath, focused his mind, and repeated his target location in his thoughts over and over until it was crystal clear. Sasuke's eyes snapped open. Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, with a piercing whoosh, his body moved to a nearby tree trunk, leaving him panting heavily. He had finally succeeded once. After leaving Naruto's house, Sasuke had practiced in this area thousands of times, and now he had managed to execute the technique successfully. The countless attempts had drained him to the point of near collapse. Deep in the forest, 4 figures stood on a thick branch, glaring hungrily at the exhausted Sasuke. They were the Sound 4, Sakon and Yukon, Tayuya, Jirobo, and Kidamaru. Tayuya, with her long brown hair, said, "How convenient! This fool has worn himself out all on his own." Kidamaru, "I wonder what Lord Orochimaru sees in this kid." Sakon, breathing heavily, "Everyone knows Orochimaru has a sharp eye. I can't wait to test him." Jirobo, "You two go ahead, I'll keep watch." Shush. The 4 figures swiftly closed in on Sasuke. Exhausted, Sasuke leaned against a rock. The air around him seemed to stir, and a gentle breeze began to blow. Suddenly sensing danger, Sasuke sprang to his feet, his back against a boulder, a kunai in hand, staring into the dark forest. "Who's there? Show yourself!" Sasuke shouted into the shadows. "As expected of the prey Lord Orochimaru has his eye on, your perception is sharp." The voice preceded the figure. Kidamaru crawled out from behind a tree, his limbs clinging to the bark like a spider. Sasuke's pupils contracted. That eerie posture, like a spider. A moment later, Sakon and Tayuya appeared from either side of Kidamaru. Jirobo stood at a distance, scanning the surroundings. "Damn, 4 of them. Why did it have to be when I'm at my most exhausted? How could I be so careless? Sasuke silently reproached himself, his tension mounting. Tayuya raised her voice.
Oh, a handsome little guy.
Sakon let out a manic laugh.
He does have some looks, but compared to us brothers he's still lacking.
As he spoke, Sakon tilted his head slightly, as if addressing someone behind him. Only then did Sasuke notice that this man with purple lips actually had two heads. Kadamaru, still clinging to the tree, said,
Don't waste time. Let's finish this quickly.
The next instant Kadamaru and Sakon charged at Sasuke simultaneously. Sasuke frowned, trying to gather chakra for the Chidori, but the lightning in his hand crackled and died out. Damn. Bang. A rain of fists pounded into Sasuke. Unable to use jutsu, he could only dodge with his hands, but against Kadamaru's 6 arms, his defense seemed pitiful. Sasuke was driven back, his back slamming into the rock. The sharp pain overwhelmed him. Just as he mustered all his strength to leap aside, Kadamaru spat a strand of silk that struck Sasuke's chest, pinning him firmly to the rock. Sasuke struggled desperately, but to no avail. Sakon walked up to him, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He reached out and lifted Sasuke's chin. His voice dripped with mockery.
It seems Lord Orochimaru's judgment is sometimes wrong. You're no genius, just a waste of space.
Kadamaru laughed insolently.
Sakon, I agree with you, but you'd better not say that out loud. If Lord Orochimaru hears, it'll cost us all.
Tayuya stood to the side, holding a flute but not playing it. She felt it was unnecessary. Jirobo glanced at the battlefield from a distance.
Is it over already?
Those words seemed to pierce Sasuke's nerves. The scene of the Uchiha clan massacre replayed in his mind again and again, his parents falling under Itachi's blade, the blood-soaked compound, and that face he loathed with every fiber of his being. Why am I still so weak? Why? Bang! With a sudden burst of sound, Sasuke's body vanished from the rock. Under the bewildered gaze of the four, he reappeared atop the boulder. Tayuya's brow furrowed, and she instantly raised her flute, ready to unleash a jutsu. Kadamaru and Sakon were both baffled. What technique had Sasuke used to break free? As their eyes fell on Sasuke, their pupils constricted. Dense black markings had surfaced on Sasuke's body. Those markings are... Kadamaru's expression turned serious.
Orochimaru's curse mark. For him to have integrated it to this extent.
Sakon's face hardened.
So this is what Orochimaru meant by genius.
He immediately turned to Tayuya.
Tayuya now.
The next second, Sakon and Kadamaru covered their ears in unison. Sasuke's brow tightened. He sensed something wrong, but it was too late. The melodious sound of a flute wove through the forest. Every animal the music touched froze in place. Sasuke tried to move, but found himself paralyzed. With all his might, he could only shift his arm a tiny fraction. This control, it's Jinjutsu. Tayuya, noticing Sasuke's movement, was startled. This Uchiha Sasuke could actually move under her.
Magic flute dream sound lock.
He was indeed no ordinary opponent. Then with a glance, Tayuya signaled Sakon to move. Sakon stuffed earplugs into both his heads and rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke frowned, his body already swaying from resisting the Jinjutsu. Damn it, I can't dodge this strike. Sakon sneered.
Some talent, but still far from enough. Multiple strikes.
Sasuke strained with all his might to shift his body, and Tayuya's expression grew more serious as she blew harder into the flute. Sasuke was on the verge of breaking the Jinjutsu. The next instant, Kadamaru spat another strand of silk, binding Sasuke firmly in place. Sakon's body was already in front of Sasuke. Bang! A deafening impact echoed. Kadamaru.
It's over.
Tayuya let out a sigh of relief and lowered her flute. As the smoke cleared, the two who had just relaxed froze. Sakon's multiple strikes had not hit Sasuke. It had struck a massive toad. A clear youthful voice rang out. "Sorry I'm late." The Sound Four beheld the scene, and were instantly astounded.
"What is this giant red toad with a huge sword at its waist?"
said Kidamaru.
"Is it a summoning technique?"
said Tayuya. Zwajin's eyes turned cold and sharp.
"Everyone be careful, this toad's chakra is very strong."
Mingren sat atop Toad when Tai's had the six-tailed fox markings on his face particularly prominent. He smiled slightly.
"You've worked hard, you can go back now."
Toad Wentai looked at the four opponents before him and said,
"The chakra on those few is strange. Are you sure you want me to leave now?"
Mingren rubbed his hands together, loosening his joints, and said excitedly,
"Of course, I wouldn't want to miss this great opportunity for actual combat practice. Your way of thinking is indeed different from others,"
Wentai said, and with a poof disappeared from the spot. Suizhu said weakly,
"Mingren, why are you showing off? The four of them have extremely high coordination, you are no match for them. Besides, my chakra is almost depleted now, I can't help you much. Second Uchiha, can you stop being such a coward? I'm not alone,"
Mingren said. Suizhu's gaze shifted to behind Mingren, and saw the figures of Lu Wan's squad and Ningxi's squad appearing simultaneously, all with resolute expressions on their faces. Lu Wan twisted his neck, glancing at the four opponents.
"They all look weird, who knows what bizarre abilities they have. Such a hassle."
Ningxi activated his Byakugan, looking at the spider silk on Suizhu, his brows slightly furrowed.
"Chakra infused into the spider silk. It can still flow continuously even after leaving the body. What a freakish ability." "Suizhu, are you okay?"
Xiaoying called out worriedly.
"How did you find me?"
Suizhu said weakly. Jingyi.
"Thanks to Ningxi's Byakugan. Our two squads were on a drank mission nearby. He spotted Suizhu immediately and called us over together."
Suizhu looked at Mingren.
"Then you..."
Mingren laughed heartily.
"I left a mark on you earlier. When I saw you weren't heading toward the Uchiha clan grounds, I guess you were up to some foolishness. When I saw Xiaoying rushing over here, I knew something had happened to you."
Suizhu snorted coldly.
"Marking me. You've got some nerve."
Outwardly, Suizhu despised Mingren's action, but in his heart he felt genuinely relieved. With so many comrades present, if the opponents tried to kidnap him, they would face immense resistance. It wasn't that he thought the opponents were too weak, but that Mingren was too strong. After saying this, Suizhu's head drooped, and he fainted. Ningxi instantly leaped onto the huge rock, caught Suizhu, and concentrated chakra at the joints of his index and middle fingers, then slashed the spider silk binding Suizhu's body. Kidamaru saw this, and was stunned.
"What kind of ability is this? My spider silk was actually cut by that brat."
After leaving the body, the chakra continued to surge within the spider silk without stopping, making the silk extremely tough. Breaking through it was extremely difficult. Yet Ningxi had cut the spider silk with just 2 fingers. What a terrifying ability! Kidamaru shuddered and dared not be careless. Zwajin.
"Kidamaru, it seems your spider silk isn't as powerful as you usually boast, since it was easily cut by a little kid."
Zwajin mocked. Suddenly his neck bulged outward, and another identical head grew out. Eugene said coldly,
"Don't forget Orochimaru's mission brings Suizhu back. Don't waste time here, end this quickly."
Zwajin.
"Big brother is such an impatient person."
Tayuya shouted to Kidamaru and Zwajin.
"My abilities will affect you, split up and fight."
In an instant, Tayuya and Jirobo body flickered behind the group, forming an encirclement with Kidamaru, and the other two trapping Mingren and the others. On a nearby tower, the figures of Shui Men Zhu Jian and Fei Jian gathered again, looking toward Mingren and Suizhu.
Zhu Jian. "I didn't expect Suizhu to receive such attention, sending for people to kidnap him."
Fei Jian.
"Rijan told me everything. It's Orochimaru's scheme. he wants was Yu's body.
Shui Min.
Onion Mingren is not at a disadvantage, in fact he holds the advantage. But with 4 opponents it's hard to say.
Zhu Jian.
Doesn't he have a few companions with him? Let's see how the young ones cooperate.
The group discussed the situation heatedly, as if watching a movie. A sudden voice came.
You guys never miss a chance to watch a commotion, do you?
Their gazes turned to the Tsunade behind them.
Oh, isn't this the Hashirama Senju Tsunade? What brings you here?
Zhu Jian joked. Tsunade rolled her eyes.
Grandpa, can you act normal? Shui Min is watching.
In Tsunade's mind, Shui Min was still somewhat of an outsider. Her grandfather Senju Hashirama, as the first Hokage, should at least not act too frivolous if not serious. After all, Zhu Jian represented not only the Senju clan, but also Konoha. Every move should be carefully considered. But what she didn't expect was that Zhu Jian directly put his arm around Shui Min's shoulder very casually.
Granddaughter, Shui Min is my little brother. What words can't be said in front of him?
Zhu Jian's face flushed a little. Shui Min, with an arm around him, gave an awkward smile. Tsunade looked disdainful.
Shui Min, did you ply my grandfather with alcohol? Why is he acting drunk in broad daylight?
Shui Min waved his hands repeatedly.
I didn't ply the first Hokage senior. I can attest it's big brother's low alcohol tolerance. He only had 1 cup and became like this.
Fei Jian said. Tsunade was speechless. Zhu Jian, as if exposed by his younger brother, and losing face, quickly said,
What do you mean low alcohol tolerance? This is called tipsy understand?
Shui Min and Fei Jian exchanged a knowing smile. Last night, the 3 had gathered at Rijan's home to chat. When Zhu Jian got excited, he suddenly wanted to drink. Fei Jian and Rijan, who was lying in bed ready to sleep, tried to dissuade him. Everyone knew Zhu Jian's drinking capacity. Although he could drink a lot, he couldn't handle getting drunk. But Zhu Jian was like a runaway horse. No one could stop him. After just 1 cup, he started rambling. It took several hours before he could speak and act normally like now.
Fei Jian, do you know that Big Brother's Yang release Kekkei Genkai is best at drinking? No one can drink more than me.
Fei Jian nodded seriously.
Big Brother is right, no one can drink more than you.
If it came to actual drinking capacity, Zhu Jian could drink all the aged sake in Rijan's collection. With his Yang release Kekkei Genkai, he could metabolize the alcohol quickly without harming his body. But the drunken state couldn't be changed in a short time. Tsunade supported the tottering body of Hashirama, somewhat resigned to her fate.
I might as well have Shizen fetch 2 bottles of Baijiu, and well have another round. After all, this old man is already in such a state. I wouldn't mind getting drunk and disgracing the Senju clan.
Hashirama sobered up considerably upon hearing this, straightened himself, and said,
That won't do. Little Tsunade, you now represent the face of Konoha. No matter who gets drunk, you must not. Got it. Grandfather, in terms of age, am now a middle-aged woman. Could you perhaps drop that tone of scolding a child? You're my granddaughter, even if you're toothless, so what? You'll talk like this, deal with it.
Hashirama's tone was somewhat petulant. Tsunade and Tobirama had no choice but to coax this great Buddha, and only then did Hashirama settle down to watch Naruto's battle. Shikamaru analyzed the situation seriously, then said to the group,
The opponents are clearly a well-coordinated pair. We need to watch each other's backs and avoid being focused.
Everyone agreed with Shikamaru's observation and assumed their stances ready for battle. Kadamura let out a furious roar, chewed a few times, and then spat out a massive web that flew toward the group.
Ninja art spider nest opening.
In an instant, before anyone could react, they were all ensnared by the web. Each person was firmly stuck by the silk like insects caught in a spider's net. Niji gathered chakra and slashed open a gap, but the webbing was continuous. As one strand broke, another adhered elsewhere, making it impossible to escape immediately. Shikamaru,
A troublesome jutsu. Kadamura's eyes widened, and a smirk curled his lips. Just lambs to the slaughter. Ninja art spider gold adhesion. Kadamaru chewed for a moment, then spat out several long, thick golden threads. Using his 6 arms, he broke off pieces of the threads, which turned hard and sharp sprouting spikes. Niji looked at the spikes. That webbing! It's hardened. Kadamaru then hurled the spikes toward Naruto, Niji, and the others. Naruto's brow furrowed as he shouted to Niji. Niji now! The next second Niji spun on the spot, his chakra forming a spherical whirlwind around him that deflected all the incoming spikes. Well done, Niji, said Shikamaru. Naruto nodded slightly, and the webbing on him was mostly dispersed by Niji's action. He immediately threw a kunai toward Kadamura's position. The kunai was easily dodged by Kadamaru, and lodged into a tree trunk behind him. Kadamaru squinted. Using such a low-level attack. Apart from that brat who deflected my spikes, everyone else seems useless. The next moment Sakon's voice suddenly rang out. Kadamaru, watch your back. Kadamaru turned in surprise, feeling a fierce whirlwind surging behind him. His pupils contracted and his heart leaped. Bang! The violent collision kicked up a cloud of dust, and the branch beneath Kadamura's feet snapped. As the dust cleared, Kadamaru was seen covered in a golden armor now cracked all over. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression one of utter shock. How did you do that? Kadamaru choked out through the blood. In that critical moment, he had activated spider gold adhesion, transforming the webbing into a metallic armor that enveloped his body, allowing him to withstand Naruto's blow. If he had taken it with his bare body, such immense power would have surely shattered him. Naruto emerged slowly from the smoke, his whisker marks making him look innocent and cute, but the murderous intent in his eyes belonged to another. Are you referring to the Rasengan or the Flying Thunder God? Hearing those two jutsu, Kadamaru and Sakon were both stunned. They had heard from Orochimaru that the Flying Thunder God was the technique of the man known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. When activated, he moved like a phantom, catching his foes off guard. Even Orochimaru himself might not be a match for the Flying Thunder God. What shocked them even more was that the user was a yellow-haired brat. Tayuya and Jirobo stood on the other side, unable to see clearly what was happening, only witnessing Naruto knocking Kadamaru to the ground. Tayuya shouted, Hey! What's going on over there? Sakon replied tensely. There's a strong one on their side. Retreat. Due to the distance, Tayuya couldn't make out what Sakon said, only catching the word. Strong one. She frowned immediately and performed a summoning jutsu. With 3 explosive sounds, 3 towering giants appeared behind Tayuya. Shikamaru. Watch out for that woman. Her flute is trouble. Sakura stared in awe at the 3 giants behind Tayuya. She had never seen a summoning jutsu that could summon 3 at once. Tayuya's tone was firm. Let me play a soul-shattering melody for you. The next second, she raised the flute to her lips, and a lively tune filled the air. The 3 giants behind her trembled slightly, then launched themselves forward with explosive force. Shikamaru's expression grew serious as he quickly formed hand seals, controlling the summoned beasts through the flute music. In that case, just immobilize the caster. Shadow imitation technique. A dark shadow extended rapidly from beneath Shikamaru's feet, moving toward Tayuya. Tayuya's gaze sharpened as she noticed the anomaly. She immediately altered the melody, directing the 3 giants to move toward Shikamaru. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shikamaru's forehead as he shouted, Buy me time! Choji received the signal and instantly activated the expansion jutsu, his body swelling several times as he stood in front of Shikamaru. At that moment, Jirobo slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release Earth Prison Dome. The soil beneath churned violently as earthen walls rose up, enclosing Choji's body and preventing him from assisting Shikamaru immediately.
The three giants leaped onto the branches above Shikamaru, about to crash down. Suddenly a kunai flew toward Tayuya's forehead. She caught a glimpse of it, and dodged to the side, her flute music pausing for a moment. The three giants on the branches froze in place. The next second a golden figure appeared at the spot where the kunai had landed. Tayuya was horrified and leaped away, but it was too late. Naruto, kunai in hand, pierced through her back in a single fatal strike. Tayuya's eyes were filled with panic, and like a kite with a broken string she collapsed limply. Jirobo, witnessing this, widened his eyes.
Tayuya!
Seeming to realize the threat Naruto posed, Jirobo shouted frantically to Kidamaru and Sakon.
Concentrate fire and kill the yellow-haired one first.
Kidamaru and Sakon, hearing Jirobo's words, immediately converged and moved towards Naruto's location. Shikamaru frowned.
Naruto, be careful, they're all heading your way. Sakura, supporting the unconscious Sasuke, looked at Naruto with concern. Sasuke had already lost the ability to fight. If anything happened to Naruto, the companions present would be in great danger.
Naruto, you must win. Eugene extended his head from Sakon's neck, and it seemed that a crimson mask had appeared on his face with a long horn growing on his forehead.
Use the second form directly. Sakon nodded, and then a crimson mask appeared on both of their faces. The mask seemed to grow out of their flesh, as if their faces had directly transformed.
Their bodies gradually separated, each leaving one arm and one leg, while the vacant parts grew black armor, turning into hands and feet. Sakon, who originally had only one body, suddenly turned into two independent individuals.
What a troublesome ability! Shikamaru immediately formed hand seals, preparing to use the shadow imitation technique to restrain both Sakon and Eugene's bodies, diverting the firepower for Naruto.
At that moment a sharp golden arrow shot toward Shikamaru. Neji immediately activated rotation in the arrow's path, deflecting the enemy's arrow.
Be careful that Spider-Man's form has also turned into a monster,
Neji said to the people behind him. Kidamaru's skin also turned crimson and hard. Unlike Sakon and Eugene, Kidamaru had an extra eye on his forehead. Neji's breathing became heavy. 3 consecutive uses of rotation had left him exhausted, making it difficult to handle the next attack. At this moment Rock Lee, who had just broken free from the spider silk, stepped forward and stood in front of Neji. With one hand behind his back and the other extended forward, he struck a pose like a martial arts master. Rock Lee's passionate and powerful voice rang out.
Next, it's Konoha's Blue Beast's turn to take the stage. Sakura, watch closely, this move will be cool. Sakura, who didn't expect to be called out, was stunned for a moment, then watched Rock Lee's next move seriously.
He bit his leg slightly, then exploded from the spot, flying towards Kidamaru in the tree. Seeing this, Kidamaru shuddered, but quickly dodged to the other side. Rock Lee's figure flashed past Kidamaru. Kidamaru smirked.
Dodged it.
The next second Kidamaru was suddenly lifted into the air, and Rock Lee kicked him in the chin, sending him flying. The intense pain left Kidamaru no time to think. Then he was embraced from behind by a pair of strong arms, and fell headfirst towards the ground.
A mutual destruction taijutsu. Are you crazy? Let go.
Kidamaru was agitated, but Rock Lee remained unmoved. At the critical moment, Kidamaru had to use Spider Sticky Gold to generate a suit of armor to surround himself, reducing the impact of the fall. Boom! The violent impact kicked up a cloud of dust, and the ground trembled under everyone's feet. At the spot where Kidamaru fell, a large crater appeared. Kidamaru's armor was already shattered. He looked incredulously at Rock Lee, who was completely unharmed beside him, and his lips moved.
Completely. Relied on taijutsu alone.
Rock Lee had released his grip a second before slamming Kidamaru to the ground, used his core strength to right himself in midair, and landed on his feet completely unharmed. A line of blood seeped from the corner of Kidamaru's mouth. He had suffered severe internal injuries. A flash of surprise crossed Sakura's eyes. Rock Lee, who had always had a crush on her, actually possessed such formidable strength. Perhaps because of Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura had never paid attention to Rock Lee and was very unfamiliar with his abilities. His taijutsu has reached such a level. TCH. In terms of unknown combat, Kidamaro was confident he could defeat this delusional bowl-cut guy in front of him, but the main task at the moment was to support Jirobo and focus fire on Naruto. Kidamaru spat in defiance, completely ignored Rock Lee, and moved towards Naruto. Jirobo exchanged a few moves with Naruto and discovered that his opponent's movement technique was like a phantom. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and activated the second form. A surge of power flooded his body, veins bulged on his arms, and his muscles were filled with strength. In the Curse Seal form, Jirobo's power increased tenfold. Earth release, Earth Mound Dumpling. Jirobo thrust his hands into the ground, and a massive boulder rose from the earth, which he held high in his hands. The next second, the boulder hurtled towards Naruto. Naruto could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge immediately, but his companions were behind him, and they couldn't evade. He had no choice but to stand his ground, gathering chakra in his hand to form a Rasengan. Suddenly a fierce wind arose. The Rasengan, like a vortex, violently sucked in the surrounding air, and even the gravel was drawn to its periphery by the powerful gravitational pull. This Rasengan was larger and more powerful than the previous one. The next instant, with a loud boom, the boulder shattered and dust and smoke rose everywhere. Jirobo's proudest attack method was so easily neutralized by his opponent. The opponent looked like nothing more than a wet Behanthire's brat. How could he have achieved such a level? He looked towards Sakon and Kidamaru for help. Then with a whoosh, Naruto's figure appeared in front of Jirobo, and the Rasengan in his hand radiated a fierce killing intent. Jirobo immediately activated Earth Release, summoning an earthen wall from beneath his feet to block Naruto's attack. However, the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique was definitely not something the earthen wall could catch up to. Before the earthen wall had even risen halfway, the Rasengan slammed directly into Jirobo's abdomen. He felt a violent tearing pain in his abdomen. The next moment, Jirobo's body shot out, crashing into the wall of Konoha village, and then his body, as if lifeless, slammed hard onto the ground. His pupils were bloodshot, but his expression was blank. Both Kidamaru and Sakon were startled. Sakon turned to look at Kidamaru. The gap in strength is too big, let's retreat first. Bullshit. In my dictionary, there is no such word as retreat. Stop talking nonsense. Cover me. Kidamaru shouted excitedly. At the same time, a bow appeared in his hand from somewhere, and the golden metal he spat out became sharp arrows. He drew the bow and aimed at Naruto's heart. His gaze sharpened. This arrow's hit rate is 100%. The next second, the arrow shot out explosively. Naruto frowned slightly, immediately threw 3 tag kunai in different directions, and then instantly teleported to the position of one of the kunai. But the arrow actually changed direction, accelerating towards Naruto's new position. Under the blessing of the Byakugan, Neji clearly saw the chakra threads behind the arrows. After the arrow was fired, the direction of the arrow was controlled through the barely visible chakra threads. The key point was that the speed of the arrow could also be controlled. As a result, even after changing direction, the metal arrows still moved toward Naruto at an extremely fast pace. Naruto continuously evaded using the Flying Thunder God, his breathing growing slightly heavier. Under the pursuit of the arrows, he had no opportunity to gather a Rasengan, leaving him trapped in a passive dodging situation. Kidamaru laughed arrogantly. No matter how many times you move, my metal arrow will track you to the end, never stopping until it pierces your heart. At this moment, Rock Lee rushed toward Kidamaru with a kunai in hand. His movements were extremely swift. In an instant, he leaped into the air, held the kunai in reverse, and stabbed fiercely toward Kidamaru's temple. The next second, blood splattered. Rock Lee's body crashed to the ground with a thud, and his kunai was embedded in his own right shoulder, bright red blood flowing out. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yukon's head vanished from Rock Lee's chest.
Shikamaru. Niji, did you see that?
Niji.
I saw it. The enemy grew out from Rock Lee's body, snatched the kunai in midair, and stabbed it into Rock Lee's shoulder.
Rock Lee felt an unbearable pain, as if his body was filled with a strange and icy sensation, like a ghost wandering inside. Yukon had directly parasitized Rock Lee's body. Rock Lee himself had no chakra, so he had no means to expel Yukon. Yukon's body appeared again, this time on his back. His head leaned close to Rock Lee's ear, uttering demonic whispers.
Your body will be eroded to death by me. Then all the efforts you have made will turn into nothing.
Ha ha ha.
Yukon's laughter was extremely eerie.
Will I be eroded to death?
Rock Lee froze in place, no longer moving, only feeling his heart pounding. Are you saying that all these years of day and night hard training have turned me into a tough and agile body, and you can easily take my life through some strange jutsu?
Rock Lee's emotions became somewhat agitated, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Yukon continued smugly.
That's right, reality is this cruel. People without talent, no matter how hard they try, can never defeat geniuses like us.
Rock Lee raised a kunai with his left hand.
I advise you not to do that. My body is symbiotic with yours. If you hurt me, your own body will suffer as well.
Yukon said this, then realized his own slip, and his expression turned serious. Rock Lee's pale lips parted slightly, his voice trembling.
So it's symbiosis.
Yukon's pupils constricted, and he immediately fled from Rock Lee's body in panic. The kunai in Rock Lee's hand was aimed straight at his own heart. Extremely fast, without hesitation.
Rock Lee! Don't do this!
Sakura screamed, nearly breaking down. Yukon's body quickly left Rock Lee and returned to Sakon's body. He made an instant judgment, because Rock Lee was completely not joking. Rock Lee was prepared to kill himself and take the enemy down with him.
Such a terrifying resolve!
Bang! With a sound of breaking air, Rock Lee's wrist was caught by a powerful hand, preventing it from moving toward his heart. Before Rock Lee could recover, he looked up in shock. Naruto stared at him with a serious expression.
Don't do anything stupid.
Only after the words landed did Rock Lee snap out of it. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. How had Naruto managed to move in front of him in an instant and grab his arm? Was this some kind of jutsu?
You've worked hard. It's time to end this.
Naruto turned around and his figure vanished instantly before Rock Lee. The next instant, Naruto teleported directly in front of Kodomaru. The Rasengan in his hand gathered rapidly and slammed toward Kodomaru.
Summoning technique, Rashomon.
Sakon had already prepared. The ground shook violently, a crack appeared, and a bizarre giant gate resembling a demonic face rose from the earth, blocking Naruto's path.
This is the strongest defensive summoning technique Orochimaru taught me. Good thing I predicted your position in advance,
Sakon said smoothly. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his movements unaffected, instead charging forward with even greater speed. With a loud boom, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted on the scene, obscuring everyone's vision. As a gentle breeze passed, Sakon's pupils contracted sharply. He saw that the demon-faced Rashomon had been blasted open with a huge hole. Behind the hole was Kodomaru's twisted body. The Rasengan had directly pierced through the Rashomon, killing Kodomaru in one blow. Before Sakon could recover, another Rasengan descended from the sky. Sakon looked up in shock, only to see a dazzling spherical light shooting toward him, blinding him. The next moment, the light suddenly vanished. Before Sakon could react, a Rasengan abruptly appeared from beneath him, slamming directly into his chin. Sakon's body flew into the sky like a rocket, his chin shattered by the Rasengan. Instant death. A few seconds later, Sakon's body fell from the sky, crashing onto Kodomaru's corpse, his eyes filled with shock and terror. Everyone present was stunned. Neji clenched his fists, his arms trembling slightly. In just a few seconds, Naruto alone had broken through 4 powerful enemies. What terrifying strength this was! Recalling his fight with Naruto during the Chunin exams, it was clear that the other party had held back an entire ocean. In truth, Naruto had become stronger. Sakura looked at Naruto's back, her eyes moist.
Naruto!
You've saved us again.
Shikamaru had not let Ino come to the scene, but instead sent her to request reinforcements from Tsunade. Soon Ino arrived, followed by a group of Anbu members.
Seeing the battlefield in ruins, and the group unharmed, Ino breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness you're all okay.
Hinata stood beside Shikamaru, not even having had a chance to act before all the enemies were taken care of by Naruto. Watching Naruto's reassuring back, her cheeks flushed and her heartbeat quickened.
Naruto, you're really too amazing.
On a nearby tower, Tobirama's expression was unusually serious. Hashirama said,
Brother Naruto's flying thunder god seems different from yours.
Tobirama nodded, but did not reply. He couldn't believe that Naruto had used the flying thunder god. The other was clearly more proficient, and his transition smoother. So smooth that Tobirama felt as if this technique was not his own invention. He frowned.
Naruto, improve my flying thunder god.
Tsunade suddenly spoke.
Second grandfather, your flying thunder god was already improved by Minato once.
Tobirama's eyes widened, and he looked at Minato in surprise. Minato nodded, his expression equally serious.
Indeed, I improved upon the second Hokage's foundation to create the flying thunder god's second step. But Naruto's flying thunder god just now seemed to be the third step.
The fierce battle for Sasuke concluded with Naruto's remarkable feat of defeating 4 opponents single-handedly. Thanks to the efforts of Tsunade and the medical staff at the Hokage's office, Sasuke, Rock Lee, and Inuzuka Kiba's injuries were all steadily improving. Naruto, Sakura, and others often visited the patients. Seeing Naruto's confident and cheerful demeanor, a sharp thorn named Gap suddenly rose in Sasuke's heart. He wanted to seek Orochimaru, pursuing power. However, given Naruto's personality, he would undoubtedly intervene. With the current disparity in their strengths, it would be difficult for Sasuke to leave Konoha smoothly, and he needed to wait for the right opportunity. In the Konoha hospital room, Naruto and Sakura had just left Sasuke's room a short while ago. Sasuke gazed out at the darkening sky and took a deep breath before opening the window and jumping out. A medical nurse entered the room, ready to check on Sasuke's condition. She spoke casually. Mr. Sasuke, your injuries are recovering quite well. You can leave after 3 more days of observation. The nurse approached the bedside, but suddenly felt a chill breeze in the room. The curtain shielding the bed was slowly blown open, revealing an empty bed. The nurse's pupils dilated as she looked at the open window, and her emotions turned tense. What was the Konoha patrol doing? Sasuke had been taken from the hospital room. The nurse, anxious and angry, rushed to the Hokage's office, convinced that Sasuke had been abducted. If she didn't report it in time, the consequences could be dire. Anko stood outside the Hokage's office, holding a stack of documents, ready to knock on the door, when she heard hurried footsteps and breathing from the end of the corridor. She looked at the nurse rushing toward her, her expression tightening. This was the nurse responsible for Sasuke's care. What had happened in the hospital room that made her so frantic? The nurse, running too hurriedly, lost her balance and fell in front of Anko, knocking the documents out of her hands. Her voice trembled. Lady Anko, Sasuke has been taken. Anko's pupils contracted. Did you see him being taken? What did the assailant look like? After a moment of hesitation, the nurse finally revealed the truth to Anko. Anko burst through the door of the Hokage's office. Tsunade was frowning at the documents in front of her. Seeing Anko barge in, a sudden surge of anger welled up inside her. However, knowing Anko well, she realized that something urgent must have happened. Lady Tsunade?
Sasuke left the hospital without notifying anyone, and the reason was unclear. Anko's emotions were slightly agitated, but she maintained clarity while reporting to Tsunade. After all, emotions cannot resolve problems, logic can. Tsunade suddenly slammed her fist on the table, looking extremely angry. This child Sasuke really doesn't make things easy for anyone. Anko was taken aback by the sight as a large crack appeared in the Hokage desk in front of Tsunade, splitting it in two. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. Should I arrange for an Umbu team to track Sasuke? Anko spoke gently, cautious not to disturb Tsunade. Tsunade sighed. My grandfather warned me long ago that Sasuke's eyes are different from others, full of ambition, and he might do something extreme. I didn't expect it to start so soon. Notify Naruto and Bo. Tsunade hesitated. I misspoke in my haste. Quickly tell Naruto that he has placed a marker on Sasuke's clothes, allowing him to arrive by Sasuke's side immediately. Isn't the first thing to do in a crisis to arrange Umbu and Jonin instead of finding a newly promoted Chunin like Naruto? Even if he is an extraordinary talent in Konoha, it shouldn't require notifying him immediately. Lady Tsunade, Sasuke's disappearance may be closely related to Orochimaru. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to send Naruto? Anko completely did not understand Tsunade's decision. Tsunade slowly turned around, scrutinizing Anko with an unusual gaze. Anko, when did you start questioning my decisions? I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. I'm not questioning your decision, I'm just worried about Naruto being in danger alone. That is not your concern, you only need to execute my orders. Tsunade instructed. Understood. Sasuke was traversing alone through the forest, feeling a sharp pain from the curse mark on the back of his neck, as if it was reacting to his body. After climbing over several large trees, Sasuke stood in front of one, leaning against the trunk, panting. Am I too anxious? His body had not yet fully recovered, just running a little made it hard for him to breathe, forcing him to stop and rest for a while. The intensity of the previous battle against the Sound Ninja Quartet had drained a significant amount of chakra, and his recovery was slow. While recuperating in the hospital, Sasuke learned of Naruto's singular feat of taking on 4 opponents after he had fainted. Given Naruto's strength, Sasuke was not shocked. What astonished him was that Naruto appeared completely energetic after the fierce battle, showing no signs of fatigue or discomfort. How did Naruto become so powerful? Thinking of this, Sasuke's expression turned even more severe. If he didn't get stronger quickly, the gap between him and Naruto would become insurmountable. Sasuke immediately got up and continued to dash forward. Naruto received Anko's notification and prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Sasuke's side. At that moment, Minato suddenly intervened. Naruto looked at him in surprise. What's wrong, Dad? Minato spoke earnestly. I will go with you. There's no need for that. With the Flying Thunder God, I can quickly bring him back. If you come along and are seen by too many people, it will cause a commotion. Naruto replied. Minato's expression turned stern. I won't reveal myself recklessly. I will observe from behind you. Naruto was confused, but still agreed with Minato's reasoning. The reason Minato decided to accompany Naruto was due to a strange feeling gnawing at him. Since the battle with the Sound Ninja Quartet, it seemed that some unusual chakra had appeared around Konoha. The pedestrians on the street were also mixed with some suspicious individuals. It seemed someone was watching Naruto from the shadows. If someone lay in ambush, taking the chance to launch a surprise attack while Naruto was pursuing Sasuke, it would be difficult for Naruto to react swiftly, and could place him in danger. Thus Minato had to personally follow behind Naruto, ensuring his safety. If anyone attempted any tricks from behind, Minato would not let them off easily. With a sound of breaking air, Naruto's body suddenly vanished from the room, while Minato's gaze sharpened, and he too disappeared without a trace. Deep within the forest, a golden figure suddenly appeared before Sasuke.
He furrowed his brow, surprised that Naruto had caught up so quickly. Naruto stood in front of Sasuke, blocking his path.
Naruto, don't stop me, this is my own choice, Sasuke said. He had already made up his mind to leave this place in pursuit of power, even if it meant engaging in a fierce battle with Naruto. He was determined to leave Konohagakure, and no one could stop him.
Naruto's response was unexpected for Sasuke.
Orochimaru is a treacherous man. Do you really think he will grant you power? Haven't you forgotten that he sent the Sound Four to capture you? Of course I know his intentions.
Sasuke's emotions were becoming increasingly agitated.
You have no idea how intense the hatred within me is. I am willing to bear any cost for power, even if it means death.
Sasuke's gaze was resolute and Naruto's sighed as he observed it. He understood Sasuke's stubborn nature, which mirrored his own. Once he set his mind to do something, he would never waver. Sasuke insisted on leaving and Naruto fully understood. However, Naruto wanted to keep Sasuke there.
If you insist on leaving, you must first defeat me.
Naruto's eyes suddenly erupted with a cold glint, like a sharp blade piercing into Sasuke's heart. Sasuke's pupils quivered. Was it truly coming to this? With his own strength, he was definitely no match for Naruto. But if he activated the curse mark within him, perhaps he would still have a fighting chance. Regardless, Sasuke was determined to break through Naruto's obstruction and seek out Orochimaru. Sasuke's black eyes instantly transformed into blood-red double Tomo Sharingan.
Then let's begin.
Sasuke adjusted his stance, and in an instant activated the Flying Thunder God technique to move in front of Naruto. Not only was there a mark on his clothes, but Naruto's clothes also bore his mark. Naruto was evidently taken aback, and took a half-step back as Sasuke's fist swung through the air, missing Naruto entirely.
You actually marked my clothes? When did that happen? If you know to mark my clothes yet, you didn't think to check your own,
Sasuke said coldly. Naruto indeed overlooked this point. After all, Sasuke had come to his home to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, and Naruto didn't think Sasuke would be meticulous enough to leave a mark on him beforehand, as it seemed meaningless.
During battle, don't get distracted.
Sasuke had unknowingly gathered a swirling ball of lightning in his hand. Piercing bird calls echoed around, and the light of the lightning chakra illuminated the surrounding trees, causing hidden serpents and insects to flee into the darkness. Naruto's gaze froze, as Sasuke's speed in gathering Chidori was much faster than before. It seemed he had been diligently training his ninjutsu every day. Naruto desired to become stronger to earn the recognition of others, and become the strongest Hokage. But was Sasuke's motivation to become stronger solely for the sake of avenging Itachi Uchiha? If his speculation were true, it was unimaginable how terrifying the hatred in Sasuke's heart truly was. Sasuke lunged forward, then forcefully thrust the Chidori into Naruto's abdomen without hesitation. Bang! Naruto's body exploded into a cloud of white smoke.
Shadow clone!
Sasuke surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of Naruto. A sense of inexplicable fear arose within him. Damn it, when did this happen? In the next moment, a kunai flew out from the shadows, darting towards Sasuke's forehead. A sharp pain shot through his eyes, and he quickly bent backward to evade it. Was it behind that huge rock? Sasuke swiftly moved toward the back of the boulder. In no time, he reached the backside. But he saw no sign of Naruto. Suddenly, he heard a whistling sound of wind overhead, and a strong pulling sensation causing his hair to be lifted. Not good. Naruto descended from the sky holding a Rasengan, and aimed it at Sasuke's body. At this moment, if he didn't activate the Flying Thunder God, Sasuke had almost no chance to evade. He summoned his chakra, wanting to activate the Flying Thunder God, but his body was frozen in place. Sasuke failed to use it. Bang! The Rasengan smashed down directly, kicking up clouds of dust, and creating a large circular pit in the ground. Naruto stood on the ground looking down into the pit. His expression suddenly grew extremely serious. what was behind Sasuke. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke stood firm, and behind him appeared a massive fleshy object. Judging by its shape, it resembled a large hand, yet based on its position, it seemed like a pair of deep gray wings. A deep black cross appeared on Sasuke's face, and his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke examined his body, and excitedly said,
"Thanks to you, my curse mark has been activated. I now feel completely filled with power. It seems my decision was not wrong."
Sasuke almost madly teleported in front of Naruto, holding a black and white ball of lightning in his hand. Naruto felt a tremor in his heart. The curse mark had enhanced Sasuke's chakra and ninjutsu abilities. The original blue and white Chidori had now turned black and white. Naruto could intuitively sense that this chakra was immensely powerful. He could not hesitate. Naruto immediately released the Ninetales chakra, and a circle of red chakra appeared around his body. His eyes instantly transformed into the same red as the Ninetales. Sasuke let out a cold laugh.
"Finally, I get to face you in this form. I am curious, just how strong have I become now?"
Naruto said nothing, but instantly gathered a red-tinged Rasengan in his hand.
"Then let me accompany you to verify that."
Both of them simultaneously swung their chakra-infused hands toward each other. Lightning chakra and wind chakra entangled and collided in the air like two uncontrollable beasts, fighting fiercely for dominion over the territory beneath them. Minato stood on a nearby tall tree, his eyes flashing with surprise. He had a clear understanding of Naruto's strength, but Sasuke had suddenly mutated. Both his skin color and demeanor were reminiscent of a fierce beast. Moreover, the Chidori in Sasuke's hand radiated black light with an immense amount of chakra. It was no less than Naruto's infused Ninetales chakra. Orochimaru's curse mark could actually grant such a powerful enhancement to the person. It was applied to this feeling of becoming stronger overnight, was like a poison that gnawed at the bones, leaving one unable to extricate themselves. The Night of Mai was profoundly serene, yet in an inconspicuous corner the scene abruptly changed. The leaves around Mingren and Zuoju rustled noisily. The nearby stream rushed with turbulent currents, and the air was filled with intense agitation. Fujian's figure appeared beside Shuemin.
"Such a great commotion!"
Jujian followed closely behind.
"These two youngsters are truly restless, still fighting so late at night. What are those markings on Zuozu's body?"
Shuemin said.
"It is the curse mark placed by Dashawan, also the bait of the fisherman luring Zuoju to come to him,"
Jujian said.
"It seems Mingren is trying to stop him. I wonder if the power of the curse mark can withstand Mingren's Jiawei chakra."
Boom! After the two clashed, a violent explosion resounded. Surging waves of heat swept through the forest and valley, shaking the earth, and the blast soared straight into the sky. It even disturbed the two colossal statues not far away. One was the first Huang Qianshou Shujian, and the other was the former leader of the Yuzhibo clan Yuzhibo Ban. After the wind and smoke cleared, Mingren stood panting heavily, his sleeves burned and tattered, his face covered in dust. On the opposite side, Zuozu's condition was not good. On his back, the Yu-Wing blocked in front of him, with a tearing blood hole appearing in the middle from which copious amounts of blood gushed out. Zuoju, tense with emotion, bit his lip until it bled, and a trace of bright red appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mingren was greatly surprised by Zuozu's curse mark. Under the enhancement of the curse mark, Zuozu's reaction speed, chakra condensation speed, the power of Shinyu, and even his defensive capabilities all received a comprehensive boost. He even began to understand Zuozu's heart. After all, a mere one-time encounter could leave him with such powerful strength. Presumably, if he followed Dashawan, he would surely achieve even greater improvement. This speed of gaining power was the most suitable opportunity for Zuoju, who was bent on revenge. Zuoju knelt on the ground, panting heavily with labored breaths. Mingren's earlier Luoxuan not only pierced a hole in his Yu-Wing, but also caused him immense pain. At this moment his body felt as if it had fallen into an icy cavern, extremely cold, and his hands, and feet were utterly numb. Zuozu's skin gradually returned to its normal color, and some things that had grown on his body retracted. The markings of the curse mark slowly contracted, returning to the 3 magatama-shaped spots on his neck. The enhancement of the curse mark ended. This battle also ended. Suozu angrily punched the ground.
Even so, there is still such a huge gap. What must I do to surpass you? Zuozu's emotions collapsed contrary to his usual demeanor. He vented the suppressed feelings in his heart unreservedly.
Mingren couldn't help but feel sympathy upon seeing this, but thinking of Zuozu's hatred for his own brother, and the things that had happened to him, Mingren couldn't think of any reason to console him.
You go.
Mingren pondered for a few seconds, then uttered these 3 words. Zuozu slightly raised his eyes, and looked at Mingren with some astonishment. He letting me go? Then what was the meaning of stopping me?
Everyone has their own ninja way. You have already made your own choice. Forcibly interfering with others is a very disrespectful act.
Mingren said. If you hadn't said that, I might have been prepared to die here.
Zuozu said. Without further words, they turned and parted. Before leaving, Mingren told Zuozu, "Come back alive."
Feijian was silent. Zhu Jian was also silent. After a moment, Feijian slowly spoke.
That kid Mingren actually has a shadow of elder brother in his youth.
Zhu Jian said with a serious expression. This kind of magnanimity and vision is not my shadow, but Mingren's own personal charisma.
Feijian said,
not interfering with Zuozu's choice, yet setting a new mark on him. When Zuozu is in danger, perhaps this kid will be the first to rush in.
A glimmer of light passed through Schumann's eyes. If Mingren were to fall into danger while trying to save Zuozu, Shuinen would surely appear by Mingren's side to clear the obstacles for him.
But hopefully that day never comes. He hoped that Mingren could rely more on his own strength to move forward, and indeed that was the case. In the Huiying office, Gangzhou angrily slammed the table.
Mingren actually let him go. How willful!
Jingying held a little pink pig looking worried, with a group of Anbu ninjas standing beside her.
Lady Gongsho, what should we do next? Should we go after Zuozu?
Said an Anbu ninja. Gangzhou glanced at him.
Do you think with your strength you can stop Zuozu? The Anbu ninja was obviously taken aback.
Zuozu's strength is at most above Chunin. For the Anbu, stopping him should not be too difficult.
Gangzhou suddenly seemed to think of something, her gaze sharp.
Then what level do you think Mingren's strength is?
The Anbu ninja fell into deep thought.
Although he didn't understand the significance of Gangzhou asking him these 2 questions, since the Huiying had spoken, he had to answer seriously. Yuzhibo Zuozu has the enhancement of the Xiaolinian formidable strength, great potential. With a little training, he could quickly break through to Jiaonan, and even reach the Kage level. But he didn't know much about Mingren. He only knew that Mingren had the Jiuwei inside him, and that he played a significant role in the battle between the 3rd Huiying and Dashuan summoning a giant toad. Judging from this limited understanding, Mingren might be above Chunin, but below Zuozu's level. But if Mingren could make good use of the Jiuwei's chakra, the result would be completely different. Perhaps Mingren could reach the Kage level. No, Super Kage level. But the 5th Huiying Gangzhou was sitting right in front of him, speaking directly of surpassing the Kage level in her presence might not be a wise choice. The Anbu ninja wore a cat mask, hiding the wearer's expression from the outside. Yet Gangzhou's eyes seemed able to pierce through the mask and see through him directly. The Anbu ninja suddenly felt a chill. After all, to survive in the Anbu, one needed not only ability, but also the skill of reading the room. One must be clear about what to say and when.
Lord Huiying, I believe Mingren's strength can reach the Kage level, but in the short term, it will never surpass yours.
The people nearby couldn't help but look sideways. He offended neither side, and subtly elevated Gangzhou's status. Upon hearing this, Gangzhou walked straight up to the Anbu ninja, and placed her hand on his shoulder. The Anbu ninja trembled in fear, dreading that Gangzhou would use her monstrous strength to crush him into paste. But when he came to his senses, he realized it was not so. Gangzhou suddenly smiled. You have good eyesight to actually see the potential in Mingren. Everyone present was stunned. Gangzhou continued. But I want to correct you on one point. Mingren will not be Kage level, but Super Kage level. Moreover, he will surpass me very soon. After Sasuke's departure, Naruto's life returned to its normal rhythm. He trained with Jiraiya, traveling between Mount Myaboku and Konoha to hone his skills. Not only did Jiraiya help him refine his ninjutsu, but during his journeys, he also learned a thing or two from Tsunade, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and even his own father Minato. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto stood at the main gate of Konoha gazing at the ever-developing village, and could not help but sigh. The village's growth is truly remarkable. Sakura and Kakashi had been waiting ahead for quite some time. Although Naruto had often returned to the village for training over the past 2 years, he rarely appeared in public, instead seeking out his mentors in private for practice. Kakashi lifted his gaze slightly. This kid Naruto had grown quite a bit. His features had matured and sharpened, making him look like a full-fledged adult capable of standing on his own. He wondered just how much Naruto's strength had developed over these 2 years. Naruto waved at Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi sensei. Sakura, you guys actually came to pick me up. Naruto noticed that not far away several dozen villagers had gathered looking in his direction, apparently also there to welcome him back. Kakashi walked up to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. So kid, how's the training coming along? Naruto gave a faint smile. You start by asking about my training progress, Kakashi sensei. Don't you miss me? Missing you want put food on the table. You left for 2 years with the goal of improving your strength. Don't tell me you're still weaker than before. Kakashi said indifferently. How could he not miss him? After Naruto set off for training, Kakashi had been handling work in the village, occasionally taking on low-level missions outside. From time to time, villagers would come asking about Naruto's whereabouts. Naruto was his most promising student, so naturally he often pondered how Naruto was doing. Once when Makeout Paradise was on hiatus, Kakashi was almost tempted to personally visit Naruto and Jiraiya. Considering that he shouldn't interfere with Naruto's training, Kakashi suppressed his impulse. But the hiatus of Makeout Paradise really infuriated him. Luckily Naruto was back now, so Jiraiya could resume his writing. Don't worry, my strength is the least of your concerns, Naruto said confidently. Naruto, I haven't slacked off either in these 2 years. I've become really strong now. Sakura clenched her fist, her tone brimming with pride. Naruto's gaze settled on Sakura, his pupils trembling slightly. In 2 years Sakura had also changed quite a bit. Her figure and features had become more mature, adding a touch of feminine charm. But the greatest change was the determination in Sakura's eyes. After all, she had been training under Tsunade with great diligence. With such a hard-working student, Tsunade naturally held nothing back, imparting all her secret techniques to Sakura. But how well Sakura had mastered them remained to be tested in combat. In terms of her repertoire of skills, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a mini Tsunade. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Naruto made a grand return to Konoha. On the way, he encountered his former classmates, Shikamaru's team, Niji's team, and Kiba's team. Everyone had changed significantly, both in appearance and demeanor, all having grown to a new stage. And the girl with the Byakugan and dark purple hair had become even more captivating, exuding a charming allure. What surprised Naruto was that Hinata's personality seemed much more confident than before. She now dared to greet him openly and cheerfully. Naruto, long time no see. Hinata stood not far away, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her demeanor was much more assured. Long time no see, Hinata. You've changed so much. Naruto walked up to her and said, Changed? Where? Your hair is longer, you're taller,
and your figure has improved,"
Naruto said matter-of-factly. Hearing the word figure, Hinata's fair face flushed crimson. Naruto was far too blunt.
"Though those are truths, what I really mean is that you look more confident now. That's a wonderful thing, and I'm really happy."
Hinata's heart began to race. Naruto actually cared about her so much. Being cherished by the one she loved, how blissful. Hinata took a few deep breaths, then spoke.
"Naruto, would you like to have a meal with me?"
Naruto was stunned for a second. A meal? With Hinata? He had been traveling for a long time, his provisions long exhausted, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Eating was definitely necessary.
"Sure, have you decided where to go?"
Naruto asked. Seeing Naruto agree so readily, Hinata was taken aback for a moment. "Hinata, you actually did it. Naruto agreed to have a meal with you." Suppressing her excitement, she deliberately slowed her speech.
"How about your favorite Ichiraka ramen?"
Naruto's eyes lit up instantly.
"Let's go!"
Tsunade, sand and dust flew wildly in the air. Both the houses on the streets and the pedestrians seemed to be covered in a thick layer of sand, yet everyone appeared accustomed to the environment. In the Tsunade meeting room, a group of high-ranking officials from the Sand Village sat together, their expressions grave. Gaara sat in the center. All eyes occasionally turned to Gaara, as if they were deeply concerned about his thoughts.
"Lord Kazekage, according to intelligence, the members of the Akatsuki organization are all exceptionally powerful. They are searching for tailed beast Jinchuriki everywhere. As the one-tailed Jinchuriki, you are in great danger." "That's right, Lord Gaara. Perhaps you should take shelter in the underground bunker of the Sand Village to avoid the storm, while seeking support from Konoha. That would be more prudent. Protecting your safety is the most important matter for Tsunade right now."
Gaara's expression was cold and unreadable, yet it exuded a certain pressure.
"First, share the intelligence with Konoha and request reinforcements and cooperation. Second, I will not do what a coward does. If you want to hide, go ahead. I will not let those people harm my people. But third, my word is final."
The others lowered their heads, deeply worried, but no one dared to question Gaara's authority, so they kept their mouths shut. At the border of Tsunade, a giant white bird soared in the sky, then slowly landed at the village gate. On the bird's back stood two men in black robes, embroidered with red clouds. One of them had long yellow hair tied in a braid, his eyes wild and fierce. The other man seemed extremely broad, maintaining a hunched posture, his eyes lifeless. The latter gazed at the pedestrians on the street, and spoke slowly.
"Deidara, don't stir up trouble."
Deidara sneered.
"Art is derived from life. If you can't fully immerse yourself, it's a desecration of inspiration."
Then,
"And Sasori, your turtle shell's voice is really ugly,"
Deidara complained. Sasori remained silent, just sighed. Although he had a peerlessly beautiful face, it was his own fault for only being able to control puppets. But not showing one's face has its advantages. Someone like Deidara, who is immersed in his own world, could never understand his puppet art. Although the two appeared incompatible on the surface, their souls were extremely similar, both harboring the purest love and passion for their respective art. Deidara's eyes sharpened.
"I'm starting."
With a wave of his hand, a dozen white birds flew out and rushed toward the pedestrians on the road. Many people were attracted by this sight, thinking the birds were some novel species, and some even reached out to touch them. But the next second, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions blasted the passers-by, causing severe injuries, with some even getting their eyes pierced and dying on the spot. The street was instantly filled with cries of anguish. Sasori sighed. If he could, he would really apply to the organization for a change of partner. Deidara's style was too flashy, completely incompatible with his own composed personality. This commotion not only served no practical purpose, but would also alert the target the prey would hide upon hearing the noise, making the search much more difficult. But the die was cast. Sasori couldn't control Deidara. The people on the street were terrified because although the border of Tsunade had been unstable these past 2 years, few would directly attack civilians in the village. There was an unwritten rule in the Ninja World War: should not harm civilians. This was a protection for the weak. But Deidara completely ignored this rule, immediately throwing out dozens of white bombs and causing immense suffering to the people. Just as Deidara was enjoying the explosions, a red figure suddenly appeared before him. He frowned, and Sasori, who was watching from the side, instantly became alert, staring seriously at the newcomer. The visitor was none other than the Kazekage Gaara. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, the owner, Tucci, brought 2 bowls of ramen with extra toppings.
Took us a long time no see.
The owner smiled.
If you didn't come again, I'd think you had forgotten my little shop. And you found such a beautiful girlfriend, you lucky guy. It's just a friend, not a girlfriend yet,
Naruto said. Tucci looked at Hinata.
I specially added triple the toppings for you to enjoy.
Tucci handed the bowl to Hinata, then turned and winked at Naruto. Naruto smiled awkwardly.
Thank you, boss.
Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, and the phrase kept repeating in her mind.
Not a girlfriend yet.
Could it be that Naruto had thoughts of being with her? No, don't think too much. Right now you two are just friends having a meal together, don't overthink it. Naruto eagerly began to wolf down his food. They talked a lot, including his training experiences over the past 2 years, strange encounters, and some psychological changes. Hinata spent most of the time silently listening to Naruto speak, her eyes filled with gentle attention without reservation. Naruto didn't think much, he just felt that chatting with Hinata was inexplicably comfortable and reassuring. Tsunade. At the village entrance, thick smoke billowed, and the surrounding houses were blasted to pieces, revealing their interiors. A Tsunade couple held their child, staring in terror at Deidara and Gaara standing outside. Deidara's eyes turned cold, and he instantly threw 3 bird-shaped bombs at the couple. The next second, a wall of sand rose from the ground, catching the flying bombs and enveloping them. With a few muffled sounds, the bombs exploded inside the sand, causing no harm. Gaara gave the couple a glance. The couple immediately understood, and carrying the child, they fled the scene toward the shelter in the center of the village, with a Tsunade Jonin escorting them along the way. Only Gaara, Deidara, and Sasori remained at the scene along with the widespread destruction.
Truly, we didn't have to search further, the prey has come to us,
Deidara said with a laugh. Sasori, on the other hand, gazed at Gaara. Having grown up in Tsunade, Sasori had deep feelings for this place. But it was not nostalgia but hatred. Here he had experienced the darkest, most unforgettable time of his life. And seeing the young and promising Kazekage Gaara before him, Sasori felt a trace of melancholy.
Turtle shell, don't get involved. I'm enough alone,
Deidara said to Sasori. Sasori nodded. Gaara felt a bit annoyed.
Destroying my village recklessly, you're asking for death. What do you mean your village? Noble Kazekage-sama, why don't you look behind you? Is there anyone standing up to support you?
Deidara mocked. Behind Gaara, there was no one, only endless yellow sand. Before coming, Gaara had ordered everyone to stay in the shelter, and not to come out. He thought clearly. The Akatsuki was after the one-tailed Shikaku sealed inside him. If he hid like a coward, not only would the enemies come to him, but countless civilians would die as a result. But if he stood up and fought, victory would protect Tsunade and himself. Defeat would mean only his death, and the enemy would likely not continue to hunt the villagers, as they would have no value. So Gaara stood firm. By now the intelligence should have been delivered to Konoha. He didn't know if he could hold out until Konoha's reinforcements arrived. Gaara's eyes focused.
Using sand to form a defense. It somewhat counters my abilities,
Deidara said. Gaara swung his arm, and a large amount of sand swirled behind him, gathering into a wall of sand that rushed toward Deidara.
What a hothead, I was planning to have some fun with you.
Deidara immediately retreated, while continuously throwing white bird-shaped bombs and spider bombs. Under the constant explosions, the sand wall's movement slowed. But Gaara didn't hesitate. He instantly concentrated his mind and gathered sand around Deidara's left arm. Deidara's eyes flickered. The sand had actually climbed onto his body. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He desperately tried to pull his arm away, but the sand held it firmly, immobilizing him. The next second the sand suddenly contracted. Intense pain tore through Deidara's nerves. His left arm was actually ripped off. He realized the seriousness of the situation. His eyes and expression were no longer frivolous, but turned serious. The relentless attacks had depleted Deidara's explosive clay reserves. He had to finish the battle quickly. Deidara extended his right hand, the mouth on his palm greedily devouring the remaining explosive clay, and then a winged object appeared in his hand. Gaara's gaze froze. What was that? The next moment Deidara hurled the clay into the air, and the winged bird suddenly multiplied in size. Only then did Gaara see its visage. It was utterly ghostly.
C3 bomb.
The massive bomb rapidly expanded in the sky, emitting a blinding flare of yellow-white light. Gaara clenched his teeth, his nerves taut with tension. The power of this bomb was overwhelming. He must protect the people of Tsunade. Gaara channeled a massive amount of chakra, forming a vast wall of sand around the bomb to shield against the explosion, while he himself used absolute defense, enveloping himself in a tight sphere of sand. Deidara's voice echoed like a death god pronouncing judgment over Tsunade.
Art is an explosion.
Boom. In an instant, the night sky blazed brilliantly, and the tremors of the explosion were felt for dozens of miles around. Countless buildings in Tsunade collapsed in a thunderous roar, while trees and wildlife were suddenly incinerated into ash by the blast's searing heat. Under Gaara's protection, Tsunade suffered only severe structural damage with minimal casualties. After the explosion subsided, the residual heat still scorched the earth, and the villagers in the shelter worried deeply for Gaara's safety.
Such a massive explosion. I hope the Kazekage is all right. The Kazekage is the strongest ninja in the village. He won't lose easily. We will embrace victory. That's right. We must stay strong. Lord Gaara is fighting desperately to protect Tsunade. We must not go out and cause trouble. But I have a bad feeling. The enemy seems incredibly powerful. Stop spreading anxiety here. Lord Gaara cannot lose.
The absolute defense slowly parted, revealing Gaara's face. By now his chakra was overdrawn, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. He gasped for air, but every breath felt labored. Deidara's eyes stiffened.
As expected of the Kazekage, you withstood my C3 bomb.
Gaara coughed twice, then said with a resolute gaze,
I will never let you harm Tsunade.
With that, Gaara's eyes flicked towards Sasori, who stood silently observing, making no move to intervene. If both had attacked simultaneously, Gaara would have likely been defeated long ago. Deidara suddenly let out a cold laugh.
It's over.
Gaara's pupils contracted as he discovered the clay spiders hidden within his own absolute defense. Damn it, he still managed to infiltrate. When did he? Boom, a series of explosions erupted. Gaara's absolute defense shattered instantly, his body mangled like a broken vase. He slowly raised his hand, attempting to use a jutsu. But his bodily functions had completely failed. He lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Deidara stood atop his giant clay bird, commanding it to seize Gaara's body with its beak and fly away from the scene. Without the Tsunade High Council's consent, Kankuro dashed out of the shelter and chased after the direction Deidara had fled. His heart was filled with dread and anxiety, because he could no longer sense Gaara's chakra. This meant the worst had happened. No matter what, he would never allow the enemy to take Gaara away so easily. In Konoha, the Hokage's office. Tsunade stood solemnly before her desk upon which lay an intelligence report and a plea for aid from Tsunade. She immediately ordered Kakashi's team to head to Tsunade for support, then dispatched Gaia's team as well. Tsunade's heart was gripped by unprecedented tension. The Akatsuki organization had already begun their tail beast capture operation, now targeting Gaara. If this continued, Naruto would soon be in danger. Even more terrifying was the unknown purpose behind their tail beast collection. It would undoubtedly pose a massive threat to the shinobi world. From Tsunade's intelligence, Tsunade had gained a general understanding of the Akatsuki, especially the pairs that were active on missions. Whether it was Itachi or the others, they were all exceedingly formidable opponents. After Kakashi, Naruto, and the others departed, the figures of Hashirama and Tobirama suddenly appeared. Hashirama:
"Brother, I think it's time for us to make a move."
Tobirama:
"No."
Hashirama:
"Why?"
Tobirama:
"Our existence is still a secret to the Akatsuki. If we reveal ourselves early, they will become wary. I believe we should intervene only at the most critical moment."
Tsunade suddenly asked,
"When is the most critical moment?"
Tobirama's expression hardened.
"When it's enough to wipe out the Akatsuki in one strike."
Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi swiftly moved towards Tsunade. Sakura's face was full of concern.
"The Akatsuki, that's the organization Sasuke's brother belongs to. The one he's dedicated his all to defeating. I wonder how strong they are."
Kakashi:
"Itachi's Genjutsu is exceptionally powerful. Who knows how far his strength has grown after 2 years?"
Naruto's voice grew impatient.
"Discussing this is pointless. No matter who we face, the only path is to confront them."
Kakashi nodded. Naruto was right. Rather than speculating about the enemy's strength before a battle and succumbing to fear, it was better to steel their resolve for a life-or-death struggle. Because only by giving their all could they hope to overcome the opponent. Naruto had once placed a mark on Gaara, but over 2 years had passed, and the mark had long since faded. Kakashi suddenly halted.
"Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong?"
Sakura asked.
"At this speed, we won't make it in time. I was saving this technique for a critical moment, but now I have no choice."
Abruptly, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan beneath. Naruto's eyes widened. That eye of Kakashi-sensei's is
Kamui.
The space around them twisted violently, forming a vortex, and the bodies of Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi warped as they were sucked into it. The next moment, before Deidara and Sasori, the air distorted. Deidara's eyes lit up with surprise.
"Tobi, how did you get here?"
But then the figures of Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi emerged. Deidara's expression froze, and he immediately maneuvered his giant bird to dodge, putting distance between them and Naruto.
"How do you have that jutsu?"
Deidara saw Kakashi's left eye and instantly understood. His shock was beyond words. Tobi's Sharingan was the right eye, and Kakashi's was the left eye. A bold conjecture rose in Deidara's mind. Upon witnessing Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan and the same space-time ability as his comrade Fei, Deidara couldn't help but harbor many doubts in his heart. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? One was an elite jonin of Konoha, the other a powerful rogue ninja of the Akatsuki. No matter how he thought about it, these two seemed utterly unrelated. Yet the facts before his eyes pointed to the same conclusion, that Kakashi must have some connection with a Fei, and a deep one at that. Naruto saw Kankuro lying on the ground unconscious, his face cyanotic, seemingly poisoned.
"Sakura, take the wounded back to the Sand Village for treatment. Leave this matter to me and Naruto,"
Kakashi said to Sakura.
"All right."
Sakura quickly hoisted Kankuro onto her shoulders, and swiftly departed toward the Sand Village. Seeing this, Deidara and Sasori did not intervene.
"Deidara, don't waste time. Take the one-tailed Jinchuriki and retreat first. He'll stay behind to hold them off,"
Sasori said.
"That's what I was thinking. Don't die on me. I won't. Deidara immediately took off on a giant clay bird, leaving the scene. Naruto and Kakashi tried to give chase, but were blocked by Sasori. Kakashi frowned. He had just used Kamui once. If he used it again now, his chakra would be nearly depleted, rendering him unable to perform any techniques in battle. But if he didn't activate Kamui, given Deidara's flying speed, it would be extremely difficult to catch up. Kakashi was torn. Just then a cheerful voice came from behind him. Kakashi, Naruto, you go after Gaara. Leave this to me. Kakashi and Naruto turned around simultaneously. They saw Might Guy standing behind them with Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. His expression was resolute. You over there. I don't care what your name is. From now on your opponent is me, the Green Beast of Konoha, the man who embodies masculine charm and passion, Might Guy. Guy was still in his Chinibu mode. Rock Lee stepped forward and assumed a stance. And me, the Blue Beast of Konoha, the one who unites humor and wisdom, Rock Lee. Neji snorted coldly. Guy and Lee, though not father and son, they were more alike than any father-son pair. Their personalities, values, and behavior were identical. But Neji himself was not one to express emotions so outwardly. Growing up in the Hyuga clan, he had been taught to remain calm and composed, never to give the enemy a chance to exploit his weaknesses without absolute certainty. Sasori had intended to stop Naruto and Kakashi, but seeing the formation of Might Guy's team, he had no confidence in fighting both Kakashi and Guy alone. Moreover, behind the man who called himself the Green Beast of Konoha stood someone with what seemed to be extremely powerful dojutsu. Sasori grew tense. Deidara, you must complete the mission successfully. Since the arrival of Guy's team, Sasori's gaze had never left Hyuga Neji, who stood behind Guy. Those pure white eyes seemed to see through Sasori's disguise, causing him an intense discomfort. Neji, what's the situation with that person? Guy asked. That massive body is not his real form. The true body is hidden beneath the shell. He appears to be a ninja skilled in puppet manipulation. Neji focused intently on Sasori's body and the flow and pattern of chakra around him. When he saw Sasori's true form, Neji couldn't help but frown. The other's body structure seemed different from an ordinary person's. It appeared to have been modified. Every part was covered in chakra, seemingly detachable into different weapons. Only the cylindrical object at the heart seemed to be the source of all the chakra. Be careful. He has many hidden weapons inside, Neji said to those around him. Sasori felt a wave of irritation. Seeing through my form at a glance, that ability of yours is truly vexing. In the sand village at the medical clinic, Sakura wore a troubled expression. This is a poison I've never seen before. I don't know how to cure it. An elderly woman with purple hair slowly approached. A sand ninja exclaimed in delight. Granny Chio, you've finally come. Sakura's attention was also drawn to her. Granny Chio had once had a very close relationship with Sasori, the poisoner of Kankuro. She was Sasori's grandmother. The moment she entered the medical clinic and saw Kankuro's condition, Chio recognized the poison on him. Sakura seemed to see a savior. Granny Chio, can you cure the poison on Kankuro? Granny Chio is a highly skilled medical ninja. Curing this poison should be no problem at all. A young ninja beside her said. Everyone, including Sakura, believed that Chio could cure the poison. But unexpectedly. I'm sorry, but this poison is almost incurable. However, there is one person who can cure him, Tsunade of the Senju clan. If you find her, there might still be hope. Sakura paused. The Tsunade that Chio mentioned was the very teacher she had followed for 2 years. During those 2 years, Sakura had learned many medical techniques from Tsunade. Whether it was a severed arm or a dying person, with her current medical level, Sakura could easily heal them. But this poison was clearly not that simple. Sakura looked at Chio with some doubt. This poison can only be suppressed, not completely cured, right?
A flicker of something passed through Kyo's eyes, and then she seriously observed Sakura. Seeing the diamond-shaped mark on Sakura's forehead, she immediately understood the relationship between Sakura and Tsunade. This young girl's aura was very similar to Tsunade's.
That's right. As I said, this poison is incurable. It can only be managed by suppressing the spread of the toxin and slowing down the deterioration of his organs. Even if he survives, his lifespan will be shortened. As for how long he can live, it depends on the degree of suppression.
Seeing that Sakura had seen through her, Chiyo confessed directly. Sakura felt a pang of nervousness. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her cheek and dripped onto the ground. Although she had learned most of Tsunade's techniques, her execution couldn't fully match Tsunade's. There was still a huge gap between them. To save Kankuro now, Sakura had to first do her best to suppress the poison spread, then quickly take Kankuro back to Konoha to seek Tsunade's treatment. She looked at the unconscious Kankuro. "I hope you can survive." On Naruto's suggestion, Kakashi did not use Kamui again. Instead, the two stood on top of Gamma Hero, whom Naruto had summoned, and gave chase. Meanwhile, Kakashi's summoning ninja dog squad tracked Deidara and Gaara scent. At this moment, in a hidden cave. The cave was dimly lit, damp, and humid with a bizarre internal structure. In the center of the cave stood a massive object resembling the root of a giant tree, its surface covered with patterns, like some kind of talisman awaiting the right moment to awaken. It resembled a tree, but it was more like a living creature. With a few whooshing sounds, a circle of members clad in the uniform of the Shao organization appeared on the platform within the cave. Tian Daopan stood in the center and addressed the group.
Deidara is bringing the one-tailed Jinchuriki here. You Goijiao, the two of you will intercept the pursuers. Kill them if necessary. Understood.
Yuzhiboyu and Goijiao's figures vanished instantly. Then Tian Daopan said,
"We each have our own ambitions and pursuits, but at this moment we stand together striving for the same goal. I feel honored and proud of this. We are all rogue ninjas from different countries. To be honest, I dislike the term rogue ninja. I believe we are a group betrayed by the times, used as fertilizer for national progress by those who manipulate regimes. I fully agree with Ban's viewpoint. To achieve true peace, we must use the means of war, causing extreme pain to people all over the world so that they will awaken and understand the value of peace. From today onward, the tailed beast capture plan is fully activated."
Kai looked ahead with a serious expression. Tension spread in his heart because the opponent now had a man carrying a large sword by his side.
"Sia, the opponent excels in taijutsu, which counters your abilities. He'll handle this,"
Goijiao said. Sia nodded.
"Indeed, he'll withdraw."
Sia's figure instantly left the spot, leaving only Goijiao to face Kai's team. Unlike Deidara's departure, Goijiao remained alone, and Sia showed no emotional reaction. He didn't have much attachment to the members of the Shao organization. It was only because he shared some similarities in experiences and values with Deidara that they formed a team and went on missions together. As for the others in the Shao organization, Sia didn't care whether they lived or died. Goijiao was a simple and straightforward person. Once Tian Daopan gave an order, he only needed to execute it without pondering the logic or reasons behind it. As long as he could fight, Goijiao didn't care about others' purposes at all. His own enjoyment was enough.
"He'll play with you. Don't waste my time,"
Kai said.
"You my ninjas are all so impatient, eager to court death."
Kai coiled strength in his legs, about to charge at Goijiao, when he noticed the air around him becoming extremely damp. Countless small water droplets were floating in what was originally dry air. He turned to look at his students, and his pupils constricted. Ning Xiai Shaoli and Tian were all enveloped in massive water spheres, unable to move. Was the opponent's ninjutsu activation speed this fast? Ning Xiai had noticed Goijiao's movements,
but was still a step too late, trapped tightly by the rapidly converging water prison technique. The three could only watch helplessly as Kai faced Guijiao alone. Without any hesitation, Kai directly activated the sixth gate of the eight gates technique, and a powerful green chakra burst forth from his body. Guijiao couldn't believe his eyes. Kai's figure swiftly darted through Guijiao's water dragon twister like a green phantom, making it impossible to track with the naked eye. A Jonin actually possessed such formidable power. Guijiao tried to evade Kai's attacks, but found no angle because Kai could strike from anywhere. In desperation, Guijiao summoned a water wall to surround himself, blocking Kai's assault. However, Kai directly broke through the water wall and kicked Guijiao under the chin, sending him flying. Kai's figure instantly appeared before Guijiao, unleashing a rapid series of punches. Each fist seemed to be coated with a layer of fire, raining down on Guijiao like a hail of bullets.
Morning Peacock.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. After a flurry of combination punches, Guijiao was beaten beyond recognition and collapsed unconscious. In all his years of roaming the world, he had always been the dominant side, never beaten so badly. The water prison technique binding Xiaoli, and the others shattered with a crash. Xiaoli's eyes were full of admiration for Kai. As expected of his teacher, both the power and form of Kaizen's eight gates technique seemed far superior to his own. Kai struck a pose, kneeling on one knee with his hand under his chin, his gaze deep. His students must be greatly admiring his performance. In Xiaoli's eyes, Kai was like a hero appearing at a critical moment to save everyone. Although this was indeed the case, Ning Xi and Tian still felt extremely awkward. Kai's pose was truly hard to judge. Mingren used the Flying Thunder God to teleport to Xiaoying's side. Learning of her plan to return to Mai, he instantly brought Kanjilang before Gang's Ho. Xiaoying then followed Mingren back to Kakaxi's side. Kakaxi's ninja dog stopped at the foot of a cliff, staring intently at the talisman on the cliff. Kakaxi's eyes sharpened.
Found it! Wei Luo is inside, right? No time to waste, break through the wall.
Mingren was about to gather chakra to shatter the entire wall with the massive impact of the spiral sphere, but Xiaoying stopped him. Xiaoying stepped forward, flexing her wrists.
Mingren, you and Kakashi Sensei have more critical roles. Chakra should be used on the edge. Leave the wall breaking to me.
Mingren and Kakashi paused, watching Xiaoying's movements. With a furious roar, her aura like an enraged beast, she punched the cliff. Rumble. Rumble. The cliff instantly crumbled, countless cracks spreading from Xiaoying's fist. Broken stones fell like kites, with broken strings, chaotic and swift. Xiaoying's monstrous strength was this formidable. If hit by such a punch, one would likely have to respawn. It seemed Xiaoying had indeed not slacked off in her training over the past 2 years. Soon the scene behind the cliff appeared before Mingren. Mingren was startled. There lay Wei Luo, pale and lifeless, with dull skin and no sign of vitality. Dala sat nearby, seemingly surprised.
Oh, your noses are quite sharp. You caught up so quickly. What did you do to Wei Luo?
Xiaoying said emotionally. With her extensive medical experience, Xiaoying knew at first glance that Wei Luo had lost all vital signs. Uncertain of what method the opponent had used, Wei Luo's body appeared to have no fatal wounds. Mingren's voice suddenly came.
Wei Luo is dead. The tail beast chakra within him has also disappeared.
Naruto scanned the structure of the cave and noticed the prominently visible tree-like formation. What is that? He saw several figures suddenly vanish from a few platforms. The one responsible for Gaara's death was clearly not Deidara, but rather those things behind him. Sakura's emotions were on the brink of collapse. Her pupils trembled, completely unable to believe what was happening before her. Gaara was an exceptionally outstanding figure among his peers, having become the Kazekage at a young age, with a bright future ahead. Yet now he lay here cold
and lifeless, devoid of any breath. Sakura's peripheral vision caught Naruto's gaze. Can even a genius be so easily deprived of life? Hey, what are you three standing there for? This kid's tailed beast has already been extracted. This body has lost any value. If you want to take it, just take it, Deidara said casually. He appeared as if Gaara's death had nothing to do with him. Clearly the mission was accomplished and Deidara did not want to clash with Naruto and the others any further, as it would be meaningless regardless of victory or defeat. At that moment Itachi's figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Deidara looked as if he had seen a savior. Itachi, you are simply a superhero. I've consumed too much chakra, I may not be able to handle these few people. You go find Sasori, and regroup. The Akatsuki has assigned you another task. Leave this to me, Itachi said without turning his head. Deidara turned to leave. Just then a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Deidara and Itachi along with Kakashi and Sakura were filled with surprise in their eyes. Naruto placed his hand on Deidara's shoulder and said, "Did I allow you to leave? You killed Gaara and thought this matter would just pass." Deidara panicked, his gaze darting to Itachi. Why was his speed so astonishing? Could taijutsu reach this level? Or was this some kind of space-time ninjutsu? Yet Deidara hadn't seen Naruto perform any hand signs, and the opponent appeared before him without warning. Itachi's emotions flickered with a hint of tension, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor, turning his head, his pupils tightening. A pair of Sharingan eyes suddenly revealed themselves. Naruto failed to react and exchanged a glance with Itachi. In an instant his consciousness fell into a daze. The surrounding environment and sky changed colors, and he found himself seemingly under a blood-red night. He saw a gigantic Ninetales rampaging through the village of Konoha, wantonly destroying buildings and killing numerous villagers. Naruto walked through the ravaged streets, with smoke billowing everywhere, flames raging, and the cries of despair and blood echoing all around. Was this the day of the Ninetales rampage? For some unknown reason, the moment Naruto arrived here, a sense of desolation welled up within him. Perhaps it was influenced by the cries of despair. Naruto noticed that several Jonin Chunin and A and Bu ninjas were swiftly moving toward the Ninetales. They rushed forward one after another. Even if the outcome was instant death, they did not hesitate. This was the choice made by the fallen heroes of Konoha in times of crisis. At that moment Naruto noticed two special figures, a man with yellow hair wearing a long robe fighting the Ninetales at close range with three large characters written on his back, "4th Hokage." It was none other than his father, Minato Namikaze. Beside him was a woman with long red hair fighting alongside him. Naruto's gaze was drawn to this woman. He saw that her features were exquisite, her temperament graceful, and her gaze was indeed sharp. In an instant Naruto understood that this woman was Kushina Uzumaki, the mother he had often heard about from Minato after his Edo Tensei. A wave of sorrow washed over Naruto, for this was almost his first time seeing his mother. Yet the next moment Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting the Ninetales and Kushina to a location far from the town. The scene before Naruto changed accordingly. Kushina was already exhausted, collapsed on the ground, unable to continue fighting, yet she still concentrated her energy and released chakra chains binding the Ninetales firmly in place. Seeing Kushina fighting so desperately, Naruto's heart ached even more. Faintly he heard the conversation between Kushina and Minato. "Minato, why did you make Naruto the Jinchuriki? You know how people will treat a Jinchuriki. If so, his growth will inevitably be filled with suffering." "I know, but if we allow Konoha to be destroyed, the pain of the country's collapse will make Naruto's growth even more painful. This is what we must do." Immediately after, Minato took out a scroll and performed the 8 trigram sealing technique on the Ninetales. The Ninetales' souls seemed to be drawn away, entering Minato's abdomen, where a seal similar to Naruto's appeared. But at this moment, the Ninetales was only half sealed. Naruto seemed to see something, and instantly shouted toward Kushina Mom. "Watch out behind you." Naruto knew that his words could not be heard by Kushina and Minato, as he was merely trapped in some kind of illusion. In the next moment, the Ninetales erupted using its sharp claws to pierce through Minato and Kushina's chests. Naruto felt an intense pain, the agonizing emotions reaching their peak at this moment. Although it was the first time he had witnessed this scene, the shock it caused was like a magical shackle binding him tightly, and unable to extricate himself. Naruto noticed that Kushina and Minato seemed to be saying something to a nearby blanket. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it contained baby Naruto. Naruto tried to move closer, wanting to hear Kushina's words, but the more he advanced, the further away Kushina and Minato seemed to be from him. Before he could gather himself, the scene switched again to the initial rampage of the Ninetales, repeating the images of Minato and Kushina fighting it up close. A heavy weight fell in Naruto's heart. Itachi's illusion was actually making him relive the painful scenes repeatedly. If this continued, his mind would surely spiral into chaos. But Naruto had no way to break the illusion, and thus, on the night of the Ninetales rampage, he was trapped in this cycle for 3 days and nights. His mental strength was nearing its limit. In an instant, his consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Itachi still standing in front of him with Kakashi and Sakura behind. Naruto knelt directly on the ground. "Naruto, what's wrong with you?" In Sakura and Kakashi's eyes it was just a moment, and Naruto suddenly collapsed to the ground. She was unsure of what had happened and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi frowned tightly. Naruto was under an illusion. He must have experienced something extremely painful. "Do not look into Itachi's eyes." Kakashi shouted loudly, and Sakura immediately closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. A hint of appreciation appeared in Itachi's eyes. "You actually didn't completely break down. Your mental strength is much stronger than I imagined." Xiao Ying's emotions were extremely tense, because in this operation Mingren was undoubtedly one of the main combatants. Yet he had collapsed to the ground at the first moment as if severely wounded. Kakashi had just used divine might, and his chakra had not yet recovered, greatly diminishing his combat effectiveness. If things continued like this, they would soon die at the hands of you. She must do something. Xiao Ying hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened her eyes, avoiding eye contact with you, staring at the ground, as she walked behind Mingren, placing her hands on his back to transfer chakra. "Mingren! Mingren, don't speak!" Mingren felt a warm current surging from his back, spreading throughout his body. This sensation was extremely comfortable, and his energy seemed to recover rapidly. Xiao Ying's medical ninjutsu had indeed improved significantly. Soon Mingren's mental energy recovered to 80%, enough to support normal combat. Xiao Ying, exhausted from using chakra, sat down on the ground. During this process, you stood there, neither launching an attack nor adjusting his stance. He simply watched everything before him silently. Mingren immediately sensed something amiss. Yu's target didn't seem to be killing him. Then what was he after? Luring away Dita Law. Mingren didn't think much and simply threw 3 kunai at Yu. Yu slightly adjusted his posture and dodged them. "You dare to attack me with such low-level methods?" Yu said incredulously. The next second his expression changed. Something was wrong. The 3 kunai suddenly split in midair, becoming 9 kunai, landing at different distances from Yu. Then Mingren's figure quickly vanished and instantly appeared behind Yu. Yu's eyes sharpened, using his Cielo and Yin to see Mingren's movement, then swiftly teleported away, dodging Mingren's punch. "That's Feilation!" Before he could react, Mingren continued to use Feilation, teleporting to various positions and launching attacks at Yu. And each attack seemed to be pure taijutsu. Even if he took the hits, it would be fine. Seeing no escape, Yu simply stood still, ready to take the punch directly. Mingren's lips suddenly curled into a smile. Yu's heart trembled. This chakra sensation was wrong. But he had no time to dodge. Ming-Ren's fist had already connected with Yu's abdomen. The next second, Yu's body shot out like a rocket, crashing directly through the rock, the cave behind him shaking violently. Yu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ying and Kakashi were stunned. Ming-Ren had actually learned monstrous strength, and its power was several times greater than Xiao Ying's earlier strike. Xiao Ying's heart was a mix of emotions. Monstrous strength was her signature ninjutsu, which she trained day and night. Yet Ming-Ren not only mastered it, but also displayed far greater power than her. She had been with Tsunade almost every day for the past 2 years, sharing long periods of time. When had Ming-Ren ever found time to learn from Tsunade? Xiao Ying fell into confusion. "Don't let your guard down, the battle isn't over," Kakashi said. Yu slowly spoke. "Uzumaki, Naruto Sasuke's teammate, seems like a qualified partner. My relationship with Sasuke is none of your business," Ming-Ren retorted. Yu smiled faintly. He knew better than anyone how deep Sasuke's feelings for him were. After all, he had personally cultivated that hatred. However, this Ming-Ren had not only withstood his strongest Jinjutsu Yudu, but could also display such powerful strength under these circumstances. With such a strong partner by his side, Sasuke would undoubtedly become even more eager to grow stronger. That was exactly what he wanted. With a puff, Yu's body turned into a cloud of smoke and vanished. "A shadow clone," Ming-Ren said. He immediately walked over to Ailuo, lifting Ailuo's body. "Xiao Ying, is there any hope for Ailuo?" Ming-Ren was uncertain, but no matter what Xiao Ying's answer was, he would carry Ailuo's body to find the best medical ninja to try to save him. "Ordinary medical ninjutsu can't save him, but there is one person with a rather special ability, Granny Qiandai of the Sand Village. Go find her immediately." Xiao Ying and Kakashi nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, hurried footsteps came from behind. "You've hurt Ailuo this badly. Take this, Leaf Village's Green Beast kick. Oughta." Kai rushed out from somewhere and kicked at Kakashi. When Kakashi turned around, Kai's expression turned as bitter as eating a bitter gourd. But his extended leg could no longer be pulled back. Bang! Kai slowly opened his eyes only to see that he had kicked a tree trunk. The immense force split the trunk open with a large crack, snapping the sturdy tree in half. At the critical moment, Ming-Ren used the Fei-Lation technique to transfer Kai's body to the tree's position. Kakashi was left in a state of terror. Mike Kai's password? If that kick had landed on his face, even if not fatal, it would have cost him half his life. Thanks to Ming-Ren. Kai looked at Ming-Ren in surprise. This kid carrying Ailuo's body could still instantly use Fei-Lation to transfer his body. Without extremely proficient mastery of Fei-Lation, such a feat would be nearly impossible. Just how much had Ming-Ren grown in these 2 years? A thought-provoking matter. Unknown to the others, Ming-Ren had not only learned some of Tsunade's techniques, but also studied with Zilai Yishui Min Qian Shou Zhu Jian Qian Shou Fei Jian and other top ninjas. When the time is right, he will reveal them. Ming-Ren and the others brought Ailuo back to Leaf Village. Tsunade's team, as well as Granny Qiandai from the Sand Village, had been waiting in the medical room for some time. When Tsunade saw Ailuo's body, she sighed quietly. Although she was a highly skilled medical ninja, she could only heal the wounded. Even if Ailuo had just died, she could attempt to rescue him. But Ailuo's condition had already passed the optimal rescue time. Moreover, a Jinchuriki, who had been extracted of their tail beast, would have drastically reduced physical fitness even if revived. At that moment, Granny Qiandai stepped forward. She placed her hands on Ailuo's heart and unhesitatingly activated the reincarnation technique. She poured her life force into Ailuo's body, achieving a life-for-life reincarnation. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Ailuo slowly opened his eyes, while Qiandai collapsed.
Before dying, Qian Dai said that Ming Ren and Ai Luo were leaders of the new era, who must live on to shoulder the future of the ninja world. She also asked everyone not to grieve over her death, as she felt she had died a worthy death. After the pursuit of Gaara came to an end, Kakashi needed to rest in the hospital for a period due to overusing his eyes. Tsunade then began to reorganize the members of Team 7. In the Hokage's office, a man wrapped entirely in bandages slowly entered. When Tsunade saw him, a flicker of wariness flashed in her eyes.
Lady Hokage must be seeking suitable candidates to join Team 7.
Shimura Danzo's face was expressionless, but his voice was deep and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence. Tsunade frowned deeply. Given her nature, she would not fear the power behind Danzo, but now constrained by her role as Hokage, all her actions and decisions were guided by the principle of serving the village's interests. Tsunade was well aware of the underhanded maneuvers Danzo had been orchestrating behind the scenes. However, many of the high-ranking officials in Konoha were aligned with Danzo, and provoking a conflict rashly would inevitably lead to internal strife. Thus, as long as the demands were not excessively unreasonable, Tsunade would consider granting them.
What? Is Lord Danzo also interested in such trivial matters? Tsunade's tone carried a hint of sarcasm.
I am not interested. However, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and his safety concerns the entire village. He must be surrounded by powerful individuals. The original instructor Kakashi is on leave, leaving a shortage of personnel. I suggest appointing a new instructor and members for Team 7 from the Umbu. Hokage. Surely you have no objections.
Tsunade paused. Danzo's talk of safety was merely a sanctimonious pretext.
His true intention was to exert influence over the village by monitoring and controlling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Today, he could decide the instructor of Team 7. Tomorrow, he would want to meddle in the Hokage's affairs. She could not let him succeed.
Lord Danzo's words are reasonable, but such minor matters can be entrusted to Shizune. She will handle them properly, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself.
That won't do. Tsunade, during the third Hokage's reign, I was the one who steered the political affairs of Konoha. Your age and experience are still lacking, and you only see the surface of many things, unable to grasp the essence.
Shimura Danzo assumed the posture of an elder. Tsunade rolled her eyes. In terms of age, they were not far apart. In terms of experience, how many dirty deeds had Danzo committed behind the scenes?
It could not be said that he had contributed to Konoha. One should be grateful that he had not caused the village immense losses.
My experience is indeed not extensive. I am merely the world's foremost medical ninja.
Compared to the third Hokage, I naturally fall short. But Lord Shimura, what glorious achievements or renowned title in the ninja world do you possess? Compared to you, I am still more than adequate.
Tsunade's words directly pierced the veil between them, exposing Danzo's ambition.
Danzo was taken aback, his calm face twitching slightly.
You dare speak to me like this?
He muttered.
Since you are being so direct, I will be straightforward as well. The instructor and members of Team 7 must be appointed by the Umbu.
If you insist on denying this, I have no choice. But many high-ranking officials in Konoha may not agree. If turmoil arises, do not blame me.
Tsunade had originally intended to make some concessions, but Danzo was threatening her so blatantly.
What Tsunade hated most was this kind of behind-the-scenes manipulation. If every decision had to be made by those pulling the strings, what was the purpose of being Hokage? Yet if she fell out with Danzo, it might lead to severe consequences. What should she do? Should she confront him now or not? Danzo saw the hesitation in Tsunade's eyes, and felt utterly confident that he had intimidated her. In his eyes, she was now a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She was merely a Hokage thrust into the role, utterly insignificant compared to someone like him, who had spent years cultivating power. Just then a sudden urgent knock came from the door.
Tsunade, as if seeing a lifeline, quickly called for the person to enter. Danzo was also startled, his attention drawn to the door. Naruto walked in.
Son, Lady Hokage, I heard you're looking into new members and an instructor for Team 7.
Tsunade's voice was somewhat uncertain as she replied.
Yes, I am discussing candidates with Lord Danzo.
Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he casually walked over to stand beside Tsunade. Danzo suddenly trembled and clenched his fists. He had instantly sensed an extremely powerful chakra, one that seemed not to belong to Naruto, yet was undeniably present within him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Danzo's forehead. The Ninetales Jinchuriki had already merged with the Ninetales chakra to this extent. Like a shadow, every movement of Naruto exuded immense chakra. Even Danzo envied such a level of energy. If he possessed such vast chakra, the person wearing the Hokage hat now would not be this woman who looked like a young girl. Danzo's twitching grew more pronounced, his arms and body felt itchy, urging him to leave quickly. Yet the matter was too critical. He had to wait until the personnel were confirmed.
Since new members are to be added, shouldn't we also ask for our opinion?
Naruto asked. Tsunade replied uneasily.
Of course. The comrades who risk life and death together must be approved by you personally. Her gaze flickered to Danzo. Although Konoha had always assigned personnel from the top down without consulting the members themselves.
Given Danzo's threat, it was better to go along with Naruto's words. Naruto's eyes lit up.
Then I have a candidate in mind. Tsunade's eyes brightened. Naruto had someone he wanted to choose.
Do tell. I'm curious who could catch your eye. Hinata Hyuga.
Who? Tsunade's mind went blank for a moment when she heard the name Hinata. She looked at Naruto with disbelief.
It was not because he wanted Hinata to join Team 7, but because before Danzo entered Kurenai, he had come to her, with Team 8 wanting to disband the team. Kurenai was pregnant, and Kiba, after his previous battle with Naruto, had lost most of his spirit. Now he only wanted to be an ordinary ninja, and open a ninja dog shop. Shino, on the other hand, wanted to travel the world, and was not very interested in ninja affairs. Only Hinata was left without a clear arrangement. This information was currently top secret. How did Naruto know about it so quickly? When had his information network become so broad? Hearing Naruto's words, Danzo was also taken aback. He had originally planned to assign Sai to Team 7 as a spy to carry out his mission. But now Naruto from Team 7 has taken the initiative to approach and wants that girl from the Hyuga clan to join their team. If this is the case, not only will Danzo's carefully arranged tasks be disrupted, but it will also pose a significant threat to himself. The power of the Byakugan is something Danzo greatly fears.
No, I disagree,
Danzo said firmly. Tsunade propped her hands on the table and raised her gaze slightly. Both of them are seasoned veterans in the world. She could naturally see the apprehension in Danzo's heart. Is he afraid of the Byakugan? Could it be that Danzo has some unspeakable secret, and this secret happens to be something the Byakugan can see through? In that case, it is indeed necessary for Hinata to stay close to Naruto.
I know Hinata well. She's a very nice girl, and she is very responsible towards her teammates, so she wouldn't do anything to harm her own people. Why does Lord Danzo disagree? Are you confident that the new member you arrange won't secretly harm Naruto and Sakura?
Tsunade pressed on relentlessly. Danzo momentarily didn't know how to respond. Before he could speak, Tsunade decisively said,
It's settled then. Hinata Hyuga will join Team 7. As for the choice of mentor, I've already decided to have Yamato take charge. He'll draft the paperwork right away, so wait for the notice, Naruto. Thank you, Lord Hokage,
Naruto said, turning away with satisfaction. Before leaving, he passed in front of Danzo and inadvertently released a strong killing intent. Danzo was momentarily stunned, and then anger surged within him, but he didn't show it.
Is this kid Naruto threatening him? Naruto left the office with a smile. He was indeed threatening Danzo. Having had frequent contact with the 4 Hokages on Hokage Rock, Naruto had some understanding of the internal intrigues within Konoha. And many of the threats to Konoha were primarily orchestrated by Shimura Danzo. He is very ambitious and wants to become Hokage, but his extreme personality leads him to make many radical choices, which in reality endanger the peace and stability of Konoha. Naruto's earlier display of killing intent was meant to remind Danzo that he was already aware of the other party's schemes, and to refrain from attempting any underhanded dealings. Naruto is no longer the person he was 2 years ago. At this moment, he is filled with confidence. Danzo and Tsunade parted ways unhappily. Naruto's sudden appearance pushed the two into a stage of open confrontation. However, Tsunade no longer regarded Danzo with the same apprehension as before, because she witnessed the scene of Naruto intimidating Danzo, and saw a flicker of fear flash across Danzo's face. No matter how he tried to conceal it, that moment could not be erased. After Naruto returned, Tsunade felt much more at ease. Upon learning that she was assigned to Team 7, Hinata's heart raced like never before, beating at an unprecedented speed. Tsunade's decision was the most surprising news Hinata had heard in years. Yet she did not know that it was Naruto who had actively suggested her joining. Hinata walked alone in the corridor after just participating in a family meeting. Neji approached her from behind. "You must be happy to receive this news. Finally, you can spend more time with Naruto," Neji said. Hinata's fair face instantly turned red. "No way. Do you think I don't know your thoughts? During these 2 years of training, every time you walked past Naruto's house, you would be stunned there ignoring me when I tried to speak to you." Neji's tone carried a hint of complaint. Hinata then realized what her behavior had caused others to feel. She lowered her head in self-reproach. "I'm sorry, brother Neji." Neji patted her shoulder. "I was just joking. It's perfectly normal for you to like Naruto, and I am happy for you." Hinata was taken aback and looked up at Neji in disbelief. A few years ago, Neji was quite opposed to Hinata's contact with Naruto. Even mentioning Naruto's name would upset him. In Neji's eyes, the Nine Tails within Naruto is an extremely dangerous factor that could lead the village to disaster again at any moment. Considering the interests of the clan, Neji's concerns are reasonable. But since the Chunin exams where he fought against Naruto, Neji's perception of Naruto has changed significantly. Because he sensed that Naruto was not as terrifying and agitated as everyone claimed, rather his inner self was extremely composed, and at critical moments, he would not lose reason, but make rational judgments. At the same time, Naruto's strength is also exceptionally formidable. Looking across the entire ninja academy, there hasn't been a student as outstanding as Naruto in nearly a decade. The chakra of the Nine Tails within Naruto seems to be reasonably utilized by him. Most importantly, according to Neji's judgment, Naruto is a very responsible man. Thus, pairing Hinata with Naruto may not be a bad thing. At Naruto's home, Kushina was still wearing a full chef's outfit, and due to his highly disciplined lifestyle, his skin and physique were in excellent condition, resembling a young man in his 20s. He held a pot of well-stewed beef marrow bones and said, "Naruto, I heard Hinata is joining your team. Yet, Dad, I went to the Hokage myself to suggest it." Kushina was momentarily taken aback, looking somewhat confused. In his eyes, Sakura, who is on the same team as Naruto, has a high chance of becoming his daughter-in-law. After all, both in personality and appearance, she fits the type that Naruto likes. "What? Your team now has 2 girls." Naruto picked up on the underlying meaning in Kushina's words. He walked out of the room and said earnestly, "Hinata's Byakugan ability is very important to me. It perfectly complements the team's deficiencies. As for the concerns you have, Dad, I can only say they are unnecessary. I won't consider romance in the short term, and even if I do, it won't be with Sakura." Kushina was even more puzzled. If he wasn't considering romance, then why exclude Sakura? But out of respect for Naruto, Kushina didn't ask further, and instead invited Naruto to eat. Naruto understood. For him, liking someone is a mutual feeling and shouldn't be forced. Even if he once had feelings for Sakura, when the feedback he received was that the other party was concerned about someone else rather than him, this feeling that could have blossomed into love reached its end. Naruto certainly knows that Hinata has feelings for him. Although he doesn't want to pursue a relationship for now, he does not reject spending more time with Hinata. Because when he is with Hinata, that inexplicable sense of peace is something no one else can provide him. Since Hinata has confirmed her joining his team, Naruto will certainly do his utmost to protect her safety, including Sakura. In Kakashi's hospital room, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Guy gathered around Kakashi's bedside where he leaned against the bed. Kakashi, sometimes I envy you for being able to take paid leave, Guy said from the side. Jiraiya and Kakashi naturally turned their gazes toward Tsunade, who in the room didn't know that Guy's words were directed at someone. With a new official in charge, it would have been good enough not to clean up the upper echelons yet. Might Guy dare to mock himself in front of everyone? Tsunade's expression faltered. Jiraiya, seeing this, quickly spoke up. By the way, you all must be cautious about Naruto's four-tailed form. Especially you, Yamato. At that moment, Yamato walked in through the door. Kakashi had many connections in the Anbu, and was well aware of Yamato's abilities. He internally recognized Tsunade's decision. After saying this, Jiraiya revealed the scar on his abdomen. A massive wound was visible in the center, as if it had been torn apart. Tsunade frowned tightly. Jiraiya, what happened to this injury? Jiraiya spoke awkwardly. A couple of years ago, while training, I let Naruto attempt to fully unleash the Ninetales chakra, and as a result, he transformed into a four-tailed, fully red state. What's outrageous is that even in that state, Naruto was still able to remain conscious and confirm with me whether he should launch an attack. I don't know what was going through my mind at that moment, that I let him unleash his full power against me. Tsunade's gaze turned cold, and both Kakashi and Guy looked at him in disbelief. So this serious injury was caused by him. This kid Naruto really has no sense of proportion, Tsunade complained. No way. Everyone paused. Jiraiya's eyes dimmed. That kid Naruto only used 60% of his strength. He caused me such serious injuries. If he had gone all out, I would probably have been reborn in a wealthy family crying and drinking milk. What? Tsunade's emotions were somewhat agitated. A mere Chunin like Naruto was able to injure someone at the level of a Kage while controlling most of his strength. This was unreasonable. Even though the Ninetales within Naruto was the strongest tailed beast with the largest chakra based on the experiences of other tailed beasts, it was impossible to reach such a level in such a short time. For example, Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, was directly killed by Deidara of the Akatsuki organization, and according to intelligence, Deidara was only at the level of an elite Jonin. As fellow Jinchuriki, how could the gap be so vast? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even if you want to brag about Naruto's power, progress saying so is simply too much. Tsunade completely didn't believe what Jiraiya said, but deep down, she had a vague feeling as if something was telling her that Jiraiya was right. Jiraiya, sensing the mood, tactfully changed the topic and did not continue. He feared that revealing the truth to Tsunade would drive her mad. The truth was Naruto had only used 20% of his strength. Of course, Jiraiya had not fully defended himself, and receiving such serious injuries clearly indicated that he had underestimated Naruto's power. Yamato gathered the members of Team 7 preparing to set off on a mission. This mission was to disguise themselves as Scorpion and meet with his informant at the Tenchi Bridge. On the way, Hinata and Sakura's relationship seemed to have improved significantly. Sakura was very happy that Hinata could join her team, and chatted with her a lot about Naruto's daily gossip, while Hinata's shy demeanor
had also improved, frequently glancing at Naruto. Yamato walked alone toward the Tenchi Bridge while Naruto and the others hid in the forest observing from a distance. With Hinata's Byakugan ability, they did not need to be too far forward to understand the situation on the scene. In the trees, Naruto whispered, "Hinata, can you see anything? Where is Yamato-sensei now?" Hinata suddenly focused her eyes, and clearly saw Yamato's figure. "I see him. Yamato-sensei is already on the bridge, and there is a contact person dressed in a black cloak on the opposite side. What does that contact person look like?" "He is wearing glasses. His appearance seems to be Kabuto-senpai. How could it be him?" Naruto instantly felt something was wrong. "Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. Quickly, let's support Yamato-sensei." "Okay." The three quickly ran toward Yamato. At this moment on the Tenchi Bridge, Kabuto's eyes seemed to have seen through Yamato's disguise. "Scorpion, it's been a few days, but you seem to be in a different state today." "That's not true." Yamato forced himself to say, his heart tightening with worry that the opponent had seen through his disguise. "I'm still pretending. The way you walk is completely different from before." Yamato's pupils trembled. Had he been exposed so quickly? In the next moment a gentle breeze blew, and several leaves were swept up into the air. Orochimaru's figure suddenly appeared next to Kabuto, his pale face looking extremely sinister. Kabuto instantly threw several explosive tags at Yamato, the speed so fast that Yamato couldn't evade. With a loud bang, the massive shell hiding Yamato shattered, exposing his face, while the wooden structure of the shell was revealed. At this moment Naruto and the others also arrived at the scene. Orochimaru looked at Yamato with an extremely strange gaze, a mix of delight and complex emotions, and most terrifying of all, Orochimaru seemed to be gazing at a work of art. Sakura and the others felt a chill down their spines, and Naruto also felt somewhat uneasy. "I didn't expect that you have mastered would release to such a degree," Orochimaru said with a smile. Yamato maintained a blank expression, but internally he felt waves of turmoil. Many years ago, Orochimaru had implanted Hashirama's cells into a human for experiments, and only Yamato had survived that experiment. This was also the fundamental reason why Yamato could use Hashirama's secret techniques. He had Hashirama's cells within him. Kabuto directly attacked, rushing towards Hinata and Sakura. In a situation of few against many, quickly finding the opponent's weaknesses to break through their formation was the first step to victory. Sakura and Hinata were stunned, still not reacting. Hinata with her Byakugan sensed the chakra very keenly, and was the first to react. She took her stance, preparing to use Heavenly Spin to block. However, Kabuto's speed was simply too fast, leaving her no time to react. Hinata realized this, and felt extremely anxious. Suddenly Naruto erupted with chakra from within, and the shockwave directly sent Kabuto flying. His body was hurled several meters away, clutching his chest, with a pained expression, unable to get up for a long time. Hinata looked at Naruto in disbelief. Was Naruto's reaction speed really that fast? Moreover, what was that powerful chakra from before? Why did it have such immense impact? This was unlike any form of ninjutsu, nor was it infused with Ninetail's chakra. Instead, it was a surge of energy erupting from Naruto's body, akin to a form of intimidation yet possessing tangible power. Sakura also regained her composure, having been affected by the wave of energy unleashed by Naruto, causing her to wobble slightly, only to be steadied by Hinata. Her feelings mirrored those of Hinata, both unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Yamato was about to act, but Naruto had already taken the initiative. After releasing chakra to knock Kabuto away, Naruto charged directly in front of Orochimaru, and threw a punch at his left cheek. Orochimaru seemed taken aback by Naruto's swift attack, naturally unprepared, and he took the punch squarely. His body immediately shattered, transforming into countless small snakes that scattered in all directions. Then the snake swarm moved a short distance away, and reassembled into Orochimaru's form. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. The power of this punch is terrifying. Naruto has actually learned Tsunade's super strength. I heard he was training under Jiraiya at Miyaboku Mountain, but I didn't expect him to learn Tsunade's ninjutsu as well. If Jiraiya's abilities were to combine with Tsunade's, it would be an extremely troublesome situation for Orochimaru. Naruto slowly opened his mouth. To think you can avoid damage this way, it seems the only way to truly harm you is to completely crush you. In the next moment, Naruto gathered chakra in his hands, and a fierce whirlwind erupted from the spot, causing leaves to be swept away and dance chaotically in the air, while the water surface beneath the bridge became turbulent. Hinata's hair was lifted by the wind, releasing a fragrant aroma. She stared at the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, deeply astonished. Naruto's Rasengan seemed significantly more powerful than before, both in chakra density at its core, and in the surrounding chakra field, which had grown substantially. Most importantly, the Rasengan appeared to not just be spherical, for blade-like extensions sprouted from its core, resembling shurikens. Wind-release Rasen Shuriken. Naruto's gaze sharpened as he hurled his improved Rasen Shuriken at Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt a sense of unease from the overwhelming chakra, and immediately supported himself, with his hands summoning the triple Rashomon to withstand Naruto's attack. 3 gigantic gates rose from the ground, colored red, green, and blue in order, and each gate was covered with enormous spikes, and bore a purple-blue demonic face. The onlookers, including Sakura, Hinata, and Kabuto, were all taken aback, their hearts filled with awe. The ninjutsu of Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, was indeed as grand and spectacular as his title suggested. Hinata's heart was profoundly shaken as she anxiously watched Naruto. Was he facing an opponent of this caliber? That Rashomon looked taller than the nearby hill. As Naruto's Rasen Shuriken struck the first gate, it violently expanded, causing the ground to tremble under the immense impact, with flowers and grass instantly wilting and collapsing, and a fierce wind sweeping through the entire forest, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. The area within a few meters was flattened to the ground. This was a ninjutsu that Naruto developed after mastering Senjutsu under Jiraiya's guidance. Upon hitting the target, it would rapidly expand its power, far surpassing that of an ordinary Rasengan. Even though the Rashomon blocked most of the force, Orochimaru still suffered considerable damage. He collapsed to the ground, feeling extremely uncomfortable, seemingly experiencing a rejection reaction. His lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated Naruto's strength to be so formidable. The current situation was evidently what Orochimaru least wanted to see. Not only had Naruto learned Jiraiya's Senjutsu, but he had also integrated Tsunade's super strength. At this moment, Naruto was no longer at the level he had been 2 years ago. In Orochimaru's eyes, facing Naruto was not much different from facing Jiraiya or Tsunade, and moreover a terrifying tail beast resided within Naruto. It was time to retreat. They had to leave quickly. Naruto's rate of growth far exceeded that of Sasuke, which was beyond Orochimaru's estimation. Orochimaru's purpose for this visit was to gather intelligence. He glanced at Kabuto's previous position only to find it empty. Then he turned his head and saw Kabuto waving at him from a short distance away, holding a scroll in his other hand. Orochimaru sneered. It seemed the mission was accomplished. He signaled Kabuto to retreat. Then, with a puff of white smoke, the 2 figures vanished. Naruto watched the scene of their departure, feeling somewhat bewildered. He turned to look at Yamato, who emerged from the forest. Just now, the Umbu member Sai took advantage of the chaos to give the intelligence to Kabuto. Why didn't you stop him? Sakura asked. Naruto understood Yamato's intention not to intervene, and walked over to say, because stopping him would have been futile. Sai is merely a pawn, and the true mastermind is the one behind him, whom I suspect is Shimura Danzo. After Naruto spoke, a glimmer of unusual light flashed in Yamato's eyes. He regarded Naruto with newfound respect, although he had heard of Naruto's renowned name, tales of a certain extraordinary genius from Konoha. However, when faced with this situation, he found Naruto's reputation to be well-deserved. Not only did he possess the strength to repel Orochimaru, but he could also calmly make accurate analyses. Shimura Danzo was indeed the one secretly in contact with Orochimaru, seeking to leverage Orochimaru's power to bring down Konoha and ascend to the position of Hokage. At that moment Yamato took out a drawing by Sai. The others briefly glanced through it and gained a rough understanding of the experiences depicted in the artwork. The group hurried after Orochimaru. Meanwhile, at a secret base, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Sai stood at the entrance. The interior was extremely spacious yet dark, making it impossible to discern the layout. In the center sat a figure, and under the faint light a pair of crimson eyes stood out. "You finally returned. Come continue teaching me ninjutsu." Sasuke's voice was cold. For the past 2 years, Sasuke had been pestering Orochimaru for powerful ninjutsu, and Orochimaru had not been stingy. Under his guidance, Sasuke made rapid progress. However, Orochimaru had always been waiting for the right moment to seize Sasuke's body. Even though Sasuke was acutely aware of this, his thirst for power had long since overcome his fear. Moreover, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he felt a certain confidence to face Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke as if he were his own son, filled with both love and hatred. Sasuke's rebellious attitude was something Orochimaru greatly detested, but to realize his plan of taking over a body, Orochimaru chose to endure, waiting for the right opportunity to seize Sasuke's body. At that time his life would truly begin anew. Sai watched Sasuke's cold demeanor, his hand unconsciously reaching for his scroll. Orochimaru suddenly spoke in a low voice.
"I suggest you don't do that."
Kabuto's attention was also drawn. Sensing Saiya's intent, he glanced at Sasuke. Orochimaru was right. If Sai showed any murderous intent in front of Sasuke now, the outcome would only be death. Sensing the situation, Sai wisely withdrew his hand. He hadn't planned to act here, but the moment he entered he felt Sasuke's hostility. His earlier movement was an instinctive reaction. Kabuto said to Sasuke,
"Lord Orochimaru's physical condition is not good. There are more important matters. Now is not the time to practice with you."
"Yo!" Suddenly a gust of wind swept by and Sasuke's figure instantly appeared beside Kabuto, his hand casually resting on Kabuto's shoulder. Kabuto was stunned into silence. A sharp glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes.
"Since when do you get to speak here, my esteemed senior Kabuto?"
Sasuke's voice was icy. It was clear to anyone that this was a blatant threat. Kabuto felt a surge of anger, but given his strength and position, fighting Sasuke would yield no advantage. He could only suppress his emotions. The crucial point was, when had Sasuke become so fast? Moving to his side, in an instant Kabuto had no time to react. Orochimaru slowly said,
"Sasuke, just how much more have you hidden?"
Orochimaru's desire for Sasuke's body grew even stronger. Whether it was the top tier Sharingan bloodline limit, or the jutsu Sasuke had mastered one day, it would all belong to him.
"Continue teaching me jutsu."
Sasuke did not respond, but made a new demand. He looked up at Orochimaru's sickly state, a surge of pity in his heart. This eccentric Sannin was also nearing his twilight years. It seemed he couldn't gain much more from Orochimaru. Orochimaru's excitement had reached its peak. If not for his physical limitations, he would have desperately wanted to seize Sasuke's body right then and there. Seeing Orochimaru's silence, Sasuke glanced at Sai.
"Were you just trying to kill me?"
Sai trembled at the words. He indeed wanted to kill Sasuke. That was his sole purpose for coming. Sasuke was Danzo's greatest concern, after all, the last genius of the Uchiha clan. Danzo understood the power of the Sharingan better than anyone, and thus feared it the most. In Danzo's plan, Sasuke was an obstacle that must never appear. Though Sai showed no signs of attacking now, he did not deny it.
"You're not qualified to be my opponent."
Sasuke's tone was frigid. Sai, knowing his own strength was inferior, dared not respond. For now, the most important thing was to wait for the right moment. One day, he would personally present Sasuke's head to Lord Danzo as a trophy. Just then a commotion suddenly arose from the corridor outside. Naruto's team had caught up and found Orochimaru's hideout. Kabuto instantly struck, concentrating chakra, punching Sakura away and kicking Hinata aside, appearing extremely battle-ready. Meanwhile, Yamato, activated, would release. Several thick wooden trunks rose from the ground, extending rapidly as they chased after Kabuto.
Lord Orochimaru, go ahead. He'll handle this,
Kabuto shouted to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's smirk quickly transformed into a serpent and slithered into the darkness. Sasuke remained seated unmoved. Kabuto urgently shouted at him.
Sasuke, what are you waiting for? Can't bring yourself to fight your former teammates.
Sasuke. Sakura clutched her aching abdomen, peering into the darkness, vaguely seeing a figure both familiar and strange. So Sasuke was here too. 2 years ago, when Sasuke left the village, Sakura had no time to stop him. In those 2 years, not a day passed without her missing him and worrying about his safety. After all, Sasuke had not followed Jiraiya, but the treacherous Orochimaru. At any moment, Orochimaru might play some dirty trick. Yet seeing Sasuke slowly approaching, a heavy stone lifted from Sakura's heart. Still, her emotions remained tense, uncertain of Sasuke's stance. Reluctantly, she had to be on guard. Naruto looked at Sasuke.
Sasuke, long time no see.
The other answered without hesitation.
Long time no see, Naruto.
Sasuke continued moving toward Kabuto. He stood before Kabuto, his three-tomo Sharingan glowing crimson in the dim light. Kabuto felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively stepped back. This brat Sasuke had always carried that irritating attitude, gifted yet arrogant. Over the past 2 years, Kabuto had endured much silent frustration, but due to Orochimaru's high regard and fondness for Sasuke, he never had a chance to act. Could it be that today Sasuke himself would turn against them? Seeing his teammate Naruto joining forces to kill him, an outsider, sounded perfectly reasonable. Sasuke noticed Kabuto's caution and sneered.
Why are you so wary of me? If I wanted to kill you, why would I wait until today?
Kabuto paused. Sasuke had a point. If he truly intended to harm him, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to act now, using someone else's power to attack him. Maybe he was overthinking. After all, Sasuke's presence was overwhelmingly powerful, especially those eyes that could activate at any moment. Over the past 2 years, Kabuto had constantly worried whether he had fallen under Sasuke's Jinjutsu. In fact, Sasuke had indeed cast Jinjutsu on Kabuto, learning from Kabuto's mouth Orochimaru's true purpose in cultivating him. But Sasuke did not choose to leave. Instead, he stayed by Orochimaru's side to increase his strength until he had drained every last drop of benefit. Kabuto was well aware of Sasuke's ambition. Once Orochimaru's power absolutely crushed Sasuke, but over the past 2 years, Sasuke's growth had exceeded his imagination. Moreover, Orochimaru's physical condition was extremely poor. If the two truly clashed, the outcome seemed uncertain. So Kabuto was also preparing for himself. He secretly preserved some cells left from Orochimaru's body transfer to be used as a lifeline when he encountered a bottleneck in the future.
Sasuke, you seem to have become more composed than before.
Naruto's voice suddenly came. Sasuke also looked at Naruto.
Of course. To catch up to you, I've worked hard these past 2 years. The me now is no longer the one who lost to you back then.
Sakura looked at Sasuke's cold and stern face, a trace of fear creeping into her heart. Was this person before her still the Sasuke she knew? Sasuke now appeared even more indifferent than before.
After I left, did Hinata join Team 7? What happened to Team 8?
Sasuke looked at Hinata and asked.
They each had their own pursuits, so they disbanded. Let's put that aside for now, Sasuke. Which side are you on today?
Naruto asked. Yamato, Kabuto, Sakura, and Hinata all looked at Sasuke with serious expressions awaiting his answer. If Sasuke sided with the enemy, it would be a very troublesome situation. Sasuke let out a cold laugh.
Don't you get it? I've been living here for 2 years seeing this Four Eyes guy every day. Annoying as it is, this place has become familiar to me. You all barged in suddenly making noise and damaging many of the buildings here. From my perspective, you are the villains invading my life.
Naruto lowered his brow. In the past 2 years, he had not only learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya, but also how to read people using micro-expressions to determine if someone was lying. Sasuke's expression was peculiar. It seemed truthful yet mixed with complex emotions.
No need for more words.
The next moment Naruto directly gathered chakra forming the shape of a Rasengan, which then rapidly deformed and expanded into 4 blade-like extensions. Sasuke's eyes lit up.
You've actually modified the form of the Rasengan. You never fail to surprise me.
Sasuke drew his Kusanagi blade channeling lightning-release chakra, and the lightning enveloped the sword, turning it into a thunderous blade. A great battle was about to erupt. Yamato stood by ready to form hand seals and assist Naruto.
Let me see, after these 2 years, who is stronger, you or me?
Sasuke thrust directly at Naruto. Lightning surged like a horizontal bolt with currents leaping from the blade and moving swiftly toward Naruto. The lightning erupted with the sound of 1,000 birds stirring up waves of heat, its power immense. Yamato looked at the lightning in Sasuke's hand, and couldn't help but marvel. Channeling chakra and attaching it to a weapon was a rare technique achievable only by those with extremely high control over their chakra.
Yamato-sensei, I am entrusting Hinata and Sakura's safety to you,
Naruto said, turning to Yamato.
Wood style 4-pillar house technique.
Instantly numerous thick trees sprouted from the sandy ground, extending and twisting in the air, gradually forming the framework of a house. Then thinner branches filled the gaps, quickly creating a wooden house. It enclosed Sakura and Hinata inside. Due to the wood-style chakra within its structure, the wooden house was extremely sturdy. Unless directly targeted by a concentrated blast, it would be difficult to destroy from outside.
Yamato-sensei, are we just hiding here? Shouldn't we go help Naruto?
Hinata, on her first mission, couldn't understand Naruto's actions. In her belief, team members should face difficulties and dangers together rather than concentrating all the risks on one person.
I trust Naruto's judgment,
Yamato said. Sakura.
Hinata, don't worry. Naruto is very strong. When he says something at a critical moment, he must have thought it through. Besides, we might not really be able to help him. We might even do more harm than good.
Hinata nodded, half understanding. She didn't want Team 7 to have this kind of atmosphere. Even though Naruto was the strongest and most responsible, she simply couldn't bear to see him face danger alone. Hinata activated her Byakugan inside the wooden house, observing the situation outside. She saw the Rasen Shuriken in Naruto's hand, like an out-of-control fierce tiger hurtling towards Sasuke. The violent clash of chakra shook the entire underground space, causing countless rocks to fall, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. The two types of chakra clashed, emitting a blinding light. The moment they made contact, they locked in a stalemate for several seconds, evenly matched. Boom! The space suddenly collapsed. A massive shockwave blasted the ceiling open, revealing the blue sky. Everything inside was bathed in light again. Among them were many terminally ill test subjects, who had spent even longer than Sasuke underground. They had long forgotten how dazzling sunlight could be. When the light fell on their faces, their expressions were not joy but panic. Many were buried under the falling boulders. Being Orochimaru's test subject never ended well. Naruto, however, stood perfectly fine in place, not a speck of dust on him. At the moment of the explosion, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Sakura's side, using Yamato's wooden house to block most of the impact. Sasuke's situation was not so good. He leaned against a wall, his legs trembling, uncontrollably covered in dust, with a stream of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge, he just wanted to thoroughly observe Naruto's abilities. The next moment Kabuto appeared beside Sasuke, hoisted Sasuke's arm over his shoulder, and the two quickly left the scene. When the dust settled, everyone left Orochimaru's hideout and returned to Konoha. The Akatsuki organization was roaming the various countries, openly capturing tailed beasts. They stopped at nothing. If they couldn't find a tailed beast, they would hunt down powerful individuals on a whim, causing severe damage to many villages and countries. Upon learning the news, Tsunade immediately dispatched several ninja squads to investigate the Akatsuki's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to her, two extremely dangerous individuals had infiltrated Konoha. At the Konoha training ground, Shikamaru was using the shadow imitation technique on 4 different targets, attempting to bind all 4 at once. Choji and Ino sat nearby. Choji was enjoying his snacks, while Ino was reading a newly released book on flower science from the bookstore.
Choji, what do you want to do in the future?
Ino asked curiously. While eating chips, Choji said,
I want to open a barbecue restaurant, so I can eat barbecue every day. That's childish. Opening a barbecue restaurant just to eat barbecue. You'd go bankrupt. Then what do you want to do? Don't tell me you're going to inherit your parents' flower shop. Exactly, inherit their flower shop. Not only that, it'll open a chain and make it big. Ino, you're really an ambitious girl.
Praised by Choji, Ino's smile couldn't be suppressed. She glanced shyly at Shikamaru. Shikamaru's personality was steady, and his intellect was top-notch. If he had a powerful bloodline limit, his fame would probably be on par with Naruto's. He might even become a candidate for the future Hokage. The training ground was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered shinobi aside from Asuma's team. Asuma, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, chatted with the ninjas nearby. But suddenly everyone sensed 2 unfamiliar chakras. 2 men in red cloud black robes appeared before Asuma and the others. Hayden tilted his head, scrutinizing Shikamaru and the rest.
Konoha's a huge place. Where am I supposed to find the Ninetales Jinchuriki? These people don't look like Jinchuriki at all.
Kakuzu.
It's always like this. Without any reconnaissance type jutsu, we can only kill indiscriminately and rely on luck. Honestly, I'm getting annoyed. The key is that our abilities are too limited. If we had Itachi's crow clone, the search would be much easier. I kind of envy Kisame,
Hayden said.
You mean you're dissatisfied with me?
Kakuzu replied coldly.
I'm just kidding. You're so dense you don't understand humor.
Asuma spat out the cigarette, but crushed the ember, and pulled 2 chakra blades from his tool pouch.
Hey, you two are from the Akatsuki, aren't you? How dare you appear so blatantly here?
Although Asuma forced himself to appear calm on the surface upon seeing the 2 visitors, he was already extremely tense. While the training ground was located on the outskirts of the village, A&B ninjas guarded the border. Yet these 2 seemed to have circumvented the guards, or eliminated them outright, preventing any information from being relayed quickly. Either possibility indicated that the opponents were no ordinary foes. Shikamaru also sensed the danger and immediately ordered Ino and Choji to leave and request reinforcements from Tsunade, while he stayed to help Asuma face the 2 enemies.
That boy with the top knot looks quite clever,
Kakuzu remarked blandly.
They're just a bunch of scum, not as impressive as you make them out to be.
With that, Hayden unhesitatingly hurled his bloody 3-bladed scythe. The scythe was entirely crimson and bore 3 sharp blades. What perplexed Asuma and Shikamaru was that the scythe flew toward them attached to a long black rope. Hayden wielded it not by hand, but by swinging the scythe through the rope, thus achieving a longer attack range.
Be careful, his ability is strange. Understood, Sensei.
Shikamaru immediately formed hand seals, initiating the shadow imitation technique.
A shadow stretched from his feet toward Haiden, but Kakuza noticed the anomaly and instantly retreated out of range. Haiden also saw it but chose not to dodge, remaining still. In an instant, Shikamaru successfully bound Haiden, freezing him in place. Two Konoha Jonin approached from both sides, driving their long sword and kunai simultaneously into Haiden's body. The blades pierced deep and blood gushed out.
Was it that easy?
Asuma muttered to himself. But Haiden's face showed no sign of pain or fear of death, only an expressionless calm, even a hint of excitement.
You answer so boring. I possess an immortal body.
With that, to everyone's astonishment, Haiden yanked the weapons out of his body, grabbed both Jonin by the arms, and with a single spin flung them far away. Shikamaru's brow furrowed deeply. Haiden's abilities were far too bizarre. Both the eerie scythe and his immortal body that suffered no damage from severe wounds were extremely troublesome. Now all he could hope was that Tsunade would send reinforcements quickly, because even Haiden alone had already drawn the full attention of the Konoha ninjas present, and there was still a man watching from a distance. That man appeared to possess exceptional insight, far from ordinary. If both of them attacked simultaneously, Shikamaru and Asuma would surely be overwhelmed and unable to cope.
Asuma-sensei, concentrate fire and take down one first. Exactly my thought.
Asuma rushed toward Haiden, while Haiden constantly adjusted his stance, swinging his scythe through the air, launching consecutive attacks at Asuma. Because the bloody three-bladed scythe covered an enormous attack range, Asuma couldn't close in for a moment. Amid the chaos, the tip of the scythe grazed Asuma's face, drawing blood. Such a minor injury meant nothing to Asuma. He quickly activated Ash Pile Burning, expelling a thick cloud of black smoke that enveloped Haiden. Within the smoke, Haiden walked leisurely, without any tension, to the center of a strange ritual circle. He licked the blood from the scythe into his mouth and swallowed.
Shikamaru, get back.
Shikamaru immediately retreated from the smoke cloud. The next second, Asuma spat fire toward the smoke, igniting the black cloud. The blast sent a searing wave of heat, and Haiden at the center could not escape severe burns. But eerily, almost instantly, Asuma's body was racked with excruciating pain. Horrific burn marks appeared on his arms, thighs, chest, and cheeks.
Asuma-sensei, your body.
Shikamaru stared in shock at Asuma's wounds, instantly realizing that Haiden's special ability had synchronized the damage he received onto Asuma. And Asuma's blood was the medium for the contract. But by now, the realization came too late. Asuma endured the pain and charged toward Haiden. The intense agony prevented his mind from staying calm. He could only rely on instinct, trying to kill Haiden as quickly as possible. Shikamaru shouted in desperation.
Asuma-sensei, don't attack him. The damage will reflect onto you.
Asuma heard Shikamaru's cry and processed the meaning in his mind, but Haiden was swift. He aimed the tip of the bloody three-bladed scythe at his own thigh and stabbed it deep. The powerful strike pierced straight through Haiden's thigh, yet he appeared utterly unharmed. On the other hand, Asuma's leg suddenly went numb. Because he was moving at high speed, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. The enemy's assault was too sudden, and the pace too fast. Asuma had no time to understand the opponent's ability before he was gravely wounded, falling into a perilous situation. A sense of foreboding overwhelmed him. Shikamaru felt the same. He mustered all his chakra, activating the shadow imitation technique once more, extending it toward Haiden. I must make it. I must make it. But no matter how fast Shikamaru's shadow moved, it could never be quicker than Haiden's hand bringing down the blade. With a sickening thud, the blood-soaked scythe pierced through the heart. A wild smirk curled at the corner of Haiden's mouth. As for Asuma, lying on the ground, he felt as if 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart, draining all strength to resist. Due to the frenzied secretion of adrenaline, Asuma no longer felt pain, only perceiving his life energy draining at a visible rate. His eyes shifted from shock
to sudden realization, understanding that he was about to die. Shikamaru looked at Haiden, whose body was riddled with wounds yet still brimming with vitality. Yet Asuma, lying on the ground, had received fatal injuries without any contact. Shikamaru's anger surged. Why hadn't he realized Haiden's abilities sooner? Why was Konoha's intelligence always so delayed? Why was it him and Asuma who encountered him? Why? Shikamaru's mind was flooded with questions, emotions rising uncontrollably, trying to break free from the constraints of reason, yet reason told him he could not lose control. The battle wasn't over. Asuma was still alive. If he could quickly resolve the fight and bring Asuma before Tsunade, there might still be hope for rescue. Yes, he could definitely save Asuma. Cold sweat trickled down Shikamaru's forehead, his eyes turning crimson. He formed hand seals again, preparing to activate the shadow mimic technique, but due to excessive chakra use, he had very little chakra left in his body. Shikamaru could only stand still, unable to attack. Although he wanted nothing more than to rush out and kill these two villains, he was Shikamaru, and reason always prevailed. Seeing that ninjutsu could not be activated, Shikamaru immediately threw all the smoke bombs he had, creating a thick cloud of smoke that completely obscured Haiden and Kakuzu's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru picked up Asuma and moved him to a safe location. At that moment, Kakashi appeared in an instant, his hand crackling with chakra as he pierced Kakuzu's body from behind. Kakuzu was momentarily stunned, then immediately activated wind release to push Kakashi away. Haiden and Kakuzu had no intention of getting entangled for long. Their goal was to find the Nine Tails. After exchanging a glance, they vanished from the training ground. About 10 minutes later, Ino and Chuji arrived with Tsunade and others. Tsunade immediately knelt down to check Asuma's injuries, but the moment her hand touched Asuma's chest, her expression darkened.
Lady Hokage, please save Asuma.
Ino's voice was laced with tears. Seeing Tsunade's reaction, Shikamaru instantly understood her meaning. An overwhelming sense of grief surged from his heart. He could not accept the reality of his mentor Asuma's death, yet reason and objectivity informed him that it was true. He looked at the barely breathing Asuma, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Tsunade noticed that Asuma wanted to say something and quickly employed medical ninjutsu to stabilize Asuma's condition. Asuma held Shikamaru's hand and softly said,
"You are the smartest person in Konoha with the potential to become Hokage. Even though you fear trouble, I hope you will consider it. I have one last request, Ino, and take care of her and the child in her womb for me."
Shikamaru could no longer contain his emotions and began to sob.
"Rest assured, I will take good care of your wife and the child." Having received a satisfactory response, Asuma instructed Ino and Chuji a few more words, thanked Tsunade, and quietly passed away.
That day, Shikamaru vowed to avenge Asuma. All of Konoha's ninjas attended Asuma's funeral. At the ceremony, Ino and Chuji cried inconsolably, while Shikamaru frowned deeply, keeping his head down in silence. As for Yui Kurenai, she had completely lost her spirit, as if her soul had been drained, her gaze hollow and filled with bloodshot veins. Naruto looked at Asuma's photo, naturally associating it with his own mentor Kakashi. If Kakashi ever met a tragic fate Naruto feared, he would be unable to accept it. Thus on that day, Naruto resolved that he would not let any member of Team 7 die. He would do everything in his power to protect his comrades in Konoha. After the funeral, Shikamaru gathered Naruto and the others to discuss his plan for revenge. This plan received support from everyone, including Tsunade. A plan to hunt down Kakuzu and Haiden was about to commence. In Hashirama's courtyard.
Given this situation, I wonder how Hisashi will face the upcoming life. Brother, with this body we were brought back through Impure World Reincarnation. I wonder if it can exert its full strength when the real war arrives. For the first time, Tobirama began to worry about his own strength. Hashirama sighed.
I have tested this body. It can only exert a maximum of 50% of its original power.
While I cannot guarantee clearing all obstacles for Naruto and the others, I am confident in inflicting serious damage on the enemy. You need not worry, brother. Life and death are matters they must confront. Our powers must be used at the most critical times. All right, brother, I will listen to you. After a brief meeting with Naruto and Shikamaru's team, they set out to track down Hiden. Kakashi temporarily took on the role of the team leader for Shikamaru's squad, while Naruto's team remained led by Yamato. When Kakashi pierced Kakuzu's body with Chidori, he tore part of his clothing, summoning a pack of ninja dogs to track Kakuzu's scent. Kakashi led the way with Naruto's team closely following. Soon, guided by the ninja dogs, they found Hiden and Kakuzu on a path leading to Konoha. Shikamaru immediately activated the shadow mimic technique, extending it towards Hiden and Kakuzu. Just as success seemed imminent, Hiden and Kakuzu sensed danger and quickly dodged to the sides. "What bothersome ants daring to pursue me?" Hiden said impatiently. "Quickly deal with them, don't waste time," Kakuzu said. Kakashi instantly appeared before Shikamaru, facing Hiden and Kakuzu. Hiden swung his blood-soaked scythe wildly at Kakashi, his movements erratic and bold. With the assurance of his immortal body, Hiden felt no fear. In stark contrast, Kakashi had to focus intensely to evade Hiden's attacks. Having learned from Asuma's experience, he knew he could not allow Hiden to get his blood. Meanwhile, Kakuzu launched a wind-release attack from behind Hiden, rushing towards Kakashi. The enemy's assault was relentless. Facing two opponents was impossible, and one had to be dealt with first. Kakashi knew that Hiden before him was immortal, so he set his sights on Kakuzu. Suddenly, Hiden's scythe struck Kakashi's abdomen, sending his body flying like a kite, with a severed string completely at Hiden's mercy. Hiden's eyes brimmed with pride once more. The copy ninja Kakashi from Konoha is nothing special. Through the information shared by you and Gue Jiao, Fei Duan had always believed Kakashi to be an exceedingly terrifying existence, and he held him in great awe. Yet now Kakashi was firmly pierced through the abdomen by his own scythe, on the verge of death. At this thought, Fei Duan could not conceal his inner pride. But in the next second, Kakashi's body turned into a puff of smoke. "What? A shadow clone!" Fei Duan realized something was wrong and immediately turned to shout at Jiao Du. "Watch out! He's targeting you!" But it was too late. Kakashi's lightning blade had already pierced through Jiao Du's chest. This time Kakashi aimed for the heart. Meanwhile, his other hand stealthily used a syringe to extract some of Jiao Du's blood. Yet Jiao Du did not die as expected. Instead, a powerful shockwave burst from within his body, pushing Kakashi back several meters. Kakashi, Lu Wan, and the others had learned of Jiao Du's abilities. Intelligence indicated that Jiao Du had lived since the time of the first Hokage and possessed 5 hearts. Each heart corresponded to a different nature or chakra. Kakashi had only pierced one of them. From Jiao Du's body split 3 pitch-black grotesque monsters. Each monster bore a heart-like object on its body. These monsters employed wind, fire, and lightning release respectively, unleashing their attacks simultaneously at Kakashi, who was momentarily overwhelmed. As a wave of heat swept in, Lu Wan and the others quickly left their spot and leaped to a safe position. Meanwhile, Fei Duan charged at Kakashi with his scythe raised. Clashing weapons, the scene was filled with continuous clanging of iron. The two fought evenly. Just then Jiao Du used his taijutsu to send Ding Xiai flying, while Jingyi stood by anxiously unable to help. Seizing the moment as Fei Duan's attention was drawn to Kakashi, Lu Wan activated the shadow imitation technique once more. This time he successfully controlled Fei Duan's body. He immediately dashed deep into the forest, and Fei Duan followed him. In an instant, Lu Wan led Fei Duan to a clearing in the woods where explosive tags were tied all around. "Knowing you can't kill me, why bother with all these flashy tricks?" Fei Duan did not understand Lu Wan's actions. "I may not be able to kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't defeat you." Hearing Lu Wan's words, Fei Duan wondered if the other had gone mad. He himself possessed an immortal body, standing undefeated from the very start. How could this pudding-haired boy who only controlled others with shadows possibly believe he could overcome him? In Fei Duan's eyes, Lu Wan's words were nothing but a fool's dream. The shadow imitation technique's time limit expired. Feeling his body return to his control, Fei Duan hurled his three-bladed scythe at Lu Wan without hesitation. Lu Wan drew a kunai to block, but as the weapons clashed, his face winced in pain, as if his arm had been cut. Seeing his attack land, Fei Duan immediately initiated the Jashin ritual, his body turning pitch black once more. He resolutely plunged the blade into his own heart. Then Lu Wan clutched his chest in agony, seemingly gravely wounded. He collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly weak. "After all, you are but an ant. No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat me." At the same time, Jiao Du fought alone against Kakashi and the other two. His black monster spat a massive fireball, which was amplified by wind release. This formidable power left Kakashi and the others momentarily defenseless. They could only dodge between rocky cliffs and trees. Suddenly Jiao Du caught Kakashi off guard, using the black threads in his arm to grab him and slam him violently into the ground. Kakashi fell in pain. Jiao Du was about to kill him without hesitation, but just as he was about to strike, he suddenly clutched his heart, his body trembling violently, his expression agonized, and he collapsed straight down. Fei Duan's blood curse had used Jiao Du's blood. This directly caused Jiao Du to lose another life. The fire-release monster immediately blasted out a wave of heat, forcing Kakashi back. The three black monsters instantly merged with Jiao Du, simultaneously unleashing a jutsu that combined the energies of wind, fire, and lightning release. The different natures of chakra converged in the air, forming a terrifyingly powerful beam of destruction that surged toward Kakashi. The brilliance it emitted was blinding, and the shockwave threatened to engulf Kakashi. Just then a violently surging water dragon vortex appeared, dispersing the beam of destruction. It was the arrival of Ming Ren's squad. Ming Ren and Dahi stayed to fight Jiao Du, while Xiao Ying went to support Lu Wan. On the other side, Fei Duan finished his ritual, his body returning to normal. He was about to leave the forest to support Jiao Du, when Lu Wan, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly sprang up and slashed off Fei Duan's head. At that moment, Fei Duan's body was once again under Lu Wan's control. What a nuisance! Despite his body being controlled, Fei Duan could still move with sheer willpower. He raised a dagger and slowly walked toward Lu Wan. Suddenly his arm was caught by a black thread Lu Wan had set up. Fei Duan looked at his arm in confusion. In an instant, Lu Wan activated the shadow gathering technique, pulling all the black threads adorned with explosive tags toward him through his shadow, firmly attaching them to Fei Duan. Now Fei Duan's body was covered with nearly 100 explosive tags. With a violent tremor of the earth, a deep pit suddenly opened beneath Fei Duan's feet, while his body was suspended in the air by the entangled black threads. Below him lay an abyss. As if sensing something, a strong sense of wrongness flooded Fei Duan's heart. Panicking, he cried out, "What are you doing? Don't! Please don't! I beg you!" At that moment, Lu Wan's previously stern expression turned cold. He took a lighter from his pocket and looked at it. It was a Simasensius lighter. A Sibasensei, I can finally avenge you. Today I will bury this scum alive, trapping him forever deep underground in endless suffering. Lu Wan lit the lighter and gently tossed it toward Fei Duan. With a thunderous explosion, Fei Duan's body was blown to pieces, falling into the abyss below. His head landed at the bottom of the pit, staring up at Lu Wan in terror. From now on he would undergo the baptism of eternal solitude. At the same time, the deer in the forest watched the pit intently, like predators eyeing their prey. Countless rocks and debris tumbled down, burying Fei Duan deep beneath. Lu Wan picked up a Sima's lighter.
Its silver-white surface reflected his dirty face, and he finally broke into a smile. On the other side, Mingren faced Jiaodu. Jiaodu's body had completely transformed from its initial state, now resembling a monstrous multi-headed creature. Mingren gathered chakra, directly forming a Raisin Shuriken. The high-speed rotation of the Raisin Shuriken friction with the air produced a piercing screech that made one's head ache. Jiaodu, being proficient in wind release, naturally discerned the power of Mingren's Raisin Shuriken. He immediately burst forth numerous black threads from his body, charging toward Mingren. The dense black threads resembled human hair, and Jiaodu's body was enveloped by them. However, just as the threads surged toward Mingren at lightning speed, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Before Jiaodu could react, Mingren's silhouette descended from the sky. The Raisin Shuriken was pressed directly against Jiaodu's chest. The moment it touched his body, it violently expanded and spun, producing an even more intense explosive roar at the scene. The power of wind release whipped up a terrifyingly fierce airflow, spinning in place, forming the shape of a giant Rasengan. In an instant, the surrounding trees vanished into nothingness, and a massive crater appeared on the ground. Jiaodu lay within it, the remaining hearts in his body shattered and ruined, with debris strewn everywhere. Mingren crouched on the ground, his face covered in cold sweat. To defeat Jiaodu, in a single blow, Mingren had poured a vast amount of chakra into the Raisin Shuriken to enhance its power. Now exhausted, he crouched in place to rest. Chutian stepped forward, her eyes filled with deep concern as she looked at Mingren's arm. His arm bore severe lacerations, apparently from the backlash of the Raisin Shuriken. Chutian was heartbroken. Soon Xiaoying also returned, and the team withdrew to Mai. The rays of the setting sun fell upon Zirahong and Liyuan's faces, but instead of warmth, they illuminated the reddened corners of Hong's eyes, dark circles from sleepless nights, and Liyuan's low spirits. That day Liyuan declared that he would carry on as Samaz will take care of Zirahong and the child in her womb, and decided to take her as his disciple. My hospital. Mingren's arm was wrapped in bandages. He had never expected his own technique to harm him, and this experience provided him with valuable lessons. Xiaoying and Chutian sat beside him. Xiaoying applied medical ninjutsu to accelerate the healing of Mingren's wounds, while Chutian never left the ward, guarding Mingren day and night.
Xiaoying, thank you for your hard work, providing so much help to Mingren, unlike me who can't do anything.
Kyushin's voice gradually faded.
Not at all, Chutian, don't think like that. Your abilities are completely different from mine. You're invaluable in reconnaissance. And if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to pinpoint Kakashi Sensei's location and provide timely support.
Sensing Kyushin's thoughts, Xiaoying glanced at Mingren, her heart slightly unsettled. She comforted Chutian with a few words, and then left the ward.
Yes, Chutian, don't blame yourself. We are comrades. We shouldn't measure our bond by contributions in any single matter.
Seeing Mingren's gentle expression, Chutian felt a bit embarrassed. She turned her head to hide her blushing face. Mingren was truly a very, very, very good person. He had resolved so many great troubles on his own, yet he still considered the feelings of his teammates. Somehow, being by Mingren's side gave her a strong sense of security. No matter how formidable the opponent, as long as Mingren was there, it greatly boosted Kyushin's courage. In a dim room, Yuan lay on a hospital bed. His body was in a very poor state. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face drenched in sweat. It seemed the reincarnation ritual had to be performed urgently. Suddenly a bolt of lightning pierced through the door, striking directly at Yuan. His eyes sharpened, and in desperation he blocked the lightning with his hands. His hands were pierced through. Yuan was at his weakest. Who would choose this moment to attack him? The door slowly opened, and the intruder was none other than Zuoju. On Zuozu's left cheek was the curse mark left by Yuan, now glowing with a red light.
Zuoju, what are you doing?
Though Yuan had anticipated this day, he never expected it to coincide with his most vulnerable moment. Zuoju said coldly.
I know you've been preparing to take over my body. I haven't completed my plan yet, so I won't die by your hands. Today it's either you or me.
Suiju adjusted his stance and thrust the Kusanagi sword toward Dashuin's throat. Dashuin was not one to surrender easily. His body rapidly swelled and extended, and within seconds he transformed into a massive white-scaled snake. His face became a ferocious half-human half-snake visage with sharp fangs and an opening for venom spitting. Zuozu's eyes trembled slightly. Looking closely, Dashuin's body was composed of countless small white snakes piled together, dense and horrifying. Then those small snakes separated from Dashuin's body and swarmed towards Zuiju. Zuiju could only slash and cut, slash and cut, slash and cut. He soon eliminated all the small snakes. Though they couldn't harm him, their sheer numbers cost him considerable time. Just as Zuiju was momentarily distracted, Dashuin opened his gaping maw and swallowed Zuiju whole. The space inside Dashuin's belly was vast with stifling humid air. Zuiju activated his Sharingan to see the surroundings. There inside Dashuin's abdomen were many human bodies wrapped in snake-like muscular structures, with only their faces exposed.
So these are the bodies you've reincarnated through.
At that moment, countless fleshy tendrils surged towards Zuiju, enveloping him, gradually forming a structure similar to those bodies. Dashuin prepared to perform the reincarnation ritual on Zuiju from within his body. After a long while, Yaoshi Do appeared in the dark corridor, observing the situation in the room. Zuiju stood there unharmed, then slowly walked out, passing directly before Do's eyes, as if he hadn't seen him. Do felt a chill in the air and shuddered.
Has the reincarnation ritual succeeded? He asked tentatively.
Zuiju heard the question, but said nothing, merely glancing at Do. Instantly Do's consciousness was trapped in a genjutsu. He saw in a pitch-black environment a group of black snakes surrounding Zuiju, with Dashuin's body tightly bound and the snakes being devoured in reverse by Zuiju. Do was utterly panicked. The mighty Lord Dashuin had been killed by Zuiju. Despite Kabuto having anticipated this outcome, he never expected it to be such an overwhelming and unquestionable victory over Orochimaru. Kabuto's consciousness slowly withdrew from the genjutsu. He collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, greedily gasping for air. Meanwhile, Sasuke's figure had already disappeared into the corridor. The Orochimaru he had followed for so many years was dead just like that, and Kabuto could see no future for himself. His lips trembled slightly.
Everything is about to change. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance.
After defeating Orochimaru, Sasuke began forming his own team, recruiting Suigetsu Hozuki Karen and Yugo into his fold. Yugo was a volatile individual whom only Kimimaro could keep in check. On the very first day Suigetsu and Yugo met, they clashed. But Sasuke in an instant subdued the rampaging Yugo and also restrained Suigetsu. From that moment on, Yugo acknowledged Sasuke. Thus Team Hibi was officially formed. Late at night, in a torrential downpour, Kisame carried the Samehada sword with a corpse hanging from it, the Four Tails Jinchuriki.
Itachi, I hear there's a team called Hibi looking for you. The Akatsuki has been making such big moves for so long that it's only natural many people are watching us,
Itachi said.
But the leader of that Hibi team seems to be an old acquaintance of yours.
Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression changed.
Is it Sasuke? He already has his own organization.
Itachi looked up at the sky. Sasuke, how far have you grown now? In the Hokage's office.
Naruto, your team will search for traces of the Akatsuki, focusing on Itachi and Kisame's whereabouts,
Tsunade ordered.
Leave it to me. It'll definitely defeat those who disrupt peace,
Naruto said. Tsunade nodded, then looked at Hinata and Sakura.
Hinata, Sakura, your abilities are more supportive. Protect yourselves while giving Naruto as much help as possible. Yes.
Naruto and the others quickly vanished, tracking outside the village. Kakashi also sent a ninja dog to assist in the pursuit. Along the way, Sakura suddenly said,
Naruto, I'm a little scared.
Naruto and Hinata both looked at Sakura.
In the battle against Kakuzu, even Kakashi Sensei almost died at his hands. With my strength, I'm afraid.
Hinata didn't say anything, but she felt much the same as Sakura. Both of them harbored self-doubt and fear of the Akatsuki. If Naruto became embroiled in a fierce battle, Hinata and Sakura would struggle to protect themselves. They feared that instead of helping him, they would only hold him back.
I told you I'll protect you.
Naruto's firm reply reassured Sakura, but she couldn't help feeling some worry.
But this is our mission. Even if you weren't with me, you'd still face danger. Don't worry anymore. Okay, I understand. I won't say that anymore. I'll do my best to help. Naruto, you don't have to shoulder all our safety. You need to protect yourself too,
Hinata said softly. Naruto looked at Hinata and then flashed a handsome smile.
I will, Hinata.
Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she continued moving forward. Suddenly, she saw a figure ahead.
Naruto, there's someone up ahead.
At the same time, the ninja dog let out a warning bark. Naruto and the other two immediately stopped and stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared before them.
Kabuto Yakushi. We meet again, Naruto.
Kabuto took off his hat, and only then did Naruto clearly see his face. The left half of his face had turned into pale white snake scales. Naruto was stunned. What had happened to Kabuto's face?
I assume you've heard that Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke. In pursuit of a more perfect self, I transplanted some of Orochimaru's cells. Now those cells have taken over a third of my body.
With that, Kabuto rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the same pale white snake scale skin.
You're insane. Aren't you afraid that Orochimaru's cells will completely devour your body?
Kabuto laughed a wild laugh.
Afraid? Of course I am. Since the transplant, I've tossed and turned every night, afraid my body will be consumed. But when I think that if I overcome Orochimaru's cells and become a new, stronger self, I feel incredibly excited and happy. What do you think? Will I overcome Orochimaru?
Kabuto's mental state seemed somewhat manic, sending chills down Sakura and Hinata's spines.
That's none of my concern. First tell me, what's your purpose for being here? How cold-hearted, Naruto. You don't even care about your former senior. That breaks my heart. I can't be sure of your stance.
Naruto's attitude was ice cold. If he were alone, he might have chatted a bit more with Kabuto, but now, with Hinata and Sakura by his side, any harm that came to them would outweigh any benefit.
Your attitude is a bit hurtful, but I'm not here to cause trouble. On the contrary, I'm here to help you.
With that, Kabuto pulled an intelligence scroll from his pocket.
This is some intelligence on the Akatsuki left behind by Orochimaru. It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you.
Kabuto tossed the scroll to Naruto, and then vanished with a technique. Hinata's heart took a long time to calm down. Only after Kabuto left the scroll and disappeared did she accept that he hadn't come to declare war. The half-human, half-snake chakra appeared especially eerie in her eyes. This was the source of Hinata's fear. Naruto opened the scroll. It listed the abilities of various Akatsuki members recorded by Orochimaru, including Itachi, Uchiha Kisame, Hoshigaki, Hiden, Kakuzu, Sasori, Deidara, and others. However, the abilities of Pain and Tobi were not recorded. Naruto looked at the information on Hiden's ability, feeling conflicted. If he had obtained this intelligence earlier, Shikamaru's mentor Asuma would not have died so easily. But reality often disappoints. In the forest, Deidara and Tobi encountered Sasuke. Deidara stared intently at Sasuke's eyes.
Tobi, these eyes look just like Itachi's. Isn't that obvious? He's Sasuke Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Of course they look alike.
Tobi's tone sounded playful, but also aggressive. However, the volatile Deidara didn't get angry. He still looked at Sasuke seriously.
Hey, why did you suddenly block us?
Sasuke did not recognize Deidara, nor did he recognize Tobi, as he had been immersed in training for the past 2 years, hardly interacting with the outside world. However, Sasuke recognized the cloud-patterned black robes worn by Deidara and Tobi, the same as those worn by Itachi before the uniform of the Akatsuki organization. That was why he stopped Deidara.
"Where is Uchiha Itachi?"
Sasuke came straight to the point. But his cold attitude greatly displeased Deidara.
"TCH, who do you think you are? Blocking my way so rudely without even an apology, and then demanding an answer from me. Why should I tell you?"
Deidara fired off a series of accusations. A glint of cold light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Tobi shuddered beside him and tugged at Deidara's sleeve.
"This kid is creepy. Maybe we should bail."
Deidara paid no heed. Anyone who displeased him must appreciate his art. Deidara extended his hands, and the 2 mouths on his palms spat out clay, continuously scattering it on the ground. In no time the clay gathered into monstrous shapes. One of them turned into a flying dragon circling in the air surrounding Sasuke. Sasuke quickly distanced himself from these clay bombs, but the clay dragon pursued relentlessly with great speed. Sasuke did not use Flying Thunder God to evade, so his speed was not very fast. Deidara directed the clay dragon to pounce ahead of Sasuke. Sasuke dodged in an instant. The dragon crashed into the ground, blasting a circular crater. The standing clay monsters chased closely behind, occasionally exploding 1 or 2. Tobi warned,
"Deidara, conserve your clay. He's wearing you down." "I know, Tobi." "Stay back. I don't want to hurt you."
"Got it." With that, Tobi leaped to a tree in the distance, watching the scene unfold. Several clay doll monsters had caught up to Sasuke. He drew his Kusanagi blade, and with a swift swing, he cleaved a clay doll in 2. Yet the damaged clay reassembled on the spot, forming 2 smaller clay dolls that lunged at Sasuke again. Sasuke continued his strikes. After several rounds, the clay had split into hundreds of pieces.
"So this white substance only stops splitting when it explodes."
In an instant, Sasuke was surrounded layer by layer. The clay bombs charged at him almost simultaneously, swelling violently and exploding mid-charge. A thick cloud of dust rose. Tobi watched from afar.
"Oh dear, he can't dodge that now."
As the smoke cleared, craters ringed the area, but Sasuke had vanished. Deidara searched everywhere.
"Impossible. How could he evade my all-directional attack?"
Sasuke's figure appeared behind a nearby tree. He hadn't been out in a long time, and hadn't had time to mark Flying Thunder God points. Besides, in this forest, there was nothing worth marking.
"Chidori stream."
Lightning from the Chidori surged along the Kusanagi blade, forming a slender bolt that stabbed toward Deidara. But Deidara stood on a giant clay bird soaring into the sky to evade.
"Arrogant brat, just like Itachi."
Sasuke's brow furrowed at the mention of Itachi's name. Deidara brought his hand to his mouth, chewed a large amount of clay, and then spat it out. The clay formed a doll-shaped figure that plummeted down. The doll rapidly expanded, soon becoming a colossal version of Deidara himself, dozens of meters tall.
"Now, little mouse, can you dodge this?" "Tobi, take cover,"
Deidara shouted into the distance.
"Don't worry, I'm already safe,"
Tobi replied from afar. Seeing Tobi in a secure spot, Deidara unleashed his jutsu freely. The giant Deidara clone spotted Sasuke and reached out to grab him. Its hand was so massive that it covered a wide area, leaving Sasuke unable to escape. Staring at the enormous Deidara clone, Sasuke's heart stirred with unease. If this giant bomb exploded, he wasn't sure he would survive. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He could not die here. He must live, find Itachi, and complete his revenge. His pupils tightened as the tomo intertwined and transformed into a 6-pointed star pattern. Instantly, a ring of purple chakra formed around Sasuke, coalescing into an armor-like skeleton with black markings. The ribs enveloped and protected him.
What is that?
Deidara wondered. The next moment, the armored arm of Susanoo pried Deidara's hand open, allowing Sasuke to escape.
Interesting, very interesting. You have so many tricks. You're truly a formidable ninja.
Deidara's spirits soared, finally an opponent on equal footing after so long. For years every battle had ended in decisive victory. No one understood his loneliness and boredom. He had painstakingly developed clay ninjutsu, yet no one ever endured his ultimate technique. But today that move might be usable.
Sasuke, this technique was originally meant for your brother, but it seems he'll have to use it on you.
Deidara muttered to himself. The giant Deidara clone dissolved into a puff of smoke, and Deidara rode his bird to face Sasuke. Sasuke retreated several meters under pressure. Deidara shed his cloud-patterned black robe, revealing his body covered in fissures. At the center of his chest was a strange circular seal. Tobi suddenly panicked.
Deidara, what are you doing? Don't use that move, you'll die.
Deidara smiled faintly.
Tobi, stay far away. This is my choice. I am willing to dedicate my life to art. Sasuke, prepare to appreciate my finest masterpiece. See zero self-detonation.
Sasuke's eyes sharpened, sensing danger. Tobi immediately activated Kamui, teleporting his body to a distant location. Deidara shouted almost maniacally.
Art is an explosion.
A piercing sound rang in Sasuke's ears, and the intense light blinded him. The environment around Deidara seemed to be utterly annihilated by an invisible force. Ring after ring of trees decayed into ash, the clouds above were pushed far away, and waves of heat radiated across the ground. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion swept across the entire forest, leaving a desolate landscape scorched within a 10-mile radius. In a moment of crisis, Sasuke summoned the serpent of 1,000 snakes, hiding within its body to withstand the blow without sustaining fatal injuries, only leaving a few marks on his body. However, the serpent was not so fortunate. It absorbed all the damage as a meat shield, and was completely obliterated. At the Konoha Barbecue Tavern it was the weekend, and the place was bustling with far more people than usual. Tsunade held a bottle of beer, her red manicured nails glaringly conspicuous, while her fair face bore a troubled expression. I think you shouldn't go to such a dangerous place. Jiraiya's mood was also not high. He coughed and said, you know, among the Konoha ninjas now, I am the only one qualified and still have time to undertake this mission. I have a slim chance of survival, while others would surely perish. Tsunade frowned tightly, saying, but I don't want you to take that risk. I have a bad feeling about this. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya's expression became quite comical as he leaned closer to her and said, you don't actually have feelings for me, do you? What are you even talking about at this time? Don't worry, you can bet on my death. According to your luck, I will definitely survive. Tsunade remained silent, only gazing at Jiraiya, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiraiya stood up and said, a man grows significantly after being rejected. The last time you turned me down, I resolved to train in ninjutsu, which resulted in the current legendary Jiraiya. If I can return safely, will you promise me? Jiraiya hesitated, looking into Tsunade's eyes. Promise you what? Promise me to be my bride. Jiraiya's gaze was resolute. He was not joking. He truly wished to marry Tsunade, a thought he had cherished since he first met her as a child. Tsunade was stunned, her pupils trembling, her heart shaking greatly. Despite knowing that Jiraiya had liked her for many years, when he repeated these words, an unprecedented emotion stirred within her. The man before her appeared extraordinarily grand. Seeing that Tsunade had not responded for a long time, Jiraiya turned to leave, having experienced too many rejections to feel surprised, even if it was Tsunade. Tsunade reached out her hand, saying, wait. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya turned back, his heart hopeful for Tsunade's response. I will wait for you to come back and marry me. Tears streamed down Tsunade's cheeks, and Jiraiya felt a pang in his heart. He rushed back to embrace Tsunade, shedding tears that she could not see. Tsunade's arms slowly wrapped around Jiraiya's, and he choked out this embrace I have waited for half my life. Tsunade did not reply, only holding him tighter. Jiraiya savored the moment while being engulfed in memories. The first time he met Tsunade, he formed Team 7 with Orochimaru. At that time Hiruzen Sarutobi was still in his prime, full of vigor. Later, due to an accident, Jiraiya summoned the Toads and began his training. As he grew up, the great Toad Sage foretold that he would have a disciple who would change the world. During this period the world was in turmoil, and the Third Great Ninja War had just begun. Jiraiya encountered war orphans Yahiko Nagato and Konan during a mission and took them as his apprentices. The four relied on each other, supporting one another through warm times. Jiraiya noticed Nagato's Rinnegan and believed he was the prophesied child who would change the world. However, not long after Jiraiya returned to Konoha, he received news of the deaths of Yahiko and the others, leaving him heartbroken. Later he took a new disciple, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. With Minato's crucial contributions, the Land of Fire achieved victory in the war, bringing peace to Konoha and greatly contributing to the strength of the Land of Fire. At this time Jiraiya thought perhaps Minato was the prophesied child. But soon after, Minato died young during the sealing of the Nine Tails. Jiraiya fell into confusion, wondering who the prophesied child truly was. Years later, when he saw Naruto, he felt as though he had found the prophesied child, but this time he dared not speculate boldly, fearing Naruto might follow the same tragic path as Nagato and Minato. Thus he buried this hope in his heart, and devoted all his efforts to teaching Naruto ninjutsu solely for the purpose of ensuring Naruto could protect himself. At this moment, he was about to embark on a new journey to seek out and eliminate the leader of the Akatsuki organization. In Amagakure, Jiraiya's cheeks flushed as he held a cup of sake, gathering intelligence from a voluptuous woman sitting across from him. He learned that Pain was indeed the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain's strength was formidable, having even defeated the once invincible Hanzo of the Salamander. Jiraiya searched for Pain's whereabouts and arrived at a place resembling an industrial factory filled with numerous smoking chimneys. At that moment Konan was hiding in the shadows, observing Jiraiya's actions. Jiraiya did not use his true appearance, but disguised himself as a rain ninja. As he examined the layout of the room, a large amount of white paper began to float down from above. The white paper seemed to have a life of its own, flying toward Jiraiya's body, sticking to him piece by piece, until he was completely covered. At this point Jiraiya had transformed into a white puppet, while in front of him, the gathered white paper gradually became transparent, turning black and blue, eventually transforming into the figure of Konan. Before Jiraiya could speak, Konan's hand converged into a long paper spear ready to pierce through Jiraiya's chest in one swift motion. At that moment the shadow behind Jiraiya suddenly moved. Jiraiya's body, like a piece of paper, slowly lifted off the shadow, and his form rapidly expanded back to its original size. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. A blazing fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, and Konan immediately raised her origami as a shield and retreated to evade. The fireball's attack power was immense, crashing into the wall behind Konan and exploding into thick black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Konan's figure materialized in place. Her body appeared to shatter and reassemble, her eyes still resembling white origami, looking rather peculiar. Konan's voice, filled with magnetism and charm, echoed, "So it's the Toad confrontation technique." Jiraiya observed the appearance of the other party, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with the admiration of a teacher for his student. "You've become sharper in your ninjutsu execution, and it seems you've matured into an adult, Konan." "Humph." Konan let out a cold snort, her demeanor icy, seemingly unwilling to engage in much conversation with her former teacher. Her body floated in the air, as a large expanse of white paper gathered behind her, rapidly forming a pair of angelic wings. Jiraiya's tone turned sharper.
You transformed paper into wings. Do you really think this makes you an angel? What purpose does this form serve?
Conan replied coldly.
This is a command from God to kill you.
She slightly tilted her head, and Jiraiya suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Almost simultaneously, countless blade-like pieces of paper shot from Conan's wings, raining down upon Jiraiya. Without hesitation, he spewed a fireball to block her attack. The two forces collided in midair, generating a rolling wave of heat, the flames illuminating the pitch-black room, making it hard to discern who was winning. Gradually, it seemed that Jiraiya's fire style was beginning to falter, as the white paper on Conan appeared to be increasing, showing no signs of diminishing. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and immediately dodged to the side. The moment the fireball vanished, paper blades fell like raindrops to the ground, shaking the earth and stirring up dust. Jiraiya turned and spat out a toad oil bomb at Conan. Still absorbed in her offensive, she was caught off guard and ended up covered in toad oil.
In battle you must not only attack, but also learn to defend. It seems you haven't made much progress in that regard.
Jiraiya immediately formed hand seals.
Lion's mane technique.
His white hair rapidly extended, as if alive, accurately, and swiftly flying towards Conan, biting her body. Conan struggled to break free, but found it impossible due to the combined effects of the toad oil and the lion's mane technique. Jiraiya did not rush to attack.
You've always loved origami since you were little, and now your most proficient ninjutsu also relies on folding paper. Conan, you are the gentlest and most understanding one among these children. What about Nagato and Yahiko? Is the news of their deaths false? In reality, you're all doing well, aren't you? Honestly, when I heard about your deaths, I was very saddened. After all, I taught you the skills to survive. As your teacher, I had long considered you all family in this perilous world. But after so many years, you didn't even greet me before attacking. It truly breaks my heart.
Conan remained expressionless, her gaze cold. After a few seconds, she said,
Teacher, you have no idea what we've been through since then. I truly do not understand, but that does not justify your choice to join Akatsuki. What you are doing now is no different from those warmongers who instigated the Ninja World War back then. The actions of Akatsuki are wrong.
Jiraiya said somewhat angrily.
That was our choice.
A cold, unfamiliar voice rang out from nearby. Turning to the source of the voice, Jiraiya saw a man with long hair and a few black markings on his face. What shocked him the most was that the man had a pair of Rinnegan. The newcomer was Pain's animal path, skilled in summoning techniques, capable of controlling summoned beasts with his ocular power, and what his eyes saw could be shared with Nagato's eyes.
How did you obtain those eyes?
Pain's animal path was unwilling to answer any of Jiraiya's questions and directly initiated a summoning technique. With a loud boom, a giant red-shelled crab burst through the wall. The hell crab spewed forth a massive amount of foam, rushing towards Jiraiya like ocean waves. Jiraiya quickly leaped, sticking to the wall, while being forced to release the binding ninjutsu on Conan. The foam covered the entire floor of the room, resembling an ocean of bubbles.
Conan, you should leave first, I'll handle him next. What an impolite fellow.
Jiraiya's hair instantly expanded, the spiky ends swiftly extending to tightly bind the hell crab, while the long hair, like blades capable of cutting through immense stone, constricted tightly, shattering the hell crab's shell, causing it to vanish in a puff of smoke. As he instantly killed the hell crab, the long hair swiftly bound Pain's animal path's body.
What happened to Yahiko?
Jiraiya asked, now sensing a bad premonition. Pain's animal path pondered.
There was indeed someone by that name before, but he died a long time ago.
Jiraiya was taken aback. Yahiko is dead.
In this place many people die every day, and people often fall into sadness and despair because of it. But for me, every death is an opportunity for growth. You are merely a mortal. How could you understand the thoughts of a god? My goal is to stop this world filled with chaos and conflict to create a peaceful world in my own way. In any case, you are already a dying man, so I might as well tell you the purpose of Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts. I intend to gather all the tailed beasts to create a new forbidden technique, a technique that could destroy any nation, making the world feel pain, thereby awakening the desire for peace within people's hearts that is the duty of a god.
Suddenly Pain's animal path activated the body replacement technique, and his bound body instantly transformed into a block of wood. On the other side a giant dark green chameleon appeared. Jiraiya smirked and jumped over.
You truly underestimate me.
In an instant a massive cloud of white smoke exploded. A gigantic red toad appeared out of thin air, its brows curved like bull horns, holding a shield in its left hand and a thorny weapon in its right.
Jiraiya, you know I'm the most cowardly toad in Mount Myaboku,
said the toad. Jiraiya smiled slightly.
Of course, I know you are the most timid toad in Myaboku. Yet when it comes to a real fight, you are the one who is most reckless, Toad Gama. Do you think I want to fight? I'm just afraid of dying.
Jiraiya scratched his eyes, revealing 2 red lines on his face, then clasped his hands together.
Activate Sage Mode. No way using this technique so early.
Toad Gama was somewhat confused, as this was one of Jiraiya's trump cards, indicating that the enemy before them must be incredibly formidable. Thinking of this, Toad Gama couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed the upcoming battle would be an unprecedented hard fight. Jiraiya pressed his palms together.
Gamaken, I need to summon the 2 great sages. My hands cannot part during this time. You must buy me time.
Gamaken broke into a cold sweat.
So we're calling in those 2. I'm not sure I can hold out. Let's give it our all. Sai, it's our only choice.
The chameleon summoned by the animal path suddenly turned invisible, while Jiraiya leaped high, forming hand seals with his feet, and whipping his long hair around to perform a technique that could sense the enemy's location. At that moment, the animal path summoned a hellhound that lunged at Jiraiya. Gamaken seized the opportunity, hurling his fork and pinning the hellhound to the wall. But after a few agonized howls, the hellhound split into multiple copies, each appearing more ferocious than the last. After several attacks, dozens of hellhounds surrounded Gamaken.
I don't know where you keep finding these summoning beasts, but each one is uglier than the last.
Jiraiya swiftly performed a summoning jutsu, bringing forth the stomach of the rock-sleeping toad, which engulfed all the hellhounds. The inner walls of the rock-sleeping toad's stomach tightly adhered to the hellhounds, greedily absorbing their vitality. The hellhound screamed in agony before falling silent. As Pain regained his senses, he noticed that Jiraiya and Gamaken had vanished. He raised an eyebrow.
Did they flee?
Simultaneously, the chameleon beneath him became visible. Just then Gamaken appeared from behind and drove his fork into Pain's position. But it turned out to be a shadow clone. Immediately, a grotesque yellow-green Yata no Karasu swooped down at Jiraiya. Gamaken hastily blocked the attack with his shield. Jiraiya was startled, then quickly leaped off Gamaken and sprinted into a pipe. He unleashed a fire-style technique, engulfing the Yata no Karasu in flames and annihilating it instantly.
No matter how many summoning beasts you have, they're nothing but low-grade trash. Surely you have none left now,
Jiraiya taunted. But the next moment a massive black creature, an enormous rhinoceros, appeared on the ground. Almost instantly Gamaken descended from above, landing squarely on the rhinoceros and crushing it. Pain suddenly sensed danger. He peered into the darkness. Jiraiya slowly emerged with 2 toads perched on his shoulders, like demons from the underworld, exuding an overwhelming aura. Even Pain, who normally regarded himself as a god, felt a flicker of fear.
Why do you keep using summoning jutsu? Do you look down on me?
Jiraiya was puzzled. Nagato had mastered all elemental ninjutsu at a young age, and had a wide array of attack styles, yet he had been relying solely on summoning throughout the fight.
Fukasaku spoke. It seems you've run into serious trouble. Indeed, he possesses the Rinnegan and his abilities are extremely eerie. The Rinnegan, the foremost Kekkeikenkai known as the Eyes of the Six Paths. This is a tough opponent. I have no choice but to trouble you too. Nonsense, Shima said. Ever since you came to Mount Myaboka, Fukasaku, and I have regarded you as family.
Jiraiya's appearance changed. His nose became covered in bumps, and his pupils transformed into those of a toad.
Why did you start fighting him?
Fukasaku asked.
He was once my student, exceptionally gifted. I thought he was the child of prophecy foretold by the great Toad Sage, who would bring about a great revolution. But now he has strayed from the path. So I have decided to eliminate him.
Soon Shima located the chameleon scent and ensnared it with her long tongue. Fukasaku fired a water cannon, instantly killing it.
You killed so many of my summoning beasts. You're a formidable opponent.
The animal path continued summoning. This time he summoned not a giant creature but two other pains, both clad in the same cloud-patterned black robes. Though Jiraiya had questions, he acted without hesitation. He puffed up his cheeks, as did the two sages. Shima expelled a fireball, Fukasaku unleashed a wind-style technique, and Jiraiya spat out toad oil. The three forces converged in midair, interacting to amplify their power.
Sage Argoman!
A devastating shockwave surged toward the enemy. But just before impact, the energy seemed to be absorbed and vanished. The human path suddenly charged forward, attempting close-quarters combat with Jiraiya. Jiraiya was not intimidated. He met the human path with a powerful elbow strike to the face, followed by a kick to the abdomen, sending the opponent crashing to the ground. Both Jiraiya and the two sages sensed the gravity of the situation. Did the enemy have the ability to absorb ninjutsu? If so, this battle would become unprecedentedly dangerous. Jiraiya then hurled a big ball Rasengan, but it too was absorbed by the enemy. In the chaos, Jiraiya launched several attacks at Pain, but the opponent blocked them without even glancing. Every ninjutsu Jiraiya used was neutralized. Jiraiya frowned. How could this be? Even if all three were Sensu-type ninja, they would have blind spots. Yet they knew the direction of his attacks without looking. What was the reason? Fukasaku spoke.
There's a possibility. They are three bodies sharing the same eyes with the ability to share their vision. So if any one of them sees you, the others see the same image.
Sensing danger, Jiraiya vanished instantly and hid inside a pipe.
These three share vision. Taijutsu won't work and ninjutsu gets absorbed. Is Genjutsu the only option? It's worth a try.
Fukasaku and Shima began chanting simultaneously. The sound echoed through the pipe, quickly reaching the three Pains. Taking advantage of their distraction, Jiraiya shot a flame from behind them. As expected, it was absorbed by the hungry ghost path. Immediately, the three Pains fell into a Genjutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya rushed in and stabbed them through the heart. Just as he thought the battle was over, Pain suddenly appeared and sliced off one of Jiraiya's arms. In an instant, 6 Pains stood before him. Jiraiya and the two sages were utterly astonished. There were 6 Pains. Moreover, the 3 Pains they had just slain appeared to have revived,
rising from the dead. Each of them possesses the Rinnegan. Are they even human?
Fukasaku declared gravely. Jiraiya instantly recognized Yahiko among the 6 Pains, his gaze growing fixed. Hadn't Yahiko died? Why was he here? And what about those Rinnegan eyes?
Yahiko! Is that you? Why do you have the Rinnegan?
Jiraiya called out to Yahiko. The other replied coldly,
Yahiko is merely a mortal's name. I am a god.
Jiraiya was torn. He desperately needed to know how Yahiko had come to possess Nagato's eyes. Even if it meant dying together, he had to uncover the truth. At that moment, the animal path suddenly charged forward, attempting a surprise attack. A glint of excitement flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Perfect opportunity. In an instant, Jiraiya activated the toad confinement technique, trapping the animal path inside the rock-sleeping toad's body. To evade the stomach acid, the animal path kept moving, searching for a safe spot. Just then, Jiraiya seized the moment and obliterated it with a Rasengan. But before dying, the animal path extended a black rod from its hand, piercing Jiraiya's arm. Instantly, Jiraiya felt his chakra become wildly turbulent, impossible to concentrate. He suddenly realized his opponent was not Nagato, but a ninja he had encountered on a previous mission.
So these bodies have been modified. Jiraiya, this one can be taken back to Konoha for study. We've already obtained intelligence. I recommend a retreat,
Fukasaku said, and Shima nodded in agreement. Jiraiya hesitated for a few seconds. He yearned for the truth, but now faced a difficult choice. One option was to quit, while ahead take the animal path's corpse back to Konoha for research and learn about pain. The other was to stay, defeat pain, and discover the truth behind Yahiko's eyes.
I want to stay. Our chakra is almost depleted. You'll die.
Shima couldn't understand Jiraiya's decision.
This truth matters to me. I must find out, even if it costs me my life. I appreciate your help. Please return to Mount Myaboku. I'll face them alone. Besides, my current student is Naruto, a guy who never gives up. As his teacher, how can I lose to my own disciple?
Seeing Jiraiya's unwavering resolve, Fukasaku said,
Since you've made up your mind, this old man will accompany you to the very end. Fukasaku, are you mad?
Shima exclaimed.
To accompany a great ninja in fulfilling his strongest will is my honor. Shima, I hope you support us.
Jiraiya was deeply moved by Fukasaku's words. Shima, however, was completely different.
If you're bent on dying, I won't stop you. Don't blame me.
Shima vanished instantly. Jiraiya and Fukasaku felt a pang of disappointment, but fully understood her decision. Then Jiraiya broke the barrier and returned to reality. The other 5 pains were already waiting. Jiraiya prepared to unleash a jutsu, but found his chakra completely unresponsive.
Damn, I can't use ninjutsu.
The next second, the Preta path burst from the water, smashed Jiraiya away, and then stomped him into the ground. Jiraiya was in agony, but unable to mobilize his chakra. He was like a lamb to the slaughter, utterly helpless against the 5 pains. The other pains closed, and each holding a black rod. Jiraiya recognized their faces. So these were all ninjas he had encountered before. Killed on various missions, their corpses now transformed into pains. Jiraiya's heart ached, for this meant Yahiko was truly dead.
Fukasaku, go. I can't win. I want leave. I can't watch you face this alone. He'll die with you.
Fukasaku's unwavering tone moved Jiraiya deeply. But more than anything, it was tragic. Countless memories flooded back, the moments with Yahiko and Nagato, Naruto's passion and focus, and his last meeting with Tsunade. Like a lantern show, they flickered before Jiraiya's eyes. He still had so many attachments to this world. He longed to see Naruto grow, to return to the village, and see Tsunade again. Then the Deva path raised his black rod high, and the other pains followed suit.
Farewell, my pitiful sensei Jiraiya.
The 5 pains thrust their rods into Jiraiya's back simultaneously. Jiraiya closed his eyes, ready to accept death. Suddenly a fierce gust of wind erupted. The pains were puzzled. In an instant their eyes narrowed. Jiraiya's body had vanished. A piercing whistle rang out as a Rasen shuriken descended from the sky, hurtling toward the pains. The Preta path immediately raised a hand and absorbed the Rasengan. But the next second a golden figure appeared and kicked the Preta path away. Then 2 more Rasen shurikens struck the remaining pains. Without the Preta path's absorption ability, the other pains had no defense and were sent flying by the Rasen shurikens.
The human path, Naraka path, and Asura path were killed instantly. The Deva path seized the moment to dodge the lethal blow. If you want to kill Sensei Jiraiya, you'll have to go through me first. Naruto stood tall before the Deva path, his presence overwhelming. Jiraiya's body had been moved to a safe spot by Naruto. Jiraiya was stunned. How had Naruto arrived here? He then spotted Shima on Naruto's shoulder and understood everything. So Shima hadn't abandoned him. She had found Naruto. Fukasaku was in awe. It's Naruto! Jiraiya's heart ached, a torrent of emotion surging. One was his current student, the other his former student. Now they stood face to face. Given Naruto's current strength, he might be able to put up a fight, but victory was far from certain. Despite Naruto's rapid growth over the past 2 years, Jiraiya couldn't guarantee he could defeat Pain. After all, his opponent possessed terrifying eyes. The Deva path was startled when he saw Naruto. His first thought, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had delivered himself. But the next moment, he fell into deep contemplation. Where had Naruto come from? How had he appeared beside Jiraiya in an instant and moved him away? This jutsu felt so familiar. When he snapped back to reality, Naruto was already gone. Jiraiya, along with the corpses of the human path, Asura path, and Naraka path, had vanished completely. In front of Pain, the remnants of battle lay scattered, and Jiraiya's flame still flickered faintly amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, Naruto had already returned to Konoha with Jiraiya. Tendo Pain remained expressionless, but the image of those renegade eyes mirrored the manipulator behind him, Nagato. Nagato was shrouded in darkness, coughing incessantly, the excessive consumption of chakra further exacerbating his already weakened body. I never expected that Naruto could actually snatch Jiraiya from my hands. Konan watched Nagato with a pained expression. She never intended to kill Jiraiya, as she still harbored feelings for him, but letting him go would undoubtedly have a significant impact and hinder the Akatsuki's actions. To her surprise, at the crucial moment, it was Naruto Uzumaki who appeared to save Jiraiya's life. It seems this is fate. I wonder what kind of result this cause will lead to. Konan, do you think we will really see the day of peace? Nagato's state was quite despondent, for the stronger Naruto displayed his vitality, the sharper the blade that stabbed at Nagato's heart became. The goal he yearned to achieve faced such a vibrant obstacle. As soon as Naruto appeared, he swiftly dispatched several Pains. Although there were hints of trickery, the facts spoke for themselves. Pain lost, Nagato lost, and it was a thorough defeat. Konan approached, supporting Nagato's body and wiping away his sweat. You are too exhausted right now to make any decisions. Your outlook has grown extremely negative. Take a break, everything will be fine. Our goal will surely be realized. Nagato looked at Konan, his gaze trembling slightly. Konan, thank you. You are the only one who believes in me, who seems to have nothing now. When that goal appears, you have been with me all the way to today. Nagato, you don't need to say such things, I understand. We grew up together, lived together, executed missions together, and cared for each other to reach this point. You, me, and Yahiko, we share a common will. The reason we have been able to endure until today is to realize the goals in our hearts. We are very close to achieving that now. Just wait a bit longer, and everything will naturally fall into place. You are right, I should rest for a while. In the Konoha medical room, Tsunade extracted the black rod embedded in Jiraiya's arm and channeled chakra to treat him. Shizune watched Tsunade with concern. The injuries Lord Jiraiya suffered were clearly not fatal, so why was Tsunade working so hard to treat him? Since Naruto brought Jiraiya back to Konoha, Tsunade had been treating him for 3 consecutive hours, and the wounds on Jiraiya's body had already healed. Could it be that she wanted to remove his scars as well? Thinking of this, Shizune naturally felt even more respect for Tsunade. After all, she was the 5th Hokage, the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world, and her mentor Tsunade. Her focus and spirit towards medical tasks were worth a lifetime of learning.
With this in mind, Shizune watched Tsunade's actions more seriously, even taking out a notebook to start taking notes. Jiraiya's condition had already improved significantly. He looked at Tsunade and said, all right, I've said it over 100 times already. Am not seriously injured, I haven't damaged my internal organs, nor am I poisoned with any delayed-acting toxin. My body has completely recovered, and I feel full of strength, even having the urge to go for a run.
Shut up, Tsunade said forcefully. Jiraiya knew she was worried about his safety, so he refrained from saying more.
About 10 more minutes passed, and Tsunade finally stopped her movements. She took a towel from Shizune and wiped her face and neck. After more than 3 hours, Tsunade was drenched in sweat. She had examined every detail of Jiraiya's body, and finally confirmed that he was not in any life-threatening danger, allowing her to rest. Seeing Tsunade's attitude soften, Jiraiya pretended to be relaxed and said,
you see, although it was Naruto who brought me back, if he hadn't stopped me, I would have killed that pain long ago.
That Naruto kid really likes to be reckless. I finally had a moment to bask in the glory of being a hero, and he interrupted it. Do you think I should say something to him?
As Jiraiya complained about Naruto, he watched Tsunade's reaction. These words were naturally said by Jiraiya to lighten the mood.
He saw Tsunade lift her gaze, her eyes filled with tears. Jiraiya was taken aback. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly as she said,
do you know that after you left I really made a bet with myself just like you said?
Even though I always lose when I gamble, I still do not want to reveal that outcome.
Jiraiya,
so you bet that I would come back alive?
Tsunade said nothing, merely nodding, a tear rolling down her cheek. The atmosphere fell into silence for a few seconds before Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he doubled over.
Tsunade, thoroughly confused, asked,
what are you laughing at?
Jiraiya held his stomach, his abs feeling a bit sore. Of course, having abs did not mean they were visible.
It means your Tsunadeheim is about to turn her luck around. To actually win a bet, it seems fate doesn't want me to leave you, but rather to return and marry. Marry? Marry what? Shizune was momentarily stunned. She felt a wave of confusion. Lord Jiraiya wouldn't actually say that, would he?
In the next second, she was sent out of the room by Tsunade. Even though the door was closed, Shizune could still clearly hear the voices from inside. Boom! Suddenly the sound of something shattering echoed from inside the room. Shizune jumped in fright, and hurriedly opened the door, rushing in. She saw Jiraiya's bed split in half by Tsunade, while Jiraiya crouched in the corner trembling. Seeing Shizune come in, Tsunade elegantly retracted her wrist, and sat on another intact bed, revealing a gentle smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. At first glance, she looked so gentle that it was hard to believe she was the one who could split the bed with a punch. Jiraiya awkwardly smiled at Shizune from the corner. Earlier, Jiraiya had intended to say something about marrying Tsunade, and Tsunade had been very excited and eager, waiting for Jiraiya to say those words. But Jiraiya suddenly decided to change his mind. He said,
wait for me to come back and marry you to enrich my novel's plot.
Tsunade couldn't handle being the subject of such a joke. With a slap, she aimed for Jiraiya's precious area. Her momentum was absolutely serious. If Jiraiya hadn't activated his substitution technique in time, his happiness for the rest of his life would have truly been ruined. It must be said that Gangsho was truly a formidable person in every sense. Where was she formidable? When angered, she would even trick herself. Before Ziyi could successfully marry Gangsho, he nearly suffered a crippling blow from her slap. He began to worry about his future life. If he truly married Gangsho, he would have to be utterly obedient, maintain an impeccable attitude, and never utter a single word she disliked. Otherwise, the outcome would be death. In 2 words, eunuch. Yet the greatness of love lies in the fact that even if the path behind it is fraught with peril, countless people still rush forward, like moths, to a flame, recklessly pursuing it. As an artist who had traveled the world, Ziyi's mindset had long differed from others. He had witnessed the vicissitudes of life's seen splendor and prosperity, and understood freedom. Now he wished to live differently, to find a restraint for himself, and to settle down as a devoted family man.
Jiraiya, I'm sorry, I got a bit worked up just now.
Hearing Gang Shou's words, Jiraiya quickly stood up and waved his hand, saying,
Not at all, don't say that. I was disrespecting the position of the Hokage. Such words should not be spoken in this setting.
Gang Shou let out a cold laugh.
It seems you haven't learned your lesson unless you're beaten.
Jiraiya froze, then without a second thought he pushed open the door and dashed out, brushing past Jing-Yin. Jing-Yin stood frozen in bewilderment. The next second Gang Shou clenched her fists and chased after him.
It'll teach you to be glib. Ouch. Still being glib. I was wrong. Next time. Next time, definitely. Next time he'll do it again. Hawk, come hit me, wife. Who are you calling wife? You're asking for death, Jiraiya.
Cries of pain and curses filled the air, but Jing-Yin smiled, understanding Gang Shou's true feelings. Though she appeared fierce on the surface, her heart was softer than anyone's. At Mingren's home. After rescuing Jiraiya, Mingren went to the noodle house for a large bowl of ramen. Now content and satisfied, he returned home and pushed open the door.
Dad, you won't believe it. Today I saved Jiraiya Sensei and even killed a few of the pain.
Pain.
Impressive.
A slightly aged voice came. Mingren paused. Not Dad. Looking closely, he saw the first Hokage Qianshou Zhu Jian, the second Hokage Qianshou Fei Jian, the third Hokage Yuan Fei Rijan, and the fourth Hokage Bo Feng Shui Men, all gathered in the spacious living room. They were all smiling at Mingren, and in their midst were they playing poker. For Hokage came to his house to play cards.
Not. Jiraiya Sensei has been searching for traces of the Shao organization outside, and he even fought with their leader Pain, nearly dying out there. If it weren't for Sherma Sage of Miaomu Mountain notifying me in time, I might not have been able to save him. And you guys are playing poker here. Is there no justice, no law, no?
Mingren was about to say the word shame, but swallowed it back, considering that the four Hokage were highly respected in the Land of Fire. Out of respect, he thought it better not to say it. Still, his expression was far from pleasant. Even though he knew these Hokage couldn't easily show themselves, seeing Jiraiya covered in wounds, and then the Hokage leisurely playing cards ignited a smoldering anger within Mingren.
Oh, the little fox cub is angry,
Fei Jian said, holding his cards. This nickname had come to him during card games with Shui Men over the past 2 years. After all, the relationship between Jiao Wei and Mingren had improved greatly, with Jiao Wei often offering advice, and most importantly constantly providing boundless chakra for Mingren to squander. In Fei Jian's view, Jiao Wei's contribution to Mingren was more than a biological father's, it even surpassed it. Shui Men was initially resistant, but soon he came around. He saw no need to argue with a tail beast over such a triviality. Moreover, he agreed with Fei Jian's opinion and acknowledged Jiao Wei's efforts, so he humorously accepted the nickname. Mingren was clearly displeased. What fox cub? Your whole family are fox cubs. My father is the fourth Hokage, my teacher is one of the San, and my teacher's teacher is the third Hokage, and my teacher's teacher's teacher is the first and second Hokage. In terms of lineage, am a purebred candidate for Hokage. Even purer than Mu Yiwan. At that moment, Zhu Jian noticed Mingren's discontent. He quickly walked over and patted Mingren's shoulder like a kindly elder.
Brother, look at the name you gave him. Mingren is destined to become the strongest Hokage. He will surpass both you and me. Jiao Wei only plays a supporting role. What truly matters is Mingren himself. In my opinion, Mingren shouldn't be called Fox Cub, but rather...
Zhu Jian paused for a few seconds. Mingren looked up at him, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Then Zhu Jian slapped his thigh.
He should be called Fox Immortal.
Ming Ren's eyes nearly rolled to the back of his head. Shui Min awkwardly covered his face. The third Hokage turned away to stifle his laughter, while the second roared with laughter.
Brother, not to criticize, but your naming skills aren't much better than mine.
Zhu Jian was unfazed by Fei Jian's words.
Nonsense, mine has meaning. Fox represents Jiu Wei, and Immortal represents Ming Ren. Over these 2 years Ming Ren trained at Miaomu Mountain, and when he emerges, he will become an immortal. And coincidentally, Ming Ren's name contains the character person. So this name is not only not bad, but exceptionally brilliant, even surpassing the title of 6 Paths Immortal.
Yuan Fei Rijan could no longer hold back. He buried his face under the table, shaking uncontrollably. Shui Min immediately got up to prepare some fruit for everyone. Fei Jian laughed so hard he nearly fell over, but to uphold his elder brother's dignity, he tried to feign seriousness and nod in agreement. Seeing Fei Jian's strained expression, Rijan's shaking grew even more violent. Ming Ren wore a bitter expression. Was he under a jinjutsu? When had the Hokage become so full of jokes? Even though Zhu Jian was the one performing Fei Jian, and Rijan beside him didn't look much better. Was he still in the same country? Had he come to the wrong place? Ming Ren walked straight out, closed the door, counted to 5 in his mind, then opened the door, and came back. Zhu Jian and the others were still in the same poses. A weight seemed to lift from Ming Ren's heart. No mistake, it was real. The Hokage he had revered and admired since childhood, he had always imagined them to be stern and serious. But now it seemed that Hokage were also human with their own emotions and desires. Some might even be fools. And the key was that this fool might be the most respected person in the village. In the following days, the village of Mai enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, producing a soft whisper, and smiles adorned the faces of people on the streets. With the sound of boots hitting the ground, several Mai patrol jonin assembled in front of a redrift building.
Reconnaissance complete. As before, no abnormalities detected. Good work. The weather is really nice today. After finishing our duties, how about fishing by the pond? I'd rather not. The novel I'm following is releasing a new chapter, and I've arranged to meet the bookstore owner this afternoon. Oh, when did you become so studious? Back at the Ninja Academy you never showed such thirst for knowledge. I recall you were the one who always skipped class to go fishing with me. You too have the nerve to say that. I was the one who signed you at every time. Where's the gratitude? After all these years, I haven't seen a single thank you. What gratitude? Isn't it your duty to sign me in? You're truly shameless. Enough bickering, you lot. As your captain, I decree we head to the 2nd floor of the office building for a game of poker. Those who know the ropes buy the liquor. And remember, no using the Bikugan. All right.
On the streets of Mai, a young couple walked hand in hand, smiling, as they approached a candied hawthorn shop. A little girl, spotting the candied hawthorn in the girl's hand, swallowed a gulp of saliva, and ran toward an elderly woman carrying a vegetable basket not far away.
Grandma, I want a candied hawthorn. Eating too many will give you cavities. Then your parents will blame me.
The little girl clung to the old woman's arm, wheedling.
I want it, I really want it. Please, please.
The old woman shook her head with a sigh, her eyes full of indulgence.
Fine, just one. Yay.
The streets of Mai were a picture of happiness. On the 2nd floor of the Ninja Administrative Building, the jonin from earlier gathered around a table holding playing cards, with several chunin watching nearby. The game was similar to modern, old-made. Roughly one small joker is removed from the deck. Each player draws a card from another's hand. Whenever a pair is formed, they discard it onto the table. The number of cards in hand steadily decreases until only one big joker remains. The player left holding the big joker loses.
One jonin exclaimed excitedly. All right, this is the decisive round. The loser buys the drinks. He handed the cards to a ninja from the Hyuga clan whose hand hovered in the air uncertain which to choose. Suddenly veins bulged at the corner of his eye as he activated the Byakugan. The ninja handing the card shot up in anger. Hey! Didn't we agree no Byakugan? That's cheating. The Hyuga ninja flinched at the outburst, while the onlookers burst into laughter, the scene brimming with lively energy. Downstairs, four ninja gathered to hand over duties. Suddenly a sharp gust of wind swept by. A stranger in a black robe patterned with clouds appeared before them in an instant. His eyes were icy, his expression cold, and several black studs were embedded in his face. The my ninja were taken aback. Before they could react, the ninja closest to Tendo Pain was pierced through the chest by Pain's black rod, and collapsed limply. That outfit! Is it the Akatsuki? The jonin exchanged glances, and acted instantly. Two ninja flash-stepped to Tendo Pain, gripping his body tightly, and turned to the remaining comrade. He understood, immediately turned and sprinted toward the Hokage's office. But before he could run a few steps, the two ninja, who had been holding Pain, were blasted away by a powerful force, knocked unconscious. He himself was pulled by an invisible force. In an instant a black rod pierced his abdomen. From Tendo Pain's appearance to the death of these four jonin only 7 seconds had passed. My meeting room. Shikamaru Sakura and a doctor in white robes sat facing each other. The autopsy report on those Pain bodies should be out soon. It might reveal Pain's secrets. Right. Shizuna-senpai has made the autopsy a top priority mission. The examination department is fully devoted to it now. According to Jiraiya-sama's intel, these Pains are not the real bodies. That's quite troublesome. Naruto is truly impressive. He single-handedly defeated 3 Pains. Adding the one Jiraiya killed, only 2 Pains remain. Maybe Naruto can defeat all 6. I don't think so. If Naruto were truly stronger, he would have finished them off instead of using the Flying Thunder God to bring Jiraiya back to my first. In any case, let's not act rashly until the report is ready. The Akatsuki has always been eerie. They even have immortal members. Let's try to anticipate the dangers ahead. Understood. Mount Miyaboku. Inside a bamboo grove in a house shaped like a yellow ox horn, Naruto sat with Fukasaku Sannin and Shima Sannin. Just as Jiraiya said, little Naruto is a true genius. In just a few days, he's fully mastered Sage Mode. Fukasaku Sannin praised him, while Shima went out to prepare food. Before we finish, I have one more thing to tell you. Naruto looked at Fukasaku, his expression serious. Sage Mode involves integrating natural energy into the body. It takes time and cannot be activated during battle. So you must ensure your safety before activating Sage Mode. Naruto raised his eyes slightly. Such a long casting time. That's not good news. In Naruto's understanding, any jutsu that requires preparation beforehand and cannot be used instantly is extremely dangerous. If the opponent is extremely fast or possesses space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God, he could be killed before even entering Sage Mode. Seeing Naruto's concern, Fukasaku said, Don't worry. When you're about to activate Sage Mode, summon me and Shima. We'll shield you from danger. Safety is not an issue. There are few opponents in this world that both of us can't hold off for a few seconds. Naruto nodded, then drank the juice Shima had prepared, bid them farewell, and instantly returned to outside my village. The 6 figures of Pain appeared simultaneously with Konan among them. In these past few days, Nagato had crafted new paths. The human path, the animal path, the Asura path, and the hell path, once again assembling the 6 Pains. The Tendo path spoke slowly. Next, according to my battle plan, we will split into 2 groups. One group will be responsible for feint attacks, and the other for reconnaissance. The faint attackers are the Ashura path, the animal path, and the hungry ghost path. The reconnaissance team consists of the Tendo path, the human path, and the hell path. Conan, you will also be assigned to the reconnaissance group.
Though it appeared to be an explanation of the battle plan, it was actually directed solely at Conan, as the 6 pains were all controlled by Nagato. Conan nodded.
Understood.
The Tendo path continued expressionlessly.
The Hidden Leaf Village has set up a spherical barrier. It seems that as soon as an outsider enters the village, they will be detected.
Therefore, let the animal path descend from the sky into the leaf to confuse the enemy's perception of our numbers, then have the animal path teleport us inside.
Begin.
Instantly, the animal path leaped high into the air and dropped into the leaf from above. Meanwhile, in the leaf's administrative hall, the ninja in charge of the barrier frowned.
An enemy invasion. One at the northwest entrance,
Conan said coldly.
Itachi and Kisame seemed to enter with ease. Itachi was once a member of the leaf's Umbu. He naturally knows ways to infiltrate. I have my own methods.
The Tendo path's voice gradually lowered, then grew resounding.
From this moment on, let the world know pain.
On the streets of the leaf, the animal path descended from the sky and landed on the roof of a house. Instantly, the other pains and Conan appeared beside it.
Scatter.
The figures of the several pains vanished in an instant. At the same time, Tobirama and Minato simultaneously lifted their heads from their rooms and looked out the window. They both sensed this unusual chakra. Immediately, an unprecedented commotion erupted on the streets of the leaf. First, several loud fireworks burst in the sky, drawing the people's attention. Then the animal path summoned 3 giant centipedes, which recklessly destroyed the leaf's buildings. The hungry ghost path had already killed several ninjas in an instant, slaughtering indiscriminately. The leaf was instantly engulfed in smoke and chaos. On a rooftop, 2 leaf ninjas wore grave expressions.
But Kugen, I'll stay to gather intelligence. You hurry to the Hokage's office to inform the Hokage. All right.
The human path placed a hand on a ninja's head, and blue-white chakras surged atop it.
No information related to the Ninetales.
The human path lifted its hand, and the ninja, as if his soul had been drained, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. On the other side, several ninjas were enveloped by white paper, leaving only their mouths exposed. Conan's figure appeared before them, interrogating them. Meanwhile, the Tendo path had killed many, but had not obtained any relevant information. In the leaf's examination room, a researcher held a chakra detection device. While moving a black rod with the other hand, the device emitted beeping sounds. A female researcher frowned.
This is bad. This black rod is a chakra receiver. Right now, it is rapidly absorbing chakra.
A male researcher beside her, who was looking at a computer screen, looked up in surprise.
You mean this black rod is receiving chakra? That means the owner of the rod has come to the leaf. Exactly. Quickly inform the Hokage.
Suddenly, the ceiling and floor of the examination room shook violently, and the researchers stumbled and fell to the ground. The next second, the Tendo path appeared before them. In their terrified eyes, it ended their lives. At the center of the leaf, the scalp of the Ashura path suddenly split open, revealing a metal-like device that released a massive amount of energy. A violent explosive energy erupted from its head, obliterating the surrounding buildings. A tremendous explosion echoed through the leaf, drawing the attention of the entire village. A giant centipede crashed through a house, fixing its gaze on the crowds fleeing in the streets.
Run!
A little girl holding a candied hawthorn stick fell to the ground, but the men around her were too busy fleeing to care about her life. Her grandmother slowly hobbled over.
Dear, does it hurt?
The old woman embraced the little girl with a pained heart. The giant centipede charged toward them, opening its bloody maw, its pair of Rinnegan eyes looking especially eerie. Just as the centipede was about to reach the grandmother, Sakura suddenly appeared, and with a single monstrous punch shattered the giant centipede's skull, killing it instantly. Sakura's expression was fierce, anger at the enemy's invasion, and resentment toward those who had stood by and done nothing.
What a bunch of worthless scum!
When Sakura saw the little girl, her expression instantly softened into a gentle, sweet smile. She crouched down beside the girl and used medical ninjutsu on her knee. Sakura's tone was exceptionally tender.
Little sister, does your knee still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, big sister.
Arika and a group of ninjas rushed over.
Sakura, are you all right? I'm fine. What's happening in the Leaf, Irika Sensei? We're under enemy attack. The enemy seems extremely powerful. It's been reported to Lady Tsunade.
Sakura lowered her head slightly, feeling dejected. Who could have invaded the Leaf? Then Irika was called away by his comrades. Sakura immediately ran toward the hospital. The enemy's attack was so widespread there must be many injured in the hospital. She needed to go and help as quickly as possible. Fierce flames consumed the Leaf's buildings, and Sakura's eyes trembled slightly. Could it be the Akatsuki's attack? In the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked out the window, her brow deeply furrowed. A jonin appeared instantly, kneeling on one knee, his expression serious.
The barrier team reports that the Leaf has been invaded. The barrier detected a single intruder, but immediately after we confirmed multiple attackers.
Swoosh! An Umbu ninja appeared, also kneeling.
The analysis team reports that the enemy's combat power is extremely fierce, estimated to be 3 platoons.
Hearing this, Tsunade's brow twitched. She crossed her arms, rapidly analyzing the situation and considering what orders to give. To see through the Leaf's barrier, exploit its characteristics for a feint, and disrupt the Leaf's attention to achieve such destruction. Only someone with that level of strength could. A crisp voice rang out.
Lady Hokage, we have eyewitness reports. They are wearing black robes with cloud patterns.
Tsunade looked at the smoke and dust outside the window.
It's the Akatsuki. How they finally come.
Tsunade's tightly furrowed brow grew somewhat somber. She recalled what Jiraiya had said to her in the hospital room. Naruto might be the child of prophecy, and now Konoha teetered on the brink of life and death. Tsunade prayed that the prophesied child was truly Naruto.
Issuing an emergency order, all ninjas mobilized to battle. Notify Uzumaki Naruto immediately.
Tsunade stepped outside without delay.
Summoning jutsu.
A colossal slug materialized outside the Hokage's office.
Lady Tsunade, Konoha seems to be in peril.
A voice like a young girl's echoed. Tsunade's face was stern, her voice trembling with emotion.
From now on, attach yourself to every ninja and every civilian. Heal them. Yes.
Bang. The slug instantly split into countless smaller slugs, spreading rapidly through the village, seeking those in need of healing. Some Konoha shinobi were even frightened by the giant slug. Tsunade stood on the rooftop outside the Hokage's office, gazing at the 5 faces carved into the Hokage rock.
I will protect Konoha, staking my title as Hokage.
Explosions and chaos continued. Arika carried an injured comrade out of the flames, his face etched with worry. Just then the figure of Tendo appeared suddenly. Arika froze, staring at the pallid man before him, an endless dread creeping into his heart. That cloak. Is he from the Akatsuki?
Where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?
Arika trembled.
I have nothing to say.
Tendo's eyes sharpened.
Is that so? Then you have no reason to live.
He drew a black rod from his sleeve and thrust it toward Arika's heart. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Kakashi suddenly appeared before Arika, deflecting Tendo's attack with a kunai.
After causing all that destruction and chaos, you're secretly searching for Naruto's whereabouts. Arika, take the wounded and leave. He'll handle this. I understand.
Arika quickly hoisted the injured man and fled. Kakashi shifted into a serious stance, his left eye revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan. Tendo said coldly,
In that case, tell me where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is. Don't try any tricks. Before me, all your efforts are futile.
Kakashi remained unmoved, his voice firm.
Konoha shinobi are different. Even at the cost of death, none of us would betray a comrade.
Tendo's power surged, and the black rod in his hand snapped cleanly against Kakashi's block. Then Kakashi dodged swiftly, forming hand seals. Several earth walls rose from the ground, encircling both Tendo and Kakashi. Kakashi channeled lightning and thrust toward Tendo. But Tendo moved with blinding speed, so fast that an afterimage appeared, and drove the black rod into Kakashi's left shoulder. Instantly Kakashi felt a chill in his heart. His chakra seemed uncontrollable, and deep within his mind a pair of terrifying eyes appeared, staring at him. Kakashi's pupils dilated, and the Raikiri in his hand veered off course, piercing the earth wall instead. Tendo's eyes grew slightly clearer.
So it's the copy ninja Kakashi. To encounter you so soon, what a pleasure.
Kakashi leaped back to keep his distance.
I didn't know my reputation had spread so far, even to the leader of the Akatsuki. Where is the Ninetales? A foolish question.
Then Kakashi launched another Raikiri at Tendo. Just as it was about to strike, Tendo's eyes sharpened. An invisible force slammed into Kakashi, hurling him into a building. The building collapsed violently under the impact, dust and smoke rising as it turned into a pile of rubble. Kakashi crawled out of the debris covered in dust, his heart heavy with dread. What kind of ability is this? It's different from an ordinary shockwave. Everything around him seems to be repelled, as if he is the center of a blast. Could this be the power of the Rinnegan? Kakashi gathered lightning in his hand again, but this time the lightning stretched into a canine shape, racing toward Pain. But Tendo merely raised his hand, and an invisible energy field surrounded him, blocking the lightning. Kakashi shuddered. Both ninjutsu and physical attacks are repelled. How powerful is this Pain? What can I do? Just then the Azura path suddenly appeared beside Kakashi. It snapped open its wrist, releasing a volley of smoke bombs that exploded around Kakashi. In the smoke, Kakashi flickered behind the Azura path, ready to thrust the Raikiri into its throat. But the Azura path dodged instantly. Kakashi paused, then recalled the information Jiraiya had given him. Pain's vision is shared. When facing two or more Pains in battle, one must retreat immediately or fall into grave danger. So Jiraiya once confronted 6 of these opponents alone. What a remarkable feat. The Azura path twisted its neck, and 2 identical faces sprouted from the sides of its head. It tore open its clothes, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms, one of which held a metal blade. Tendo raised his hand and activated Shinra Tensei, pulling Kakashi toward the Azura path. Kakashi tried to anchor himself with a chain wrapped around a boulder, using his strength to resist the pull, but soon his stamina gave out, and he lost control of his body. Swish! The blade stabbed into Kakashi's body, but he instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished. Tendo paused. A lightning-released shadow clone. Boom! 2 colossal fists descended from the sky. Tendo dodged instantly, but the Azura path was not so lucky, crushed flat into the ground. Kakashi emerged from the rubble looking full of energy. The father and son duo of Akimichi arrived.
Kakashi, are you all right?
Kakashi stretched his limbs.
Yeah, not bad. Thanks to that technique, I saved a lot of chakra.
Tendo stared at Kakashi, a flicker of shock in his eyes. So from that moment on, it wasn't the real Kakashi. This copy ninja is far cleverer than I imagined. Akimichi Chozo looked at Kakashi. Before teaming up with him, he knew Kakashi was skilled at using clones and substitution techniques to probe an opponent's strength. Now it seemed a very wise habit. But Kakashi's chakra reserves.
Do you have enough chakra left? Well, I've already used a lightning-released shadow clone, so most of my chakra is spent. Fighting an opponent of this caliber is indeed extremely difficult. But I've already got a rough idea of his abilities.
Tendo Pain charged toward Kakashi, and the father-son duo of Choza and Choji without a moment's hesitation. The surrounding ninjas swiftly unleashed their jutsu to provide cover. Yet to their astonishment, every ninja tool and technique came to an abrupt halt the moment they neared him, only to be repelled by some unseen force. Choza Akimichi instantly dropped a massive smoke bomb obscuring Pain's vision. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the other two took cover in a safe area nearby.
That guy! Can he actually deflect ninjutsu?
Kakashi nodded.
Yes. His ability repels or attracts anything within a certain radius around himself with a brief but short interval between uses. Then we'll have to exploit the gap.
Pain emerged from the smoke and advanced toward Kakashi. In an instant, Kakashi burst from beneath Pain's feet, driving a lightning-infused kunai toward his chin. Yet it was deflected immediately. Kakashi collapsed in pain. Pain walked over slowly.
Your movements and techniques are indeed impressive, a worthy opponent. If I don't eliminate you now, you might become a real nuisance later.
Pain raised his hand, producing a black rod. Kakashi's eyes narrowed.
Now!
At the same moment, two massive spheres emerged from the smoke, the double human bullet tank performed by Choza and Choji. But the outcome was unchanged. They were repelled by Tendo Pain. However, Choji and Choza each held one end of a chain binding Pain's arms to his body. Pain's eyes froze. So Kakashi had buried the chain beneath his feet all along. A truly resourceful and strategic foe, troublesome. Kakashi activated Lightning Cutter and thrusted directly at Pain. But the Azura Path's body suddenly appeared, intercepting the blow. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi lay limp on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The father and son Choza and Choji had fallen unconscious. Pain walked over slowly, lifted a nail from the ground with his power, held it between his fingers, squinted one eye, and aimed at Kakashi's forehead.
To prevent any more tricks, I won't come too close this time. Prepare to feel pain. Copy, Ninja Kakashi.
The nail shot forward. It pierced Kakashi's forehead in an instant. His body swayed a few times, then went completely still. Confirming Kakashi's death, Pain left the scene. In truth, Kakashi had used Kamui to absorb the nail. He had simply fainted from overexerting his chakra. Tsunade, seated within the medical barrier, suddenly lifted her head, as if sensing something unbearable. Meanwhile, a slug clone attached to Kakashi relayed the information. Kakashi's condition was critical. Death could come at any moment. Just then Choji arrived to report the intelligence, and Tsunade ordered the information to be transmitted through the slugs. At that moment, Tsunade, accompanied by Umbu ninjas, had located Tendo Pain. Pain's expression was unusually stern.
The peace of your Leaf Village is built upon violence against us. The Leaf's past actions were indeed unjust at times, but that does not justify your methods. I cannot forgive this.
Tsunade's tone was resolute. Pain seemed irritated.
Watch your tongue, Hokage of the Leaf. This is the final warning from a god. Tell me, where is Naruto? Humph, arrogant fool. No one in the Leaf will give you the answer. Besides, even if you knew Naruto's location, what makes you think you could defeat him easily? I tell you, you're dead wrong. Naruto is one of the Leaf's strongest fighters, almost on par with me now. If you face him, death is your only outcome.
Pain seemed utterly indifferent, continuing coldly.
I have met him, but the abilities he displayed were not as formidable as you claim.
Tsunade sneered.
Is that so? I heard Naruto effortlessly defeated 3 of your members in one go. Merely a fluke. Even if Naruto defeats all 6 paths of Pain, he cannot truly vanquish me.
Tsunade sensed a hint of danger. It was exactly as Jiraiya had analyzed. The 6 members of Pain were all puppets. Even if they were all destroyed without defeating the true controller behind them, Pain would be resurrected endlessly. The Leaf would never know peace. Since Jiraiya had been successfully rescued by Naruto, roughly detailed information about Pain's abilities had already spread among the village's ninjas. Everyone knew each of Pain's bodies possessed a single ability. In the shadows, Shizune and others were discussing tactics.
The 4 paths that Master Jiraiya and Naruto once defeated have now been revived in other bodies. That means all these paths are puppets. To defeat them, we must find the one controlling them from behind. An opponent with such power. His chakra reserves must be immense. To remotely control 6 bodies with just chakra is terrifying. Since it's controlled through chakra, there must be a distance limit. In other words, the mastermind is hiding somewhere near the leaf. We need to start searching immediately.
Suddenly a figure appeared before them. It was the human path of Pain, and its hand was already on Shizune's head, beginning to extract information.
Senior Shizune,
Ino Yamanaka cried out in shock.
Don't make any rash moves, or this person will die immediately.
Ino and her father observed the human path's actions and understood its ability.
Mount Myaboku.
The human path read the intelligence from Shizune's mind, learning Naruto's location, and swiftly synchronized it with the other paths. Naruto had indeed gone to Mount Myaboku, but he had already returned to the leaf, though the paths did not know this yet. Naruto was now rushing outside the village. Having learned that Pain's 6 bodies were puppets, he had been searching for the true controller ever since he returned. The efforts of Kakashi and the others within the village were buying time for Naruto. Hashirama and Tobirama were itching to act, but they held back. They had to wait for the most critical moment, or all their previous restraint would be in vain. At this point, only Naruto could handle it. Meanwhile, the paths stationed at various locations in the leaf quickly withdrew from battle, and the summoned beasts of the animal path all vanished. The leaf ninjas were baffled. Tendo Pain turned slowly.
It seems Naruto isn't here. Mount Myaboku, a village of toads. And you appear to have figured out my abilities.
Under the feet of Tsunade and others, chakra gathered to counter the ninjutsu that the opponent might unleash at any moment. Tendo turned his back to them and said,
In the face of absolute overwhelming power, all clever tricks are utterly meaningless. This has already been validated by your great nation when dealing with small countries. Did you ever feel a shred of compassion? If you had, you would not see me today. You are merely a group of superficial waste living in this peaceful Konohagakure. You must feel very proud and happy. But one day, you murderers will all be erased by us. This is an inevitable consequence, for hatred has long connected us.
Tsunade frowned tightly. Truly a stream of nonsense.
Just because we are a great nation, does that mean we have not suffered any pain?
War brings suffering to both sides. This is no reason for you to commit such horrific acts.
Tsunade exclaimed angrily. Tendo slightly turned his head, revealing a glimmer of killing intent in his eyes.
At the same time, the human path raised his hand, and a silent soul was directly extracted from its body, dying on the spot. Tendo's body slowly floated into the sky, continuously repeating a phrase.
Understand the pain, accept the pain. Understand the pain, accept the pain. Understand the pain, accept the pain.
All the pain bodies instantly disappeared, transferred outside the village by the animal path. Conan asked in confusion,
Why have we been summoned back?
The animal path, a woman, with a relatively soft voice, replied,
We are about to use that technique. Conan paused and then looked into the depths of the forest.
Nagato, are you really going to use that technique against Konohagakure? Once the technique is unleashed, there will be no turning back, and your lifespan will be shortened. At this moment, Tendo's body floated high in the sky, his arms outstretched, merging with the sun-blinding sunlight pouring over the entire Konohagakure. Tsunade realized the problem, jumped to a high building, and shouted at Tendo.
Pain. What do you want to do?
Outside the village. Several pain bodies in front of Conan suddenly collapsed to the ground, losing control. She looked up at the sky with a worried expression.
Are you really going to use that technique, Nagato? Tendo slowly began to speak.
I will never forget the pain that Yahiko went through.
Smoke filled the air. A fierce wind swept through. From now on let the world feel pain. Shinra Tensei.
The earth trembled violently, and thick smoke engulfed the town, like a tsunami reducing all buildings to rubble in an instant. Konohagakure was devastated. In this critical moment, the slug enveloped the nearby ninjas with its body, preventing them from suffering significant harm. Sakura knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face.
Naruto, when will you come back?
Hinata was beside her, not complaining, just staring intently into the smoke. A slight smile appeared on her lips.
Naruto, you have returned.
As the white smoke dissipated, 3 enormous toads appeared at the scene. On the head of Gamabunta stood Gamakichi, and on Gamakichi's head was none other than the person everyone eagerly anticipated, Uzumaki Naruto. Tendo noticed Naruto, and immediately jumped down from the sky, standing in front of Naruto. Naruto surveyed his surroundings.
This is Konohagakure. It seems I've arrived a bit late.
In the ruin, Tsunade kicked away the wooden planks blocking her path, gasping for breath. In this critical moment, she utilized the creation rebirth technique, using the slug to protect everyone. However, she had exhausted all her accumulated chakra. The people of Konohagakure shared the same feeling, shocked by the destruction of their homeland, astonished to have survived, and tense as the crisis was not yet over.
Tendo said, "You saved me the trouble of having to find you." Outside the village, all the pain bodies regained control, and the Hell Path summoned a massive demon statue, throwing the shattered body of the Azura Path inside. Before long, the enormous demon spat out a whole and intact Azura Path pain, revitalizing it.
The animal path flew towards Konohagakure again, leaping above Tendo, and summoning all the pain bodies. Zetsu stood on Naruto's shoulder and said,
"It seems all 6 pain are gathered together." Tsunade dragged her weary body forward, closely followed by an Umbu ninja, who said,
"Okage-sama, your condition. I am the 5th Hokage. I absolutely cannot allow you to act recklessly."
Tendo snorted coldly.
"It seems you have experienced some pain, and have a certain understanding of it, but the person I am looking for is not you, but—"
Boom! Naruto punched Tendo back.
"You're looking for me, right? In Konohagakure, it is not yet time for the Hokage to take action now. I will settle this with you once and for all." Tendo was taken aback, clearly not realizing that Naruto possessed such a powerful aura. Tsunade stared blankly at Naruto's back, a familiar feeling surging from her heart. She seemed to see the silhouettes of Minato and Jiraiya merging within Naruto. Now it was a unique and the most reassuring sight. Naruto's back. Tendo's power temporarily could not recover, and the other pain bodies quickly stood in front of Tendo, preparing to buy time for him.
"Gamakichi, take the Hokage to a safe place."
Gamakichi jumped over and said,
"Yes. Leave the rest to me. Tell the villagers not to act, as I do not have the energy to protect others while fighting." "Understood."
Tsunade placed the slug on Naruto, and then left with Gamakichi. Tsunade leaned against the rock. Her arms had become withered, and looked extremely old and weak. Sakura crouched beside Tsunade, and held her hand.
"Lady Tsunade, you've worked hard."
The animal path instantly summoned a giant rhinoceros, charging towards Naruto. Naruto did not unleash any other ninjutsu. Instead, he used sheer strength to punch the rhinoceros away. The animal path continued to summon summoning beasts, while Zetsu and Fukasaku leaped up simultaneously, using the Sage Art Frog call to control all of the opponent's summoning beasts. Naruto ran to the center of the beast swarm, and quickly dispatched the Hellhounds and Hell Crabs. Meanwhile, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamagio attacked simultaneously to divert firepower for Naruto. Naruto's only target was the Tendo pain, blocked by all the other pain bodies. Even if he had not yet found the puppet master behind it all, he would defeat all these puppets first and find them later. The Hungry Ghost Path directly stood in front. At this moment, the slug whispered in Naruto's ear,
"Naruto ninjutsu is ineffective against this pain. He can absorb ninjutsu attacks." then use raw strength.
Naruto's fist surged toward the hungry ghost path, while the slug simultaneously relayed to him the enemy's shared visual perception. Naruto declared with unwavering confidence,
"Let me show you an attack you cannot even see."
Meanwhile, Gamabunta and the other toads clashed fiercely with the animal path's summoned beasts, swiftly overwhelming and defeating them all. Naruto gathered a Raisin Shuriken and hurled it directly at his foe. Nearby, Sakura and the others watched in utter astonishment as the spiraling chakra blade soared through the air. She turned to a Byakugan-wielding shinobi beside her and asked,
"What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto's technique?"
The Byakugan shinobi stared in disbelief.
"It's chakra shaped like a shuriken, yet he's launched it at such velocity that its density is staggering. And now, this chakra is expanding."
Sakura stood utterly transfixed. Hinata watched Naruto's performance with solemn intensity. Had Tsunade not expressly forbidden interference, she would have rushed forward to aid him without hesitation. Yet the Byakugan's reach was inherently limited. Against Pain, whose arsenal of techniques was vast and varied, its utility remained profoundly constrained. In an instant, the Raisin Shuriken obliterated both the animal path and the human path. A thunderclap roared across the heavens. From a distant vantage far beyond Konoha, Shikamaru gazed toward the village.
"Naruto's returned. Damn it, I've lost one leg and can't reach him in time. Hell falls soon."
At that moment, his father Nara Shikaku approached.
"Shikamaru, your worry is unfounded. Naruto has mastered sage art. His power now transcends ours entirely. He stands at the Kage level. To intervene rashly now would likely hinder him more than help."
Shikamaru's eye twitched faintly.
"Sage art. Naruto, you must carry this through. Claim this accursed victory. So Naruto, you finally attained sage mode. I never imagined Jiraiya Sensei would guide you this far."
The Deva Path spoke. Naruto paused. He recognized instantly that this man was once Jiraiya Sensei's disciple. The Deva Path continued.
"I too was Jiraiya Sensei's student. By lineage I am your senior brother. How ironic that we who should have coexisted in peace now stand locked in mortal combat. You've reduced Konoha to ruins. Such a man has no right to call himself my senior brother."
Naruto launched another Rasengan, but this time the Deva Path deflected it effortlessly. The Deva Path surveyed his own body.
"My energy has fully returned."
In the next breath, Naruto materialized behind the hungry ghost path, each palm cradling a spinning Rasengan, and drove them deep into the path's back.
"I surmise correctly. If I strike from outside your frontal field, you cannot absorb the technique."
The hungry ghost path whirled around in shock, only to be crushed into the earth by the twin Rasengans. Only the Deva Path and the Naraka Path remained on the battlefield. The slug perched upon Naruto's shoulder murmured,
"Choji already informed us. The interval between Pain's abilities is approximately 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Naruto's pulse quickened. It was neither brief nor long, a razor-thin margin where hesitation meant death. For Naruto, the full sequence, from gathering chakra, forming the Raisin Shuriken, launching it, and landing the strike, would inevitably exceed 5 seconds. But with the Flying Thunder God technique, everything changed. If he could imprint the technique upon the Deva Path, he could strike at will, exploiting every fleeting gap. Yet how to achieve that remained uncertain. Elder Fukasaku suddenly proposed.
"Perhaps I shall attempt to subdue him with Jinjutsu."
Shima nodded.
"Just as Jiraiya Sensei did during his battle with Pain. Together we shall weave illusions, to carve you a path through blood and fire."
Gamabunta Gamaken and Gamahiro descended from the sky in unison, their weapons aimed straight at the Deva Path at the center.
"Prepare to die, Pain."
The Deva Path's gaze hardened.
"Shinra Tensei."
A deafening explosion tore through the air. A wave of invisible force erupted from his chest, warping the very atmosphere. The 3 colossal toads were hurled hundreds of meters away, dazed and unconscious.
As Naruto searched for a countermeasure, several black rods streaked toward him. Though he evaded most, distracted and partially blinded, one pierced his left shoulder. Though the wound was non-fatal, the rod disrupted his chakra flow. Instantly his internal chakra churned chaotically, making it vastly harder to condense even a single raisin shuriken. Then 5 more black rods struck in rapid succession, pinning him motionless to the ground. His face contorted in agony. Damn it, these rods scrambled chakra. Now he possessed neither offensive capability nor access to the Flying Thunder God technique. Fukasaku and Shima panicked, rushing to pull the rods from Naruto's body. Yet their strength proved insufficient. The rods remained immovable. At that moment Hinata appeared, racing toward Naruto to extract the rods. The Deva Path spotted her instantly and charged forward. Within seconds Hinata removed 3 rods. Only 2 remained, when the Deva Path closed the distance and struck her aside with a single palm thrust. Hinata, wholly focused on freeing Naruto, and nearly depleted of chakra, made no effort to shield herself. She was sent flying several meters, tumbling violently across the ground. Hinata! Naruto's pupils dilated, his heart wrenched with anguish. Her limbs went slack with immense effort. She pushed herself upright, blood welling thickly from her lips. Blinding pain forced her to close one eye as she staggered slowly toward Naruto. Naruto's spirit shattered. He had sworn long ago, even if it cost his life, he would never allow Hinata or Sakura to perish before him. Yet the Deva Path surged forward, a razor-sharp black rod extending from his hand, aimed straight at Hinata's heart. Hinata stood barely 1 meter from Naruto, yet unreachable, and the rod's tip hovered less than half a meter from her chest. Naruto clenched his teeth. Then, as revelation struck, he shouted fiercely. A golden flash tore through the air. The Deva Path's eyes widened in shock. His extended rod froze midair, seized and shattered by a powerful hand. Minato Namikaze had arrived. Stretching his limbs, he remarked with quiet amusement. At last, am permitted to step onto the stage. I've been watching far too long. Hinata's consciousness began to fade, but she sensed that unfamiliar chakra. Through blurred vision, she beheld Minato's golden hair, identical to Naruto's. Her lips parted weakly. Dad. Tian Dao looked astonished. You are the golden flash of Konoha, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. At that moment in the darkness, not far away, Nagato's pupils shook, and his breathing became noticeably heavier. Conan stood before him, sensing something unusual. Is that the Hokage who died at the hands of the Ninetales? Nagato gasped for breath, sweat pouring down. Indeed. I never expected he would return. Who brought him back? Damn it, why didn't I receive any intel? Cough, cough. Nagato. Don't get agitated, stay calm. Your current physical condition is very poor. The situation has become extremely complicated. Originally, I was confident I could defeat Naruto and seize his tailed beast, but now, with the addition of the Golden Flash, everything has changed. But my body has already suffered irreversible damage. There won't be another chance, so I can only give it my all here. Conan's voice carried a sob. Nagato, why don't we just let it go? This might be fate. Let's abandon this and go to a country without war to live a simple life, okay? No way. This plan is the culmination of my life's work. Everything I've done has been to realize this plan. The black rods embedded in me have tormented my body and spirit every single day. I've made so many sacrifices, how could I give up here? But? No buts. Conan, from now on don't disturb me. Tsunade was taken aback. Minato, did you make your move? Niji was beside Sakura, his jaw dropping in shock. What happened, Niji? What did you see? That man is the 4th Hokage, who was rumored to have died during the Ninetales incident. The 4th Hokage. Sakura's emotions exploded instantly.
No one could believe that a deceased person could return, especially the fourth Hokage.
You must be mistaken. Could it be that some ninjas disguised themselves as the fourth Hokage?
Sakura couldn't believe this reality. Neji shook his head.
I definitely didn't miss that chakra. I've never encountered it before.
Minato looked at Tian Dao, his eyes filled with excitement. Is this the Akatsuki that Naruto mentioned? Judging by their abilities, they seem to be the leader, but their body appears to be a puppet. Is the real body elsewhere?
Dad helped me pull out these black rods.
In an instant, the two black rods embedded in Naruto disappeared, and he immediately felt his control over chakra returning. As the red chakra of the Ninetales gradually manifested beside Naruto.
All right, Dad, you should hurry and go back. It wouldn't be good if too many people found out.
Minato paused.
Do you not need my help to deal with him? No need. Okay.
Whoosh! With another flash of golden light, Minato vanished. The scene was once again left with Naruto and Tian Dao. Tian Dao stood frozen in place, his pupils trembling. The fourth Hokage, has he really left? Minato's sudden appearance instilled fear in Tian Dao, because the moment Minato appeared, the perspective of the Hell Path vanished. This means Minato instantly dealt with the Hell Path. His speed was so fast that no one could react, only Nagato could feel it.
Next, let's have a fair onion.
Naruto had already risen to his feet. Tian Dao's tone remained cold.
If I were to fight both of you simultaneously, I might indeed fail, but if it's just against you, my odds of winning seem to have increased significantly.
Minato's disappearance was news too good for Nagato.
Is that so?
In an instant, Naruto's figure vanished. Tian Dao was momentarily stunned, scanning his surroundings, but unable to see Naruto's figure. Impossible, has his chakra vanished? This can't be, it must be some sort of illusion. With a violent howl coming from behind, Tian Dao locked onto Naruto's position, turned around, and unleashed Shinra Tensei, deflecting the Raisin Shuriken. He instantly teleported behind a huge rock, waiting for a 5-second countdown. Just then Naruto's figure appeared before Tian Dao like a ghost. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Tian Dao was immediately stunned. How could this be? Boom! A punch filled with immense power slammed into Tian Dao's face, directly exploding his head. Nagato gasped in shock, frozen in place.
Why? Why was he able to lock onto my position instantly? Why could he teleport right in front of me? The fourth Hokage had already left but Naruto. So that's how it is. It turns out the one who summoned the fourth Hokage was none other than Naruto. It makes sense that he can use the Force Jutsu. Conan, you were right. I truly cannot match him.
Nagato spoke to the empty space. As a sheet of white paper gathered, Conan's figure appeared.
Nagato, I will guard this final barrier for you.
Nagato lowered his head.
Conan, I'm sorry. My stubbornness has harmed you. It's okay. From the moment Yahiko died, I vowed I would protect you with all my might.
After Naruto defeated Tian Dao, he left the scene to search for Nagato's location outside the village. Sakura had already appeared beside Hinata, and after a series of medical ninjutsu, Hinata gradually awakened. Tsunade and the others also gathered.
Where's Naruto? Naruto went out alone to find Pain's real body. What a reckless guy. Neji quickly left, following Naruto's footsteps into the woods.
He despised Naruto's impetuous nature, but since Naruto had just saved the village, even if he wanted to point out Naruto's flaws, he would wait until he was sure of his safety before doing so. The most important thing now was to protect Naruto. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, Naruto could sense the external world through natural energy, and soon he felt something unusual in a massive tree trunk. At that moment a flurry of paper appeared and Conan stood before Naruto, blocking his path. Seeing Conan in her black robe adorned with clouds and her ability to manipulate white paper, Naruto instantly recognized her identity.
You are Conan, right?
Conan paused, then replied with heightened vigilance.
How do you know my name?
Naruto smiled slightly.
Jiraiya-sensei talked about you with me. He said you are the most gentle and lovely girl among his students.
Upon hearing Naruto's words, Conan was taken aback, her mind in utter chaos. She then forced herself to regain her composure. After all, the Naruto before her represented the greatest threat to her and Nagato.
Naruto, you don't need to say so much to me. You know I will never let you pass.
Conan's tone was resolute beyond measure. She had already made up her mind. Even if she might not be able to defeat Naruto, she would give her all to wear him down and gain some advantage for Nagato. But to her surprise, Naruto showed no hostility.
I don't want to fight anymore. We've been battling for so long. Aren't you tired?
Conan was stunned. Given the current situation, Naruto had almost declared victory. The weakened Nagato had no means of attack left, yet Naruto said he didn't want to fight. Conan was taken aback at first, then her tone turned cold.
I don't need your pity, and neither does Nagato. Dying for our dream isn't something shameful. If you really want to die, I won't stop you. But before that, I want to talk to Nagato.
Naruto's voice was sincere. Conan fell into a dilemma. After weighing her options repeatedly, she realized that rather than dying in haste, it was better to hear what Naruto wanted to say to Nagato. In terms of battle outcome, Nagato had already lost. After hesitating for a moment, Conan withdrew her killing intent and led Naruto to where Nagato was. Seeing Conan bring Naruto in, Nagato paused.
Conan, why did you bring him here?
Conan glanced aside.
He has something he wants to say to you. I think it's necessary for you two to talk.
Nagato sighed. At this point, he no longer had the strength to influence others' decisions, and could only accept it. But he wasn't sure what Naruto would ask. Nagato nodded, and Conan stood beside him, both facing Naruto. The silence lingered for a few seconds before Nagato spoke first.
I respect the same teacher as you, and I have experienced the same pain. We should be able to understand each other. I want to achieve true peace in my own way. You should understand me.
Naruto nodded slightly.
I understand your choice, but this is not something I approve of. There are many ways to achieve peace, not through your extreme methods.
Nagato's emotions grew agitated.
Am I extreme? You great nations oppress small countries through war. Isn't that extreme? Now I want to repay the world in the same way. Is that wrong? You victorious nations have enjoyed all the benefits of peace. What about us defeated nations? We can only sink into endless pain.
Nagato spoke with great effort, as if he might run out of breath and collapse at any moment. Conan looked worried, but did not interrupt their conversation. Naruto shook his head.
Nagato, I thought you as the leader of the Akatsuki would be a wise man. But now I see I was wrong. You are a stubborn fool. You? At the root, you are simply dissatisfied with the country you live in. Because of the weakness of the Rain Village, you have suffered oppression and injustice, breeding hatred. But in truth, all this pain stems from insufficient strength. True love for peace is to protect one's own country and this world with one's own strength, to possess the power to destroy the world, yet choose to conceal it, silently guarding the beauty of this world. That is the right path.
Nagato was stunned, his body trembling slightly. Conan's will had already begun to waver because of Naruto's words. She started to reflect on whether her and Nagato's ideals had truly deviated from the correct course. But Nagato seemed to resist instinctively. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he spoke with a hint of madness.
All high-sounding words. People change. Even if what you say is true, how can you guarantee you will never change? When you have experienced injustice and understood the coldness of human nature, how can you steady your will and convince yourself to continue protecting those who are not worth protecting? Because I, Naruto, keep my word.
Naruto's firm reply directly interrupted Nagato's outburst, leaving him momentarily speechless.
Maybe you don't understand, but I also harbor a great pain within me. My experiences might make me the one most entitled to destroy this world. But I didn't, because I believe that as long as my strength is great enough, I can surely protect the beauty in my heart. Moreover, keeping my word is my ninja way. If I cannot even achieve this, I will end myself. That is my resolve. I will become the greatest Hokage in the history of the Fire Country. I will influence the entire ninja world and protect peace to the greatest extent in my own way. There are evil people and parasites in this world, but that doesn't mean we should destroy it. I just need to eliminate the parasites.
Naruto's demeanor was not like that of a young man. He resembled a great leader. It was this maturity and sense of conviction beyond his age that moved Nagato. He no longer argued but tried to believe Naruto's words. Konan had already fully believed in Naruto, her eyes growing moist, because she saw another kind of hope in Naruto. Once Nagato's will was her will, and the world Nagato saw was the entire world she knew. She had always believed the world was black and needed a complete overhaul. But it seemed that was not the case. Naruto's will represented another possibility, that the world itself is beautiful, but they had simply lived in an ugly part of it. And peace is ultimately the mainstream. All strife and darkness will have nowhere to hide under a stronger beam of light. The Naruto before them not only possessed supreme strength, but also the recognition of the people of Konoha, something Konan and Nagato had seen with their own eyes. Naruto truly seemed capable of changing the world. Nagato looked at Konan and said slowly,
"Konan, do you believe?"
Konan did not speak, only nodded.
"Even you believe? It seems I must indeed believe in the existence of fate. Naruto, I don't fully trust you, but I choose to trust you once. Konan, thank you. The time I spent with you as a comrade has been the happiest experience of my life."
Nagato withdrew his hands from the mechanical device and formed a hand seal. Konan was startled.
"Nagato, what are you doing? I want to atone for the wrong decisions I made."
Hearing this, 2 streams of hot tears flowed down Konan's cheeks. She knew she could not change Nagato's mind.
"Naruto, I hope you keep your word no matter what happens. Never change your original intention."
Nagato looked at Naruto. Naruto gave him a firm gaze and said in a gentle tone,
"I will never waver."
Receiving Naruto's response, Nagato let out a long sigh of relief. At once, the ground of Konoha trembled violently, and an extraordinarily towering figure rose from the earth. That demonic behemoth opened its gaping maw and spewed countless green glimmers toward the sky. Mount Myaboku. The Grand Toad Sage gazed into the crystal ball, watching the scene of Naruto and Nagato, and sighed.
"Unexpectedly, the children of prophecy who bring about change are two, one determined to destroy the world and the other to save it. In the end, it is Naruto, this child of prophecy, who has endured to the very last. I never imagined the plot from Jiraiya's novel would come true."
Countless green lights, as if guided, poured into the scattered corpses. All the dead were resurrected. Some embraced tightly, some wept bitterly, some were startled, unable to believe it was real, and yet others returned from another world, their souls arriving here. Kakashi had long since perished. His soul encountered his father Tsukumo Itachi in another world, where they sat together beside a campfire in the darkness, conversing at length. Kakashi poured out all his experiences, doubts, pain, sorrow, and longing to Tsukumo, finally untying the knot of years of pent-up feelings. Tsukumo was overjoyed to see Kakashi again. But soon Kakashi's soul departed. Fortunately, both father and son were content without any regrets. Nagato's crimson hair suddenly turned stark white. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, and his body withered like a dead tree.
"Your generation has never experienced the cruelty of war. You cannot comprehend the eternal bitterness and pain that we mere ants endure. Naruto, you will face many hardships, but I hope you can persevere. In some mysterious way, it seems destined by the gods that I met you. Perhaps you really can."
A gentle breeze brushed by. The forest was bathed in sunlight, and Nagato, and Yahiko lay peacefully on the flat ground, their expressions serene. Konan wrapped their bodies in white paper.
I will take them both back to Amigakure. What about you then? You won't return to the Akatsuki, will you? Nagato and Yahiko are my everything. I will not return to the Akatsuki. Their dreams are now concentrated on you. They believe in you, so I believe in you too. From now on you represent them, so I will watch you to see when you will truly accomplish all this.
Konan's tone had completely shed its hostility. Only then did Naruto realize that her voice was so full of magnetism and charm. Naruto lifted his eyes slightly.
Then will you come to Konoha to visit Master Jiraiya?
Konan nodded.
Of course. Now I want more than anyone to understand Konoha, to experience the life there. The chain of causality from war has been severed in my heart. If the time is right, I would love to move to Konoha and live there for a while. But I am a sinner now, perhaps I will never achieve this in my lifetime.
Konan's spirits sank slightly. Naruto gave a gentle smile.
Then let's make a promise.
Konan was taken aback. A promise?
When I become Hokage, I will grant you a pardon. You can live in Konoha as an ordinary citizen legally and legitimately. How about that?
Naruto's tone was sincere and resolute. Gazing into Naruto's bright eyes, a glimmer of hope flashed in Konan's own eyes, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed pink. She smiled. It was the first time she had smiled. Naruto noticed that Konan's smile could be so gentle and sweet-tinged with a touch of mature charm. Even Naruto could not help but feel a faint ripple in his heart.
I'll wait for you to become Hokage, and then you must not go back on your word. It's a deal.
After all this was done and Konan departed, Naruto collapsed directly onto the ground. He had no strength left. Before long, Neji led the others to find Naruto, and Kakashi was among them. Tsunade, seeing Kakashi's state, twitched the corner of her mouth and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Wonderful, everyone is back. Tsunade gazed at the weakened Naruto, emotions swirling in her heart, the dominant one being profound recognition. Naruto had done what a Hokage should do. He saved Konoha, saved the shinobi world. Perhaps he truly could surpass all Hokage. Kakashi lifted Naruto onto his back.
Well done. Just stay on my back like this. Your mission is complete.
Naruto smiled faintly. In truth, from the moment Naruto returned to Konoha, he had sensed the disappearance of Kakashi's chakra through natural energy. At that time, he knew Kakashi had already died. To secure victory in battle, Naruto deliberately sealed off his emotions, trying not to let them fluctuate too much and affect the fight. But the outcome was good. Kakashi had died, but he had returned. At the very worst, he could have been revived with the Edo Tensei, but the current state was far better than that. Minato, Hashirama, and Tobirama stood on a high vantage point watching Naruto. Minato's heart was filled with emotion. Naruto, through his own strength, had saved Konoha and saved everyone. He no longer needed to prove himself. From now on, Naruto was a hero of Konoha, a true hero to everyone. Even the usually stern Tobirama shed 2 streams of hot tears.
Naruto, you really did it. I was not mistaken.
Hashirama was also deeply moved.
Brother, neither of us was mistaken. Naruto is a dependable and promising young man. I am at ease in trusting the future to him.
Then Hashirama turned to Minato and said,
Minato, it's time for us to leave for a while.
Minato nodded. The 3 of them had been summoned by Naruto 2 years ago, when his abilities were still immature, and his grasp of the Edo Tensei was insufficient, so their bodies were not at peak condition. Coupled with the drain over those 2 years, their physical states had deteriorated. Thus the 3 of them decided to leave for a time, so that when Naruto deemed the timing right, he could summon them again. They had already left chakra-infused medium items at Naruto's home, and had discussed this matter with him. So as a gentle breeze swept by the first Hokage Hashirama, the second Hokage Tobirama,
and the fourth Hokage Minato all vanished from the spot. As Kakashi carried Naruto along, the sound of a roaring ocean gradually reached his ears. Thousands of villagers had gathered, and upon seeing Naruto, smiles spread across their faces as they cheered with excitement. Tsunade walked beside Naruto, straightened her back, and announced to the crowd, her voice resounding across the skies. "In the name of the fifth Hokage, I declare Naruto Uzumaki returns in triumph." Tsunade stood before the vast crowd, her voice resounding as she declared, "I announce. Under the leadership of Naruto, Uzumaki Konoha has achieved the final victory." All the people cheered in unison, celebrating the triumph of the battle. Many girls wept tears of emotion. Sakura, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed toward Naruto and embraced him tightly. Hinata stood aside, clearly wanting to join the embrace as well, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she felt too shy to step forward. Naruto noticed Hinata, and Sakura released him from her hug. He walked over to Hinata. His gaze was so warm. "Hinata, you've worked hard." Before the words had even faded, Naruto opened his arms, gesturing for an embrace. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then finally let her emotions surface and threw herself into his arms. They held each other tightly, and Hinata's tears flowed freely. She never spoke a word, but in Naruto's heart it conveyed more than 1,000 words. During the battle with pain, Hinata had risked her life for Naruto. In truth, when Naruto left the village to find Nagato, Hinata had already stopped breathing when she was discovered. With his sage mode, Naruto naturally sensed the disappearance of Hinata's chakra through natural energy. A wave of emotion surged within Naruto's heart. He tightened his arms around Hinata slightly, but still with great care, afraid of hurting her. "You fool, I said I would protect you and die before you, yet you rushed ahead of me. Next time you must not be so impulsive, okay?" Naruto's voice was exceptionally gentle as he gently smoothed Hinata's hair. She trembled slightly in his embrace, crying, I can't bear to let you face danger alone. When pain's black rods pierced you, I was truly terrified that I would never see your smile again. I had finally joined your team, finally able to do so many things with you. I didn't want to see you die here, so I'm sorry I was too impulsive." Naruto reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Hinata's eyes, his heart both aching and filled with tenderness. He knew that even though Hinata said this, if he ever faced danger again, she would still rush forward without hesitation. Even if what awaited her ahead was hell, as long as Naruto was there, she would dive in without a second thought. This bond was something no one else could compare to. Naruto confirmed one thing in his heart: besides his parents, there was now another person in this world willing to give her life to protect him, Hyuga Hinata. A girl with a Byakugan, somewhat introverted and shy, yet extraordinarily brave at critical moments, gentle and kind. Naruto was a person of deep emotions. He would always remember this. Once a girl fought desperately to save him. Objectively speaking, if Hinata hadn't removed those 3 black rods for him, even his father Minato might not have made it in time. Hinata had saved his life. Amid the cheers and adoration of the crowd, Naruto had fully become the spiritual leader of Konoha, overturning the days when he was once looked down upon, and became the true embodiment of the will of fire. All the villagers were united as never before, working together to rebuild their homes. With Yamato's would release, the reconstruction of houses was highly efficient. Having learned from the previous experience, Yamato specially reinforced the structures and built a safe room beneath each house. Just in case, if danger ever struck again, the villagers would have a place to take temporary shelter instead of being directly exposed to peril and dying. Naruto naturally didn't need to participate in the reconstruction. Tsunade had issued the highest order to rebuild the hospital first. Once it was completed, they arranged for Naruto to stay in a private room. Though it looked more crude than before, with wooden structures everywhere, it was enough for Naruto to enjoy some rare peace and quiet. After this battle, Naruto was truly exhausted.
After Sakura had performed medical ninjutsu on Naruto, she wiped the sweat from her brow and left the room. Now only Naruto remained in the room. Outside the door, Hinata was leaning against the wall holding a white bundle in her hands, her breathing heavy. She had seen Sakura treating Naruto inside, so she hadn't dared to disturb them. But even after Sakura had left, she still couldn't muster the courage to push the door open. Because whenever she thought of Naruto, she remembered his warm embrace and gentle words, and her face would involuntarily grow hotter. She also wanted to thank Naruto for letting her feel the sensation of being held for the first time, for making her feel that her devotion had been reciprocated. She stood there outside the door, unable to go in or walk away. Though the hospital had been built hastily, and the windows still lacked glass, at least she could see the scenery outside. A breeze carrying the scent of earth blew into the room, brushing against Naruto's face. The view outside was a scene of devastation, but every villager and ninja wore genuine warm smiles on their faces. Naruto looked toward the direction of his home. Honestly, I've made a mess of the village. The stream behind my house is buried now. That was my favorite place when I was a kid. The fish in that stream kept me from going hungry for so long. Now it's all destroyed. Oh well, life must move forward. Naruto turned his head slightly, looking at the door. Standing out there for so long, aren't your legs sore? Hinata was startled. Had Naruto known she was there all along? Of course, his perception was now incredibly powerful, not inferior to that of a professional sensory-type ninja. He would naturally sense her presence. It would have been strange if he hadn't. Hinata pushed the door open and walked in slowly. The moment she saw Naruto, her gaze became evasive, her cheeks flushed, and her steps were hesitant. Naruto narrowed his eyes and smiled. For some reason, Hinata looked incredibly cute right now. Why hadn't he noticed that before? Perhaps he had been too focused on training. Or maybe over the past 2 years, both he and Hinata had undergone tremendous changes. The Hinata of now was no longer a little girl. She exuded a hint of mature feminine charm coupled with a slightly youthful face, making her appear pure and enchanting. Above all, beneath her beautiful exterior lay a heart as dazzling as a diamond. Don't be shy, Hinata. Sit down and rest for a while. Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata summoned her courage and walked to his side. Since the ward had only one bed, she could only sit on the edge near the foot of the bed. Fortunately, the bed Yamato had built was fairly spacious, much larger than a standard single bed. Hinata handed the white cloth bag to Naruto. This is a herbal medicine commonly used by the Hyuga clan specifically for blunt force injuries. It's very effective. While I don't have Sakura's refined medical ninjutsu, this herb should help with the wounds on your back. On Naruto's back was a deep, piercing wound. Sakura inspected and healed the majority of his injuries, but having just emerged from battle, her chakra and mental fortitude were depleted, and she failed to notice the wound on his back. The wound on your back doesn't look too serious, but you should still apply some medicine. After all, health is better than injury. Naruto nodded. Though Sakura had not detected it, she had still treated most of his wounds, which was a great help. Hinata, though not a medical ninja, used her by yin to discover the scar on Naruto's back. Naruto's heart felt warm. Sasuke, I bet you'd be dying of envy if you saw this. With Sakura and Hinata around, I never have to worry about post-battle recovery. Sakura can heal me, and Hinata can fight for me. This is the meaning of comradeship. You, a lone wolf who only seeks power, I wonder when you'll ever understand. Naruto turned around, signaling Hinata to apply the medicine. Hinata was a bit shy, but her movements were decisive. She opened the medicine pouch, gently pinched a lump of green herbal paste, and applied it to Naruto's back. To facilitate treatment, Naruto had removed his shirt covering his body only with a thin white cloth. Hinata's cheeks flushed. From the moment she embraced him, she had felt the powerful muscles on his back. Now seeing his back directly, she realized how distinct the lines of his muscles were.
She didn't know what Naruto looked like 2 years ago, but now, he was clearly a strong man. Hinata suddenly thought of something, her face turning crimson. She stopped her movements and shyly turned her head away. Seeing Hinata's shy demeanor, a wave of warmth surged through Naruto's heart. How could there be such a gentle girl? Being with Hinata always brought him an inexplicable sense of peace. This feeling seemed fated, arising naturally whenever they were together. With this thought, Naruto decided to take Hinata to see the places where he had grown up.
Hinata, would you like to take a walk with me?
Hinata was startled, then looked at Naruto's sunny face, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes, and her voice grew much brighter.
Yes.
The Leaf Village had endured a great upheaval, and the lands beyond were no better. Sasuke found Itachi's hideout, and engaged in a fierce conflict with him. The two brothers fought from underground to the surface, from land to the river. Sasuke unsparingly poured out the hatred he had harbored for years toward Itachi, but Itachi's responses always seemed restrained. He did not use his full strength. Though Sasuke felt a flicker of suspicion, he still attacked Itachi with all his might. After a prolonged battle, both reached their limits, each utterly exhausted. Sasuke gritted his teeth, ready to make a final strike against Itachi. But Itachi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sasuke froze. It turned out Itachi was already terminally ill. Even without fighting Sasuke, he had little time left. Before dying, Itachi expressed to Sasuke the love and guilt he had long concealed in his heart. He gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, infusing him with his own dojutsu. In a daze of confusion and shock, Sasuke watched as Itachi lost his life. After the fierce battle, hearing Itachi's final words to him, Sasuke's mindset underwent a profound change. He no longer harbored hatred for Itachi, but instead tried to understand Itachi's circumstances and the reasoning behind each of his decisions. He suddenly realized that everything was the fault of the Leaf Village's high-ranking officials. It was the Leaf Village's leadership seeking to eliminate the potential threat of the Uchiha clan that ordered Itachi, then a member of the Umbu, to carry out the clan's extermination. Out of loyalty to the village, Itachi in agony killed the entire clan, including his own parents, leaving only Sasuke alive. Yet the village, instead of protecting Itachi, turned against him and branded him as the Leaf Village's most wanted rogue ninja. Now Sasuke's heart was still filled with rage, but different from before. All he wanted was one thing: to destroy the Leaf Village. Just as he was struggling, the figure of a Fae appeared before Sasuke. He revealed his stance and purpose to Sasuke. He planned to cast a genjutsu upon the moon, achieving control over all humanity and creating an era of true peace. Sasuke considered this ideal too absurd and obstinate, but he knew the reputation of the Akatsuki. As long as it could destroy the Leaf Village, no condition mattered to him. Thus Sasuke, along with all members of the Hawk Squad, joined the Akatsuki. They also initiated the Tail Beast capture plan. This time their target was the Eight Tails Jinchurikichi Law Bai. After Pain's invasion, Tsunade's body grew extremely weak from overconsumption of chakra, requiring a long period of rest and recovery. The village needed someone to step up as temporary leader and attend the 5 Kage summit. Tsunade hesitated for a long time. She initially intended to appoint Naruto as the acting Hokage, but because Naruto was young and prone to impulsive decisions, and had just been through a major battle, her heart couldn't bear it. Thus, she decided to appoint Kakashi as the acting Hokage. In the Leaf Village's meeting room, the high-ranking officials gathered, and Tsunade also attended. She scanned these officials with a fierce glare, a nameless anger rising within her. During the war, these officials had fled faster than anyone else. Some even occupied air raid shelters, not allowing civilians to enter. Now that the war was over, they all appeared. Shizune stood behind Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at her, her expression complex yet ultimately filled with tenderness toward her own people. The moment Shizune died, Tsunade had learned of it through the slug. She had been suppressing her inner pain, never telling anyone.
Though Shizun's talent in ninjutsu training was not as great as prodigies, like Naruto, she had loyally followed Tsunade, diligently studying and researching medical ninjutsu, determined to realize her own value in the medical world. Tsunade's feelings for Shizun were already like those of a mother for her child. But for now, the priority was to announce the appointment of Kakashi as the acting Hokage. At that moment, an older, seemingly senior Leaf Village official spoke up.
We have learned of the Hokage-sama's intention to appoint an acting Hokage. We have discussed it internally and have a suitable candidate. Hold on,
Tsunade interrupted. Everyone's attention was drawn to her. She frowned, folded her arms, and rested them on the table, projecting an imposing presence.
It seems this Hokage title of mine is nothing but a name. Even the meeting was held without consulting me, which means my opinion carries no weight. Tsunade turned to the official who had just spoken, her gaze laced with contempt and sarcasm. In that case, why don't you become the Hokage?
The meeting room fell into silence. Everyone realized Tsunade's anger and turned their eyes towards the speaker. The person became deflated, sensing the inappropriateness of his words, and quickly added,
Lord Hokage, it was my oversight. I will certainly be more careful next time. Our opinions are merely a reference. The final decision rests in your hands.
His tone was flattering, and his eyes darted towards the high-ranking officials seated nearby, many of whom were filled with anger. The other officials avoided his gaze. What he had said was a viewpoint accepted by the majority of the high-ranking officials present, yet now he had become the target of attacks, while those who had made suggestions remained unscathed. Tsunade was well aware of the schemes behind these people. Kakashi stood behind Tsunade.
Lord Hokage, perhaps you should listen to their suggestions. It might be worth considering. I know. Go on, who do you propose?
Tsunade said impatiently. At that moment, a high-ranking official spoke up.
We suggest that Lord Shimura Danzo serve as the temporary Hokage. Whether in terms of qualifications or strength, Lord Danzo is among the best of us. Moreover, he was a colleague of the third Hokage, so it is only fitting for him to assume this role. Exactly, it is indeed fitting.
The atmosphere in the meeting room became lively. Shimura Danzo, who had been nominated by the crowd, remained calm, as if he were in control of everything. Tsunade could not help but feel a sense of lament. She hadn't expected Danzo to have garnered such support among Konoha's upper echelons. If she were in a weaker position, it was likely he could forcibly replace her. Tsunade hesitated. In terms of qualifications, Danzo indeed had the right to be Hokage. However, his many extreme past actions left her feeling uneasy. If Danzo gained power, he might abuse it to fulfill his own desires, which would undoubtedly bring disaster to the village. Yet Kakashi was indeed temporarily inferior to Danzo in many areas. For the upcoming 5 Kage summit, having Danzo go seemed more appropriate. Thus Tsunade did not refuse, and directly adopted the suggestion. It was ultimately decided that Shimura Danzo would act as the temporary Hokage and attend the 5 Kage summit. As the sun set, Naruto and Hinata walked alongside a creek that had yet to be polluted or destroyed.
I never expected this creek to have such a clean branch, and I can even see fish in it,
Naruto exclaimed. Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked upstream.
This creek seems to lead to the sea. That's amazing. It seems fate has destined me to show you this creek,
Naruto said. Hinata paused.
This is the place I loved to be as a child. Whenever I felt down, I would sit here with a long stick fishing in the creek.
Hinata was taken aback. Fishing with a stick?
Of course, it's impossible to catch fish with a stick. I spent an entire day fishing, and my stomach growled from hunger, yet I never caught a single fish. But I enjoyed the feeling of just sitting here undisturbed, free from conversations about my background and disdainful expressions. You know, Hinata, even though I seem like I don't care about anything, and am always so optimistic, in reality, I care deeply about others' opinions. Many casual discussions and evaluations can pierce my heart.
Naruto looked at Hinata and smiled as he spoke.
You wouldn't have guessed it, but I'm actually quite sensitive.
Hinata shook her head.
Naruto, I understand you. Since the first time I saw you, I noticed that your chakra is different from others. Your chakra feels very sad. Although this isn't something written in textbooks or taught at the Ninja Academy, I can feel that your outward strength is merely a facade to protect the fragile child within.
Naruto was stunned. It turned out that Hinata had seen through his demeanor long ago. He hadn't expected that the persona he had carefully maintained could be so easily seen through. Byakugan was indeed a formidable ability. But on the flip side, Hinata's words carried no malice, rather they were filled with deep concern and understanding.
So you've already seen through me?
Hinata walked in front of Naruto, suddenly stopping, turning to face him with a serious expression.
Naruto, I will do everything in my power to protect your safety, even if it costs me my life. How can you say that?
Naruto replied.
It must be this way. In a relationship, there shouldn't be one person making all the sacrifices. Instead, we should stand close to each other, putting an effort together to maintain our bond. I know you will often act impulsively, standing alone against the greatest dangers, but I hope you promise me that when I stand behind you facing it together, you won't push me away.
Hinata's gaze was resolute. Naruto's heart trembled, and he could not calm himself for a long time. Seeing Hinata's serious demeanor, Naruto believed she spoke from her heart, but for some reason his heart felt a pang of sadness. In Naruto's worldview, as a boy he should unconditionally protect those behind him, whether they are teachers, companions, or loved ones. This was the responsibility a man should have. He had never thought of making a girl stand in front of him, taking a fatal blow on his behalf. Naruto once believed that this represented his weakness and incompetence, and he was very resistant to such situations. However, after experiencing being protected by Hinata, Naruto's thoughts changed. For the first time, he felt what it meant to reciprocate feelings. He finally received a response. The person he vowed to protect with all his might was also someone who cared for him deeply. Naruto's eyes grew misty. He slowly opened his lips, wanting to say something. The next moment, a pair of warm arms embraced him. Naruto was a bit surprised, and lowered his gaze to Hinata. At that moment, Hinata was already in tears, choked with emotion as she said,
Naruto, I know you carry too much for the village, for your companions, for your dreams. They all hope to see you strong, standing before them to shield them from the storm, but I just hope you can live healthily.
Hearing Hinata's words, Naruto could no longer hold back his tears. He embraced her tightly, waves of emotion swelling within him, as his lips quivered uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, feeling the warmth in the embrace, and finally spoke.
Hinata, would you be willing to be with me?
The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the dense woods, casting a soft light on the young man's face. Under the gentle illumination, he appeared strikingly handsome, with an exceptionally bright gaze. Upon closer inspection, his eyes brimmed with warmth and affection. A gentle breeze brushed past Hinata's hair, causing a few strands to float in front of her, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, as she raised her gaze earnestly, saying, Naruto, I have told you I am willing. The two embraced tightly. In that moment of deep emotion, they forgot the chirping of birds, and the fading sunlight on the horizon, losing track of time. They held each other close, unable to part for a long while. Sasuke's team ambushed Karabi on his way back to the village. Suigetsu dashed forward, swinging his decapitating sword at Karabi, who crossed his arms, exuding an air of disdain. What a bunch of rude guys. He swiftly dodged Suigetsu's attack, causing the decapitating sword to crash into the ground, leaving a large crater. Choji reminded him, didn't we say not to kill the Jinchuriki Suigetsu? The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki shouldn't be so easily defeated. I can sense his powerful chakra. Indeed, Kankuro added from behind. Sasuke also appeared. Through the smoke, Suigetsu struck again, but this time Karabi did not dodge. Instead, He caught the decapitating sword with both hands. Suigetsu paused. The power of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is this formidable. Is that all you've got? Suigetsu gritted his teeth, pressing down with all his might, yet the decapitating sword remained frozen in midair. The disparity in their strength was evident. The only one who can defeat me is myself. Get lost, you annoying guy, or I'll hit you with a punch. Damn. Kirabi exerted force, with both hands flinging the decapitating sword away. Choji stepped forward. Suigetsu, step back, let me handle this. Suigetsu vanished in an instant. Kirabi picked up Suigetsu's decapitating sword, peering through the circular guard at Choji. Taking a look through the circle, you seem quite spirited. He turned towards Sasuke. Looking back, I see a bunch of fools. What nonsense. Choji shot forward, with a sudden strike, aiming a punch. Kirabi managed to place the circle around his head, spinning it like a hula hoop, surprisingly deflecting Choji's punch. Choji wasted no time in activating his curse seal. Numerous gray fleshy spikes sprouted from his left arm as he charged at Kirabi. The impact resonated with a loud bang. Choji coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, while Kirabi triumphantly stood before him with a decapitating sword. Unflustered and charismatic, I am the killer, be Kirabi, bound by the Eight Tails, yeah. Kirabi spoke with a rhythmic cadence, his body performing various movements. If you fight me, you'll only find yourselves in despair. Why? Kirabi suddenly stopped. Sasuke and Suigetsu stared at him in confusion. What is wrong with this guy? Choji had already broken into a cold sweat. This Eight Tails Jinchuriki appeared to be acting strangely, having easily repelled both Choji and Suigetsu, showing impressive strength. Kirabi frowned slightly. Bit my tongue. Choji furrowed his brows tightly. Wait, Choji actually lost to such a bizarre guy? This guy doesn't appear normal at all. Suigetsu's expression was equally grim. To use my decapitating sword to this extent, who exactly is this guy? You made me bite my tongue, you bunch of idiots. Kiraba's tone was colder than before as he effortlessly lifted Choji and tossed him in front of Sasuke. Choji's face turned crimson, with the curse seal before dissipating. Are you okay, Choji? Sakura asked. Choji grimaced. I'm fine. At that moment, Sasuke slowly approached Kirabi. He'll take it from here. Kirabi adjusted his stance, preparing for battle. Who are you clowns, you annoying idiots? Suigetsu retorted. My password. This guy is infuriating. Who do you think you are, daring to capture me? You don't need to know, Sasuke replied. It's quite a task to battle someone who speaks in rhymes. This is for the sake of gaining power. If you don't want to, just leave, Sasuke said without looking back. That's your own business. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword from his sleeve, holding it firmly. It's just right. I want to verify if the Akatsuki's verbal promises hold any weight. No matter what, I'm using the Akatsuki. You all need to remember that. Suigetsu and the others nodded. Hinata's cheeks were slightly flushed as she gazed dreamily at Sasuke. So cool, Sasuke. Indeed, the man that Uzumaki Hinata admires is definitely not ordinary. No one can casually command him. He is a remarkably intelligent powerhouse, and I really like him. In that case, hurry up and make that blabbermouth shut up. My ears are about to develop calluses. Sasuke nodded. That's just what I was thinking. In that moment, Sasuke and Kirabi faced off against each other, a gust of wind swirling around them, Kiraba's white scarf fluttering in the breeze, lifting dust into the air. This isn't blabbering. This is the rhythm of the trend. Do you understand, idiot? Kirabi responded with animated gestures. Hinata stood behind, her eyes tightly shut, trembling with anger. This guy is truly infuriating. What he's singing isn't even rap. If you don't have that talent, why come out and disturb others? Kirabi heard this, and gave Hinata an international gesture of friendship. What did you say, you annoying idiot? Shut up. Be quiet. In the midst of their banter, Sasuke had already struck with lightning speed. He leaped high above Kiraba's head, swinging the Kusanagi sword with incredible speed. Kurabi swiftly grabbed the decapitating sword, swinging it towards Sasuke, deflecting him away. Sasuke dodged backward as Kurabi unleashed a spinning slash. With a speed that was like lightning, Kurabi turned around to attack Sasuke from behind. Sasuke quickly responded, tilting his head down, his body twisting in midair at the same speed and direction as Kurabi. Now is the moment. Sasuke instantly thrust the Kusanagi sword into the circular guard of the decapitating sword, pinning it firmly to the ground. In the next moment, Sasuke kicked towards Kurabi's chest. Yet Kurabi appeared unscathed. He discarded the decapitating sword, pulled out a blue notebook from his pocket, and began to write. Sasuke, Choji, Suigetsu, and Hinata all stared in disbelief. What kind of operation is this Eight-Tails Jinchuriki attempting? Taking advantage of the distraction, Sasuke kicked the decapitation sword towards Shueisha, who caught it with a bewildered expression. Killer Bee continued to write, finally closing his notebook with a happy expression, saying, "Thanks to your attack just now, my inspiration is flowing well, and I've come up with an extraordinary rhyme. Thank you. So as a reward, I'll have some fun with you guys, you bastard." Killer Bee reached behind him, and the next moment 8 long swords flew into the air and slowly descended. He caught these 7 swords with his hands, knees, elbows, mouth, armpits, shoulders, and abdomen. The forms were extremely bizarre. "Let you feel the ultimate sword technique of this lord." Killer Bee launched an attack on Sasuke, who dodged repeatedly and blocked with the Kusanagi sword. The swordsmanship was very strange, and Sasuke had no idea from where the next strike would come. Luckily, with the Sharingan, he could barely discern the trajectory of the attacks. Sasuke was sent flying into the sky, and the two continued to fight fiercely in midair, their swords clashing and creating countless sparks. The two kept attacking each other with their swords back and forth, neither able to injure the other. But soon one sword couldn't contend against 7. Sasuke's arms, cheeks, legs, and chest all sustained sword wounds. He was directly knocked to the ground. Xianglin immediately shouted in concern, "Are you okay, Sasuke? What kind of technique is this? It looks too bizarre. I have no idea of the opponent's attack patterns. It seems the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is even stronger than I imagined." Sasuke stood up, formed hand seals, and placed his hands on the ground. Lightning chakra surged forth, gathering on the Kusanagi sword, transforming it into a lightning sword enveloped in Chidori. Sasuke charged forward, grasping the Kusanagi sword and swinging it at Killer Bee. Bang! With a clash, both Sasuke and Shueisha widened their eyes. They saw that the sword in Killer Bee's hand also gathered a massive amount of lightning, looking exactly like Sasuke's. Shueisha exclaimed, "He actually blocked it. Can he also attach chakra to objects?" Before anyone could react, Sasuke was hit by several swords and fell to the ground. He appeared to have lost his combat ability. Killer Bee aimed to capitalize on this, charging towards Sasuke. Xianglin and Shueisha rushed forward to intercept. "He'll finish you off now." Killer Bee spun in the air for a few circles and then slashed down at Sasuke. In a moment of urgency, Shueisha used the decapitation sword to block above Sasuke, stopping the strike. However, Killer Bee's power was overwhelming. Despite Shueisha's desperate resistance, the sword in his hands was still pushed down slightly. Killer Bee exerted a bit of force, and a surge of lightning instantly gathered on his sword, tearing at the contact point, with the decapitation sword threatening to split it apart. Under the influence of the lightning release, Shueisha felt a strong numbness in his hands, and wore a painful expression. At that moment, Jongwoo directly intervened, punching Killer Bee in the face with his arm, enhanced by sealing techniques. Killer Bee was momentarily distracted, allowing Shueisha to shatter his sword with the decapitation blade. Xianglin immediately squatted beside Sasuke, rolled up her sleeves, and let Sasuke bite her arm to recover. Suddenly, several holes appeared on Zongwa's arm, followed by a violent explosion of chakra that increased the power of his giant arm, sending Killer Bee flying. Although Killer Bee's physical strength was tremendous, taking that terrifying punch without major injury still caused him some pain. As the smoke cleared, only a sword remained where Killer Bee had been. Everyone then realized they had been fighting against a sword all along.
Sasuke, hurry up and bite!
Sasuke struggled to get up and bit Xianglin's forearm. Xianglin's body seemed to be electrocuted, her cheeks flushed, and she let out strange sounds. Sasuke's body was enveloped in a green healing chakra, rapidly restoring him with his wounds closing swiftly, leaving only torn clothes. Killer Bee glanced at Sasuke and Xianglin. That kid managed to dodge the sword's trajectory with lightning release, avoiding a lethal blow. That red-haired woman can allow others to absorb her chakra for recovery. After Sasuke absorbed her chakra, Xianglin leaned on the ground, breathing heavily. For her, the act of healing meant self-consumption, so she couldn't do it too many times, but she could still hold on for a bit longer. Sasuke stood up and joined Shuiwei and Zhongwu.
Sasuke, we three should go all out. This guy is too strong. Let's not talk about leaving him alive. Only by intending to kill him can we have a chance to win. This is the only option.
Killer Bee sighed.
It seems we won't finish this anytime soon.
The three charged at Killer Bee simultaneously, Zhongwu swinging his giant arm enhanced with sealing techniques, Shuiwei wielding the decapitation sword, and Sasuke driving Chidori into the Kusanagi sword. Killer Bee moved with agility, dodging everyone's attacks, and amidst the chaos struck Shuiwei. After being hit, Shuiwei didn't show any pain, but smiled instead, saying,
"Finally caught in the trap."
His body instantly transformed into a puddle of water, while Sasuke seized the moment to strike Killer Bee, sending violent electrical currents coursing through him. He felt immense pain and numbness, wearing an agonized expression. Zhongwu dropped from the sky, delivering a punch to Killer Bee. Boom! Smoke billowed, creating a massive pit in the ground. Yet inside there was only Zhongwu. Killer Bee was nowhere to be found. In the distance behind a large rock, Killer Bee stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head.
Clearly a bunch of weaklings, yet so persistent. Once the game ends, I'm going back for an ice beer. Xianglin. I know.
Xianglin closed her eyes tightly, beginning to sense the flow of chakra around her, searching for Killer Bee's location. A few seconds later, Xianglin suddenly opened her eyes wide, turned, and pointed to the mountain behind where Killer Bee was.
Over there.
Killer Bee observed the situation. This woman is a sensory type, isn't she? Zhongwu lifted Sasuke, as if he were a launcher, pushing him in the direction Xianglin pointed. Killer Bee raised his hand, and red eight-tails chakra floated around him, like a small bubble quickly surrounding him. Several red chakra tails sprouted behind him, resembling octopus tentacles. Sasuke watched all of this unfold. A method of applying tail beast chakra has appeared, just like Naruto did before. Killer Bee threw a punch with incredible speed. Sasuke quickly dodged. Killer Bee paused, smirking.
Apart from my brother, you're the first to evade my 8th blade.
Kurabi looked towards the platform not far away where Zhongwu, Shuiwei, and Xianglin were.
First I'll make you all fall apart.
He charged directly at Xianglin. Sasuke paused.
Oh no! Quickly dodge. He's coming for you.
Zhongwu immediately embraced Xianglin and Shuiwei, using his chakra to create a current that propelled them to evade Kurabi. But the red-tailed beast chakra was too dazzling and swift, rushing in like a meteor, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Zhongwu managed to dodge this devastating blow with his two companions, but a giant rock flying from behind struck Shuiwei on the right shoulder, knocking her into the nearby water. Sasuke arrived as well.
Are you okay?
Xianglin, supported by Zhongwu, replied.
I'm fine, it's just that Shuiwei got hit.
Shuiwei emerged from the water with a fluid-like head.
I'm fine.
Sasuke gazed into the smoke. The opponent's strength was formidable, but his attack methods were rather singular. With my Sharingan, I could see through his movements.
Xianglin sends his chakra and keep me updated on his movements.
Just as he finished speaking, a commotion suddenly arose from the smoke,
and Kurabi charged out. That requires timely prediction. Sasuke, be careful. Sasuke stood his ground facing the charging Kurabi. The three black tomo in his eyes spun and twisted, transforming into a six-pointed star shape. In an instant, Kurabi's consciousness was severed, pulled into the world of illusion by Sasuke. His body was pierced by numerous large black feathers, rendering him immobile. Those eyes are Sharingan. Have I fallen into an illusion? Kurabi felt as if his soul was plummeting into an abyss. In reality, his body lost control in midair and crashed to the ground, hitting his head first and remaining motionless. The red eight-tailed chakra on him slowly twisted, but Kurabi lay quietly on the ground as if asleep. Upon seeing this, Xiangling finally let out a long sigh of relief. Sasuke, having activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, felt his breath becoming heavy. Suddenly he experienced a sharp pain in his eyes. In the next moment, a gust of wind surged from behind, and Sasuke immediately turned his head. Kurabi had already appeared behind him, swinging his arm towards Sasuke's throat, shouting, "Lightning Lariat!" Thud. Sasuke could not evade in time, his throat slashed open, blood gushing out. Everyone was stunned by the scene. "Sasuke!" Chungwu dashed out in an instant, catching the flung Sasuke, while blood continued to pour from the wound on his neck. Xiangling rushed over, and was taken aback upon seeing Sasuke's wound. "What kind of injury is this? His neck, chest, and even internal organs are damaged." A massive and pitch-black hole appeared on Sasuke's chest. He was on the brink of death. Chongwa's tone turned grave. "This injury is fatal." In Chongwa's mind, the evaluation of Sasuke by Junmaro flashed vividly. Was this man whom Junmaro regarded as his reincarnation going to die here? Xiangling tore open her clothing, preparing to treat Sasuke. But Chungwu waved his hand to stop her. "No need'll handle this. Your chakra is insufficient to heal him." "Then how will you treat him?" Chungwu reached into Sasuke's wound, and the seals on his body glowed red. "I will merge my body with Sasuke. He has a seal within him, and should be able to survive." Kiraba's earlier surprise attack was precisely to allow the eight tails within him to disrupt his chakra, thus breaking the illusion. Illusions have no effect on those who can control tailed beast chakra. "If you truly want to be destroyed, witness my true form." 8 massive tentacle-like tails suddenly sprouted from behind Kurabi, and with a burst of smoke his appearance completely transformed into that of the 8 tails. The 8 tails had a head resembling a bull, powerful limbs, and behind it were 8 gigantic octopus-like tails. "This is my true form, indeed a monster. You little ones must be peeing in fear of the 8 tails." Xiangling's eyes widened, mouth agape, terrified to the point of collapsing onto the ground. She sensed an extraordinary chakra. This chakra was overwhelmingly vast. Staring at the 8 tails, Xiangling felt as if she were gazing at the ocean, the sense of dread drowning her like tidal waves. Shueisha remained submerged in the water, observing the situation on the shore. "A monster combining a bull and an octopus, is this his true form? Eliminate the enemy," the massive bull-headed beast declared. A powerful current erupted, exuding an extraordinary aura. Meanwhile, under Chongwa's merging, the wound on Sasuke's chest was filled by Chongwa's cells, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Great Sasuke! Get up quickly if you're awake! Chongwu, you!" Xiangling helped Sasuke up, looking at the now childlike Chongwu. "Why have you turned into a child?" Chongwu gasped for breath, appearing extremely weak. He had poured a tremendous amount of chakra into Sasuke's body, and now his own chakra was nearly depleted. "Sasuke, I won't let you die. You are Junmaro's reincarnation." Xiangling immediately stood up. "You two get up quickly, we need to run." The 8 tails approached Sasuke and the others, while a massive transparent fish appeared in the water. It was Shuyu's ninjutsu. "Sure enough, a water-style ninja. You took advantage of the terrain, didn't you?" Shuyu's body was within that giant fish. "He'll hold him off, you all hurry and escape." with Shueiwa blocking Xiangling supported Sasuke, and together with Changwu, they began to retreat. After a few rounds of combat between the 8 tails, and the giant fish had howled towards the sky, countless black energies, gathering above its mouth, gradually forming a massive black sphere.
Now that I've transformed into this form, there's no way I'm letting you escape.
Xiangling turned to glance at the huge-tailed beast ball, immediately feeling alarmed.
That massive thing looks very troublesome.
The tail beast ball began to swell, the energy inside restless yearning to burst forth immediately. The 8 tails adjusted its direction, shooting towards Sasuke and the others. A tremendous shockwave erupted from the mouth of the 8 tails, mixed with black and yellow light, causing the surrounding rock formations to collapse, the earth to tremble, and the mountains to roar. The light emitted by the tail beast ball was blinding like the sun. The explosion echoed across the sky, creating a mushroom-like cloud. The ninjas from the hidden rain village noticed this scene.
Is that the Killing Bee Kiribisamas? What's happening, Senior? We need to go support Kurabasama. Yes.
2 Raikage-aligned shinobi stood atop a cliff, gazing down at Killer Bee.
What has happened to Lord Killer Bee? The Raikage explicitly forbade him from using it. Look there. Lord Killer Bee is engaged in battle.
Their eyes locked onto the 3 figures on the water's surface, Uchiha Sasuke and his companions clad in Akatsuki cloaks. Suigetsu lay motionless at the center, his body transformed into a pale gelatinous mass. Frozen like sculpture, his expression locked in shock.
Karen sighed despondently. We're trapped. What do we do?
Sasuke gasped for breath. Their frantic flight had exhausted all 3. He glanced at Karen and Jugo. Both had expended vast reserves of chakra solely to save him. Suigetsu, the one who always seemed unreliable, had deliberately placed himself at the epicenter of the enemy's explosive barrage, sacrificing himself into this grotesque state. This selfless devotion to comrades stirred memories in Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. Sasuke steeled his resolve.
I will not let them die before me, not so easily. Here it comes!
Karen cried out in alarm. An octopus-like tendril of the 8 tails lashed forward, surging toward the trio. Sasuke shut his eyes, then snapped them open. Dark crimson blood streamed from their corners.
Amaterasu!
Black flames erupted instantly, engulfing the 8 tails in an inferno that burned fiercely across its massive form. The 8 tails writhed in agony, shrieking as its body convulsed violently. Jugo staggered upright, stunned.
Is this the eternal black flame Sasuke spoke of?
Karen stared, utterly transfixed.
Incredible.
The 8 tails plunged into the water, desperate to douse the flames. But such effort was futile. It thrashed wildly beneath the waves, its tentacles flailing chaotically. In the turmoil, one struck toward Karen, only to be severed cleanly by Sasuke's blade. The severed tip sank into the ocean depths. Tragically, a fragment of Sasuke's Amaterasu brushed Karen's back. Jugo heaved Suigetsu over his shoulder and tugged urgently at Sasuke's sleeve.
We must leave. Karen is beyond saving. Wait!
Sasuke lowered his head, then opened his right eye, activating Kagetsuchi to erase the black flame searing Karen's back. His eyes blazed with searing pain from overuse of the Sharingan.
Jugo, retrieve Karen now.
Jugo's arm surged, with curse seal markings elongating rapidly to snatch Karen back. Sasuke watched the grievously wounded 8 tails. Once more he activated Kagetsuchi, dispelling the Amaterasu clinging to its form. The bees sank lifelessly into the abyss, the black flames fading as Killer Bee's unconscious body drifted upward through the water. A fresh wave of agony tore through Sasuke's eyes, worse than before, and pain radiated into his skull. Clutching his brow, he rasped.
Now he lives, and not to be taken back. Hurry, we must extract him.
Sasuke slung Killer Bee over his shoulder and departed. From afar, Raikage shinobi observed the scene through telescopic lenses.
Lord Killer Bee has fallen. What shall we do?
Rather than rushing blindly into aid, our first duty is to report directly to the Hokages. That man bears the Uchiha clan crest. Once the Hokages learns of this, he will stop at nothing. After delivering Killer Bee to Tobi, the masked figure assigned the next mission. News of Sasuke's abduction of Killer Bee spread swiftly across the shinobi world. Upon receiving the intelligence, Danzo immediately ordered Sai to monitor Naruto, the other Jinchuriki. Naruto soon approached Sai seeking information, but Sai extended his tongue, revealing the cursed seal within his mouth, rendering him mute on the matter. Meanwhile, Naruto met two envoys dispatched by the Hokage Omoi and Karui, Killer Bee's own students. Naruto resolved at once to rescue Killer Bee. Omoi and Karui showed no warmth. They cornered Naruto against a wall, voices sharp and imperious.
Tell us everything about Uchiha Sasuke. I'm going to kill him.
At Sasuke's name, Naruto fell silent, not because he condoned his friend's path, but because betraying a comrade was a line he would never cross. They pressed closer still. Karui drew her blade, pressing its edge against Naruto's throat. Her voice dripped with arrogance.
Refuse, and we'll end you.
A glacial gleam flickered in Naruto's eyes. His voice, low and resonant, carried the weight of unshakable conviction.
Kill me! Do you truly possess that right?
Instantly, Kurama's chakra erupted from Naruto's core, crimson energy swirling around him like a tempest. The sheer force made Omoi and Karui recoil instinctively.
What is this? Chakra identical to Lord Killer Bee's, the same tail beast power. Naruto Uzumaki can control tail beast chakra just as Killer Bee does. Who is this boy?
That fleeting display of overwhelming power shattered their defiance. Both bowed hastily, stammering apologies, too awestruck to utter another word. Naruto bore them no grudge. Instead, he set off for the Kage summit, determined to plead with the Hokage to spare Sasuke. Danzo and his retinue departed Konoha en route to the summit. En route, they endured repeated assassination attempts. Yet unexpectedly, Danzo wielded a Sharingan, annihilating every assailant without mercy. Soon after, Naruto found the Hokage. He bowed deeply, speaking with heartfelt sincerity, only to be met with cold dismissal as the Hokage turned and walked away. Iron Country. The conference chamber was modest, just large enough to seat the 5 Kage. Yet beneath a veneer of unity, suspicion simmered among the attendees, rendering the proceedings fraught and fractious. The Hokage slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it.
My own brother has been seized by Akatsuki. How dare you demand I stay calm? How could I possibly remain calm?
Finally, Iron Country's leader Sanbai proposed forming a unified shinobi alliance, pooling resources and strength without national division. Such unity would eliminate internation rivalry, uniting all under a single purpose. He further recommended Danzo as commander-in-chief, citing Fire Country's unmatched military prowess as justification. Consensus formed swiftly. All agreed Danzo should lead the alliance. Then Ao of Kirigakure, his transplanted Byakugan piercing through deception, uncovered Danzo's secret.
Hokage-sama, your right eye is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. How did you acquire it? This eye belongs to Uchiha Shursui. I fought him myself. I cannot be mistaken.
What?
Danzo, you will explain yourself now.
All eyes turned accusingly upon Danzo, demanding answers about the stolen eye. Danzo flinched, speechless, caught in silence, until the stillness shattered. A spectral white figure materialized at the chamber center. The body of Baiju was enveloped in a giant shell resembling a green flower bud.
Hello! Uchiha Sasuke has arrived. Where could he be hiding?
The scene shifted, and all the guards behind the shadows had already taken a stance on the table, ready to confront Baiju. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Hokage's eyes widened in shock.
What did you say? Sasuke! Where is he?
Hokage rushed forward, grabbing Baiju by the neck. Earth Shadow Inoki exclaimed.
The Akatsuki organization.
Hokages don't act impulsively. Leave him alive, Gaara remarked. How could Sasuke know this person from the Akatsuki? Baiju grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, If you want to know where Sasuke is, come and find out with me. Tell me where Sasuke is, or don't blame me for being rude. Hokages shouted, increasing the pressure in his grip. Baiju looked at Hokages. This person was quite agile. Since you're so curious, I can give you a little hint. Suddenly, crack. Baiju's neck snapped, and he fell silent. Hokages turned to everyone and said, Hurry up and move. Go catch Sasuke. Mifune, who was overseeing the meeting, nodded and immediately ordered Konan and Rika to relay the commands to pursue Sasuke. The ninja next to Hokages, she sensed an unusual chakra and immediately informed Hokages. Then let's not waste any more time here. Hokages punched through the conference room wall and dashed out. Another attendant, lazily covering his forehead, said apologetically, Sorry I broke your wall and table. It's fine, let's hurry and find Sasuke. Everyone prepared for battle, and the samurai under Mifune had already received the notification and rushed out to search for Sasuke's traces. The group of samurai wore rigid armor and gas masks, well trained. Sasuke swaggered up to the samurai. I'm in a very bad mood right now. If you insist on blocking my way, I won't go easy on you. Sasuke's cold tone was intimidating, yet the samurai seemed unfazed, raising their swords. So are we, Uchiha Sasuke. In that case, bring it on. The samurai charged at Sasuke with their swords raised. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, channeling Chidori into his Kusanagi sword, and struck down at the oncoming samurai, blocking their attack. Karen crouched on a beam of the rooftop, watching Sasuke from above. The chakra within Sasuke was immense. It felt as if a giant monster resided within him. Sasuke plunged into the midst of the samurais, swiftly dispatching them one by one, leaving them defenseless against his relentless assault. Karen trembled slightly, her eyes filled with terror, muttering, Sasuke's chakra is abnormal, completely different from before. His chakra now is even denser than in the second form of the cursed seal. And this chakra is so cold. Just as Sasuke was rampaging, a samurai shot a cold arrow at him from behind. In the next moment, Jugo stepped in front of Sasuke, using his cursed seal-empowered arm to block the arrow. This Uchiha Sasuke actually has accomplices. Quickly report to Lord Mifune. Meanwhile, Hokages was moving quickly with she and Lazy, and she, who was constantly sensing the surrounding chakra, suddenly frowned and said, Hokages, I sensed a special chakra that is rapidly eliminating other chakras. That special chakra is most likely Uchiha Sasuke. Which direction? Hokages asked. Right beneath us. In the next moment, Hokages punched down, and the floor exploded, creating a large hole. Hokages and the others fell directly in front of Sasuke and Jugo. Hokage's body was enveloped in blue lightning chakra as he removed his Hokage cloak, revealing his powerful muscles. Sasuke, I've finally found you. For hurting my brother, I will make you feel the power of my rage. Sasuke, don't do anything reckless. Suigetsu shouted anxiously at the impulsive Sasuke. Sasuke seemed to be losing his rationality. Dari quickly formed seals and unleashed water release water barrier, blocking Sasuke and pushing him back. She simultaneously formed seals and cast an illusion technique, and a blinding flash erupted from behind him. Jugo fell under the illusion, but Sasuke used his Sharingan to dispel the illusion and awaken Jugo. Jugo, wake up, you've been caught in an illusion. Jugo's thoughts were pulled back to reality by Sasuke's voice. Although the illusion was dispelled by Sasuke's Sharingan, she still smiled, because his objective had already been achieved. Dari and Hokages suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke, raising their fists and swords to strike him down. Karen's eyes widened in alarm. Sasuke, be careful. Bang. Clash. Suigetsu and Sasuke managed to block the attacks from the two.
However, as Suigetsu faced Reikage, the latter's strength surpassed that of Killer Bee, causing Suigetsu to grimace in pain. The decapitation blade was directly smashed, creating a crack, and then it shattered instantly. Realizing something was off, Jugo decisively activated his full curse seal form, his body transforming into a dark brown hard structure, with 6 jet-like devices sprouting from his back, and a vertical mark appeared on his face. Jugo's emotions were highly agitated.
"I will kill you!"
Seeing Jugo's terrifying appearance, Dari broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to Jugo's physical transformation, his mental state was completely different from before.
"Dari, focus. This guy's chakra amount is terrifying."
Reikage threw a punch at Jugo, instantly sending him crashing into the wall, while Jugo raised his arm to block, but under the overwhelming difference in strength his body was pressed deeper and deeper into the wall. At that moment, Suigetsu instantaneously appeared behind she to launch a surprise attack, but Dari reacted in time, blocking the slash of the decapitation blade. Suigetsu looked at the weapon in Dari's hand, his eyes flashing with interest.
"That blade looks nice."
Dari frowned.
"Don't think just because yours broke I will give you mine." On the other side, Jugo's curse seal shield was pierced by Reikage, hitting his abdomen, causing Jugo to spit out blood and lose consciousness briefly.
Then Reikage looked up at Sasuke above.
"I am different from others. I won't be caught by that so-called Sharingan."
The speed of nerve transmission and reflexes within Reikage's body is not inferior to that of Konoha's Minato. Sasuke could still barely catch a glimpse. However, if he infused lightning chakra during an attack, the speed would increase further, making it increasingly difficult for Sasuke to use the Sharingan to catch him. Taking advantage of Reikage's momentary distraction, Yugo aimed his Bodus cannon at the lightning shadow, unleashing a surge of formidable chakra with devastating force. Despite the severe blow from Reikage, Yugo remained alive. Sia's attention was drawn away, but in the next instant a pair of Sharingan locked onto him. His consciousness was instantly enveloped by dark purple chakra, seizing his mind, rendering him immobile. As a member of the team, Sasuke would not watch Yugo fight alone. Karen, meanwhile, concealed her own chakra, lurking in the shadows to sense Danzo's location. At that moment, Reikage punched Yugo away with a single blow, preparing to deliver another. A flash of lightning, Sasuke appeared suddenly, using the Kagura-coated Kusanagi sword to deflect the punch. Then Reikage charged forward, enveloped in his lightning release armor. Sasuke advanced with his Kusanagi blade, and the two clashed instantly. Sasuke's sword sliced through the Reikage's armor. Reikage paused.
"A lightning release technique like Kakashi's E. To be able to cut through my lightning armor, you must have some talent after all."
Sasuke was startled. Without warning, Reikage's hands had already grasped his own belt. Reikage hoisted Sasuke up and slammed him violently into the ground. Countless bolts of lightning surged and spread, shattering the rocky floor and sending debris flying. A fierce gale erupted within the chamber. The samurai hid in the shadows, observing the clash between Reikage and Sasuke. This was the Reikage's ninja body art, a close-range attack launched within a certain distance, causing immense damage. Those struck by this technique would either suffer severe internal injuries or be torn apart. Under such circumstances, Sasuke was virtually dead. Yet Reikage paused as he looked at the boy in his grip. A ring of purple ribs had materialized around Sasuke's body, absorbing most of the damage. Sasuke rose instantly. In the critical moment, he had summoned the ribs of Susanoo to protect himself. One of the ribs extended a long arm, striking Reikage and forcing him back a few steps.
"So this is the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan."
Sensing the danger, the samurai rushed over, surrounding Sasuke in the center. Dari helped see to his feet. The latter trembled, still unable to move properly.
"Are you done over there?"
Dari hoisted CS' arm over his shoulder.
"Pretty much. But to survive a hit from the Raikage-sama, this Sasuke has some real skill."
C stared at Sasuke's Susanoo shell.
It's the Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder the Raikage had to activate it to such an extent.
Elsewhere, Suigetsu had Daru's broadsword embedded in his abdomen.
Troublesome. My resistance to lightning release is still too weak, I can't even liquefy.
Karen crouched behind a low wall, her eyes wide with terror. Raikage's chakra had suddenly swelled to an immense level nearly rivaling that of a tailed beast. Sasuke was in grave danger. Standing inside the Susanoo ribcage, blood streamed from his left eye. He instantly activated Amaterasu. But Raikage reacted swiftly, dodging directly. The samurai behind him were not so fortunate, engulfed in black flames. The surrounding samurai panicked.
This fire won't go out.
Of course it wouldn't. These were the eternal black flames. Raikage teleported beside Sasuke, ready to strike. Sasuke did not evade. Instead, he coated the Susanoo ribcage with the black flames of Amaterasu, forming a defensive shield of dark fire around himself. If anyone touched him, they would be scorched by the eternal flames and burned to death. Sia's jaw dropped at the sight. Sasuke had not only controlled the black flames, but also seemed to wield the Mangekyo with greater mastery than Itachi. Yet Raikage defied all expectations. Ignoring the threat of the black flames, he struck Sasuke with a palm strike. The force of the blow shattered the Susanoo ribs, sending Sasuke flying. Sasuke coughed up blood and collapsed in agony. This blow had inflicted severe damage. Raikage leaped into the air, ready to continue his assault. Sasuke immediately used his right eye to control the Amaterasu, gathering it directly above him to block the attack. Seeing Sasuke's chakra state, Karen couldn't help shouting,
"Sasuke!"
Just as Raikage's foot was about to strike Sasuke, a stream of sand rapidly converged above him, deflecting the blow. Gaara approached slowly, with Temari and Kankuro following behind. Raikage fumed.
"Why are you interfering to help him? Answer me. If you can't give me a perfect reason, I won't let you off."
Gaara's voice was icy.
"If you continue attacking him, the black flames will likely engulf your entire body. Furthermore, I have something to discuss with Sasuke."
Raikage snorted coldly and severed his left arm, which was covered in the black flames, with his right hand.
"See. Stop the bleeding, then finish off Sasuke." "Yes."
He placed his hands on Raikage's wound, and green healing chakra slowly emerged. As he stanched the bleeding, he analyzed Sasuke's abilities. Sasuke had managed to touch Raikage's lightning armor, and survived 2 of his most powerful attacks. His left eye could summon Amaterasu, while his right eye controlled the flames, altering their shape. This Sasuke's strength was truly formidable. It seemed that Killer Bisama had indeed been captured by this Sasuke. Truly, there is always someone stronger, and heavens beyond heavens. Gaara looked at Sasuke and suddenly spoke.
"Your eyes are the same as they were back then, just like mine, filled with hatred and killing intent. Relying on hatred to gain power won't work. Don't imprison yourself in the prison of revenge. Step out of it. Even if I step out, what awaits me there?"
Sasuke's left eye was tightly shut, while his right eye remained open.
"Gaara, I think it's pointless to say more. He's already fallen into the Akatsuki. He's stubborn and won't listen to anything. Besides, the Raikage and all those who have been hurt by the Akatsuki will never let him go. Ever since he attacked the 5 Kage summit, he's been a global fugitive. No matter what, he has no future."
Gaara continued.
"Sasuke, you and I both grew up in darkness. That's why even the faintest light should be able to reach our eyes. Just like before, if you change your mind, it's not too late."
Sasuke's lips curled slightly.
"But I've already closed my eyes. My goal has always been in the darkness."
Kankuro whispered a reminder.
"Don't let personal feelings interfere. You're the Kazekage now, Gaara."
A single tear rolled down Gaara's face. Behind him, a torrent of sand erupted and surged towards Sasuke.
I know.
Countless grains of sand surged towards Sasuke. He immediately activated Amaterasu,
but the sand blocked the attack. Not bad, you managed to block my assault. The next moment Jugo appeared from behind and whisked Sasuke away, while Suigetsu and Karen vanished without a trace. The Raikage's arm had not yet stopped bleeding, preventing him from pursuing, and he erupted in fury at the sight. Gaara. You let him escape. What are you playing at? Gaara remained silent, standing still. He had intended to kill Sasuke here, but his opponent showed no desire to fight and left decisively. There was a fleeting moment when he could have blocked them, but Gaara chose not to. Kankuro frowned, his tone reproachful. Gaara, you really messed up this time. Tamari's expression was grim. You talked too much and let him seize the chance to escape. The Raikage did not hesitate to pursue Sasuke instead of arguing with Gaara. Gaara, you just wait. He'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Gaara crossed his arms, his heart heavy. He hadn't wanted to let Sasuke go, but since the deed was done, all he could do now was hope Sasuke would come to his senses. Due to the massive chakra consumed during the battle, his sensory ability was weakened, making it difficult to track Sasuke's location. The Raikage and his team wandered aimlessly like headless flies. In the 5 Kage meeting room, Tsuchikage Inoki, Mizukage Tsurumi Mei, and interim Hokage Danzo remained seated, taking no action. Just then a gentle breeze swept through. The national flags hanging behind each Kage snapped and fell to the floor. Everyone looked up simultaneously to see Sasuke standing on the roof. Sasuke's crimson eyes exuded an intimidating aura fixed on Shimura Danzo. As the interim Hokage, Danzo could not afford to lose face, meeting Sasuke's gaze with unwavering resolve. Suddenly Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, leaped forward and swung his sword at Sasuke's neck. Sasuke instantly used the Chidori Kusanagi to block the attack. In that split second, Danzo vanished. Karen rushed in from outside. Sasuke. Danzo is escaping. A samurai from the Land of Iron ran to the door and called inside. The Mizukage stays here. He'll go after Danzo. Remember, the 5 Kage summit is not over yet. Tsurumi, may I understand? Don't cause too much trouble. Tsuchikage Inoki sat in his seat looking aloof. You youngsters love to stir up trouble. Go ahead. My legs are bad, so I'll just sit here and watch. Sasuke called Karen and ran toward the exit, trying to leave the room to chase Danzo. Suddenly a wave of heat surged and lava-like liquid blocked the entrance. Sasuke and Karen froze. This was Mizukage Tsurumi Mei's Kekkei Genkai, the lava release, a combination of fire, water, and earth chakra natures. Tsurumi Mei wiped the residual lava from the corner of her mouth. You have no respect for the Mizukage, do you? Oh, not bad looking. Truly a member of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke closed his eyes and reopened them. His 3-Tomo Sharingan had transformed into the 6th Tensure Mangekyo Sharingan. Mizukage, I advise you not to interfere. The Mizukage sneered and rose to her feet. What a waste of a handsome face. Before you die, at least let me give you a kiss that will melt you. A kiss? Karen's brain short-circuited for a moment. This mature, alluring Mizukage, clearly an enemy, was offering Sasuke a kiss. Who could stand that? Karen pointed at Tsurumi Mei and cursed. Who do you think you are, you old hag? How dare you try to seduce Sasuke? Have you no shame? Tsurumi Mei's lips twitched, her expression uncomfortable. Beside her, Kojuro's cheeks flushed as he looked at her. The Mizukage is angry. She's going to get serious. I must protect her. But that Sasuke defeated Zabuza. Can I really face him as an opponent? Will I be instantly killed? If that happens, my image in her eyes will plummet. What should I do? No, this is no time for hesitation. I have no choice. I must fight desperately to protect her. Tsurumi Mei began forming hand seals, casting a sidelong glance at Tsuchikage Inoki. Tsuchikage-sama, if you don't intend to fight, please lower your head to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Inoki snorted dismissively. Instantly Tsurumi Mei spewed a torrent of lava toward the ceiling, and a massive wave of molten rock rained down on Sasuke.
Karen dodged with a body flicker, while Sasuke remained stationary, summoning the skeletal ribcage of Susanoo to absorb the damage. Inoki and his attendant moved to stand on the ceiling. What do you mean lower my head? It'll just stand somewhere else. Chojuro leaped into the air, swinging the Hiramigare great sword at Sasuke. Sasuke again stayed inside the Susanoo ribcage, blocking the strike. Though the attack caused no visible damage, the internal injuries from the fierce impact were real. Sasuke collapsed to his knees, blood trickling from his mouth, his breathing labored. The pain racked his entire body. It wasn't because Kojuro's attack was especially powerful, but due to the side effects of Susanoo. Prolonged use leaves the user exceptionally weakened. Even a light blow can cause injury. Sasuke recalled how Itachi once used Susanoo. He himself hadn't even manifested the complete Susanoo yet, he was already in such agony. It was unimaginable what level of pain Itachi had endured. At that moment Tsurumime closed in. Her lava had nearly covered the entire corridor, surging towards Sasuke like a tidal wave. Tsurumime had isolated the battlefield. Only she and Sasuke remained in the same space, while the others were left in the meeting room. This area is completely sealed off now, an absolute confinement. I can use fire, water, and earth-nature transformations, so I have a second Kekkei Genkai boil release. Tsurumime's cheeks bulged slightly, and she exhaled a large cloud of vapor. The thick mist enveloped Sasuke. He was confused, unsure of the ability. The next moment, the Susanoo ribcage began to melt. Sasuke let out a shout. He immediately summoned a larger form of Susanoo, but the strain caused further damage, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He braced himself with his hands on the ground, kneeling. From the adjacent room, Karen sensed Sasuke's weakened state and grew extremely anxious. Seeing Sasuke's condition, Tsurumime taunted, "Looks like that breakage really did a number on you down there. Although defeating you now may seem dishonorable, I must apologize. I have no intention of letting you off. It truly pains me to watch such a handsome man slowly melt away, but I can only ask you to die." Zhao Mei Ming raised her finger, and the dense mist in the air converged towards Sasuke, growing even thicker around his position. Meanwhile, the outer shell on his body accelerated its melting. Just as Sasuke's body began to touch the corrosive mist, numerous white spore-like substances suddenly appeared on Zhao Mei Ming's arm, rapidly swelling. Zhao Mei Ming stared at her arm in bewilderment. "What is this?" Inside the room, the bodies of Changshiro, the Earth Shadow, and the Earth Shadow's guards were all enveloped by this white substance. Karen instantly sensed this chakra. She turned her head to look at the dead white Zetsu on the ground. This chakra belonged to him. The white substance on Zhao Mei Ming's body gradually twisted and deformed, taking the shape of a white Zetsu. Outdoors amid the snow and ice, a white Zetsu stood in the snow. The 5 Kages didn't even see through the spore technique. I didn't expect them to be so foolish. All the ninjas infested with spores had their chakra frantically absorbed by the white Zetsu. Zhao Mei Ming directed the corrosive mist to erode the white substance on her skin. The spore in the form of a white Zetsu softened, but as it had absorbed the water shadow's chakra, it did not vanish immediately. Instead, it struggled and moved towards Sasuke. The spore immediately coiled around Sasuke. Sasuke paused. "What is this thing?" "No. My chakra is recovering." Having regained a small amount of strength, Sasuke punched through the wall and returned to the meeting room. In the corridor's acidic mist, Zhao Mei Ming stood still, extremely weakened after having a large amount of her chakra absorbed. She concentrated, adjusting the density of the acidic mist to avoid accidentally harming her allies inside the room. The Earth Shadows stood on the ceiling. "It seems they're in trouble. Akatsuchi, it's our turn." "Right." Akatsuchi spat out a pile of rocks, which took humanoid shapes, and directly grabbed the spores, beginning to devour them. Inoki activated the Earth Release Great Rock technique, petrifying the spores on his body, and freeing himself from their grip. Anoki hovered in the air like a sage scrutinizing Sasuke.
Although Deidara died at your hands, the ninja world wants you dead. I cannot defy the public will. Farewell.
Anoki extended both hands, and a white translucent cube formed at the point where his palms converged, instantly enveloping Sasuke.
Dust released detachment of the primitive world technique.
In an instant, Sasuke's figure vanished. Karen knelt on the spot. Sasuke's chakra was gone. She stood frozen. Sasuke was dead. She couldn't accept this reality.
Of course he's dead. I disintegrated his body to nearly the molecular level. You're next.
At this moment, the lightning shadow Gaara and others also arrived. The lightning shadow burst into the room, his face filled with fury.
Where is Sasuke? Where is Sasuke?
Kankuro stripped the white Zetsu spores off the group. The lightning shadow glared at Anoki.
Earth Shadow, where did Sasuke go?
Anoki replied nonchalantly.
I turned him to ashes. What? Sasuke's life is mine to take. You killed him first. That does nothing to quell my rage.
Then an ethereal voice rang out.
You'll have your chance. Quiet down, lightning shadow.
A black vortex appeared in the room, and the voice came from within it. Obito's figure slowly emerged, carrying Sasuke on his shoulder.
My identity is Uchiha Madara. I will show you something, and after that I want to know your thoughts.
The lightning shadow paid no heed and threw a punch, but his fist passed straight through Obito's body, striking the wall behind him. Obito activated Kamui, teleporting Sasuke to a safe location. The lightning shadow roared.
What good could your Akatsuki plan possibly be? Bring Sasuke out now.
Obito raised his head slightly.
That depends on your answer. Calm down, lightning shadow. It costs us nothing to hear their intelligence.
Anoki said.
Give Sasuke proper treatment.
After speaking, Obito absorbed Karen into his dimensional space. Gaara asked,
Why do you want Sasuke to join the Akatsuki?
Obito,
a Sharingan capable of Susanoo is extremely rare. Such formidable power must be properly managed. This fight with the 5 Kages was a perfect opportunity for him to train his ocular prowess. I was the one who sent him here. I intended for him to weaken the 5 Kages and take some hostages, but it seems that was still too much for him. All of this is for the smooth progression of the moon I plan.
Anoki,
if you are truly Uchiha Madara, then no one could hinder you from carrying out any mission. You could do whatever you pleased.
Anoki's eyes were sharp. Obito looked at him.
In my battle with the first Hokage Hashirama, I sustained severe injuries. As I am now, I am but an empty shell with little combat power.
Derry.
So your plan is to restore your power, right?
Obito.
That's part of the reason, but only a part. The Uchiha clan possesses a stone tablet inscribed with secrets left by the Sage of 6 Paths. Without ocular power, it cannot be deciphered. The Sage of 6 Paths once saved humanity from a monster. Gaara, you were once part of that monster, the 10 Tails.
The group fell silent, pondering Obito's words.
Aren't there only 9-tailed beasts? That is the aggregate of all tailed beasts. The chakra of the 1 tail through the 9 tails are merely fragments of the 10 tails dispersed. The current moon is where the 10 tails was sealed.
Mifune,
your topic is too vast. I understand you seek this power, but what do you intend to do once you obtain it?
Obito,
revive the 10 tails. Then I will become its Jinchuriki, use its power to enhance my ocular power, and cast a jutsu.
Anoki,
ocular jutsu. What exactly is that jutsu? Be specific.
Obito,
it is a Jinjutsu, infinite Tsukuyomi. I will cast a Jinjutsu on everyone on the land, control every person on Earth, and realize a completely ideal world, one that I control and dominate. The world and I will become one.
Gaara,
too idealistic. Such a notion is unrealistic.
Jiao Ming,
manipulating others with Jinjutsu is a false peace, merely an escape from reality. Anoki. Unifying the world. I recall Danzo saying something similar. What you call unifying the world is nothing more than creating a world that belongs only to you.
Ah-Fei sneered.
And what have you five Kages accomplished? You should have realized long ago that hope has never existed in this world. This is nothing but a deceitful lie. Hand over the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails, and assist me in completing the moon's eye plan. Otherwise war will break out.
The Hokage was startled.
8 tails. Hadn't you already captured Killer Bee?
Ah-Fei.
That was only a part. The real him escaped. Truly the most perfect Jinchuriki fused with tailed bee's chakra.
The Hokage erupted in fury.
That bastard. Taking advantage of this opportunity to run off outside the village. Unforgivable.
Gaara.
Uzumaki Naruto will not be handed over to you.
Terumi Mei.
I agree.
Hokage.
I will not give up my brother.
Ah-Fei.
Though I lack power now, with the tailed beasts I have already collected, you cannot defeat me.
Gaara.
We will not abandon hope.
Ah-Fei snorted coldly, stepping onto the table.
Then I hereby declare the 4th Great Ninja War.
The Tsuchikage.
The 4th Great Ninja War. Are you serious?
Ah-Fei activated Kamui, his figure slowly fading.
See you on the battlefield.
After Ah-Fei left, the group discussed forming a shinobi alliance. Unexpectedly, Danzo was still on the run. Gaara stated he would convey the message to Kakashi. The Hokage assigned C to form a team to find Killer Bee. The alliance's primary objective was to locate the 8 tails and 9 tails and hide them. The Tsuchikage raised an objection.
The enemy can likely use tailed bees techniques. It would be better to treat the 8 tails and 9 tails as combat assets.
Gaara.
No, this is a war to protect them. The main goal is to prevent the Akatsuki from capturing the 8 tails and 9 tails and completing their final plan.
Terumi Mei.
I agree with the Kazekage.
Hokage.
Same here. If my brother were to fight, who knows what trouble he'd cause.
Elsewhere, Sasuke in Ah-Fei's Kamui dimension recovered his body by biting Karen. A vortex appeared before Danzo, and the figures of Sasuke, Karen, and Ah-Fei materialized. Seeing no escape, Danzo unbound his arm wrappings, ready for battle. On his arm were glaringly crimson Sharingan eyes. Sasuke was stunned.
All those Sharingan on your arm.
He could not believe the truth. The eyes of the Uchiha clan had been transplanted onto Danzo's body. It was clear that Danzo's manipulation was behind the clan massacre that Itachi had carried out. Taking advantage of Sasuke's distraction, Danzo launched an attack. Instantly his fist was blocked by Sasuke's Susanoo. The Susanoo's outer shell extended a massive arm, seizing Danzo. Sasuke exerted slight force with his right hand, and the Susanoo responded, crushing Danzo's body. But the next moment Danzo appeared behind Sasuke, striking with a kunai. What was happening? Had he not died? Without time to think, Sasuke activated Amaterasu. The ever-burning black flames engulfed Danzo's entire body, and he perished in agonizing screams and struggles. Unexpectedly, Danzo soon reappeared in another location. His body bore no wounds. He quickly formed hand seals, and unleashed a wind release. Countless blade-like winds slashed towards Sasuke, cutting his clothes, and causing multiple lacerations. Sasuke leaped high, summoning a giant hawk. Using the hawk's aerial mobility, he evaded most of Danzo's wind release attacks. Sasuke swooped down before Danzo, and they engaged in several rounds of close combat. Blades clashed, sparks flew. As they fought fiercely, Danzo suddenly grabbed Sasuke by the throat. At that moment the hawk screeched, and with its talons hurled a rapidly spinning shuriken, slicing off Danzo's arm covered in Sharingan. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke slashed across Danzo's abdomen, ending his life. But seconds later Danzo appeared atop a high wall, placing a curse mark on Sasuke. Sasuke seemed unaffected by the curse mark, summoning and even larger Susanoo. The Susanoo drew a bow and shot an arrow piercing Danzo. Danzo was startled, realizing he could not evade the attack. He crouched and formed hand seals, transforming his arm into a giant tree to block the arrow. The bandages on Danzo's body had completely vanished, revealing a human face on his right arm. The wood release he had just used was the power gained from transplanting Hashirama's cells. Sasuke fired another arrow, piercing Danzo's body. The next moment, Danzo revived again. Without the bandages, everyone finally saw the secret of his revival. He had used the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanami, sacrificing a Sharingan to restore the caster to a previous state.
Traitor of Konoha, why do you insist on killing me?
Danzo summoned a massive orange elephant. The elephant opened its abyss-like mouth, drawing everything in. Sasuke's body was also pulled into the air by the immense suction about to enter the elephant's belly. In desperation, Sasuke unleashed a fire release, spewing a massive fireball. The fireball was drawn into the elephant's stomach, instantly dealing devastating damage, causing the summoned beast to vanish. Sasuke instantly appeared beside Danzo, landing a heavy blow to his head. Another Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed. At this stage of the battle, Danzo lost his composure, recklessly charging at Sasuke. But the price was to meet Sasuke's shuriken attack. One by one, the Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed, until only a few remained. He had planned to exhaust Sasuke's chakra by sacrificing the Sharingan, but now he had run out of options. He had no more chances to revive. Seeing this, Danzo summoned a chakra blade. Sasuke also wielded a Chidori blade. They clashed, heat piercing each other's hearts.
Kid, I win this time,
Danzo gloated.
What an arrogant waste,
Sasuke replied coldly. Danzo's eyes widened in shock. Why had Izanami not activated? The severe wound to his abdomen made Danzo cough up blood. Was it a Jinjutsu? Sasuke had used a Jinjutsu, making Danzo believe he was still under Izanami's effect, when in fact the last Sharingan on his arm had already closed. Danzo tore off the bandage over his right eye, revealing Shijui's eye. He lunged forward in a flash, seizing Karin and holding her captive.
Let me go, or it'll kill her!
Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Without a hint of hesitation, he drove a Chidori sharp spear straight through both Danzo and Karin's bodies. Karin's face was a mask of bewilderment. She could not fathom why Sasuke had acted so decisively without a single flicker of doubt. Was she in his eyes nothing more than a disposable pawn? By then Danzo was on the verge of death. A Fae approached him.
Since Shijui's eye has lost its purpose on you, it'll reclaim it. After all, in the shinobi world, Sharingan are rare treasures beyond compare.
Danzo gasped for breath, yet spoke with feigned righteousness.
To protect the peace of the shinobi world, I will never abandon any shred of hope to defeat you. Prepare to die with me.
He tore open his upper garment, revealing several dark lines etched across his chest.
I will drag you all into the abyss of hell. For symbol seal.
Countless black liquid surged violently from Danzo's chest like an oil well gushing forth. Danzo gazed up at the sky.
Hiruzen, it seems it's my turn this time. No matter where I am, I can never catch up to your footsteps. You are the leaves basking in sunlight, while I am the roots buried deep in the earth. Though our appearances differ, though our identities diverge, we live for the same goal, and can die for it as well, to guard the peace of Konoha.
The black liquid hurtled towards Sasuke, but a Fae instantly activated Kamui, teleporting Sasuke and himself away to evade the attack. Danzo had no chance of survival. A Fae departed the scene. Sasuke then approached the gravely wounded Karin, preparing to end her life with Chidori.
Thank you for your efforts, Karin. Now that you have no further use, let me send you off.
The next moment, Sakura's voice suddenly rang out.
Sasuke! Wait!
Sasuke turned to look.
Sasuke! I am willing to follow you and leave Konoha.
It was merely a stalling tactic by Sakura, her true aim to buy time until Kakashi arrived. Sasuke sneered. Now that our paths diverge, you would openly betray Konoha and join the Akatsuki. Very well, Heira's an opportunity to prove your loyalty. Kill Karen. Sakura froze. Lay a hand on her own comrade. When had Sasuke become such a person? Seeing no response from Sakura, Sasuke instantly shined behind Sakura, ready to strike her with Chidori. The next moment Kakashi's figure appeared, abruptly blocking the attack with a kunai. Sasuke, what have you been through these 2 years that you would raise your hand against your former comrades? Kakashi's voice was laced with fury. Sasuke burst into laughter. In that instant, he revealed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi was taken aback. In a flash, Susanoo enveloped Sasuke's body. The colossal purple armor exuded immense chakra and power, making Kakashi tense for a moment. Who would have thought, Kakashi, that when we meet again, we would be fighting each other? The next second, Sasuke suddenly clutched his eyes in pain. Damn, my eyes hurt so much. A few seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find they had lost all sight. In just these 2 days, he had fought Killer Bee the Raikage, the Mizukage, briefly clashed with the Tsuchikage and Kazekage, and now concluded his battle with Danzo. Every single one of these battles would have been a major event in the shinobi world, yet Sasuke had no rest, fighting consecutively without pause. Though he had relied on Karen's healing throughout, now that she had lost her value, she meant nothing to him. Kakashi told Sakura to take Karen and leave first, but the next moment Sasuke appeared behind Sakura, swinging a kunai. Bang! To the astonishment of all, a yellow figure appeared beside Sakura, embracing her and dodging the strike. Soon Hinata Yamato and others caught up. Sakura, are you all right? Hinata asked instinctively. But when she saw the gash on Naruto's back, her eyes froze. An ache of deep sorrow filled her heart. Hinata turned to look at Sasuke, her gaze turning icy cold. Sasuke's vision was almost completely gone, but he could sense the chakra of others. He felt Naruto's arrival. Surprise flickered within him, but given their opposing stances, Naruto was his enemy. He could not afford to show mercy. Sasuke charged straight ahead, unleashing Chidori. Naruto faced him, heated, a Rasengan spitting in his hand. The two dashed toward each other. Sasuke's gaze wavered slightly. He was uncertain of Naruto's current strength. If he recklessly engaged, he might suffer severe injury. But as former comrades and rivals, he could not back down under any circumstances. And Naruto felt the same. Facing Sasuke, he gave his all, intent on killing him. He no longer treated Sasuke with the leniency he once had. Because Sasuke had attacked Sakura and Kakashi, crossing the line of Naruto's principles. He understood that their values had diverged entirely, even become opposites. What Sasuke sought to destroy was precisely what Naruto sought to protect. Thus this time he would hold nothing back. Hinata stood on a nearby slope, observing the chakra of Naruto and Sasuke. In her heart she was brimming with confidence. Because Naruto's chakra was significantly greater than Sasuke's. Even Sasuke himself could feel it. He had already prepared himself for death. But the next moment a spatial temporal force suddenly emerged, teleporting Sasuke away and evading Naruto's attack. Even so, the impact of Naruto's chakra before the teleportation sent Sasuke flying several meters, crashing into a wall, but he was caught by White Zetsu's body. Afei's voice was unusually urgent. Sasuke, I always saw you as a cold-blooded avenger to the bone. But now, why have you become so reckless? Don't you realize that if that attack had landed, you would have died? Sasuke took a few breaths of oxygen. Of course I know. But somehow when facing Naruto, my reason seems to slip from my control. Afei, it seems you hold a deep obsession with him as well. Sasuke paused, looking at Afei. Was he obsessed with Naruto? Thinking back over the past few years, he rarely thought of Naruto. Only when his own strength advanced would he occasionally wonder how far Naruto had grown. But all in all, his hatred for Itachi overshadowed everything. Yet what Afe said made sense. If he had no obsession, why would he lose part of his reason the moment he saw Naruto? Naruto slowly spoke.
Sasuke, I don't care about your hatred or your goals. You have already harmed your comrades. In my eyes, you are a criminal. From this moment on, you are my enemy. There is no longer any bond between us.
Naruto's tone was resolute, though his feelings for Sasuke had not faded. However, because Sasuke's actions were too extreme, only this choice remained. Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata watched the two with complex expressions. The pair, once the closest of companions, now stood as bitter enemies. Anyone witnessing this would sigh in regret. Nothing is permanent. Sasuke's tone was equally harsh.
Who do you think you are? My hatred is directed at the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Whether it's you, Kakashi, or anyone else, you are all my enemies. Don't forget it was the village that destroyed the Uchiha clan.
Naruto shook his head.
That was your brother's fault, and the misguidance of some in the village. I have reviewed all the files on the Uchiha massacre and questioned everyone who knew the truth. I have found the answer. The one who made your brother a rogue shinobi and caused the destruction of the Uchiha clan is the man lying on the ground, Shimura Danzo.
Sasuke looked at Danzo's corpse. He knew well that Danzo was the instigator, but this was not enough to ease the hatred in his heart. Because Danzo was not the Hokage. The conspiracy that led to the Uchiha massacre could not have been orchestrated by Danzo alone. If he truly wielded such power, the position of Hokage would have long been his.
Danzo was involved, I admit, but he is merely a scapegoat. You and I both know who the true mastermind is.
Naruto remained silent. Sasuke's deduction was correct. When Danzo proposed the annihilation, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had raised objections, but did not outright reject the plan. In other words, his hesitation indirectly condoned the massacre. The third Hokage had confessed this to Naruto. Yet it was not his fault the final command was issued by Danzo. He had not obtained the Hokage's official approval, but issued the order on his own, leading to the brutal massacre.
I will not defend the wrongs of the previous generation. I am the one who will become Hokage, and I will protect the peace of the village. I will not allow you to harm innocent people. Since you hate the village so much, tell me, what wrong did Sakura do? What wrong did Kakashi Sensei do?
Sasuke did not answer. Naruto's voice grew more impassioned.
You are merely venting your emotions. You are not as cold-blooded as you pretend to be. Instead, you are a radical, stubborn, greedy, and violent villain. In your world, whenever you are hurt, it is always someone else's fault. Have you never considered the reasons behind everything that happened?
Naruto's words made Sasuke pause. Obito could not help but say,
Naruto is a thoughtful person. He seems to understand you better than you understand yourself, Sasuke. Don't let him brainwash you. Remember your mission and your goal: destroy the Hidden Leaf Village, help me complete the Moon Eye plan, and achieve true everlasting peace.
Sasuke's convictions were indeed shaken by Naruto's words, but obsession is not something that can be erased with a few sentences. He followed Obito and left the scene. Afterward, Sasuke returned to the base and transplanted Itachi's eyes. He would use Itachi's power to seek justice for him and take revenge on the village. Sasuke stared at the dim ceiling, lost in thought. Itachi. Brother, I will make good use of your power. I will bury the grievances and pain you endured deep in my heart, gather strength, and one day make the Hidden Leaf Village pay the price they deserve. I will show them that Uchiha Sasuke is not to be trifled with, and that Uchiha Itachi was never a disposable pawn. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi was about to succeed as Hokage, but Tsunade recovered her health. The succession naturally had to be postponed. At that time, after the meeting of the 5 great nations leaders, the allied shinobi forces were established. Meanwhile, Naruto was summoned to Mount Myaboku by the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage told Naruto what he would soon face. He would encounter a giant octopus and a person with extremely powerful eyes. After warning Naruto, it handed over the key that Minato had left at Mount Myaboku, the key to seal the Nine Tails. Naruto immediately unsealed the Nine Tails. Over the past 2 years their mutual bond had already been recognized. Unsealing it would only allow Naruto to better utilize the Nine Tails' power. Elsewhere, a man in a red robe with a white snake on his back found Obito. Obito slightly raised his head.
Yakushi Kabuto, what do you want with me?
Kabuto's body had completely transformed into snake scales, looking eerie.
I mean no harm. I came to propose a partnership. Partnership? You're just a lackey of the traitor Orochimaru. You're not qualified to talk about partnership with me.
Obito, sensitive to traitors, immediately prepared to activate Kamui and crush Kabuto completely. But Kabuto placed both hands on the ground, and several coffins rose from the earth. Obito paused, halting his action. As the coffin lids fell one by one, the figures inside were the deceased Akatsuki members Nagato, Sasori, Kakuzu, Deidara, and Itachi. When Obito saw the coffin at the very front, his eyes widened. Inside was the real Uchiha Madara. Obito's tone immediately became much friendlier.
Why didn't you say you had this kind of power earlier? Come into the base, and let's talk properly.
It must be said Obito's change of attitude was remarkably fast. In a hidden space of the Cloud Village, Killer Bee and Naruto stayed together, exchanging extensive knowledge on controlling Tail Beast chakra. Killer Bee was indeed the best among Jinchuriki at controlling this power. His relationship with the Eight Tails was like brothers, and they fought as one. Soon, under Killer Bee's guidance, Naruto fully mastered Tail Beast's transformation. His body was enveloped in golden red Ninetales chakra, shining brilliantly.
Thank you, Killer Bee. I feel completely united with Kurama. No need to thank me, little blondie. You're gifted, impressive indeed.
Killer Bee looked at Naruto, lost in thought. Although Killer Bee himself was the most skilled in mastering Tail Beast chakra, it had taken him considerable time to harmonize with the Eight Tails. Yet Naruto had grasped all the techniques in just a single afternoon. Such talent far surpassed his own. The golden glowing Naruto before him might be the one to reshape the entire shinobi world. Naruto adjusted his breathing, then began to concentrate his chakra. After a few breaths, the golden chakra around Naruto became even more dazzling. Killer Bee's eyes narrowed as he watched Naruto's transformation with serious intent.
The amount of chakra on him seems to have grown even stronger. Naruto, what are you planning? It's better to conserve strength for the battles ahead.
Naruto clasped his hands together and grinned.
Don't worry, once I finish this, our combat power will only increase, not diminish.
Killer Bee looked at Naruto in bewilderment. Naruto reached out and touched the ground, making Killer Bee freeze. Was this a summoning technique? Why would Naruto use a summoning technique here? No, that chakra is wrong. Suddenly 3 wooden coffins rose from the ground. The coffin lids fell off, revealing Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Minato Namikaze standing inside. This time Naruto consumed a massive amount of Ninetales chakra to perform the Impure World Reincarnation, and the 3 former Hokages were in far better condition than 2 years ago, appearing as if they were living people who had never died. Hashirama Senju brushed the dust off his clothes, stepped out slowly, and examined his own hands.
Not bad, Naruto. You've already cultivated to this level. I feel my body has recovered about 90%.
Tobirama nodded and also stepped out. Minato stared at the golden chakra enveloping Naruto, and suddenly froze.
Naruto, what is this on your body? Ninetales chakra. You've already managed to control the Ninetales chakra to this extent.
Naruto smirked.
Long time no see, Dad. Long time no see, son.
Killer Bee stood by like a statue. Despite wearing sunglasses, his eyes were wide open, and his jaw dropped in shock. He hadn't seen these three much before, but this powerful chakra, and these familiar faces. Those three Hokage robes. Naruto had summoned the Hokages.
Killer Bee's brain is a bit overloaded. I must not slack off. These guys look incredibly strong.
Killer Bee muttered to himself. Tobirama turned his head.
That headband. You're a ninja from Kumogakure, aren't you? If I'm not mistaken, you're also a Jinchuriki.
Naruto.
As expected of Grandpa Tobirama, your perception is remarkable. He's Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and my mentor, who guided me to master Nine Tails chakra.
Hashirama.
So that's the connection. Since you helped Naruto, you've helped me. If you ever need anything, come to me.
Tobirama.
Brother, he looks strong. Maybe he doesn't need our protection.
Hashirama.
It's just common courtesy. It's my way of showing gratitude.
Minato stood aside looking at Killer Bee, having also noticed this powerful chakra. But compared to Naruto's, it was still somewhat inferior.
Naruto summoning us now means you're in trouble. What's happening? Is there a war? Exactly.
Naruto told the three Hokages about Tobi's declaration of war, the Moon's Eye Plan, and the formation of the allied shinobi forces. Without further delay, the group decided to set off immediately. Meanwhile, countless reincarnated powerful warriors summoned by Kabuto encountered various squads of the allied shinobi forces in different locations, sparking fierce battles. At the same time, White Zetsu split into numerous clones, forming a massive army of White Zetsu. The Inoshikacho squad encountered Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who had once killed the second Hokage. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, they ultimately defeated the pair. But immediately after, Kakuzu's figure appeared before them, accompanied by their deceased mentor Asuma Sarutobi. Despite retaining his own consciousness, Asuma could not control his body, and approached Shikamaru and the others with hostility. Shikamaru felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of Asuma.
This use of the Impure World Reincarnation is truly despicable.
No matter what, Asuma was once their most cherished mentor, the person they missed most these days. Yet now Kabuto Yakushi had reincarnated him, controlling his body to fight against them. The most sickening part was that he now stood on the same side as Kakuzu, who had participated in his death. Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akimichi hesitated, torn by emotion. Shikamaru directly ordered,
"Don't hesitate. Launch your techniques immediately. He's no longer Asuma, just a puppet."
Shikamaru quickly formed hand seals, using the shadow imitation technique to restrain Asuma's body.
"Choji, now!" "All right."
At Shikamaru's command, Choji transformed into a human boulder and charged toward Asuma. But just as he was about to strike successfully, Choji suddenly stopped. Asuma's face was far too familiar. Choji couldn't ignore the impact of that face, nor could he overcome this mental barrier.
"Don't hesitate. Strike!"
Shikamaru shouted anxiously. He knew better than anyone what Asuma meant to the Inoshikacho trio. Any one of them would feel compassion. But this was a battlefield, no time for emotions. If an opportunity arose, they had to strike with lethal precision, otherwise the enemy would recover, and only they would suffer.
"Sorry, I can't do it,"
Choji said remorsefully. Just then Asuma suddenly spoke.
"Choji, kill me. Don't hesitate. I can't control my movements. I don't want to hurt you."
Choji's voice choked.
"Asuma-sensei, I still have so much to tell you. You left so suddenly. How can I bring myself to hurt you when we meet again?" "Choji, watch out,"
Asuma warned, even as he lunged toward Choji with a kunai. Ino quickly used the mind-body switch technique to take control of Choji's body and fight Asuma. At that moment, Choji's father, Choza Akimichi, arrived on the scene. Facing the teacher of his son, Choza fell silent. Shikamaru and Ino kept urging Choji. Finally, after their passionate persuasion, Choji made up his mind, completely transforming into a gigantic form, with a pair of enormous chakra wings on his back. He punched Asuma into the wall. Shikamaru instantly used shadow imitation to restrain Asuma, then sealed him. Before being sealed, Asuma smiled.
I'm so glad to see you all again. You've grown strong enough to stand on your own. I'm proud of you. Keep it up, kids. I'll pray for you in the Pure Land.
With Asuma sealing complete, the mood became heavy.
I will definitely end this war with my own hands. Shikamaru Ino, I need your help.
Shikamaru and Ino smiled faintly.
We've always got your back.
Clearly Choji would be one of the main combatants in the Fourth Great Ninja War, while Shikamaru and Ino's abilities leaned more towards support. Naruto and Killer Bee were about to leave when Iruka and the others stopped them.
Naruto, you and Killer Bee are the primary targets of the allied shinobi forces. You cannot leave. We will never let you fall into danger. Iruka-sensei, your concern is understandable, but how can I bear to watch so many comrades fight desperately, even sacrificing their lives to protect us? As one of the strongest powers in the shinobi world, I have no reason to stand idly by.
Naruto's tone was soft but resolute.
Of course, I understand your thoughts. You are the one who cares most about your comrades, but the situation is different now. You are a crucial component of the Akatsuki's evil plan. If the Nine-Tails within you is captured, everything will be lost. What if I say I will protect Naruto?
A solemn voice sounded from behind Naruto. Iruka looked toward the source. Hashirama Senju walked slowly forward with Tobirama and Minato following behind. Iruka was stunned. The accompanying barrier squad ninjas were also greatly alarmed.
This is the first Hokage of the Land of Fire, the leader of the First Shinobi World War, Hashirama Senju. Behind him is the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. And the Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. How did they return?
Iruka had long known of their existence, but seeing their vibrant life force, they seemed anything but corpses reanimated by Impure World Reincarnation. They were living people.
Senpai! You?
Iruka was momentarily speechless, unsure how to decide. With these three great figures joining the battle, the war was bound to undergo a drastic transformation. It could even directly alter the course of the war. Naruto lightly patted Iruka's arm.
Iruka-sensei, I leave the 5 great nations to you. We must go. Naruto.
Before the words faded, Naruto turned into a flash of golden light and left the barrier. Killer Bee and the 3 Hokages followed. Only Iruka and a few bewildered ninjas remained in the barrier.
Iruka-sama, what should we do? Should we report to the 5 Kage immediately?
A ninja asked. Iruka turned around, his gaze unwavering.
Everything has changed. We must go not to report but to inform.
The 5 Kage meeting room. All the Kage were gathered there except for Gaara, who was leading the allied shinobi forces, and the Mizuki, who had joined the battle. The other Kage stayed to discuss the situation and prepare for any sudden changes. Iruka and the others quickly arrived at the meeting room. The Tsuchikage Inoki frowned upon seeing Iruka. Had something happened at the barrier? The Raikage's mood instantly became agitated.
What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to seal the barrier and keep Naruto and my brother inside?
Iruka recounted everything to the Raikage. The meeting room fell into silence. Even the usually restless Raikage sat down silent, exchanging occasional glances with Inoki. After about half a minute, the Raikage gave the order.
The battlefield has changed. 3 former Hokages have joined the fight. From now on, all combat operations shall follow the Hokage's instructions.
On the battlefield, the Mizuki Terumi was engaged in fierce combat with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu possessed astonishing perception, always able to evade the Mizuki's attacks. Naruto and Killer Bee were heading toward the Mizuki's position when Black Zetsu sensed them and immediately informed Madara. Madara decided to act personally, unaware that 3 figures were lying in wait for him. The first battlefield had been largely cleared, but then Madara suddenly appeared before the crowd. The father and son Choji and Choza were the first to notice this extraordinary individual. Without hesitation, Madara summoned the demonic statue of the outer path to attack. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, clouds scattered, and a colossal monster emerged from the ground matching the size of a super-multiplied Choji. Choji and his father looked grim. Despite their comparable size, the opponent's chakra reserves exceeded theirs. The demonic statue of the outer path launched an attack. To protect the ninjas behind them, Choji and his father blocked the strike, but they were still blown apart by the immense force. Madara immediately seized the treasured tools of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee were racing toward the first battlefield. Night had already fallen. Inside the allied shinobi forces camp, Sakura was organizing medical ninjas to treat the wounded. But it seemed the medical personnel were being targeted, constantly attacked by assassins. Their numbers dwindled rapidly, and the killer remained hidden in the shadows, causing panic in the camp. In an inconspicuous tent, Neji plunged kunai into two medical ninjas. In truth, a white zetsu had disguised itself as Neji, perfectly mimicking not only his appearance and voice, but even his chakra. Soon the fake Neji approached Sakura's tent, intending to assassinate her. But Sakura saw through the white zetsu's disguise after just a few words, and smashed it to the ground with a single monstrous punch. The sun slowly rose, and the second day of battle began. Madara had turned the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki corpses into combat machines, while the white zetsu disguised themselves as ninjas, waiting for their targets to lower their guard before striking. Naruto and Killer Bee finally arrived on the battlefield. Naruto was like a monster emerging from hell, obliterating everything in his path. In Ninetales chakra mode, his Rasengan were overwhelming in both quantity and power. Moreover, Naruto could sense the white zetsu disguised as ninjas and eliminate them. On the other side, the former Tsuchikage and Kazekage summoned by Kabuto were respectively defeated by Inoki and Gaara in decisive battles. Naruto and Killer Bee continued forward, encountering Nagato and Itachi. Itachi looked at Naruto.
Naruto, from your chakra, it seems you have merged with the Ninetales.
Before Itachi could finish, Kabuto controlled him to unleash the Great Fireball technique at Naruto. Naruto's movements were incredibly swift, and with the Flying Thunder God technique, Itachi could not touch him, instead being pushed back repeatedly. Nagato was stunned. Naruto's state was even more powerful than when he had defeated him before. Itachi continued to fight Naruto, and during the battle he learned some things about Sasuke. Nagato launched an attack simultaneously using Almighty Push, but Naruto dodged instantly. Then Nagato summoned a colossal summoning beast, and for a moment Nagato and Itachi suppressed Killer Bee and Naruto. Suddenly Naruto felt discomfort in his mouth, and coughed up a crow. This crow was the one Itachi had placed inside Naruto earlier. It possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan, and the moment it met Itachi's gaze, it broke Kabuto's control over the Impure World Reincarnation. At this moment, in a dimly lit cave not far away, Do was earnestly manipulating the corpses reanimated by the Impure World Reincarnation, when he suddenly froze.
What's going on? I can't control Yu's body anymore. What on earth happened? How did you break my control?
His emotions became agitated for a moment. He couldn't understand, absolutely couldn't understand. Then the Amaterasu originally aimed at Mingren by Yu suddenly deviated from its target and turned towards Changmin. Black flames burned on Changmin's body, and he lost his combat ability. Mingren looked at the crow's eyes, then at Yu.
This crow's eyes are different from your Mangekyo Sharingan.
Kalabi was about to continue attacking Yu, but Mingren stopped him.
Don't attack him anymore. He has regained control of his body.
Kalabi paused and looked at Yu. The power of the Yuzebo Sharingan was so uncanny. It could even break the control of the Impure World Reincarnation.
Then Yu spoke. That's right, this is Yuzebo Zishui's eye. I controlled the crow to activate Kotoama Tsukumi, which broke the control over me. This is one of the most powerful genjutsu strong enough to directly alter a person's consciousness. Mingren, I know what you've done for the village. Rest assured, I will carry on. You will protect the village and bring back Senju.
You paused.
Your eyes don't seem to be lying, but they seem to hide some complicated thoughts. Can you tell me?
Mingren smiled.
I can't hide anything from your eyes, so it'll be straightforward. Senju has gone astray. As his former comrade, I will bring him back, but the way I do it will be my own decision. I won't go easy on him.
He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded.
I believe you.
At this moment, Changmin, lying on the ground, activated Shinra Tensei, repelling the Amaterasu black flames. Changmin immediately summoned the Gedo statue, drawing out Mingren's soul, in an attempt to obtain the Ninetales chakra. Kalabi immediately moved to support, but was blocked by Changmin. Changmin said expressionlessly,
Mingren, think of a way, quickly stop me.
At this moment, a huge red armor appeared and struck Changmin with a palm. Yu Susanoo was awe-inspiring. Changmin without hesitation activated Chibaku Tensei. In an instant the ground shattered and countless boulders were drawn into the sky with Mingren, and Yu also rising with the rocks. Yu directly activated Yasaka Magatama. Kalabi activated Tail Beast Ball, and Mingren activated Raisin Shuriken, breaking apart the Chibaku Tensei. Changmin had lost all means of attack. Yu activated Totsuka Blade, a red light enveloping the Susanoo sword, and stabbed into Changmin's body, completely sealing him. Before Changmin dissipated, he entrusted his will to Mingren, hoping that Mingren would write the third installment of Zillai's novel and move forward into a bright future. Then Mingren quickly went to support Wei Luo, and others fought. The third Raikage alone defeated him, and then supported various battlefields. In fact, these were all Mingren's shadow clones, while his real body had been acting with Kalabi all along. Mingren had already learned the multiple shadow clone technique long ago, and the second Phaegian directly taught him the technique. With Mingren's participation in the battle, the threat of the White Zetsu was completely destroyed. At the same time, Do once again used the Impure World Reincarnation to summon a special wooden coffin. Mingren, Wei Luo, and others stood before the coffin. The coffin lid fell, revealing a man with a heroic aura and immense presence. It was Yuzhibo Ban. The real Yuzhibo Ban. Everyone was shocked.
So this is the real Ban. Then who was that on the battlefield?
Ben asked the second Mizuki if Jujian and Kai were below. After receiving the answer, Ben immediately flew into the battlefield, facing the ninja army alone. His figure swiftly darted through the crowd, sending countless people flying.
Do you want to dance too?
Suddenly a massive Susanoo armor appeared, its size incredibly huge. Even more terrifying, a giant meteorite fell from the sky. The ninjas were silent.
This gap is too huge. Is this the power of a god?
But Wei Luo and the Tsuchikage acted to block the giant rock. However, immediately after, a second meteorite also crashed down, and its power instantly killed most of the ninjas. Just when everyone was at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared. Ben trembled, his gaze turning towards it. The figure of Qianshou Zhujian slowly materialized.
How cruel, killing so many people at once. It seems I'm a step too late.
Ben was greatly shocked.
Zhujian, how can you be here? Do, what is this?
Ben never expected that Zhujian's body would appear here. If Zhujian were not in the war, Ben would be a demigod unmatched by anyone. But with Zhujian present, the war situation would undergo earth-shattering changes. At the moment, Ben had no time to think. He quickly retreated, intending to find Do for an explanation. But Zhujian pursued relentlessly, countless giant trees rising from the ground, their branches wildly extending, surging towards Ben. Ben lost all will to fight, and fled the scene with all his might. He repeatedly retreated, summoning his Susanoo, and throwing many lightning balls behind him, but only to escape. Jujian shouted from behind.
Ban! After all these years have you become a coward?
Ban did not answer, and continued to flee. Although he could match Jujian since Jujian had appeared, Ban could not guarantee that Feijian would not show up. If the two attacked together, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. So Ban decided to never look back and quickly leave. Meanwhile, Mingren's real body encountered a Fei. A Fei manipulated the bodies of 6 Jinchuriki and attacked Mingren and Kulabi. Mingren dodged by using the Flying Thunder God technique while questioning.
A Fei, you are not Ban. Who are you?
But a Fei ignored him, and again controlled the Jinchuriki to attack. The 6 Jinchuriki launched a storm of dense attacks, putting Mingren at a temporary disadvantage. He and Kulabi quickly found cover to hide. In the chaos, Mingren killed one of the Jinchuriki. The body was covered with many black rods, which was Afei's method of controlling the Jinchuriki. Kulabi directly used his ultimate move, Tail Beast 8 Tails, sending all the opposing Jinchuriki flying. He immediately prepared to seal them. But Afei directly controlled the Jinchuriki to transform into Tail Beast form, and attack Mingren and Kulabi again. Instantly Afei suppressed Mingren and Kulabi, and prepared to take Mingren's chakra. The next moment Kai and Kakashi appeared directly, and kicked Afei away.
If you want to touch our Mingren, you'll have to get past me, the green beast of Konoha.
At that moment Afei forced all the tail beasts to assume their colossal true forms. Mingren leapt onto the neck of the Four Tails Sun Wukong, yanked out the black rod, and shattered the Four Tails' restraint. But in the next instant Afei summoned the White Owl Ma Xiang, which absorbed the Four Tails. The many-tailed beasts struck at once, and Kakashi's brow tightened. What to do? So many tailed beasts attacking simultaneously. There is no force to match them. Should we use Shenwei to teleport Mingren now? Kai was also torn, hesitating over whether to employ that technique. At that moment, the weary-looking Mingren's body erupted in a dazzling golden light. Golden chakra seared around him, like living flame, and in an instant, he was wrapped in the nine-tailed semblance of gold. He struck and grievously wounded several tailed beasts. Finding they could not overcome Mingren's nine-tails form alone, the opposing beasts gathered together, and launched a massive tailed beast ball at him. Kulabi and Mingren answered with their own tailed beast balls, colliding with and dispersing the enemy attack. In that moment Mingren seized the chance to pluck the black rods from every tailed beast. His consciousness entered the inner plane. He saw all the tailed beasts, and learned their names. In the beast's eyes Mingren resembled the ancient six-path sage. Yet the White Owl Ma Xiang simply absorbed the tailed beasts into its body. Elsewhere, after Zhuju finished transplanting Yu's eyes, he left the Shao organization, and set out to find Mingren. Yu had seemed to have been waiting a long time, and appeared on a forest path. The two exchanged few words, and pressed onward, searching for Dou's trail. Soon Yu and Zhuju found the medic Dou at Shiwan's base. Peaceful parley failed. Yu struck first, unleashing Susanoo against Dou. But Dou had grafted countless cells, and his powers were uncanny. He possessed many strange offensive methods, and an extraordinary regenerative ability. Even grievously wounded, he could recover swiftly. More than that, he had inherited the legacy of the dragon subterranean White Snake Sage, endowing him with tremendous vitality. Zhuju activated Susanoo, and loosed an arrow, but Dou evaded it. Then Dou entered Sage mode. His body took on the form of a white serpent, a grotesque and terrifying sight. Sage Art White Surge. The white serpent behind Dou emitted a wave of sonic attack towards Zhuju. The sound rolled through the valley, and under the exploding shock Zhuozu's head split with pain. Dou's body shifted again. The 5 figures of the sound shinobi spun across his abdomen in succession, their form strange and unsettling. Webbing earth-style traps, the dance of verdant fronds struck in reply. Zhuju and Yu covered one another, clearing obstacles, yet still they fell prey to Dou's jinjutsu. The brothers' minds were drawn into a realm strewn with skulls. The sky burned blood-red, and many tail-like barbed objects drifted through the air like a drowned world.
Yu and Zuiju were bound by the white serpent and could not move. In reality, Dashi-1 emerged from Do's belly as a phosphorescent great snake and lunged at Zuiju and Yu. At the brink of disaster, the two brothers cast Jinjutsu at one another, disturbing each other's chakra and consciousness, thereby breaking Do's illusion and evading Dashi-1's assault. By then, Susanu's protective shell enveloped Zuiju and Yu. Suddenly, Do flashed forward, and with a chakra scalpel sliced Yu's body in two. Just as victory seemed assured, Yu's eyes went blank. A murder of crows burst forth. Time rewound, and Do returned to the moment when the horn had first broken. He fell into an endless cycle. It turned out he had long been trapped by Yu's Jinjutsu Izanami, a dojutsu which through physical contact condemns the victim to infinite repetition. At the same time, one of Yu's eyes was permanently lost, as with Tonzang. Yu stepped forward to undo the Edo Tensei control, but Zuiju stopped him. "You don't release it, you will disappear." Yu turned his head. "Brother, I must undo it. If I do not, when he awakens, the consequences will be terrible." Ignoring Zuozu's pleading, Yu lifted the Edo Tensei. His body began to fade in a faint light before he vanished completely. He poured his memories into Zuozu's mind so that Zuiju would learn his sorrowful past. Scenes unfolded before Zuiju, Yu burying Jishu's eyes, threatened by Tuanzang, and even securing his parents' consent before slaying them. He was consumed by unbearable guilt and sorrow. Tears brimmed. He hesitated long while Fuyu and Mei-Chin urged Yu to strike. "Whatever choice you make, I will support you. You are a kind child and my proudest child." At last, Yu's face wet with tears killed Fuyu and Mei-Chin. As Zuiju witnessed these memories, his emotions surged. Like a rising tide, complex feelings flooded his mind, the recollections threading together like a silver needle until Yu's life was laid bare. After Yu's sacrifice, all the reanimated ninja blossomed in white light, were freed from Edo Tensei's control, their souls drifting toward the heavens as their bodies turned to ash. Elsewhere, Ben, seizing Hashirama's absence, faced the five Kage alone, unleashed a perfected Susanoo, and utterly crushed them. He sought to weaken their combat power in preparation for his final duel with Zhu Jian. Because Edo Tensei had been undone, Ban's body began to glow with white light. Realizing he would soon disappear, he quickly performed seals to preserve his soul, and freed himself from Edo Tensei's control. Now Ban possessed an immortal, invincible form. At the same time, Zuiju summoned the Ing Squad, and using the curse mark on Yushalai Hongda's neck, and the Dashi cells within Do, resurrected Dashi-1. As a truly immortal, Dashi-1 already knew everything that had unfolded across the shinobi world. He accompanied Zuiju in his quest to uncover the truth. Elsewhere, a Fei fed the Zijin Hulu, the Hoopa, jinping the Eight Tails tendrils and other artifacts to the White Owl Maxiang, causing it to erupt with staggering presence. Its true form was revealed. The White Owl Maxiang was in fact the Ten-Tails body. It had already gathered the chakra of nine-tailed beasts, and was on the verge of revival. Mingren sprang to attack, but a Fei slipped aside. Kakashi tried to use Shenwei to teleport the White Owl Maxiang away, yet the technique seemed disrupted, and the transfer failed. Mingren extended a vast golden paw with the Nine-Tails power, and struck, but Fei's body appeared translucent, and simply passed through Mingren's palm without harm. It was one of Shenwei's abilities to shift the body into an alternate space, thereby evading damage. Then A Fei threw out several black rods, pinning the eight-tailed beast's tail to the ground, rendering it immobile. Mingren directly condensed a tailed beast ball, and hurled it at a Fei, but a Fei instantly activated Shenwei, retreating into the alternate dimension. Unexpectedly, Mingren actually appeared in the alternate dimension. The Rasengan that a Fei had transferred using Shenwei earlier was actually Mingren's shadow clone. A Fei was stunned. Mingren, holding a Rasengan, charged straight at him. The next moment, the Rasengan shattered a Fei's mask. "Who are you?" With a flash of white light, the face beneath the mask was fully revealed, and that face was unmistakably Yujibwa Dai-Tu. Kakashi's eyes widened instantly. Dai-Tu? How could it be him? Wasn't he supposed to be dead long ago? Kaka's eyes pupils trembled with emotional agitation. Dai-Tu, why did you do this? Why have you become like this? Dai-Tu's gaze was cold and stern. Because of Lin. Just then a figure descended from the sky. It was Yujibwa Ban. He stood together with Yujibwa Dai-Tu clearly on the same side. Ban's original plan was to have Chongmin use the Rinne rebirth to resurrect him, but for some reason, he was instead summoned by the Impure World Reincarnation. Dai-Tu stood still lost in thought. Once crushed under a giant boulder, Dai-Tu was saved by the aged Ban, who had been barely keeping alive through the power of the Gedo statue. Ban wanted Dai-Tu to stay and take care of him, but Dai-Tu insisted on finding his companions. Thus Ban threatened Dai-Tu, saying that if he insisted on escaping he would take Dai-Tu's Sharingan. Moreover, Ban had already transplanted one of his eyes to Chongmin. Then Dai-Tu encountered White Zetsu as well as the White Zetsu cultivated from Zhu Jian's cells. With White Zetsu's help, Dai-Tu regained his ability to move. One day White Zetsu suddenly told Dai-Tu that Kakashi and Lin were under attack. So Dai-Tu immediately shattered the stone door and rushed to help. However, when he hurriedly arrived at the scene, he saw Kakashi using Chidori to pierce Lin's heart. After Kakashi left, Dai-Tu held Lin in his arms and swore to create a world where Lin existed. Meanwhile, Ban launched an attack on Mingren. He activated the power of the first Hokage, the Wood Dragon technique binding Mingren's extended arms. Then he summoned the complete Susanoo, preparing to cut the Eight Tails in two. On the other side, Kakashi and Dai-Tu engaged in battle. Dai-Tu repeatedly used Shinwei, injuring Kakashi, and then used a cross-shaped cut to stab Kaka's chest. Then Kai suddenly appeared and directly activated the Daytime Tiger, forcing Ban and Dai-Tu to retreat. After a brief discussion, Mingren directly threw Kakashi, and Dai-Tu immediately used Shinwei to absorb Kakashi into the alternate dimension. But just as he was about to continue his attack, his body was heavily damaged. Kakashi was attacking Dai-Tu's body from within the alternate dimension. In that instant, the Ninetales transferred its power to Kakashi, who simultaneously activated Shinwei, transferring a part of Dai-Tu's body into the alternate dimension. Dai-Tu was severely wounded. Then Mingren and the Eight Tails together condensed a tail beast ball and launched it at Dai-Tu and Ban. A massive explosion soared into the sky, flames rising 1,000 meters, wreaking devastating destruction on everything around. As the smoke cleared, a colossal figure appeared on the scene. It was the Ten Tails. Dai-Tu and Ban leaped onto the Ten Tails linked with it, and controlled it to launch an attack. Before the Ten Tails, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails were like mere toys, helpless. Then the Ten Tails fired a tail beast ball, its power far surpassing that of the Nine Tails and Eight Tails tail beast balls, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. At the critical moment, the Nine Tails and Eight Tails huddled together to defend, barely blocking the attack. The Eight Tails leaped high, and Kakashi activated Shinwei to transfer it above the Ten Tails' eye. The Eight Tails used a tail beast ball, but the Ten Tails casually flicked it back with a finger, deflecting it onto itself. Instantly, the Eight Tails suffered severe damage. The Ten Tails' power was terrifying beyond measure. Mingren and the others were already exhausted. The Ten Tails condensed another tail beast ball, preparing to launch a final attack. Just then Zhu Jian and Fei Jian suddenly appeared and forcibly altered the trajectory of the tail beast ball, causing it to veer off its target. Zhu Jian looked at the colossal Ten Tails before him, his face filled with frustration. Damn it! To think that Ban summoned such a terrifying monster! Even if I go all out now, I cannot guarantee victory. Fei Jian also wore a grave expression. If it were just a fight against Ban, Fei Jian and Zhu Jian could leverage their numerical advantage to suppress him to some extent. However, Ban quickly fled and summoned the Ten Tails, making the situation momentarily uncontrollable. Mingren suddenly spoke up. First Hokage, second Hokage, you don't need to blame yourselves. Ban is simply too treacherous, this is not your fault.
Shuemen also arrived at the scene.
Mingren, are you alright?
Mingren stood up.
I'm fine, never better.
Dai-Tu stood atop the Ten-Tails head looking down.
The scales of victory have now completely tipped in my favor. No matter how you struggle, it's futile. Even if you gather all the Hokages, what can you do? You will still have to submit to the power of the Ten-Tails. How about you kneel and surrender? I might consider leaving you in one piece.
Dai-Tu's tone was extremely provocative. Kai couldn't stand it.
Stop pretending. A man of absolute will never surrender to the likes of you. Even if it means death, he'll beat you.
Kakashi.
That's right, Dai-Tu. This is not your power, you can't control it. While there's still time, don't make any more mistakes.
Dai-Tu.
Mistakes? When was I ever wrong? Wasn't it a mistake when you personally killed Lin? Or do you Kakashi alone decide what is right and wrong in this world? How ridiculous. From the moment you killed Lin, you were destined to face the consequences of today's failure.
Ban.
Ju-Jian, it's been a long time. I never expected someone in the Leaf to use Impure World Reincarnation to summon you in Fei Jian. Unfortunately, I am no longer the one who lost to you back then. Having obtained the power of a god, I am invincible.
Fei Jian.
You're nothing but a man who should have died long ago, yet you dare to call yourself a god. I'm embarrassed for you.
Mingren.
And I don't care what your goal is. Your actions have posed a huge threat to humanity. I will definitely kill you.
Ben raised an eyebrow slightly.
You? The mere Nine-Tails is just a branch of the Ten-Tails chakra. Where do you get the courage to challenge me?
Suddenly, the allied shinobi forces gathered and launched an attack, creating a massive earth release to trap the Ten-Tails' body. Ben sighed slightly.
What a pitiful bunch of ants.
The Ten-Tails opened its enormous maw, and colossal amounts of chakra gathered before it like droplets of water, gradually forming a massive red-tailed beast ball that shot into the distance. The tail beast ball struck a distant point, dyeing the horizon blood-red and illuminating the entire land. Then the Ten-Tails spat out 3 more tail beast balls, which hurtled toward the allied shinobi forces' base like meteorites. Its target was precisely the headquarters where Nara Shikaku was located. Ben looked at Dai-Tu and said, Dai-Tu, my body is not yet at its peak state. I need you to activate the Rinne rebirth technique. Just focus on performing it, and I will have the Ten-Tails cover for you. Dai-Tu responded him. In truth, with one Mangekyo Sharingan and one Rinnegan, Dai-Tu was the one who truly held absolute power. Dai-Tu raised his hand slightly, directly controlling the Ten-Tails to execute the wood-binding technique, instantly piercing the bodies of countless allied shinobi with wooden stakes. Mingren continuously used the Raisin Shuriken to block Dai-Tu's attacks, but his exhaustion caused him to collapse to the ground. Seizing the moment, Dai-Tu fired a barrage of wooden stakes at Mingren. The wooden stakes shot toward Mingren with incredible speed like rain. But the moment they approached him, they suddenly scattered in all directions, as if deflected by some unseen force. The one responsible for this was Chu Tian. Mingren was already weary, and Chu Tian stood by his side guarding him. Seeing this, the Ten-Tails launched twice as many wooden stakes. Chu Tian faced it, spreading her arms wide, as if to shield the attack with her own body. Mingren shouted, Chu Tian, don't use your body to block. In the next second, a roaring sound came from beside Mingren. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had changed completely. At the critical moment, Shuemen activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting Mingren and Chu Tian to a forest far away, neither too close nor too far from the Ten-Tails, relatively safe. Chu Tian, still in shock, looked at Shuemen with confusion. Shuemen glanced at her without speaking, then turned his gaze to Mingren. What was their relationship? This girl was willing to risk her life to protect Mingren. Dad, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Chu Tian.
Chu Tian was startled, then her face flushed as red as an apple, her eyes darting around unsure where to look. Wasn't the fourth Hokage already? Was he still alive? No, the chakra within him was different from that of the living. He might have been summoned by someone. But Mingren seemed to have known that the fourth was alive all along. Most importantly, just a moment ago, she was fighting at the feet of the Ten Tails, and now she was suddenly meeting the parents. Chu Tian's heart raced. She had once fantasized about this scene, but since Mingren's parents had long passed away, she had never pursued the thought. So she was completely unprepared to face Shui Min. Shui Min noticed Chu Tian's nervousness and discomfort. He turned to Mingren and said, "Mingren, I'll go assist Senior Zhu Jian first. You two rest and recover, then come back when you're ready. Don't push yourselves." Mingren nodded. Shui Min added, "Take good care of your girlfriend. I want to see you two get married." Mingren paused, then burst into laughter. "You bet, Dad." Chu Tian was even more thrilled. She hadn't expected to be accepted so quickly. Shui Min nodded and vanished in an instant. In truth, the moment Shui Min saw Chu Tian standing before Mingren, he had already accepted her in his heart. Now that he knew they were in a relationship as Mingren's father, he naturally gave his full support. On the other side, Zhu Jian temporarily sealed the Ten Tails with the wood style. Shui Min quickly returned to the battlefield, but suddenly frowned and turned to look beside him. He saw Mingren had already returned. "You boy, didn't I tell you to rest and recover before coming back? If I wait until I'm fully recovered, who knows how many more will die on the battlefield. I have to stand up." "You?" Shui Min sighed. He knew Mingren all too well. Once Mingren decided something, no one could talk him out of it, not even Shui Min. Since it had come to this, they would face it together. At that moment, Dai Tu, standing atop the Ten Tails, suddenly spoke. "Mingren, look around you. The ground is littered with the corpses of your comrades, people you claimed you wanted to protect. Facts speak louder than words. You have failed, and your so-called peace is nothing but an illusion. My goal is the same as yours, but our methods are completely different. Since you have already failed, why not join my side?" Dai Tu's tone was full of provocation. Mingren paused. He saw the vast number of corpses around him, and Dai Tu's words momentarily made him feel lost, because he thought there was some truth in them, yet something felt wrong. Dai Tu slowly raised his hand, extending an invitation to Mingren. The next second, Chu Tian slapped Mingren awake. "Mingren, your conviction is right. We all believe in it, and we are willing to give our lives for that belief." Mingren nodded. "I never thought of betraying my conviction." His words just made me think about something else. Mingren stood up, his expression now clear and resolute. Dai Tu was taken aback. The girl in front of Mingren had risked her life to save him time and again. Their relationship must be extraordinary. Could that girl be Mingren's Lin? A pang of pain struck Dai Tu's heart. His emotions grew restless and agitated. He immediately raised his hand and activated the tail beast ball. "Since you are obstinately refusing to see reason, I will send you all to the afterlife." At that moment, the controlled Ten Tails condensed a tail beast ball. In the nick of time, Wu Jing flew with Chi La Bai to the front of the Ten Tails. Chi La Bai transformed into the Eight Tails form, and with a tail beast ball forming before him, he charged forward, forcing the Ten Tails tail beast ball back into its body. With a muffled sound, the Ten Tails body instantly swelled like a gigantic balloon on the verge of exploding. Mingren instantly activated the Nine Tails power and infused Chu Tian with its chakra. A red-tailed beast chakra appeared around Chu Tian's body. Then Mingren used the multiple shadow clone technique, distributing the Nine Tails power to all the allied shinobi on the battlefield through his clones, protecting them. From Dai Tu and Ban's perspective, the barren land beneath their feet began to sprout red sparks, which rapidly spread like a sea of crimson flowers. A single spark can start a prairie fire.
All the ninjas infused with the Ninetales chakra experienced a significant boost in power. Ino was even able to control Dai 2 with the mind-body switch technique, while Lu Wan used the shadow imitation technique to bind the Ten Tails. At that moment Ban stepped in. He took control of the Ten Tails, broke the shadow imitation technique, and began condensing another tail beast ball. Facing the colossal Ten Tails, every shinobi in the allied shinobi forces unleashed their ultimate techniques, fighting desperately to resist the enemy. Standing at the forefront of the alliance, Naruto's voice thundered across the sky. "All troops charge!" Instantly the crimson flames on the ground surged toward the Ten Tails like a tidal wave. With combined efforts they severed all of the Ten Tails' tails, and cut off Obito and Madara's control over it. Then, they surrounded Madara and Obito. If they could kill Madara and Obito, all conflicts would end. Meanwhile Sasuke and Orochimaru had already entered Konoha. During the war nearly all Konoha ninja had gone to the battlefield, leaving only a few stationed in the village. With their superb movement and stealth techniques, Orochimaru and Sasuke entered Konoha as if it were an empty land. They arrived at the Uchiha clan's secret chamber only to find Tobirama waiting at the door. Sasuke paused. "You are?" A gleam of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "To think I'd meet the esteemed second Hokage here." Tobirama snorted coldly. "Naruto is no ordinary man. He foresaw that you would return." The moment the enemy's Impure World Reincarnation was severed, Naruto knew that Kabuto had been dealt with, and the only one capable of defeating Kabuto was Sasuke. Sasuke would certainly encounter Orochimaru, who would attempt to use Impure World Reincarnation. But since Naruto had already summoned all the previous Hokages, Sasuke and his group would find nothing. So Naruto had Tobirama wait there. Though it might seem like overkill, Tobirama could indeed resolve many of Sasuke's doubts. Tobirama recounted to Sasuke the bond between Hashirama and Madara, those gradually forgotten days, including the founding of Konoha, the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju, the ancient discord, the concerns over the Uchiha clan, and the battle at the Valley of the End. Thus Sasuke finally understood Itachi's true will. Itachi had inherited the will of the shinobi, enduring everything in silence, bearing the burden to maintain the village's peace. Sasuke resolved then, he would not let Itachi's efforts go in vain, he must protect Konoha. Tobirama looked at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, as far as I know, you are a rogue ninja who once tried to destroy Konoha. Why are you helping the village now?" Orochimaru's appearance was refined, his eyes clear. After being revived from Kabuto's body, he seemed to be in good health. "Inside Kabuto I saw through many things. The end of power is not beautiful. Sasuke's ninja way has deeply influenced me. My thoughts are now similar to his. I am willing to lend him my strength." Tobirama nodded. Orochimaru was not lying. Then they set off for the battlefield. Meanwhile the allied shinobi forces encircled Madara and Obito, the battle on the verge of erupting. Obito launched a fire style, sending a torrent of flames toward the crowd. But protected by Naruto's Ninetales chakra, no one was harmed. Kakashi stood among them, gazing at Obito. "Obito, you didn't use your full strength." "Why?" Suddenly sensing Tobirama and the others approaching, Madara forced the Ten Tails into a rampage, preparing to unleash its strongest attack. Kakashi tried to use Kamui on Madara, but Obito dragged him into the alternate dimension. Heaven and Earth inversion. The Ten Tails' body erupted with a blinding white light, unleashing a powerful gale that instantly flung everything aside. The sky darkened with storm clouds, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and tornadoes swept up, boulders swirling in the air and merging with the lightning. Floods spread across the land, transforming the entire continent into a hellish scene, a vision of purgatory. Under this cataclysmic assault, Naruto used every bit of his chakra to protect the allied shinobi forces, but his own condition deteriorated drastically, nearly reaching his limit. In the alternate dimension, Kakashi and Obito clashed. After several exchanges, Kakashi had a chance to kill Obito, but did not strike.
Kakashi, why didn't you protect Rin?
Kakashi froze. Obito instantly cast a Jinjutsu. Kakashi's Chidori pierced his chest. When Kakashi looked up again, the person before him was Rin, the same one he had pierced through the chest years ago. In truth, Rin had been turned into a three-tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi desperately tried to save her, unaware that it was a scheme by the hidden mist. To protect Konoha, Rin chose to charge into Kakashi's Chidori and die. How could that moment not have pained Kakashi? And Obito had long known all of this.
Kakashi, it was the wrongness of this world that led to Rin's death. So I will create a new world for her. Do you want to join?
Kakashi resolutely continued his attack while Obito dodged repeatedly.
Rin is dead. That's a fact. Stop being deluded.
On the other side, the Ten-Tails spat out a massive flower, and a crimson-tailed beast ball condensed far greater in size and chakra than any previous attack. Now the Ten-Tails was in its true attack form. That tailed beast ball was like a small sun capable of annihilating all shinobi in an instant. It shot toward the allied forces. The Eight Tails stood in front trying to absorb the impact, but even its fully transformed body would fail under absolute power. Just then the crimson-tailed beast ball vanished. A golden flash streaked by. Minato Namikaze had teleported it into the ocean. At that moment Sasuke appeared beside Naruto.
You came? Yeah.
With Sasuke's return, the old Team 7 reunited to face the Ten-Tails. Hashirama activated Myojin Gate again, nailing the Ten-Tails' head to the ground. Countless bulges appeared on the Ten-Tails' body, splitting into numerous clones that engaged the allied forces in a chaotic battle. Seeing Sasuke's return, Sakura's fighting spirit soared. She rushed to the front lines, unleashing a monstrous punch that shattered the ground, sending countless enemies flying. Others followed suit, unleashing their own techniques. Hinata gathered chakra shaped like a lion's head, radiating an overwhelming aura. Then Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously performed the summoning jutsu. With a heavy thud, three massive creatures appeared: the slug Gamakichi and the blue snake, a new Sannin formation. Sakura split the slug, attaching it to every ally on the battlefield for healing. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke combined a Rasengan with Kagetsuchi, launching a joint attack that struck the Ten-Tails with tremendous force. The Ten-Tails was gravely wounded, its body covered in black flames. The raging black flames grievously wounded the Ten-Tails' body, forcing it to sever the burning parts to mitigate the damage. Subsequently, within the alien dimension, Obito and Kakashi engaged in a prolonged and fierce battle once more. This scene had played out countless times before in their childhood. They often dueled, each time concluding with the seal of reconciliation. Yet this time they fought with lethal intent. Kakashi was utterly focused. Though in past battles he had never truly wished to kill Obito, now he had no choice but to end his life. Obito evaded many of Kakashi's attacks with Kamui, but when he launched his own assault, Kakashi seized the opportunity, driving a lightning cutter through Obito's body, causing blood to gush from his mouth. He hastily activated Kamui and returned to Madara's side. Yet Madara's expression remained as cold as ever. He gazed at the dying Obito on the ground, offering no aid. Instead, he formed hand seals, commanding Black Zetsu to forcefully control Obito's body and activate the Rinne rebirth technique. Half of Obito's body had transformed into Black Zetsu's form, while the other half bore a single Rinnegan to sustain the Rinne rebirth. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke lunged forward, but the distance was still vast. Obito's hair had turned snow white, and he was on the verge of completing the seals. In an instant, a yellow flash appeared. Minato's kunai sliced upward through Obito's chest, blood spraying everywhere. Obito instantly lost his ability to resist, and collapsed to the ground. Sasuke and Naruto also reached Obito's side. Just when everyone thought the only remaining opponent was Madara, Obito suddenly began to convulse. The ground beneath him twisted into a sphere, transforming into a white jade-like orb. Then the orb floated into the sky, exploded with a crisp sound like shattering glass. Amidst the fragments, Obito's figure emerged. His body had turned pale, with several massive spikes protruding from his back, a swirling pattern upon it, and 9 tomo adorning his waist. Obito had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Sensing the danger, Hashirama immediately activated the Bright Door God, and a massive red gate descended from the heavens, slamming Obito to the ground. Yet these techniques were effortlessly neutralized by Obito. Even the 4 red sun array was shattered with ease. Minato stepped forward and pleaded, "Obito! Stop now, don't go further astray. This power is not yours, it will consume you." But Obito's expression was frozen, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost all self-awareness. He conjured a black sphere in his hand, instantly shattering half the bodies of the first and second Hokage. This black sphere, known as a true-seeking ball, was formed from the fusion of yin-yang and the 5 elements containing the power of all creation. Then 2 more black true-seeking balls materialized in Obito's hands, intercepting all attacks from the past Hokage. Moreover, the true-seeking balls could change shape, becoming blades as sharp as swords or shields as sturdy as armor. He transformed the balls into a long spike and charged at the Hokage, instantly pulverizing their bodies. Fortunately, as reanimated corpses, they would not die immediately. Obito fired the true-seeking balls directly at Naruto. Seeing this, Sasuke activated Susanoo, using its armor to block the strike. In an instant, Obito dashed forward and seized both Sasuke and Naruto, with 2 true-seeking balls floating above his hands, poised to pierce their heads. But suddenly Naruto and Sasuke vanished. They had simultaneously used the Flying Thunder God technique, evading the fatal blow. At that moment, due to the Ten-Tails expansion, Obito's body began to swell uncontrollably, even obscuring his eyes. A stream of hot tears trickled from the corner of his eye. Rin. Within Obito's consciousness, his thoughts and memories were fragmenting, about to be devoured by the Ten-Tails. Just as the memories of Rin were about to be torn apart, Obito suddenly erupted with immense willpower, forcibly halting the Ten-Tails tearing and regathering the scattered memories back into his mind. By now, Obito had entered the ultimate form of a Jinchuriki, the perfect Jinchuriki. His appearance had also changed. Several black true-seeking balls floated behind him, suspended in the air, and in his hand appeared a black staff-like object. Minato's eyes narrowed. "Not good. We must finish him now." Before his words faded, Minato lunged at Obito, but the kunai in his hand snapped upon contact with the black rod. Then Obito swung his arm and severed Minato's right arm. The next second, a true-seeking ball appeared before everyone. Even in his previous form, the true-seeking balls could kill them all. Now that Obito had become a perfect Jinchuriki, the power of the balls would only be greater. In the nick of time, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, appeared and placed his hand on Obito's back, teleporting both Obito and the truth-seeking ball far away. Naruto stood within Sasuke's Susanoo armor. A blinding white light erupted in the distant sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. The blast sent shockwaves surging, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split. The power of this explosion far surpassed Deidara's self-destruction. Meanwhile, Madara and the first Hokage had begun their own battle. Time is too thin, the gaps between fingers too wide. They drifted through the long river of ages, yet now they clashed again, a cycle of destiny. The colossal Susanoo swung its blade horizontally, its momentum splitting the distant mountain peak. The ground was carved with a deep trench. The ancient wooden giant instantly dodged with incredible speed, charging straight at Madara. Madara slashed again, but the wooden giant caught the blade with both hands. The watching allied shinobi forces were all astounded. A battle of this level is beyond our ability to intervene. This is the clash of the strongest in history, so fierce, like gods themselves. Our mission is nearly complete now, it's a battle among the mighty. Madara's Susanoo turned to swing again, but the wooden giant instantly raised its arm, striking the Susanu's arm, and sending the giant blade flying. Then the wooden giant delivered a heavy punch to the Susanu's chest, knocking it back several meters. Immediately the Susanu drew its sword again, and with a furious roar from Madara, it charged at Hashirama once more. Their strength was evenly matched, and the battle quickly reached a fever pitch. On the other side, after the cataclysmic explosion, Obito emerged unscathed. A massive black sphere descended from the sky, then slowly withdrew, revealing Obito hidden within. He had used the true-seeking ball to transform into a spherical shield protecting himself. The black rods acted like insulators capable of isolating chakra. Sasuke repeatedly unleashed Amaterasu, but it was blocked by the black rod in Obito's hand. Then Naruto and Sasuke launched another joint attack. Sasuke wielded Kagetsuchi, while Naruto held a Raisin Shuriken. The two forces intertwined, transforming into a Raisin Shuriken cloaked in eternal black flames. The next moment, Tobirama's figure instantly appeared behind Obito. In an instant, Obito's body appeared in front of Naruto and Sasuke, and a direct attack struck Obito. However, Obito seemed unharmed, as he flew into the sky.
I have already obtained the power of the six-path sage. Your attacks are useless against me.
Minato looked at his severed arm.
So it's the power of the six-path sage. No wonder my arm hasn't healed.
Under normal circumstances, an Edo Tensei body would regenerate after being damaged, but under the attack of the six-path sage's power, recovery is impossible. At this point, Naruto's Ninetales chakra mode had reached its limit. Gamakichi spat a stream of sage art saliva at Obito, but it was blocked by the black substance. Since the summoning time had expired, Gamakichi left the battlefield. Minato looked at Obito.
Obito, why are you so stubborn? Have you forgotten your dreams? You were once my most proud student.
Obito hovered in the air, looking down at Minato.
Foolish teacher, you are nothing but a failure. What right do you have to lecture me? As the Hokage, you died during the sealing of the Ninetales, dying young, turning your own son into a Jinchuriki, enduring the villagers' ridicule year after year with no one remembering you. Is this the result you wanted? Is this your so-called ninja way? Now I possess the strongest power in the entire world. No one can stop me. I can create whatever world I desire. But what about you? What can you achieve? To realize the peace you speak of, will you rely on your eloquence? Or your hands that cannot form hand seals? Teacher, you are far too naive.
Minato was rendered speechless by Obito's barrage of words. Every sentence struck a nerve.
Hey, my dad is not for you to judge.
Naruto instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique and slammed a Rasengan behind Obito.
You have no right to belittle my father who became Hokage.
The Rasengan successfully struck Obito, causing substantial damage. Sasuke was startled. Naruto's attack actually worked. Wasn't Obito able to absorb ninjutsu? Why? A glimmer of light flashed in Minato's eyes. It's Sage Art. Sage Art attacks are effective. That's right, although Obito's Yin-Yang release can nullify ninjutsu, it cannot counter Sage Art. This is the greatest weakness of Yin-Yang release. After being wounded, Obito summoned a towering tree and controlled it to unleash a red-tailed beast ball. At the same time, Obito activated the 6 red yang formation, sealing everyone within the barrier. In the critical moment, Naruto and Minato bumped fists, their Ninetales chakra resonating. Naruto's Ninetales power was restored. Instantly, Naruto coated every member of the Shinobi Alliance with Ninetales chakra. The red energy shot into the sky as if tearing it apart. Dark clouds burst forth in the sky. In an instant, the Shinobi Alliance was transported outside the barrier. Naruto and Minato had simultaneously used the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as their chakra was connected to his, Naruto could control others' bodies, and use the Flying Thunder God technique to move them away. Then 2 enormous Ninetales appeared, their bodies flowing with golden chakra. One was slightly dimmer while the other was brighter. Minato formed a giant Rasengan, while Naruto used Sage Art to infuse it with Senjutsu power, then hurled it at Obito. Seeing this, Obito immediately extended his blood-red tails to block the Rasengan. Under the assault of Senjutsu power, Obito's defense shattered. Naruto and Minato gathered a tail beast ball ready to attack. Meanwhile, Obito spread his arms preparing to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. The true form of the Ten Tails emerged, and it closed its eyes. Immediately after, the Ten Tails transformed into a massive divine tree, its tendrils piercing the bodies of the Shinobi Alliance and draining their chakra. The divine tree was the true body of the Ten Tails. Legend has it that the divine tree was worshipped by ancient people. Many years later, it bore a fruit which was eaten by a woman who craved power. She became the first human to possess chakra, and her name was Kagaya Otsutsuki. Afterwards, she gave birth to a child named Hashirama Otsutsuki. In order to reclaim its power, the divine tree assumed the form of the Ten Tails and wreaked havoc upon the world. In the end, the Ten Tails was successfully sealed by Hashirama Otsutsuki. These stories were recorded on the Uchiha clan stone tablet. Madara believed that ever since Kagaya ate the fruit, the ninja world had lost all hope. Therefore, he intended to use Infinite Tsukuyomi to reshuffle the world. Naruto was rescued by the second and first Hokage. Opening his eyes to see the corpses around him, he felt a profound sorrow. At that moment, the divine tree had fully formed, and at its top was a blood-red bud shining in harmony with the crimson moon. Once the bud blooms, the eye of the moon will be projected onto the moon, and then Infinite Tsukuyomi will baptize the entire world. However, lacking the chakra of the Nine Tails and Eight Tails, the divine tree did not bloom immediately and needed time. The first Hokage tried to rally everyone to cut down the divine tree's roots, but the surviving Shinobi Alliance had lost all hope and spirit. Naruto also fell into deep grief. At that moment, Sasuke slashed off a branch of the divine tree with his sword. His Susanoo had absorbed Jugo's curse mark power, which belonged to the White Snake Sage's domain, and was also a form of sage art. Naruto and Sasuke charged forward again, engaging in fierce battle with Obito. Inspired by Naruto, the Alliance members regained their fighting spirit and attacked the divine tree together. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke were caught by Obito and slammed hard onto the ground. Their armor shattered and vanished. Naruto knelt on the ground, struggling to stand still, determined to fight Obito. Obito was stunned by Naruto's willpower. "Naruto, why do you persist to this extent? You have endured so much suffering, why do you still keep going?" Facing Obito's interrogation, Naruto's face once again transformed into sage mode, and he said firmly, "Because never going back on my word is my ninja way." Then Naruto and Sasuke once again donned their armor. Unlike before, Sasuke's Susanoo was clad over Naruto's Nine Tails form. The Nine Tails and Susanoo merged into one. Obito meanwhile materialized a black shield and a black sword. The great battle was about to begin. Naruto was surrounded by dazzling yellow and blue light, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Obito looked at Naruto, momentarily lost in thought. The young man before him possessed such immense vitality. This uplifting spirit reminded Obito of his past self, who once dreamed of becoming Hokage and the comrades of Konohagakure. Now Naruto had long surpassed his former self. While Obito was lost in thought, Naruto and Sasuke seized the opportunity and lunged at Obito with a strike. Obito's waist was cut open, and the powers of the tail beasts surged forth from within. The chakra of the tail beasts erupted from the wound, forming a massive shape that extended from Obito's body, the ends adorned with the fierce faces of the tail beasts. They were desperately trying to break free from Obito's control. In an instant, Naruto acted, extending his chakra arm to grasp the chakra of the tail beasts and pulling outward. Seeing this, Gaara immediately used sand to attach to Naruto's chakra arm, lending him strength.
Because their chakras were connected, Naruto felt Obito's inner thoughts. From the moment their chakras made contact, a wave of intense sorrow flooded into Naruto's mind, an unshakable feeling that originated from Obito. Obito's grief and the painful memories of his past poured into Naruto's mind, even causing him to shed tears. At this moment, Obito looked towards Naruto, who was surrounded by many comrades, while behind Obito there was no one. Obito fell into deep contemplation once again. If only I were you, how wonderful it would be. Instantly an overwhelming sense of regret surged within Obito. He envisioned himself as Hokage standing before Kakashi and Rin on the Hokage rock.
Uchiha Obito, stop! I have come to understand your past and the reasons behind your actions. This is wrong. I believe that the will of fire still resides within you. You and I are very similar. We share the same dream and the same desire to become Hokage. Even though your body is now affected by the Ten Tails chakra resembling a monster, you will always be the Obito of the Uchiha clan, still Kakashi's dear friend and the beloved disciple of the fourth Hokage. You are still a true ninja.
Hearing Naruto's words, Obito slightly lowered his head, awakening the memories buried deep within his heart. The scenes from his memories were unexpectedly beautiful. Obito came back to his senses, and found that the ends of the tail beast chakra had already been firmly grasped by thousands of Ninja Alliance chakras surrounding him from all sides. The Red Sea of Chakra appeared magnificent, a testament to Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra, and the unified strength of everyone. Obito's will began to collapse, and then the power of the tail beasts was successfully extracted. Due to losing his strength, Obito's body fell freely from the sky, crashing down onto the ground. The traces of the 6 paths on his body vanished without a trace, leaving only a yellow and white mixed body. He lay on the ground gazing at the red moon above, seemingly reminiscing about his past. In an instant, the space before Obito twisted and Kakashi's body suddenly appeared. Kakashi held a kunai, advancing with the intent to kill Obito. However, Minato intercepted Kakashi. The fourth Hokage instructed Naruto and Sasuke to support the first Hokage, while he stayed behind to persuade. Under the forced persuasion, both Kakashi and Obito fell into memories, recalling the happy times of the past, while they were also engulfed in deep despair and sadness over Rin's death. Because Kakashi had transplanted Obito's eyes, he felt his best friend always with him, which became his motivation to keep living. The Obito who once harbored dreams deeply influenced Kakashi. Now Kakashi believed in Naruto's dreams and perseverance, and more than anything believed that Naruto would become the person to change the world. At this moment, the blood moon was covered by dark clouds, plunging the earth into complete darkness. Yet at the top of the divine tree, flickers of white light began to shine. That was Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. Flickers of white light illuminated the earth and everyone. Following this, Naruto hurled the supersized Raisin Shuriken, the massive chakra resembling a small meteor streaking across the sky. Obito had completely turned over a new leaf, welcoming rebirth. Meanwhile, Madara was being suppressed by the first Hokage's wooden dragon, unable to move. Naruto's supersized Raisin Shuriken sliced through the air, its dazzling white light exploding, causing the earth to tremble with a thunderous sound. Seeing this, the Ninja Alliance activated their abilities to assist Naruto. Sanju unleashed a fierce gaze, aiming to seal Madara. Meanwhile, Obito was already on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, even if the host of the Ten Tails had their tail beast chakra extracted, they would not die, they would only become exceedingly weak. Obito lay on the ground, forming hand seals, preparing to unleash the reincarnation ninjutsu to revive the countless souls that had already perished. Kakashi was taken aback. Obito, what are you doing? I will atone for my mistakes in this way. Just then a black hand suddenly appeared. It was Black Zetsu. Possessed by the black entity, Obito was once again controlled by Black Zetsu, who then forced Obito to release the reincarnation ninjutsu. Accompanied by a blinding white light, Uchiha Madara was resurrected.
Madara's body was a decayed form of Edo Tensei already in ruins, with his eyes completely destroyed, yet, at that moment, he seemed like a different person. The first Hokage looked at Madara solemnly. Hashirama, I have obtained the yin and yang powers recorded on the Uchiha tablet, allowing me to create everything at will. 3,000 worlds, 4 seas, and 8 ways, billions of lives will all be governed by me alone. Madara shed his upper garment, facing the Ninja Alliance. His momentum surged. Instantly, all the cracks on Madara's body vanished, his skin becoming flawless, transforming him into a true living being. He suddenly erupted, using taijutsu to kick several ninjas away, then controlling the first Hokage with a black rod gripping his neck to absorb his sage power. Seeing this, Sasuke swung his sword to intercept, but was easily countered by Madara. Afterwards, Sasuke pierced Madara's right arm with his sword. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was controlling Obito, slowly rising. Half of Obito's body transformed into Black Zetsu's form, while his eyes lost their luster. On the other side, Madara unleashed Fire Release, and the Dust Cloud technique against Sasuke, immediately dispersing the smoke and obscuring everyone's vision. Madara took this opportunity to shift his position. In the chaos, Madara stood on a ninja, recklessly absorbing the chakra within while his wounds quickly healed. At this moment, Gaara arrived at the scene with the tailed beasts. Without a word, he launched an attack on Madara. The one-tailed Shikaku suddenly erupted, and in an instant the power of yellow sand shot towards Madara like arrows. Madara's body was riddled with numerous small holes, and the chakra within was disrupted by the power of Shikaku, unable to flow properly. Subsequently, numerous tailed beasts retaliated, striking Madara as if he were a powerless puppet. Madara's body was tossed back and forth by the tailed beasts. Gaara even teamed up with the Six-Tails sticky substance to unleash the desert burial. Thick yellow sand enveloped Madara, forming black sealing patterns on top. However, this seal had no effect on Madara. Suddenly, Susanoo appeared, breaking through the golden tower and leaping high into the air. Seeing this, Naruto once again joined forces with the tailed beasts to launch an attack, forcefully driving Madara into the ground and even breaking one of his arms. Madara swiftly retreated, and White Zetsu slowly emerged from beneath his feet, subsequently handing over his own arm to Madara. White Zetsu's arm was practically plug-and-play, allowing Madara to instantly recover his arm as agile as before. Even more dangerously, White Zetsu brought a Rinnegan from Nagato, which Madara directly implanted into his own eye. With the return of the eye, Madara's power surged. He began to laugh maniacally. Madara formed seals to summon the Outer Path Golem, while Black Zetsu controlled Obito, removing his own Rinnegan, but Obito, using his will, kept Black Zetsu's hands suspended in the air. Black Zetsu slowly spoke. This Rinnegan originally belonged to Madara. It rightfully returns to its owner. The two fell into a stalemate. On the other side, Madara launched consecutive attacks, severely injuring the major tail beasts, and even binding them with chains. Seeing that Madara was about to absorb the one-tail first, Gaara stood on the shoulder of the one-tail, already in a state of disarray and drenched in sweat. He recalled his various experiences with Shikaku and decisively attacked Madara to protect Shikaku. However, Gaara was directly sent flying by Madara's Susanoo. Seeing this, Shikaku used sand to cushion Gaara's fall, protecting him, while it was dragged into the Outer Path Golem. Afterward, the major tailed beasts were absorbed one after another by the Outer Path Golem. Even the Ninetales was extracted from Naruto's body, putting Naruto's life in imminent danger. The Outer Path Golem finally completed the absorption of the tailed beasts, and was about to transform into the 10 tails. At that moment, the second Hokage suddenly flew in, launching a surprise attack, and Gaara took the opportunity to carry Naruto away from the scene. With the first Hokage sealed, he transferred his power to Sasuke, who summoned a hawk and sped away. On the other side, Madara had already defeated the second Hokage and pinned him to the ground with a black rod. Sasuke descended from the sky, but was pierced through the chest by Madara. On the battlefield, Karen trembled. She sensed Sasuke's life force suddenly weakening. Meanwhile, Gaara had already brought Naruto to the Allied forces' position, where Sakura immediately rushed forward to treat him, sustaining Naruto's life. Seeing Naruto's severely injured Hinata collapse to the ground, Gaara told Sakura that Naruto still had a chance to survive, as half of the Nine-Tails chakra remained within the fourth Hokage. The urgent task was to bring Naruto to the fourth Hokage. On the way, Sakura continuously performed first aid on Naruto, attempting to extend his life. Meanwhile, Sasuke lay on the ground spitting blood and on the brink of death, while Karen rushed over trying to save him. However, she was constantly obstructed by Black Zetsu's true Thousand Hands. As she faced the prospect of losing Sasuke, Karen's emotions were on the verge of collapse, and her body suddenly underwent a transformation. The power of the Uzumaki clan erupted from within her, and chakra chains shot out from her back, directly shattering the true Thousand Hands. These chains were identical to those once summoned by Kushina. Tears streamed down Karen's face as she was pierced through the chest by Obito. Due to the Uzumaki clan's incredible recovery ability, she bit her own arm to heal herself. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared and swiftly bit down on Black Zetsu's neck. Black seals instantly spread across Black Zetsu's body, rendering him unable to move. Subsequently, Orochimaru led everyone towards Sasuke. Meanwhile, Madara absorbed the chakra of the Ten Tails, becoming the third Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. On the other side, Gaara brought Naruto to the fourth Hokage, who began to transfer the Nine Tails power to Naruto, but was interrupted by Black Zetsu, who suddenly appeared and absorbed the chakra. Madara soon followed. Upon seeing Madara, Black Zetsu immediately attempted to leave Obito's body and flew towards Madara, but Obito unexpectedly unleashed a powerful will, forcibly trapping Black Zetsu within himself. Cold sweat dripped down Obito's forehead as he looked at Madara and asked Madara, "What do you see me as?" Madara coldly laughed, implying that Obito was merely a tool. The ninja world created by the Sage of Six Paths has decayed. This world needs to be reshuffled and saved by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito, I will always welcome you back to accomplish this great task with me. Seeing this, Kakashi, Gaara, and the fourth Hokage launched an attack on Madara. Utilizing Kamui's space-time abilities, the fourth Hokage's Rasengan appeared before Madara in an instant, but Madara's movements were as swift as lightning, directly severing the fourth Hokage's arm and sending everyone flying. Obito approached Madara, seemingly intending to pledge allegiance, but suddenly extended his hand and pierced through Madara's chest. At that moment, using the power within Madara, Obito began to gather the truth-seeking ball. Obito's voice rang out, "I am not a tool, I am Uchiha Obito, who will become Hokage." Then Obito separated and extracted part of the tail beast's power from within Madara. "Kakashi, send Naruto into the Kamui space. I will go heal him." With that, Obito activated Kamui and prepared to leave. However, Madara would not stand idly by. He directly launched an attack, interrupting Obito's ninjutsu. In response, Kakashi assisted Obito. Without saying a word, Madara activated the truth-seeking ball, while Obito and Kakashi used Kamui to defend. Suddenly an explosion occurred and smoke enveloped the area. At that moment, Obito had entered the Kamui space. Sakura and Naruto were also transferred inside. Obito extended his hand, placing it on Naruto's abdomen, bestowing tail beast power onto Naruto. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi surprisingly emerged unscathed. It turned out the guy was enveloped in a swirling green chakra, standing guard in front of Kakashi. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the others arrived beside Sasuke, who was being rescued by Kabuto. It turned out that Kabuto had already escaped the illusion of Izanami, and had come to a new realization of himself. At this moment, he wanted to stop this war and protect the peace of the ninja world. On the other side, due to Madara's immunity to ninjutsu, Kakashi was unable to inflict any damage,
while the fourth Hokage's arms were completely severed, making it impossible for him to continue the fight. Therefore Guy stood directly in front of everyone and instantly activated the 8th gate, opening the 7th gate, the shock gate. A powerful chakra wave erupted around Guy, transforming his green chakra into blue, exuding a formidable aura. As everyone found themselves in dire straits, Kai suddenly stood before them, unlocking the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Blue steam enveloped his entire body, and powerful chakras surged forth, revealing the azure beast of Konoha. Madara was taken aback. The 8 gates of Duinjia, is this the gate before the death gate? It is unexpectedly not red steam. I truly underestimated him. Kai launched an attack in an instant, his movements incredibly swift, leaving Madara at a loss, unable to keep up. Kai activated the Day Tiger, and white chakras surged forth, as a massive white tiger charged toward Madara. In a flash, dazzling white light erupted, smoke billowed, and dust flew. After the explosion, Kai was also panting heavily. As the smoke cleared, Madara was surprisingly unharmed and counterattacked Kai, but Lee arrived just in time to save him. Afterward, the group discussed strategies, while Kai fell into his memories. Once Kai was at the bottom of the class, he could not master ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and he and his father were ridiculed by others. At that time, Kai suffered a severe blow and contemplated giving up, but his father, Might Guy, continually encouraged him. Even without talent, his father believed that Kai could become the best ninja through physical prowess. Might Guy said true victory is not about defeating your opponent, but about protecting those who are important to you. Subsequently, the two made a vow to protect each other's youth. Later in the Shinobi World War, Might Guy faced the 7 ninja swordsmen alone to protect Kai and his comrades. Unexpectedly, the usually unnoticed and ridiculed lower-ranked ninja father unleashed an astonishing power. He single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen down to only 3 remaining. However, he himself gave his life after unlocking the 8 gates. Since then, his father's teachings have always accompanied Kai. Back on the battlefield facing an unprecedentedly strong enemy, Kai turned to everyone and declared, "From this day forth the azure beast of Konoha will cease to exist. The moment to transform into the red beast has arrived." With that, Kai charged toward Madara, igniting the death gate within him. At this moment, all of Kai's chakra flowed to the death gate at his heart, even his blood evaporated, forming red steam around him. In that instant, Kai remembered his ordinary yet great father. Now was the time to protect what mattered most to him at all costs. The red steam enveloped his entire body, and Kai's hair and eyebrows turned red. "I will become the nutrients for the new green leaves. When the green leaves sprout and new life arrives, it will be the peak of youth, the moment of burning red." Then Kai leaped into the air and unleashed the evening elephant. 1 foot. Kai kicked toward Madara, who grimaced and tried to block with both hands. Where their fists and feet met, a dazzling golden light erupted, and Kai's impact tore through the air, creating a beam of light. Madara frowned deeply, gradually falling behind in this struggle. With just 1 strike, Kai heavily knocked Madara to the ground. Such a level of attack even Madara, who had mastered the power of yin-yang and absorbed the chakra of the Ten Tails, could not withstand. However, Kai's body was also under immense pressure, and his bones were fracturing within. The intense pain pierced his heart. Yet Kai's will was not something ordinary people could compare to. His endurance had surpassed the limits of humanity. He suppressed the pain and continued his assault. Kai moved with incredible speed, making it hard to follow. Then 1 foot, 2 feet, 4 feet, he relentlessly attacked Madara. Madara was utterly defenseless against the barrage. In the moments between Kai's attacks, he anticipated the direction of Kai's strike, releasing the true seeking ball in advance, but it was blocked by the 4th Hokage's body, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to shift. Kai's punch pierced through the true seeking ball's protective shield, sending Madara flying. As the smoke cleared, Madara lay on the ground, relying on the Ten Tails' abnormal defense, surprisingly unharmed, and mockingly laughed at Kai.
At this moment Kai realized that continuous evening elephant attacks could not completely defeat his opponent, so he decided to use his life to unleash his final move, the Night Kai. Seeing this scene, Kakashi recalled the words of his father Minato Namikaze. His father had told him not to be careless, or Might Guy would be stronger than him. Kakashi was already shocked to the core. "Father, you were right, Kai is truly stronger than me." Madara crazily declared, "This level of chakra, I acknowledge you. I, Madara, shall call you the strongest." Kai erupted the immense red chakra, transforming into a giant dragon charging toward Madara. Kai adjusted his position in midair, and kicked toward Madara, the immense force nearly distorting the space, while Madara could hardly react in time. He could only take the hit with his body. However, the moment Kai struck Madara, he could no longer hold on, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Madara's side ribs instantly shattered, and his internal organs were also crushed. He crashed to the ground, as if he had been hit by a modern artillery shell. As the smoke cleared, Kai was already on the brink of death, his body a mix of red and black, battered and broken. Lee rushed forward in worry, crying out loudly, "Teacher Kai!" Everyone was deeply concerned about Kai's condition. Suddenly Kakashi was taken aback. "Hey, look over there, Madara. Is he dead?" Everyone looked and saw that half of Madara's body had completely vanished. Due to the Ten Tails' powerful regenerative abilities, Madara should not have died. However, the vanishing half was the upper body. Madara's chest and head had been shattered by Kai. At this moment Naruto appeared, injecting chakra into Kai's body, preserving his life. Madara's body was severely injured, on the brink of death, yet he was slowly recovering under the power of the Ten Tails. At that moment Black Zetsu suddenly appeared, piercing through Madara's chest and dragging him into the God Tree, where he was consumed by it. A massive flower but suddenly emerged from the God Tree, and then a white-haired woman appeared. This person was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya floated over slowly, and Kakashi and Sakura were rendered immobile by her overwhelming aura. Kaguya also realized that Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. She then stated that this land was her garden, and she would eliminate all the pests invading her garden. Before her words could finish, everyone fell into a lava hell. In this critical moment, Sasuke and Kakashi saved Naruto and Sakura respectively. They realized that this was not an illusion, but a real hell. Naruto and Sasuke attacked Kaguya one after another, yet Kaguya merely raised her hand lightly to deflect their attacks. Kaguya traversed through the space rift, launching an attack at Naruto and Sasuke. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke were immobilized, and Kaguya began to absorb their chakra. At this moment, Heiju also declared himself to be Kaguya's child, and recounted Kaguya's story to Naruto and Sasuke. Suddenly Naruto broke free from the control, and seeing this, Kaguya activated the space-time conversion again, transporting everyone to a vast land. Here Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, and Obito were all restrained by gravity, unable to move. In this critical moment, Obito used Kamui to redirect an attack towards Kakashi, while he himself was struck by a bone attack from Kaguya, dispersing into the wind. Meanwhile, Sasuke activated his Rinnegan and launched an attack against Kaguya. To evade, Kaguya hastily switched the spatial scene. Naruto and Sasuke launched continuous attacks, and the space around them kept changing. Ultimately, on a path filled with ice, Kaguya abandoned her desire to absorb chakra and prepared to completely annihilate Naruto and Sasuke. But at that moment, unexpectedly, Kakashi possessed Obito's dual Kamui and moved Naruto and Sasuke right in front of Kaguya. Just as the ceiling was about to succeed, Kaguya unleashed her bone attack towards Naruto. But Naruto's figure suddenly vanished. Kaguya was taken aback. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God. 1 stage, 2 stages, 3 stages. He dodged all of Kaguya's attacks and protected Sasuke. The two of them extended their hands together to launch the 6 Paths Planetary Devastation technique. They sealed Kaguya within.
Instantly 9-tailed beasts also split out, and Naruto casually threw Heiju towards planetary devastation, thus sealing Kaguya and her child completely. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths united with all the Kage to summon Naruto and the others back to the original world. The war was over. The ninja allied forces emerged victorious. In reality, Kakashi saw Obito again, and the two could finally talk about the past. Then Obito slowly faded away, and Kakashi's dual Kamui also vanished. From then on there were no more copy ninjas in the ninja world. On the other side, Madara was on the verge of death, while Hashirama stayed beside him. Madara expressed that Hashirama's ideals were correct, and Hashirama suggested they share a drink as Madara's life gradually faded away. Naruto and his son also stayed together chatting for a long time. Ultimately, the Ninja World War led by Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and others finally came to an end with the ninja allied forces achieving a resounding victory. Naruto Uzumaki's name shone like a rising star hanging high in the sky of the ninja world, becoming a beacon for all. In an instant, countless youths rushed in from all directions, traveling hundreds of miles, just to catch a glimpse of the legendary Naruto Uzumaki in Konoha. The traffic in Konoha was completely blocked, but thanks to the guidance of Yamato and others, as well as the temporary policies set by Kakashi, these issues were quickly resolved. Naruto and Hinata held a grand wedding under the watchful eyes of all. In everyone's eyes, the structure of the ninja world had already undergone a transformation, and Naruto Uzumaki was destined to stand in the long river of history, becoming an unavoidable legend. Due to his remarkable achievements, Guy was awarded the highest honor medal in the ninja world, and the award ceremony was held in Konoha Square. The square was filled with people. Kakashi, Tsunade, and other seniors, as well as those with remarkable achievements, sat in the front row of the audience. Sakura sat at the edge looking slightly anxious, her eyes scanning around. Ino suddenly spoke up. Since the victory, Konoha has been unprecedentedly prosperous. So many people have come to the award ceremony, it feels like we are preparing for another war. Pa, Ino, don't say such things. What's wrong with it? Even if there's another war, we still have Naruto, right? But you can't speak carelessly. Do you think Naruto is a god? He's just a person. He gets tired too, and there will be a day when he grows old, okay? Ino smirked, glancing at the crowd behind her. That's not necessarily true. Right now, the entire ninja world sees Naruto as a godlike existence, better than a god. Speaking of Naruto, why hasn't he arrived yet? The ceremony is about to start. Ino suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. If Naruto doesn't show up, the award ceremony can't begin. Sakura was anxiously stamping her feet. Kakashi's cold voice came. Sakura, sit down. Naruto is on his way. Sakura hesitantly sat down, still feeling uneasy. There were simply too many people in the square. If they didn't finish the event quickly, Konoha would be in chaos. At that moment, the crowd suddenly began to stir. Before Sakura could figure out what was happening, Naruto's figure appeared on the award stage. That orange figure was like a sun hanging on the stage and attracting everyone's gaze. Naruto smiled apologetically. Sorry everyone, I'm late. After saying that, Naruto winked at Kakashi, who nodded in response. Behind Naruto was a kunai marked with a flying thunder god seal. Kakashi stood up, cleared his throat, and solemnly said, I declare the ceremony to begin. The ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner, awarding Guy with honors, and also recognizing all who made outstanding contributions during the war. At the end of the ceremony, there was the handover of the Hokage position. Kakashi placed the Hokage hat, symbolizing the Hokage's authority, on Naruto's head. From then on, Naruto officially became the 7th Hokage, and next was his speech. Naruto stood on the stage, stretching his body slightly to relieve the soreness. At this time, the sun was nearing the horizon. As the setting sun shone, Naruto began his speech. Everyone in the audience held their breath and focused intently, waiting for Naruto's words,
as this speech would be broadcasted to the entire ninja world. Hello everyone, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Instantly thunderous applause erupted from the audience, continuing without pause. Naruto smiled slightly, raising his hand gently, and the applause gradually subsided. Many people are seeing me for the first time, and do not know me well, so I need to clarify that my personality is quite straightforward and simple. I don't like to speak in a roundabout way. I am here to share my true feelings with everyone. Once I was a child who longed for recognition. I caused trouble, put on shows, and got into mischief. I seemed very naughty, but in reality I just wanted to be noticed. The reason behind this is known to all. I am an orphan burdened with a terrifying tail beast. No matter who it is, they would hold prejudices or fear against me. As a result, I felt very frustrated. Countless nights I asked myself over and over, Naruto Uzumaki, should you even exist in this world? Wouldn't it be better if you died? This thought nearly consumed my childhood, but fortunately I met Iruka Sensei. He was a truly wonderful person who helped me change this mindset. On this journey there are many people I need to thank, but I believe the one I should thank the most is myself. So the next words are for the past Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, first of all, congratulations on fulfilling your dreams in the years to come. Secondly, I want to say that I understand your experiences over the years better than anyone else. Your grievances, confusion, anxiety, inferiority, anger, longing, unwillingness, loss, pain, loneliness, and touching moments, I remember them all very clearly. I know you are going through a difficult time, but please believe me, years from now all of this will vanish, and you will surely believe me, as we both know I keep my promises. Thank you for your perseverance, which allows me to stand here today and speak before everyone in the ninja world. My experiences will undoubtedly influence the next generation of youths, and I am proud of you. Minato sat quietly in the audience, watching the stage with tearful eyes. Hinata wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sakura was crying uncontrollably. Sasuke listened very earnestly. I don't like to say too many sentimental words. I want to tell everyone in the ninja world. Suffering will ultimately be completely defeated by perseverance. At the end of darkness, there is an everlasting light. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my ninja way is to keep my promises. Thank you all.